Chapter 1. Colliding with the beautiful boss's BMW. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Mou anxiously navigated through the sea of electric bicycles on his dilapidated bike. His eyes frequently darted to the digital watch on his wrist, his brow furrowed, and his expression replete with anxiety that if he were to be late again this month, he would forfeit his attendance beneath a significant loss for someone of modest means, where every penny must be meticulously accounted for. The bike sputtered and wheezed as he pressed the bell incessantly, desperately seeking a path through the congested streets. As he approached an intersection, the red BMW X6 ahead suddenly decelerated. Mou, unable to react in time, collided with a resounding thud. The force of the impact nearly sent him tumbling, and instinctively shielding himself, he scraped his hand against the asphalt. Oh no, oh no, he thought, panic surging through him. Ignoring his own injuries, he hurriedly assessed the damage to both his bike and the luxury car. The front of his bike was severely crumpled, parts strewn across the ground, while a deep scratch marred the rear bumper of the BMW, a sight that struck terror into his heart. Mou felt darkness encroach upon his vision. He realized that the cost of repairing such a luxury vehicle would likely exceed several months of his salary. Just then, the door of the BMW creaked open, and a pair of striking red high heels caught his eye, followed by a long leg elegantly encased in a black business suit. Emerging from the vehicle was Su Li, his boss. When Mou looked up, his eyes widened in shock, his heart seemingly ceasing its rhythm. This was none other than Su Li. At just 25, Su Li was the president of the jewelry company where Mou worked and had already made a name for herself in the industry. With her exceptional business acumen and decisive demeanor, she had carved out a niche for the company in the fiercely competitive jewelry market. Her beauty was unforgettable. Her exquisite features and frosty elegance resembled a rare flower that one could only admire from afar. Yes, Su Li approached the rear of the car. Her expression darkened upon seeing the scratch. Her voice turned icy as she demanded, "Who dares to scratch my BMW?" Mou lowered his head, stammering, "Su, I'm so sorry. It was truly unintentional." As Su Li furrowed her brow, and upon recognizing Mou as the culprit, her irritation morphed into a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "Ah, it is merely my workhorse," she remarked. Feeling a pang of bitterness at being referred to as workhorse, Mou dared not retort. "I was just afraid of being late, which is why I rode a bit faster." He attempted to explain as Su Li scrutinized him, taking in his battered bike and the blood seeping from his scraped hand. The fury that had initially surged within her diminished somewhat. "With a bike like yours, how fast could you possibly go? It's no major issue, you may leave now." Mou could hardly believe his ears. He lifted his head, astonishment filling his gaze. "Su, what about the repair cost? Do not concern yourself with the repair cost for now your hand is injured. Make sure to address it upon arriving at the office to avoid any infection," Su Li advised. Glancing at the time, she seemed disinclined to linger further and turned to get into her car. Just before she entered, she cast one last look at Mou and remarked, "Be more careful while riding next time. Do not be so reckless." "All right. Thank you, President Su." Mou hastily nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude that he watched as Su Li's BMW vanished from sight, only to recollect that his electric bike had been rendered unusable. With no other option, he pushed his bike towards the office. Upon reaching the company, Mou tended to his hand's wound briefly before throwing himself into work. However, his mind remained restless, replaying the morning's incident repeatedly. He could hardly fathom that Su Li, who usually exuded an air of authority and was known for her strictness, had not made things difficult for him today. During the lunch break, his colleague Zhang Lei approached him, curiosity etched on his face. "I heard you bumped into President Su's car this morning?" Mou forced a wry smile and nodded. "Indeed, I've had the worst luck. My bike is damaged, and I'm uncertain how President Su intends to handle it." "Hey, you might actually be lucky," Zhang Lei chuckled. "Given how demanding President Su is at work, I'm surprised she was so lenient with you. But you must be cautious moving forward. Avoid such blunders in the future." With a resigned sigh, Mou replied, "I did not intend for this to happen. Who could have predicted such a coincidence?" Just before the end of the workday, while Mou was organizing the day's documents, he received a call from Su Li. "Come to my office." A wave of anxiety washed over him as he set his work aside and made his way to her office, each step quickening his heartbeat. He was uncertain whether Su Li wished to discuss the morning's accident or work-related matters. Entering her office, the opulent decor and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows rendered him somewhat apprehensive. Suli sat behind her desk, observing him, and gestured towards the chair opposite her. "Please, have a seat." That Mou sat down cautiously, avoiding eye contact, his hands nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. "The damage to my BMW from this morning will amount to over 10,000 yuan. Suli began slowly. "Typically, you would be liable for this amount, however, considering it was unintentional and you generally conduct your work with diligence." She paused, gauging Mou's reaction. His heart raced, and he swallowed hard, bracing himself for what she would say next. "How about this? I will offer you an opportunity for restitution," Suli continued. "From today onwards, I would like you to remain at the office for an extra hour after work each day to assist me with some trivial tasks. This will serve as compensation for the repair costs. What do you think?" Mou was taken aback, having anticipated a demand for a substantial sum of money. Instead, she was merely requesting his help at the office. While this arrangement would entail additional effort, it was far more manageable than a hefty financial obligation. "I am willing, President Su." "Thank you, President Su," Mou exclaimed, nodding fervently, his eyes filled with gratitude. "However, you must remember that although these tasks may seem trivial, they are of great importance. If they're not executed properly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." A hint of seriousness glinted in Su Li's eyes. "That I will certainly handle them with utmost diligence. Rest assured, Ms. Su," Mou replied resolutely. "All right, you may leave for now." Su Li waved her hand dismissively. After work, most colleagues had already departed, leaving only a few engaged in their tasks. Mou stood at the entrance of Su Li's office, inhaled deeply, and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Su Li's melodious voice resonated from within. Mou pushed the door open. He found Su Li seated at her desk, intently focused on the documents displayed on her computer screen. The light cascaded upon her, accentuating her exquisite curve. Mou stood quietly to the side, hesitant to disturb her. After a while, having completed her work, Su Li lifted her gaze to Mou. "Ah, you've arrived. Come with me to the Panjiayuan antique market. We are going to purchase some jade." Chapter 2. Gaining the gift of insight in a mysterious space. Mou was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Su Li would assign such a task so suddenly. In his mind, the Panjiayuan antique market was an enigmatic place, known for its exquisite jade, which commanded high prices and harbored deep complexities. Yet, he dared not inquire further and simply nodded. "Understood." Ms. Su Li rose, retrieved her black handbag, and strode gracefully towards the door. Mou hurriedly followed her as they descended the elevator and arrived at the underground parking lot. Su Li walked directly to her other vehicle, a Maybach, and pressed the key fob to unlock it. Mou stood awkwardly to the side, unsure whether to take the front passenger seat or the back. Seemingly perceptive of his hesitation, Su Li remarked lightly, "Take the front seat. I will explain the details of this assignment during the drive." Mou acquiesced and cautiously settled into the passenger seat. The interior was infused with a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of the perfume she wore. Su Li started the engine, exiting the parking lot and merging into the evening rush hour traffic. "Our visit to Panjiayuan is primarily for selecting jade for the company's jewelry line next quarter. We will choose the jade and commission a sculptor to craft it in Independence," Su Li explained as she drove. "With the evolving tastes of our clientele, we must select only the highest quality natural jade." Mou nodded earnestly, inwardly acknowledging the challenge that lay ahead. His knowledge of jade was scant. He recognized it as a precious stone with substantial price variations, and one wrong move could lead to purchasing inferior or counterfeit items. "Once we arrive at the market, pay close attention to the stone gamblers. Observe if anyone uncovers high-quality jade, and if so, we shall procure it," Su Li added. "Certainly, Ms. Su. I will remain vigilant," Mou responded, bolstering his resolve to excel in this task. The vehicle navigated the congested roads at a leisurely pace, and after some time, they finally arrived at the Panjiayuan antique market. As dusk descended, the market remained abuzz with fervor, the vibrant stalls illuminated, and the air filled with the sounds of lively haggling and animated banter. Su Li and Mou stepped into the market, greeted by a palpable sense of antiquity. The stalls were adorned with a dazzling array of antique ceramics, calligraphy, and jade artifacts, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With keen insight, Suli made her way directly toward a stall dedicated to stone gambling. Moyu followed closely, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He observed merchants enthusiastically beckoning customers, while others meticulously scrutinized raw jade stones, their eyes reflecting shrewdness and caution. They arrived at a larger stone gambling stall, where Suli paused. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, approached them with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "You two clearly possess expertise. Come and examine my raw stones, all of superior quality." Ignoring the proprietor's exuberance, Suli focused intently on the stones displayed before her. She picked up a raw stone, scrutinizing it with care. "This stone lacks clarity," she murmured, setting it down to select another. Moyu stood beside her, enveloped by the surrounding clamor, where the faces of onlookers were etched with the unique excitement and anticipation of gamblers. He followed Suli's lead, his curiosity piqued by the various raw stones on display, which ranged in size and bore unassuming, rough exteriors, yet possibly concealed the coveted. Imperial green with thine an opportunity for instant fortune. Suli diligently assessed the stones, expertly maneuvering a high-powered flashlight to examine the skin of each specimen. Drawing upon her extensive experience and discerning eye, she evaluated whether the stones harbored jade within. Moyu, observing her, wished to assist, but his near-total lack of knowledge regarding stone gambling left him feeling helpless. He recalled Suli's earlier instructions and redirected his focus to the surrounding gamblers, hoping to witness someone uncovering a high-quality jade. His gaze flitted through the crowd, scrutinizing the expressions and actions of each individual. Some gamblers exuded confidence, conversing animatedly at the stalls, as if they had unraveled the mysteries of the stones. Others appeared anxious, their hands trembling slightly as they gingerly handled the raw stones, their eyes revealing a mix of turmoil and hesitation. At that moment, Moyu's attention was captivated by a stone the size of a fist. It stood out distinctly among the other stones, its dark surface and serpentine patterns resembling a mysterious ancient map, emanating an indescribable aura, as if silently beckoning him closer. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Moyu reached out and grasped the stone, eager to examine it closely. However, the instant his fingers made contact, an overwhelming and strange pull emanated from its surface. Moyu barely had time to react. The wound on his hand, still in the process of healing, was suddenly drawn to the stone, blood being siphoned away in an instant. Moyu gasped in pain, his brows knitting tightly into a furrow resembling the character cut. Instinctively, he attempted to cast aside the raw stone in his grasp. Yet, the stone seemed to have adhered to his hand, resisting every effort to be discarded. In the blink of an eye, several hundred milliliters of blood had been drawn from him, followed by an even stranger occurrence. The raw stone vanished from his hand in an instant. Moyu stood utterly stunned, his mind a blank slate as he remained rooted in place. Overwhelmed by confusion, in a state of panic, he glanced around, his heart brimming with fear and unease, dreading the possibility of being discovered in this bizarre predicament. Oddly enough, the people surrounding him continued with their activities, oblivious to the extraordinary event unfolding in his vicinity. Before he could regain his composure from the shock, an unforeseen spatial realm materialized in his mind. He could distinctly sense its existence, an expanse of approximately 10 cubic meters, empty and enveloped in a chaotic aura. Simultaneously, his vision blurred momentarily, and the world around him transformed dramatically. The raw stone, once enveloped in a thick exterior, now appeared remarkably transparent before his eyes. He could discern the inner structure of each stone with clarity. Even the emerald veins concealed within were vividly visible. Moyu was left astounded by this sudden ability of X-ray vision. Instinctively, he glanced at the surrounding stalls. The once enigmatic raw stones were now devoid of any secrets in his perception. He observed that some stones were hollow, mere ordinary rocks, while others concealed vibrant, lustrous emeralds of immense value. That a mix of astonishment and delight coursed through him. Recalling the moment the stone had vanished, and the surrounding crowd's complete unawareness, Moyu's initially frantic heart gradually found tranquility. Noticing that no one seemed to pay him any mind, the tension in his nerves finally began to ease. He feigned calmness, wandering nonchalantly among the stalls, keeping an eye on Su Li's movements while earnestly delving into the mysteries of his newly acquired X-ray vision and the enigmatic space within his mind that he endeavored to concentrate, attempting to control the range and clarity of his newfound vision. With his intention guiding him, he discovered he could adjust the distance of his sight, as well as the intricate details he could perceive at will. Chapter 3. The Gamble of Stones in the Mysterious Realm of His Mind. Mou discovered that he could, through sheer will, draw the objects he beheld into an ethereal space, akin to a personal storage vault carried with him. He marveled at this extraordinary ability, realizing that this unforeseen boon could potentially alter the trajectory of his life entirely. At that moment, Su Li stood before a stall, her gaze sharp and focused, cradling a rough stone that the vendor lauded with extravagant praise. The stone was modest in size, adorned with distinctive python stripes and a mottled appearance, and under the illumination, it appeared to conceal a rare emerald within. Su Li gently rotated the stone, employing a professional flashlight to meticulously examine every nuance of its exterior. Her brow furrowed slightly, a contemplative expression gracing her features as she weighed the stone's worth. Beside her, the vendor, a lean, middle-aged man with keen, shrewd eyes, enthusiastically extolled the stone's myriad virtues, all the while closely observing Su Li's reactions, attempting to gauge the likelihood of a sale from her demeanor. "My dear lady, your discerning eye is truly remarkable. This stone was sourced from an old market, undoubtedly a rare find. Just look at these python stripes and the mottled patterns. It surely harbors high-quality jade within. Once cut, it may yield exquisite, vibrant green gems." The vendor spoke with fervor, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Su Li gently set the stone down, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Sir, your claims seem rather grandiose. The world of stone gambling is fraught with uncertainty. Moreover, your price seems rather steep." At her words, the vendor quickly waved his hands. "My lady, I assure you, my price is far from excessive. Consider this, if it yields fine jade, the returns would be monumental. This sum is but a trifling amount. Let us negotiate earnestly if you are truly interested." Thus began a spirited exchange of haggling between Su Li and the vendor. Armed with her extensive negotiation experience and market insight, she deftly drove the price down, while the vendor persistently emphasized the stone's value, striving to protect his profit margin. Their backhand forth drew a gathering of onlookers, intrigued by this battle of wits over price. Meanwhile, Mou, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, employed his newfound ability of insight to scrutinize the rough stone. Upon doing so, he could not suppress a gasp. Within his penetrating vision, the stone that both the vendor and Su Li held in high regard revealed itself to be a dull, gray mass, devoid of any trace of jade, merely an ordinary rock. Panic surged within Mou. He realized that should Su Li invest a substantial sum in this stone, it would result in a significant loss. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode over, urgency etched on his face. "Su Zong, this stone may not contain any jade. You should reconsider your purchase." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with clarity amidst the din of the crowd. Su Li turned, momentarily taken aback by Mou's interjection, her eyes locking onto his. Her gaze was filled with confusion and astonishment, as if she were questioning whether she had misheard. Subsequently, she rolled her eyes slightly, her tone laced with a hint of dissatisfaction and mockery. "Do you understand stone gambling?" In her perspective, Mou was merely an ordinary employee, utterly ignorant of the nuances of stone gambling. His sudden declaration struck her as utterly nonsensical. Mou found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Su Li's retort, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, his knowledge of stone gambling was scant. Yet, he was acutely aware that his ability to see through the stone was infallible. This raw stone truly harbored no jade. "Su, I just feel that this raw stone seems rather off," Mou attempted to explain. But his words came across as feeble and unconvincing. Su Li paid him no heed, instead turning her attention back to haggling with the vendor. She deemed Mou's comments as baseless conjectures, unworthy of consideration. In her understanding, stone gambling relied on experience, keen eyesight, and luck, rather than unfounded imagination. Standing by, Mou watched in distress as Su Li insisted on purchasing the stone. He yearned to disclose his extraordinary ability to see within the stone, but he knew that revealing such a fantastical skill would only brand him a madman, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. "Su, truly, this raw stone is not worth it." Mou persisted, his voice tinged with resignation. Su Li, however, merely waved her hand in impatience. "Enough, I know what I'm doing." She had nearly settled on a price with the vendor, ready to finalize the purchase of the raw stone. Mou helplessly observed as Suli completed the transaction, acquiring the utterly worthless stone. His heart brimmed with a sense of helplessness and apprehension, unsure of the course to take. Soon after, Suli retrieved her bank card from her sleek black purse and swiftly completed the payment on the card machine, effortlessly parting with 50,000 yuan for the jade-less raw stone. For her, stone gambling was inherently a venture fraught with risks and excitement. Armed with years of accumulated experience and a discerning eye, she firmly believed in her judgment. Mou's objections could not sway her resolve. "Vendor, please cut it open right here," Suli calmly instructed the vendor, her expression serene yet subtly imbued with anticipation. In the world of stone gambling, tales of fortune and misfortune unfold daily. Suli yearned for this occasion to yield a stunning piece of jade, to supply her company with high-quality jade for the next quarter's jewelry line. The vendor, with a beaming smile, nodded enthusiastically. "Certainly, beautiful, please wait a moment. I'll get it done for you." As he spoke, he quickly signaled to his assistant, who lifted the raw stone to the nearby cutting machine. The moment the cutting machine roared to life, it emitted a sharp buzzing sound, drawing an eager crowd that quickly surrounded the spectacle, everyone craning their necks, impatient to witness this thrilling moment. Mou stood to the side, grappling with a tumult of emotions as he gazed at the raw stone poised for cutting. He was acutely aware that the stone held no jade. However, no matter how fervently he tried to persuade Suli, she remained impervious to his counsel. He was torn between concern for Suli's potential loss and the frustration of being unable to reveal his secret of possessing a discerning eye. At that moment, he could only sigh inwardly and silently observe the unfolding events. The skilled stone cutter adeptly adjusted the position of the cutting machine, aligning the cold blade with the rough stone. As the machine whirred to life, the blade gradually penetrated the stone, the hard material grinding against the sharp edge, sending a flurry of fine stone shavings into the air, which was suffused with a subtle scent of stone dust. Suli's gaze remained fixated on the cutting machine, her eyes betraying a mix of tension and excitement. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her mind was awash with visions of the jade that might emerge, the vibrant green hue, the ethereal beauty of the flowing patterns. She was resolute in her belief that her instincts were infallible, certain that the rough stone concealed jade within. As the cutting deepened, the stone was gradually cleaved in two. Chapter 4. A bargain for a piece of jadeite rough. The crowd's gaze was instantaneously drawn to the freshly cut surface, yet what met their eyes was a dull, grayish stone, devoid of any trace of jadeite. A collective sigh of disappointment swept through the onlookers. None had anticipated that this highly anticipated rough stone would turn out to be an empty shell. How could this be? Suli's expression darkened. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at the severed raw stone, her eyes brimming with shock and confusion. She could not fathom how her assessment of the stone's skin suggested a high likelihood of jadeite, only to discover that her first cut yielded nothing. The vendor's demeanor shifted to one of awkwardness. He chuckled nervously, attempting to assuage the tension. "My dear, gambling on stones inherently involves risk. Perhaps the next cut will reveal something. Would you like to select another piece?" Ignoring the vendor, Suli's spirits plummeted. Losing 50,000 yuan not only pained her heart, but also cast doubt upon her judgment. Instinctively, she turned to Mou, who remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. "Mou, did you know this rough stone had no jadeite?" Suli's voice trembled slightly, a surge of curiosity compelling her to uncover why Mou seemed privy to this conclusion beforehand. Mou was taken aback by Suli's unexpected inquiry. His heart raced, and his mind raced to formulate a response. To admit foreknowledge would necessitate an explanation, yet revealing the secret of his X-ray vision could lead to dire consequences. I was also merely guessing." Mou hesitated momentarily before opting for concealment. Although the skin of this rough stone appeared promising, there was an underlying sense of unease, which is why I advised against purchasing it. I never anticipated my intuition would prove correct. Suli scrutinized Mou, her gaze laced with skepticism. His response seemed somewhat contrived, yet she struggled to find grounds for rebuttal. With a resigned sigh, she turned to the vendor, instructing, "Please wrap up the stone. I shall take it home." Despite the absence of jadeite, her desire to analyze the rough stone further and discern where her judgment had faltered remained resolute. The vendor promptly complied, carefully wrapping the severed stone and presenting it to Suli. Taking possession of the rough stone, she addressed Mou, "Let us be on our way." Thus, Suli continued to peruse the surrounding stalls, her gaze sharp and discerning, akin to a seasoned hunter, leaving no potential jadeite-bearing rough stone unexamined. Mou followed closely behind, discreetly employing his X-ray vision to scrutinize the surrounding stones. Eventually, Suli halted before a particular rough stone, crouching slightly to gently caress its coarse surface. Her eyes shimmering with exhilaration, she meticulously observed the surface characteristics of the raw stone, drawing upon her years of accumulated experience and unique insight within the jade industry. It did not take long for her to identify this particular piece, firmly believing that it harbored jade within. "How much for this raw stone?" Suli inquired. Rising to face the vendor, her voice imbued with confidence and decisiveness. The vendor, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a face etched with wrinkles, grinned widely, revealing a set of somewhat uneven teeth. "My dear, you truly possess a discerning eye. This raw stone was sourced from an old market. It's worth at least this amount." He then raised 3 fingers in a gesture. 30,000? Suli raised an eyebrow, internally assessing the stone's worth. No. It's 300,000, the vendor chuckled, his expression revealing a hint of cunning. Suli furrowed her brow, aware that the vendor was significantly inflating the price. "Sir, your asking price seems rather high. While this raw stone appears promising, it surely cannot be valued at 300,000. As Suli engaged in haggling with the vendor, Mou stood nearby, employing his unique vision to scrutinize the raw stone Suli had chosen. Through his extraordinary perspective, the stone's interior appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of any trace of jade. A sense of urgency gripped him, prompting him to speak. "Miss Su, perhaps we should consider a different raw stone." Surprised, Suli turned to Mou, her expression one of confusion as she slightly furrowed her brow. "This raw stone should contain jade. Why should we switch?" Mou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could not reveal the secret of his extraordinary vision. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "It's just a feeling." Upon uttering this, he felt a lack of conviction in his own words. Suli scrutinized Mou with a discerning gaze and slowly replied, "Sometimes intuition is not always reliable." In her view, the gamble of jade raw stones relied on extensive experience and professional judgment, rather than ephemeral intuition. She was confident in her assessment. The stone's surface characteristics and market features convinced her that jade lay within. Seeing that he could not sway Suli's decision, Mou resigned himself to silence, sighing inwardly. Suli turned back to continue her negotiations with the vendor. After a spirited exchange of words, they ultimately settled on a price of 200,000. The vendor, beaming with satisfaction, carefully wrapped the raw stone and handed it to Suli. As she accepted the stone, a smile of satisfaction graced her face. She believed wholeheartedly in her judgment, certain that this raw stone would yield delightful surprises. "Mou, once we cut this stone, you will see that my assessment was correct," Suli confidently declared. Mou managed a forced smile but remained silent. He understood that when the stone was cut, Suli might face great disappointment. Yet, he recognized that at this moment, nothing he could say would alter the outcome. They could only wait for the truth to reveal itself. The two of them, clutching the raw stone, made their way to a nearby cutting station. The stone cutter, a burly man with calloused hands, skillfully secured the raw stone in the cutting machine, preparing to commence the intricate process of slicing. Surrounding individuals drew near, their curiosity piqued by the raw stone poised to unveil its secrets. An atmosphere thick with tension and excitement enveloped the air. The grinding wheel of the stone cutting machine began to spin rapidly, emitting a sharp, grating sound, accompanied by a swirl of dust as the stone was gradually sliced open. Suli's gaze was fixated on the machine, her hands instinctively clenching, her heart brimming with anticipation. However, at the very moment the stone was fully cleaved, her complexion drained of color. Within the stone's interior lay, as Mou had envisioned, a dull gray devoid of any trace of jade. How could this be possible? Suli murmured in disbelief, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of loss and confusion. Chapter 5. Within this rough stone, there ought to be jade. Mou stood beside, observing Suli's despondent demeanor, feeling a twinge of compassion in his heart, yet he was at a loss for how to console her. He had anticipated this outcome long before, but was powerless to avert it. In this moment, he could only silently wish for Suli to recover swiftly from this setback. Suli stood listlessly by the jade cutting machine, her gaze fixated on the severed stone, as if time itself had frozen. The crowd around them gradually dispersed, each person departing with their own hopes or disappointments, embarking on the next unpredictable gamble of stones. However, Suli felt utterly drained, her entire being immobilized, her complexion as pale as the remnants of snow in winter. "Mou, I should have trusted your intuition." Suli's voice trembled, a sigh that seemed to emanate from the depths of her soul, imbued with boundless regret and self-reproach. Her slightly trembling hand gently brushed her forehead, attempting to quell the tumultuous emotions within, her eyes reflecting profound pain and unwillingness. The 200,000 yuan represented for her not merely a financial loss, but a severe blow to her professional insight and judgment. She had always prided herself on her experience and acumen in the jade industry, yet now, this dull, unremarkable stone, devoid of any jade-like qualities, felt like a resounding slap across her face. Memories of selecting the stone replayed incessantly in her mind, and Mou's words of caution echoed in her ears. How she wished she had heeded his advice back then. Countless times, she lamented in her heart, each recollection akin to salt upon a wound, rendering her utterly desolate. At this moment, her heart was a cacophony of emotions, alongside the sorrow of lost wealth. There was a deep-seated frustration at her own blind confidence, and a sense of guilt towards Mou. Standing beside her, Mou couldn't bear to see her in such despair. He took a small step closer, speaking softly, "Sue, it's all right. This is merely a minor setback. In the world of stone gambling, who hasn't misjudged at some point? Let us persevere. Perhaps next time we shall strike jade." His voice was low and soothing, like a gentle spring breeze, aiming to dissipate the gloom that enveloped Su Li's heart. Slowly, she turned to face him, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and helplessness, resembling an injured fawn. Yet, the loss of 200,000 yuan felt insurmountable. "It's all gone, just like that," she uttered, her tone laden with reluctance, her eyes slightly reddening. The wealth she had painstakingly accumulated had vanished in an instant due to her stubbornness. Mou sighed softly. Comprehending Su Li's emotions, anyone in her position would feel an acute pain facing such a loss. Frowning slightly, he pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, "Sue, gambling stones is inherently a dance of risk and opportunity. Though we have lost 200,000, we have gained invaluable experience, enabling us to make more astute judgments in the future. Moreover, look around. The market is brimming with opportunities. We cannot allow this single defeat to debilitate us." As he spoke, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon Su Li, endeavoring to convey strength to her. Listening to Mou's words, Su Li felt a subtle stirring within her heart. She silently nodded, as if rallying her own spirit, and simultaneously responding to Mou's encouragement. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm herself and declared, "You are right, Mou. I cannot be so easily defeated. Let us continue our search. I refuse to believe that we cannot encounter even a single jadeite today." A flicker of determination reignited in her eyes, though faint. It resembled a guiding light illuminating her somewhat shadowed heart. Observing Su Li's resurgence, Mou felt a wave of relief wash over him. A faint smile graced his lips as he said, "That's the spirit, General Su. I have faith in your discernment and in our fortune. Perhaps the next raw stone we find will be a jadeite of immeasurable value." His words brimmed with optimism and hope, gradually soothing Su Li's spirits. The two once more navigated the bustling market, where the raw stones shimmered with a mysterious glow beneath the sunlight. Although a trace of disappointment lingered in Su Li's gaze, it was overshadowed by a sense of resolve and anticipation. She meticulously examined each raw stone, her powerful flashlight sweeping across their surfaces, attempting to discern any subtle hints of jadeite within the intricate textures and skins. Mou quietly accompanied her, occasionally offering his insights and suggestions. Despite possessing the gift of X-ray vision, he refrained from directly revealing to Su Li which stone contained jadeite. He understood that she needed more than mere answers. She required the opportunity to regain her confidence and courage through this journey. Continuing their exploration amidst the throngs of people, Su Li and Mou's eyes flitted from one stall's raw stones to another. As they walked, Mou discreetly employed his X-ray vision to scan the surrounding stones. Those seemingly ordinary rocks lay bare within his unique perspective, their internal structures fully revealed. Soon, his attention was captivated by a particular raw stone, which, under the scrutiny of his enhanced vision, radiated an alluring emerald glow, characteristic of high-quality jadeite. A surge of joy filled his heart, yet his exterior remained composed. He approached the stone nonchalantly, his steps deliberately casual to avoid drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon reaching the raw stone, he crouched slightly and gently caressed its surface, the rough texture transmitting through his fingertips, while his focus remained wholly absorbed in the entrancing green hue within. Su Li had been closely observing Mou's actions, and, noticing his initiative to touch this raw stone, a wave of curiosity surged within her. She hurried to his side, and, her gaze fixed upon the stone, inquired, "Mou, do you believe this raw stone contains jadeite?" Her eyes shimmered with anticipation. The previous failure in gambling for stones had reshaped her perception of Mou's intuition. And in this moment, she was more inclined to trust his judgment. Mou rose to his feet, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. He nodded thoughtfully and declared, "My intuition suggests that this raw stone harbors jade within." His tone was resolute, and his gaze conveyed unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Suli exhibited no hesitation. She decisively proclaimed, "Then I shall purchase it." Her voice rang clear and bright, imbued with an undeniable assertiveness. Having endured the setbacks of the past, she found herself placing greater trust in MOU's instincts, prompting her to make this swift decision. "Boss, how much for this raw stone?" Suli inquired, turning to the vendor, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chapter 6. The Green Jadeite. The stall owner was a diminutive, lean, and efficient middle-aged man, with a broad grin. He revealed a set of teeth stained yellow from years of smoking. "My dear lady, you possess an exceptional eye. This raw stone was procured from an old site, and it does not come cheap. A firm price of 500,000. His voice was sharp, cutting through the din of the bustling market like a knife. 500,000. Suli furrowed her brow, mentally calculating. She recognized that the stall owner was grossly inflating his price. The market for raw stones was notoriously volatile, and the gamble of stone betting inherently fraught with uncertainty. Prices often fluctuated based on the seller's judgment and the buyer's demand. "Sir, your price is exceedingly high. I would say at most 200,000. Suli asserted herself in the negotiation. Having navigated the jade industry for many years, she possessed a fair degree of expertise regarding the pricing of raw stones. 200,000? My dear lady, your bargaining is rather ruthless," the stall owner exclaimed dramatically, feigning a pained expression. "I invested a significant amount in this raw stone. I cannot part with it for less than 400,000. As he spoke, he scrutinized Suli's expression, attempting to gauge her psychological price point. Suli glanced at MOU, her eyes conveying a subtle inquiry. MOU nodded slightly, indicating she could negotiate further. Understanding his unspoken message, Suli resolutely stated, "Sir, 30,000 is my utmost limit. If you find that acceptable, we can conclude the deal. If not, then so be it." Her tone was unwavering, devoid of any hint of retreat. The stall owner hesitated, his face reflecting a conflict of emotions. He lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, then raised his head to meet Suli's eyes. "Very well, seeing your sincerity, 30,000 it is. I shall sell it to you." Though he feigned reluctance, inwardly he felt fortunate to have encountered a decisive buyer. A satisfied smile illuminated Suli's face as she retrieved her checkbook from her bag, swiftly filling out a check for 30,000 and handing it to the stall owner. He accepted the check, scrutinizing it carefully, and upon confirming its validity, a radiant smile broke across his face. "My dear lady, I wish you the best of luck. May you uncover splendid jade." As he spoke, he enthusiastically assisted Suli in transferring the raw stone onto a nearby cart. MOU. "This time it all hinges on your intuition," Suli remarked, turning to him with gratitude and anticipation in her gaze. "If we indeed discover jade, you shall be the true hero." Her voice carried a hint of excitement, and the thought of slicing into the raw stone quickened her heartbeat. MOU chuckled softly, replying, "President Sue, I too hope this raw stone brings us a delightful surprise." In his heart, he was already convinced that high-quality jade lay within, but he refrained from displaying his certainty, silently yearning for the moment that would unveil the stone's secrets and present Suli with an extraordinary revelation. Together, Suli and MOU pushed the raw stone, gradually making their way toward the stone-cutting area. The raw stone lay steadily upon the cart, its rough exterior glistening with an ancient hue under the sunlight. It appeared unremarkable, yet seemed to harbor boundless possibilities, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Among the crowd, some halted in their tracks, their eyes brimming with curiosity and inquiry, as if yearning to unveil the secrets concealed within this stone. Others whispered amongst themselves, gesturing towards the raw stone while speculating in hushed tones whether it might conceal a jade of immense value. Suli walked alongside the cart, her gaze fixed intently on the stone. Her hands instinctively tightened around the edge of the cart, her fingertips turning pale with tension. At that moment, her heart raced, her mind conjuring various images of what might unfold once the stone was cleaved open. Both anticipation and trepidation surged within her. She hoped, as MOU had suggested, that it contained high-quality jade, a fortune sufficient to compensate for her previous loss in gambling on stones. Yet, she feared the possibility of disappointment, which would not only inflict a monetary blow but also severely undermine her confidence. MOU trailed beside Suli, his expression outwardly calm, possessing the gift of insight. He was already aware of the stone's internal condition. He occasionally glanced at Suli, longing to offer her words of comfort, yet felt that any utterance at that moment would be ineffectual. leaving him to silently pray for a favorable outcome. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they finally arrived at the stone-cutting area. The cacophony of machinery filled the air, mingling with the scent of dust and oil. Skilled cutters deftly operated the machines, slicing open raw stones amidst the cheers and sighs of onlookers, some striking it rich overnight, while others faced ruin. Su Li and Mou paused at a cutting stall, where various models of cutting machines were displayed, surrounded by heaps of discarded stone remnants. The cutter was a burly middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time, and his hands rough and strong, clearly a veteran of this trade. "Sir, could you please assist us in cutting this raw stone?" Su Li approached politely, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The cutter raised his head, surveying them, and then the stone on the cart. A broad smile broke across his face, revealing teeth stained yellow by smoke. "All right, you two can bring the stone over." His voice was hearty and resonant. Mou lifted the stone from the cart and placed it on the workbench of the cutting machine. The cutter circled the stone, scrutinizing its surface, gently tapping it before illuminating it with a bright flashlight, seemingly searching for the optimal cutting position. "From here seems to be the most suitable point to cut." He indicated a spot on the stone. However, with stone gambling, nothing is certain. The outcome could vary greatly, so prepare yourselves mentally. A hint of gravity lingered in his gaze, for he had witnessed the myriad reactions of buyers after the unveiling of their stones. Su Li inhaled deeply and nodded. "Master, please proceed. We understand." She turned to glance at Mou, her eyes brimming with trust. Mou offered Su Li an encouraging glance, signaling her to remain composed. The master gem cutter adjusted the position of the cutting machine and activated it, as the grinding wheel began to spin rapidly, emitting a sharp sound of friction. As the wheel gradually penetrated the raw stone, a cloud of dust erupted, filling the air. Su Li and Mou fixated intently on the machine, scarcely daring to breathe, while the onlookers gathered closely, holding their breath in anticipation of witnessing a moment of wonder. Time seemed to freeze at that instant, each second stretching into eternity. Finally, the master gem cutter halted the machine and cautiously separated the cut stone. In that fleeting moment, a radiant emerald light emanated from within the stone, gleaming brilliantly under the sun's rays. It was jade, and of the highest quality green jade. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chapter 7. Will this jadeite sell for 3 million? Su Li's eyes widened as she gazed at the jadeite before her, tears of excitement shimmering in her eyes. She turned to Mou, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Mou, you were absolutely right. We have succeeded." Her face radiated joy, and in that moment, all her tension and worries melted away into an ocean of elation. Mou looked at Su Li, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. With a smile, he replied, "Congratulations, Su. This is all due to our fortunate circumstances." In the stone-cutting area, gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd, all eyes fixated on the freshly cut stone emanating an enchanting emerald glow. Su Li stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide, fixated on the invaluable green jadeite before her. Her breath came in rapid, heavy gasps, her chest heaving as if she could hardly believe the reality unfolding before her. After what felt like an eternity, Su Li slowly turned her head to look at Mou, who wore a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction and joy. In an instant, tears brimmed in Su Li's eyes, the emotional wellspring threatening to spill over. In the next moment, she reached out with both hands, gripping Mou's tightly, her excitement causing them to tremble slightly. "Mou, you are the cornerstone of our company's success. When we return, I shall promote and reward you." Su Li's voice quivered with emotion, nearly breaking into sobs. Her gaze was filled with gratitude and admiration, as if Mou were an invincible hero in her eyes. "Do you realize this jade is worth at least several million? Today, we have struck gold," she declared, shaking Mou's hand vigorously, eager to convey her overwhelming exhilaration. Mou, taken aback by Su Li's sudden display of affection, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. He cleared his throat gently, attempting to regain his composure. "Su, I was merely fortunate. I happened to guess correctly," he said, his tone warm and humble, unaffected by her praise. "What good fortune? This is entirely your achievement." Su Li vehemently refused to accept Mou's modesty, her gaze unwavering and fervent. "Without you, I would never have purchased this rough stone. Nor would I be experiencing this delight. Your instincts are astonishing. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." As she spoke, her grip tightened even more, as though fearing Mou might suddenly vanish. The crowd around them cast envious glances, marveling at the fortune of Su Li and Mou. Whispers began to circulate. "This young man is remarkable. He can select a rough stone and unveil such high-quality jadeite. He is a true genius in the art of stone gambling. Indeed, it seems this beautiful lady is destined to strike it rich. Having such an employee is truly a blessing. These murmurs reached Su Li and Mou's ears, further illuminating Su Li's radiant countenance, while Mou shyly lowered his gaze. Su Li turned to the stoneworker, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Master, I cannot thank you enough. Your craftsmanship is unparalleled." The gem master smiled and waved his hand, saying, "This is not my concern. It is merely your good fortune to have selected a fine piece of rough stone. Congratulations." A smile adorned the gem master's face as well. Su Li cautiously picked up the jade, cradling it in her hands and examining it closely. The jade shimmered under the sunlight, emanating a brilliant glow, its rich green hue seemingly a masterpiece of nature itself. Su Li's eyes were filled with enchantment as she gently caressed the surface of the jade, savoring its warmth and smoothness. "Mou, look at this jade." "It is simply exquisite," Su Li whispered, her voice brimming with adoration and admiration for the stone. Mou leaned in closer, gazing at the jade, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. Such high-quality jade is rare. Su, what do you plan to do with this piece?" Su Li furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "Given the exceptional quality of this jade, I intend to seek out the finest artisan to carve it into a stunning piece of jewelry. Then, it will be unveiled as the centerpiece at our company's next product launch. I believe it will create quite a stir." A glimmer of confidence and anticipation sparkled in Su Li's eyes, as if she could already envision the astonished expressions of the audience at the launch event. "Su, your idea is brilliant," Mou exclaimed wholeheartedly. "With this jade paired with your creativity and our brand, it is destined to become a timeless masterpiece." Su Li gazed at Mou, warmth swelling in her heart. She recognized that the success of this stone gamble was greatly attributed to Mou's assistance. Mou had not only instilled in her confidence and courage, but had also made the right judgment at a crucial moment. "Rest assured, Mou, upon returning, I will reward you handsomely. A promotion and raise are merely the first steps. There will be even more significant tasks entrusted to you in the future," Su Li stated with determination and strength. Mou looked at Su Li with gratitude, replying, "Thank you for your trust, Su. I will certainly work diligently to meet your expectations." In the gem inspection area, the freshly cut green jade in Su Li's hands resembled a radiant star, instantly capturing the attention of all around. The jade's texture was warm and delicate, its color vibrant and bright, radiating an enchanting emerald glow under the gentle caress of sunlight. The surrounding crowd seemed drawn by an invisible force, swiftly converging to encircle Su Li and Mou. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the throng, with greedy and fervent gazes fixated on the jade in Su Li's hands. Just as the onlookers were immersed in the jade's stunning beauty, a tall, well-dressed middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. His eyes sparkled with the shrewdness and urgency characteristic of a businessman, and without hesitation, he inquired, "Miss, are you selling that green jade? I'll offer 3 million. His voice resonated clearly in the noisy environment, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples across the surface. "I'll offer 4 million. Almost simultaneously, a slightly sharp voice called out from the back of the crowd. The crowd turned in unison, revealing a tall, slender young man standing there, his face betraying a blend of apprehension and exhilaration, his hands trembling ever so slightly, as if fearing he might lag behind in the bidding. "I bid 4,500,000, he proclaimed. Immediately, a robust middle-aged woman, adorned in opulent attire and draped in a substantial gold necklace, countered with equal fervor. Her gaze exuded an unmistakable dominance, as though declaring to all present her unwavering intent to possess the jadeite. The price soared relentlessly, igniting the crowd's fervor further. Each increment in the bid felt like a fierce contest, the air thick with palpable tension. Su Li found herself somewhat bewildered by the sudden escalation of the auction. Instinctively clutching the jadeite in her hand, her heart a tumultuous blend of astonishment and joy. Chapter 8. 5 million, no more to her astonishment. The emerald garnered such widespread admiration, its worth far exceeding her expectations. However, she found herself in a quandary. She had initially intended to transform the emerald into exquisite jewelry for her company's product launch, yet now, faced with such a lofty offer, she found it difficult to make a decision. Standing beside Su Li, Mou observed the complex emotions flitting across her face and gently remarked, "President Su, do not rush. Take your time to consider. This emerald belongs to you, and the decision lies solely in your hands." His voice was steady and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze that alleviated some of Su Li's inner turmoil. Turning to MOU, Su Li's gaze reflected profound trust. She inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and then said, "Thank you, MOU. I now know what I must do." She raised her chin, her eyes sweeping over the crowd of bidders, and with a polite smile, declared, "I appreciate everyone's admiration for this emerald. However, I regret to inform you that I do not intend to sell it at this time." Her voice was clear and resolute, carrying far amidst the clamor. Upon hearing Su Li's response, a collective sigh of disappointment rippled through the crowd. The middle-aged woman who had placed the highest bid wore a frown and remarked, "My dear, you must think this through. $4,500,000 is no trifling sum. If you let this opportunity slip by, you may never encounter such a price again." Her tone hinted at an underlying threat, attempting to sway Su Li's decision. Yet, Su Li remained unfazed. She courteously replied, "I appreciate your concern, but this emerald represents more than mere merchandise to me. It embodies a rare opportunity. I have my own plans, and I hope you can understand." Her eyes conveyed confidence and determination, impressing upon the onlookers her resolve. The middle-aged man who had bid $3 million was not ready to concede defeat. He stepped forward, saying, "My dear, how about this? Reconsider, and I can raise my offer by $50,000, making it $5 million, a truly enticing price." His face was adorned with a smile, attempting to sway Su Li with the lure of wealth. Su Li shook her head, resolutely declining, "I sincerely apologize, but regardless of the amount offered, I will not sell for now. This emerald has a more significant purpose for me." Her tone was firm and unwavering, as the crowd witnessed Su Li's steadfastness. They recognized that further bidding would be futile, and they dispersed with a sense of resignation. Gradually, the crowd thinned, and the bustling atmosphere of the rough stone area returned. Yet the emerald in Su Li's possession remained the focal point of many hearts. Turning to MOU, Su Li smiled and said, "MOU, I am grateful for your presence. It has allowed me to maintain my composure. Without you, I might have been swept away by the allure of that high price." Her eyes sparkled with appreciation and contentment. MOU smiled back, saying, "President Su, this is your astute decision. The value of this emerald lies not merely in its price, but in the developmental opportunities it can bring to the company. I am confident that your plans will yield tremendous success." His voice resonated with encouragement and anticipation. Su Li nodded, clutching the piece of jadeite tightly, while the gazes directed at her felt like countless fine needles piercing the back of her neck, causing it to burn, yet she remained unfazed. Subsequently, MOU followed her as they continued to select rough stones. Suddenly, Su Li halted before a stall draped in oilcloth. The stall owner was a wrinkled old man, with stone dust embedded beneath his fingernails. At the center of the stall lay a rough stone the size of a football, its surface adorned with variegated python stripes, glinting rust red in the sunlight. Su Li crouched down, her fingertips gliding over the protruding patterns of the stone's skin. 3 years prior, she had encountered similar python stripes at an old mine site. The jadeite extracted then had turned the company's fortunes around. MOU. Look at the direction of these python stripes. Before she could finish, she caught sight of the old man's murky eyes suddenly brightening. A frown creased her brow as she realized her eagerness might give her away to the stall owner. Hearing her, MOU activated his X-ray vision, which penetrated the rough stone skin, revealing an internal structure that unfurled in his mind like a 3D map within the grayish quartzite layers. Not a trace of green mist could be found. He crouched down to shield the old man's view, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the surface of the rough stone. "Su, let us choose a different piece." "Why?" Su Li's nails scraped softly against the stone's skin as she expressed her confusion. "Intuition," MOU replied, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. He would not divulge to Su Li that he possessed X-ray vision. Su Li pondered as she observed the shadow cast by MOU's eyelashes. "All right, I'll trust your judgment." She nodded. MOU exhaled in relief, his gaze sweeping over the corner of the stall. There, a basketball-sized rough stone was encased in a layer of grayish-white wax, its surface sparsely dotted with honeycomb-like depressions. The moment his X-ray vision penetrated the stone shell, he felt his heartbeat falter. A vibrant, living green flowed within. "Shall we try this one?" He nudged the rough stone casually. The old man's drooping eyelids snapped open. Upon hearing this, Su Li crouched down, her knees pressed against the uneven concrete floor. The beam from a powerful flashlight danced across the wax shell, tracing the serpentine python stripes, causing her pupils to constrict sharply. "This python stripe, yes. We'll buy this one." Su Li suddenly stood up straight, her shoes scraping against the rough concrete. A few onlookers, drawn by the commotion, leaned in closer, some taking out their phones to record the moment. Then, Sully turned her gaze toward the old man squatting behind the stall. He was puffing on a pipe, the crevices of his wrinkles filled with years of stone dust. "Boss, the wax shell on this rough stone is far too new." Sully scrutinized the old man closely, testing the waters. "How about this? 50,000, and it's yours. Let us be friends." She rummaged through her bag for a checkbook, the pen poised over the paper. The old man, hand clutching the pipe, trembled violently, his murky eyes widening in disbelief as the pipe nearly slipped from his lips. "Little girl, that price doesn't even cover the shipping costs from the market." His voice boomed above the clamor of the marketplace, attracting even more curious glances. "Last month, I was in Rueli." As Sully began to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by the old man. "This is Rueli," he exclaimed, tapping the raw stone with his pipe. "This material just arrived from the old Myanmar. At least 200,000, not a cent less." Sully pushed the checkbook forward. 80,000 with the transfer papers. 150,000. The old man stood his ground. "It's exceedingly difficult to find Python material nowadays. Just ask those around you." 90,000. Sully opened a new page and added, along with that box of scrap in the corner. She pointed to a wooden box covered with black cloth. The old man's pipe struck the ground with force. "The scraps are reserved for loyal customers." Reserved for loyal customers, yet still concealed? Sully chuckled, her pen tapping a rhythm on the paper. 100,000. Any more, and I shall not purchase. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. The old man stared intently at the checkbook in her hand, beads of his abacus clicking back and forth. In the distance, cheers erupted from a successful stone unveiling, mingling with the crowd's astonishment. Finally, the old man tucked his pipe into his waistband and said, "Write the receipt." Chapter 9. Zhengyang Green. Sully pressed the check onto the wooden table of the stall, marking that the waste materials were included. Mo thoughtfully handed over a bottle of mineral water, droplets cascading down the bottle and landing on the receipt. The old man muttered as he retrieved his reading glasses, his pen hovering over the paper for a moment before he began to write. As Mo lifted the raw stone, Sully glanced back at the old man, then followed Mo towards the stone processing area. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd gradually faded into the background. Within the steel-framed shelter of the processing area, the air was thick with the scent of machine oil and stone dust, the hum of the cutting machine mingling with intermittent gasps and sighs. Sully and Mo located the cutter from before. "Master Zhang, a regular customer," Sully remarked, pushing the raw stone onto the cutting machine's platform, where remnants of jade fragments glimmered under the light. The cutter, adorned with protective goggles, glanced at the mottled python skin on the wax shell, his throat constricting as he spoke. "Is it a rough piece?" Sully nodded in affirmation. "Let's cut a small window," she suggested. The cutter acknowledged her with a nod, and the diamond blade of the cutting machine roared to life. As sparks flew, Mo noticed flecks of fluorescent green amidst the stone dust, evidence of the wax being scorched by intense heat. The master's deft hands maneuvered the blade along the chalk lines he had previously drawn. Suddenly, a stir arose from the onlookers. Several brokers squeezed in from a neighboring stall, their phones flashing through the gaps of the steel frame. Mo suddenly inched closer to Sully, as the mist from the cutting machine sprayed the surface of the raw stone. Gasps erupted when the first glimpse of green emerged. "Zhengyang Green," someone exclaimed. Sully felt her temples pulse, her gaze fixated on the vibrant green that seemed poised to drip. Yet, she heard Mo whisper in her ear, "Steady, the crack is at 3 centimeters." At the moment the master adjusted the cutting angle, Mo's nails dug deeply into his palm. His penetrating vision clearly traced the internal fissures, spreading like a spider's web towards the jade's core. When the blade re-entered, he could almost hear the subtle sound of stress relief within the jade. As the stone skin flaked away, the entire piece of Zhengyang Green was fully revealed under the light, yet a crack, as wide as a fingernail, lay starkly across its midsection. "What a pity," lamented a voice from the crowd. However, Sully noted that Mo's tense shoulders suddenly relaxed. She took out a magnifying glass, bringing it close to the jade's surface, and under the beam of a powerful flashlight, the crystalline edges of the crack shimmered with an unusual luster. "Master, slice along the crack," she suddenly instructed. The cutting machine roared back to life, and as the steel blade pierced the jade, the entire processing area seemed to hold its breath. Mo's penetrating vision pierced through the splashing mist, observing the green on either side of the crack flowing like a living entity. When the final jade slice landed on the tray, he heard Sully's sharp intake of breath. The natural patterns formed by the crack resembled the winding paths of galaxies in the cosmos. "This piece of jade can be made into jewelry." Sully's fingertips grazed the jade surface. Let us use the crack to create a nebula. As she turned to MOU, her hair tips dusted with stone powder, the gathered brokers suddenly erupted in excitement. Some individuals held their phones aloft, broadcasting live, while others began to quietly appraise the value of the gemstone. Boss, is this piece for sale? The cutter, having removed his protective goggles, was at a loss for words, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. However, Suli was already gathering the fragments, the jade scraps producing a melodious clinking sound as they collided. She placed the largest shard into a velvet pouch. Not for sale. The incandescent lights in the stone cutting area buzzed ominously above, the radiant green light reflecting off the jade's fractured surface dazzling the onlookers. As Suli wrapped the freshly cut jade in the velvet cloth, a crowd of 7 or 8 figures began to encircle her. The first to push forward was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his crocodile leather belt buckle glinting coldly in the light. Beautiful lady, 3 million. I want the whole piece. MOU stepped in front of her, blocking the man's advance. I apologize, but this piece is not for sale. Suli tucked the pouch closer to her, the sound of the velvet rubbing against itself mingling with the rising murmur of the crowd. 5 million. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from the back. A wealthy matron, her 10-centimeter heels clicking sharply against the floor, squeezed her way forward, the jade bracelet on her wrist chiming delicately. Little girl, flat rate, 550. Sell it to me. The motion of her pulling out a checkbook wafted the lingering notes of Chanel No. 5, clashing with the oily scent of the stone-cutting area. Suli frowned, gazing at the jade, now split in two within the pouch, her throat tightening. I truly won't sell. Young lady, don't be foolish. An elderly man, leaning on his eaten cane, parted the crowd, his murky eyes fixated on the pouch in her arms. Last month, similar colored jade at the auction fetched a 9-figure sum. Your piece. I said, it's not for sale. Suli raised her voice, but MOU suddenly grasped her wrist, warmth radiating through the fabric of her shirt. It was then she realized she had nearly backed into the cutting machine at work, stone shards flying perilously close to her ear. Amidst the commotion, a broker lunged for the pouch. MOU reacted swiftly, swatting the man's hand away. Everyone stepped back. MOU's voice carried a steely firmness. The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses pulled out a black card from his suit pocket. 8 million in cash. It can be in your account within 10 minutes. He deliberately waved the card in front of Suli, the embossed gold pattern reflecting light in a way that made her squint. Suli inhaled deeply, taking half a step back to lean against MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, I intend to take this piece back to create a new product for my company. She raised her phone, displaying the design sketch. The cracks will be transformed into a nebula, and the scraps will be inlaid to form a gimmick. The wealthy matron scoffed, interrupting. No design, no matter how beautiful, can compare to. I wager it can, Suli replied, locking eyes with the contemptuous woman, her nails digging into her palm. Yet she smiled boldly. I am betting on this layer of wax shell. The crowd fell into a brief silence. The elderly man furrowed his brow. The gold-rimmed glasses man tucked away his black card, producing a faint clicking sound. Subsequently, they did not press further. As Suli and MOU turned to leave, faint whispers trailed behind them. This woman has remarkable courage. She wouldn't sell even for 8 million. As the sun illuminated the verdant jade, fortune smiled upon them. After departing, the pair made their way to a nearby rice noodle shop. The clamor of the gambling street faded behind the wooden door of the establishment. As Suli pushed the door open, the fragrant steam of bone broth enveloped her senses. The shop was teeming with patrons who had just emerged from the gambling den, the clinking of coarse ceramic bowls mingling with lively conversations. MOU stepped aside to allow passage, his trousers brushing against the oil-stained edge of a table. 2 bowls of beef rice noodles, MOU announced at the counter. Suli discovered an empty corner, the bamboo chair creaking beneath her. She placed the bag containing the jade on her lap, her fellow diners casting fleeting glances before looking away. Such patrons, clutching treasures while dining, were a common sight in the shop. The rice noodles were swiftly served. Suli used her chopsticks to stir through the floating oil, the steam blurring her vision. MOU had already bowed his head, devouring his meal, the sounds of swallowing intermingled with the slurping of noodles. At the adjacent table, someone slammed their hand down in protest. Today is simply unlucky. I've already wagered 3,000 yuan and still haven't won any jade. Just as Suli lifted a mouthful of noodles, the door swung open abruptly. 3 men entered, their leather jackets dusted with stone powder. The leader scanned the room and strode directly towards Suli and MOU. My dear, shall we continue our conversation? He placed his car keys on the table, declaring, $10 million in cash, ready for immediate transfer. Chapter 10. $10 million in live transfers. MOU set down her chopsticks, leaning slightly forward. Sully pressed her knee against the bag, insisting, let S refrain from discussing business during mealtime. A lackey behind the man kicked aside a nearby stool. The metallic legs screeching against the floor, plunging the entire establishment into an abrupt silence, save for the simmering broth on the stove. Ladies and gentlemen. Sully raised her voice. I have alternative plans for this material. The man's gaze fixated on the bag resting on her lap, his breathing growing heavier. In the midst of this tense standoff, the call bell rang out suddenly. Number 27, rice noodles. The server's announcement shattered the silence. MOU stood to collect their order, the crimson oil in the ceramic bowl glistening under the lights. Seeing that Sully was unwilling to sell, the man ultimately turned and departed. The restaurant buzzed back to life. Sully exhaled in relief. The noodles had grown lukewarm. MOU silently pushed her bowl towards her, steam once again wafting upwards. Outside, the bustling gambling Stone Street remained lively, neon signs casting dappled shadows on the glass. Upon finishing their meal, a long queue formed at the cash register. Sully reached for her wallet, only to find that MOU had already paid. The two navigated through the crowd and stepped outside, the night breeze dispersing the lingering scent of noodles. The clamor of the gambling Stone Street surged once more. A cacophony of hawkers, cutting machines, and heated debates intertwining. Sully clutched her bag tightly, following MOU as they melded into the night. The neon tubes flickered above the gambling stone market's steel framework, and Sully glanced at her watch, noting the luminous hands creeping past 10 o'clock. The throngs had thinned. With only a few brokers hurrying by, clutching raw stones, the sound of their shoes crunching over gravel echoing in the empty alley. MOU. Let us head back to the office. It's quite late. She tightened her coat collar, the velvet bag pressing against her abdomen through the fabric. The daytime din of bidding seemed to linger in her ears, while the cutting machines in the stone processing area had long fallen silent, leaving only the sizzling sounds from street vendors wafting from around the corner. MOU nodded in agreement. And together they turned past a corner adorned with wholesale fabric light boxes, the rust on the market's iron gates reflecting a grayish hue in the moonlight. A Maybach sat quietly beneath a sycamore tree. Sully settled into the driver's seat, the leather creaking softly. MOU swiftly fastened her seatbelt. As the engine rumbled to life, she caught a glimpse of him reaching to adjust the passenger seat. The car glided over the speed bumps, the jade inside the bag gently swaying. Sully tightened her grip on the steering wheel, the streetlights casting fleeting shadows across MOU's face. His gaze serene as he stared out the window. 20 minutes later, the glass facade of the company building glimmered coldly in the night. Sully swiped her access card at the underground parking entrance, the sensor lights illuminating. Subsequently, they parked the car in the garage, preparing to take the elevator back to the office. As the elevator ascended, the blue glow of the digital display revealed their weary silhouettes, with remnants of rice noodle shop spice clinging to MOU's shoulder. The automatic door of the top-floor office slid open, enveloping them in the residual warmth of the central air conditioning, mingled with the scent of coffee. Sully pressed the main control switch, and the crystal chandelier responded, casting countless reflections on the polished marble floor. The office area was deserted, the design department's drawing board still displaying unfinished sketches, and the sales department's whiteboard bore traces of the morning meeting's notes. I'll go brew a cup of tea. MOU navigated around the conference table cluttered with emerald samples and made his way to the tea room. As the rich aroma of pu'er tea wafted through the air, Sully had already placed 2 pieces beneath the appraisal lamp. MOU offered her a magnifying glass, the metallic frame still warm to the touch. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the rhythmic ticking of the clock and the gentle sound of tea being poured. Outside, the city lights gradually dimmed, and as Sully rubbed her aching neck and fiddled with the magnifying glass, she caught a glimpse of MOU's fingers, their joints pale as he folded the blueprints. Shall we go out for a late-night snack? The words slipped out unexpectedly, and she felt her ears flush with heat. MOU's movements paused midair. Yes, he nodded. As the sensor lights in the underground garage flickered to life, Sully reached for the car door handle, only to find MOU's coat draped over her shoulders. It's a bit chilly, he remarked, his voice brushing past her earlobe, infused with the scents of cutting machinery and soap pots. The rearview mirror of the car reflected their close silhouettes, and as Sully started the engine, she realized the seat had been adjusted closer without her noticing. When the Maybach rolled over a speed bump, she heard MOU discreetly move the seat back again. Soon, they arrived at the night market barbecue street. Is this the place? Sully turned off the engine, and as the window rolled down, the enticing aroma of grilled oysters mingled with the scent of cumin enveloped them. The neon lights of the night market buzzed overhead while the sign of Wang Ji Barbecue had yellowed from the smoke. Plastic tables and chairs were haphazardly set along the roadside, looking more inviting than the leather sofas at the office. As Mou opened the car door, a gust of wind carried the scent of charcoal smoke to Suli. The proprietress, clad in a floral apron, called out from afar, "Little Mo has brought a friend. Your usual spot is reserved for you." The corner's tin table bore remnants of last year's water-splashing festival paint, and by the time Suli sat down, Mou had already wiped the plastic stool 3 times with a napkin. 20 skewers of beef, 10 skewers of beef tendon, and 2 grilled eggplants. Mou announced to the proprietress, who winked at Suli, "Feel free to order whatever you like. This lad is treating." Suli noticed the tips of his ears flush with color. The charcoal crackled in the metal grill, and nearby, a group of gamblers engaged in a game of dice. The sound of clinking bottles resonating in the air. Suli unfastened the buttons of her coat when Mou suddenly flipped the chicken wings on the grill, oil dripping into the fire and producing a plume of white smoke. "Be careful, it's hot." As the first skewer of beef was handed to her, Suli noticed traces of stone dust embedded beneath his fingernails. The meat skewers exuded steam in the night breeze, and as cumin grains clung to her lips. Before she could reach for them, a napkin was already offered in front of her. Mou's fingers were long, yet his knuckles bore thin calluses, brushing against her skin like fine sandpaper. "Do you come here often?" she inquired, biting into the beef tendon. Mou sprinkled sesame seeds into the chili powder. "I used to come here after working late at the office." Suli observed a faint scar on his neck, resembling an uncut fissure of jade. When the grilled eggplant arrived, the fragrant garlic intertwined with the smoky aroma of the eggplant. Mou used a bamboo skewer to poke at the tender core. "This garlic sauce is a secret recipe." His sleeve brushed against her hand, causing her to blush slightly. When she looked up, she found Mou unaware of her reaction, and she sighed with relief. As they chatted, the two indulged in skewers. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the adjacent table, where a gambler shouted in exuberance that the stakes had tripled. Suli sensed that Mou had shifted closer, shielding her from the splashes of wine. The night breeze stirred the skewers scattered across the ground, prompting Suli to huddle her neck tighter, feeling a chill. The beef fat dripped onto the flames of the grill, sending up a cloud of smoke that enveloped the savory aroma of the meat. And the two savored their meal with delight. As Suli counted the chicken wings Mou had served her, she could no longer contain her laughter at the third wing. "Do you take me for a child?" He was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in her laughter, revealing cumin grains clinging to his tiger teeth. Chapter 11 Today, you must accompany the brothers for drinks. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Mou and Suli sat before a barbecue stall, savoring the grilled delicacies and indulging in pleasant conversation. The array of skewers before them exuded a unique aroma of cumin and chili, and the two were enveloped in a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, occasionally bursting into laughter. However, this delightful moment was fleeting. A group of inebriated men staggered into the vicinity of the barbecue stall, brazenly shedding their shirts to reveal an assortment of colorful tattoos, some depicting fierce dragons, others portraying menacing demons, all glaringly illuminated under the dim yellow lights. Their raucous laughter reverberated like thunder, shattering the original tranquility of the stall. The cacophony grew increasingly louder, gradually disturbing Mou and Suli. Suli furrowed her brow, the corners of her mouth drooping from their previous mirth. Mou halted her actions as well, glancing disapprovingly at the intruders. The surrounding diners, too, were vexed by the sudden uproar, their faces reflecting dissatisfaction, directed at the rowdy men. Yet, upon noticing the striking tattoos, a flicker of fear crept into their expressions, and none dared to confront the raucous group. "Could you please lower your voices? You are not the only ones here. There are many others." Suli finally reached her limit, mustering her courage to speak out. Though her voice was not loud, it rang clear amidst the clamor. "Mind your own business. You filthy woman. This is not your home. Your meddling is excessive. Be quiet." A burly man turned to glare at Suli, his bloodshot eyes emanating a terrifying glare. His breath reeked of alcohol, causing a wave of nausea to wash over those nearby. "You are disturbing us," Suli retorted defiantly, standing tall and meeting the man's fierce gaze with unwavering strength. Despite the flutter of nerves within her, she felt justified in her stance, unwilling to allow these men to disrupt the peace so brazenly. "Oh, still daring to talk back?" Another man, with dyed blonde hair, sneered as he sauntered towards Suli, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. "Do you know who we are? It would be wise for you to shut your mouth, or else you will regret it." Seeing this, Mou quickly grasped Suli's hand, whispering, "Su, they are drunk. Do not engage them in a quarrel, or we may find ourselves in trouble. However, Suli shook off Mou's hand, unable to tolerate it any longer. Why should I remain silent? In a public space, one should be mindful of their actions. Your loud ruckus disrupts others. Do you believe you are in the right? Suli stated firmly, her voice resolute and unwavering. The drunken men seemed taken aback by the unexpected fervor of a young woman. For a moment, they were stunned. But soon, their expressions morphed into even more menacing scowls. You little brat, if we don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know your place. The burly man at the forefront rolled up his sleeves, feigning an intention to charge forward. The surrounding diners, upon witnessing this, exhibited expressions of concern, yet none dared to intervene. Just as the tension reached its zenith, the owner of the barbecue stall hurried over, his face adorned with a forced smile, bowing slightly as he spoke. Gentlemen, please temper your tempers. We are here to enjoy a meal together, to find joy. Let us not disturb the harmony. This young lady spoke without malice. You, being magnanimous, should not hold it against her. How about this? Today, I shall cover your bill as a gesture of goodwill. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, the drunken men exchanged glances, a hint of smugness gracing their faces. You are perceptive, remarked the leader gruffly, pushing the owner aside. For today, we shall overlook this wretched woman in deference to your presence. With that, they erupted into laughter and returned to their seats, their voices still boisterous. Suli's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched as she contemplated retorting. Mou hastily urged, let it go, Su. No need to waste our energy on them. Let us finish our meal and depart. Such individuals are unworthy of our ire. Taking a deep breath, Suli endeavored to steady her emotions and nodded in agreement. However, the intoxicated, tattooed men suddenly cast lecherous glances in Suli's direction. As they continued eating, they simultaneously grasped their beer bottles, swaying unsteadily toward her. The leader, with a face full of excess flesh and a gaze clouded yet menacing, grinned as he said, Hey, didn't you just enjoy yourself a moment ago? Come, join us for a drink. He swirled the beer bottle in his hand, splashing some liquid with his movements. Leave me be, Suli retorted coldly. Her voice devoid of fear, filled instead with disdain. She straightened her back, unwavering as she locked eyes with him, her gaze seemingly ablaze with righteous fury. Oh, quite the character, remarked a lanky man standing behind the leader, his tone dripping with sarcasm as a mocking smile curled on his lips, clearly amused by Suli's defiance. You must drink with us today, or else you shall not leave. Another man, sporting a buzz cut, chimed in, crossing his arms and stepping forward, his eyes gleaming with menace, embodying a resolve that suggested he would not relent easily. At that moment, with the atmosphere thick with tension, Mou decisively rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Suli. His gaze was resolute, his grip on the beer bottle tightening until his knuckles turned white. I advise you to leave at once, or I shall call the police, he stated coldly, his voice, though not loud, resonated with undeniable determination. The burly man paused, then erupted into raucous laughter. Call the police? Huh, let me see what they can do to me. He laughed derisively, pointing at Mou with palpable disdain. Indeed, don't think that a mere police call will intimidate us, the lanky man echoed, shaking his beer bottle as if ready to escalate the confrontation at any moment. The surrounding diners, upon hearing the commotion, cast concerned glances in this direction. Some furrowed their brows, displaying discontent, yet upon noticing the tattoos and brazen demeanor of the group, they opted for silence, observing discreetly from the sidelines, reluctant to intervene. The proprietor of the barbecue stall anxiously rubbed his hands from a distance, fearful of provoking trouble. Mou took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that in such a predicament, retreat was not an option. To falter would only embolden the adversaries further. You are inciting trouble and brazenly threatening others. When the police arrive, you will face the consequences. Mou endeavored to imbue his voice with an air of authority. Chapter 12. Do you believe I can handle you right now? The burly man appeared to be incensed by Mou's words, taking a step forward until his face nearly touched Mou's, menacingly declaring, You insolent brat, your prattle knows no bounds. Do you believe I can deal with you right now? With that, he raised the beer bottle in his hand. A wave of apprehension washed over Mou. Yet he steadfastly maintained his gaze on the brute, showing no sign of retreat. At that critical juncture, Suli emerged from behind Mou, her voice ringing out defiantly. You lawless ruffians, do you not understand this is a society governed by law? Her eyes were filled with unwavering resolve and indignation. She was determined not to let Mou fall into peril on her behalf. The burly man paused, and then a cruel grin crept across his face. What a fierce woman. I like it. You must drink with us today. He thrust the beer bottle towards Su Li once more. I will not drink with you, so cease your futile fantasies. Su Li retorted, unyielding in her stance. You will drink, whether you want to or not. He sneered, his expression twisted into a malevolent smirk, his eyes radiating an imperiousness that brooked no dissent. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his thick, tattooed hand shot towards Su Li like a vice, intent on forcibly taking her away. The hand reeked of alcohol and malice, as if it were poised to drag her into an abyss of darkness. Seeing this, Mou's heart raced, and without hesitation, he swiftly interposed his hand, blocking the brute's advance with determination etched in his gaze, as if to assert that he would not allow any harm to befall Su Li. In the next moment, he seized Su Li's arm and, with a powerful push of his legs, darted to the side. At that moment, he was consumed by a singular thought, to swiftly escort Su Li away from this perilous place. The crowd was dense, the situation chaotic, and lingering any longer could unleash unforeseen calamities. Thinking of escaping? Ha! The burly man scoffed, his laughter piercing the air like the call of a night owl, jarring amidst the clamor of the bustling barbecue stand. He gestured for his companions to follow, and they surged forward like ravenous wolves in pursuit of Mou and Su Li. Though the brute stumbled, he was driven by a wild frenzy. His gaze fixed intently on the fleeing duo, as if they were prey with no means of escape. Mou and Su Li dashed through the throngs of people, the startled diners scattering in response to the sudden chaos, tables and chairs toppled, food strewn across the ground. As they ran, Mou anxiously scanned their surroundings, desperately seeking a safe haven or someone who could offer assistance. Su Li trailed closely behind him, her heart racing, her breath quickening and becoming erratic. Fear surged over her like a tidal wave, yet she understood she must rely on Mou and remain composed. Quickly, run towards that open street, Mou called out, pointing toward a more spacious thoroughfare. He hoped to reach a place bustling with people and light, believing that perhaps the intoxicated men would be less brazen in such an environment. However, the burly men behind them pursued relentlessly, their shouts and curses drawing the attention of passers-by. Suddenly, Su Li tripped over a stray wire on the ground, pitching forward. Mou, startled, quickly halted and turned to assist her. Director Su, are you all right? Gritting her teeth, Su Li suppressed the pain radiating from her knee and replied, I'm fine. Let us go. Just then, the thugs caught up, encircling them completely. The leader, panting heavily, wore a smug expression. Why aren't you running? Let's see how far you can escape. His companions closed in, forming a tight circle, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Mou grasped Su Li's hand firmly, shielding her behind him, and confronted the leader without fear. What do you want from us? How dare you act so brazenly in broad daylight? The thug took a step forward, pointing a finger menacingly at Mou's nose. Enough of your nonsense. This little lady must accompany us for drinks today, or you'll regret it. Though surrounded by many onlookers, the crowd merely watched from a distance, intimidated by the thuggish demeanor. Mou felt a weight of gravity in his heart, yet he continued to hold Su Li's hand tightly, attempting to lend her strength and muster his own courage. Don't go too far, Su Li suddenly exclaimed, her voice trembling with anger. Aren't you afraid of retribution for bullying us like this? The thug, rather than retreating, laughed even more boisterously. Retribution? Huh. In this territory, I am the law. What I say goes. His face was brutish, his eyes glazed with drunkenness and arrogance. With that, he reached out to grab Su Li, his hand resembling a malicious iron claw, advancing menacingly toward her. Just as his hand was about to close in on Su Li, a spark of realization flashed in Mou's eyes. In an instant, something extraordinary occurred. The thug's hand appeared to enter another dimension before him, moving in excruciating slow motion. Akin to a film reel slowed down, every minute action magnified infinitely. He could distinctly observe the curvature of the thug's fingers, the tension in his muscles, and the pungent odor of alcohol emanating from his hand. Mou was taken aback, never anticipating that the serendipitous gift of his newfound perception would possess such unimaginable capabilities. This unexpected revelation served as a beacon of hope in the tense moment, granting him unforeseen assistance. Observing the thug's hand approaching in slow motion, Mou wasted no time in acting decisively. Channeling all his strength, he raised his palm and with a resounding slap, he swatted the thug's hand away. The sound echoed sharply. Ah! The thug, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had assumed Mou was merely an ordinary person without any strength, only to find that he could so effortlessly repel his grasp. In an instant, surprise morphed into fury. He let out a roar akin to a provoked beast, followed by a furious punch directed at MOU. However, before MOU, endowed with the extraordinary ability of foresight, this punch appeared to unfold in slow motion. He could distinctly perceive the bulging muscles of the man's arm, the rush of air stirred by the fist, and the seemingly deliberate yet ferocious attack that time seemed to have decelerated. MOU maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if the impending assault posed no threat to him whatsoever. Unhurriedly, he extended his hand, striking the man's abdomen with a punch that appeared casual yet was imbued with immense power. This blow, infused with all of MOU's strength, struck the man like a cannonball. The brute felt an overwhelming force surge from his stomach, causing him to stumble uncontrollably backwards, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. The man was both astonished and enraged, his eyes fixed on MOU with a glare that seemed intent on devouring him whole. Chapter 13. Young man, you'd better watch out. He could hardly fathom that. Renowned for his immense strength among this crowd, he would today find himself bested by a seemingly frail youth, stealing himself. A surge of defiance welled up within him as he charged once more towards MOU, fists flailing and curses spilling forth. Brat, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I want to bear the surname Wong. MOU regarded the advancing brute with not a hint of trepidation. Armed with the unique abilities bestowed by his X-ray vision, he had discerned every move of the hulking figure. As the man's fist whistled through the air, MOU merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. Seizing the moment when the man, propelled by his own momentum, leaned forward, MOU raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the man's knee joint. With a thud, the giant collapsed to one knee, agony etched upon his face. Bystanders gasped in shock at the scene unfolding before them. What had initially appeared to be a trivial altercation had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Moreover, this seemingly ordinary young man displayed remarkable prowess, forcing the arrogant giant to retreat step by step. Witnessing their companion's plight, a few of the giant's comrades rushed to his aid. Brat, how dare you lay a hand on our brother? You won't leave here alive today, barked one with dyed yellow hair, malice dripping from his tone. They formed a semicircle around MOU and Su Li, their eyes brimming with hostility. MOU shielded Su Li behind him, his gaze unwavering as he faced the group. Despite their numerical superiority, he remained unperturbed, bolstered by the advantage of his extraordinary vision. You'd best leave now, or I shan't hold back, he declared, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Yet, the drunken ruffians were unwilling to heed his warning. Emboldened by their numbers as they surged forward, taking a deep breath, MOU concentrated, unleashing the full potential of his X-ray vision. To him, their movements appeared as a slow-motion ballet, every flaw in their technique laid bare. He deftly navigated through their ranks, dodging and countering with precision. Each strike landed squarely on vital points, sending them crashing to the ground in pain. Before long, the ground was strewn with the hulking figures and their companions. Groaning and incapacitated, the onlookers erupted into applause, marveling at MOU's courage and skill. Turning to the fallen men, then glancing at the still trembling Su Li, he reassured her, "It's all right, Su, you needn't fear." Su Li looked at MOU with gratitude, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "MOU, thank you. I truly didn't know what I would have done without you. You're incredible." MOU smiled. "No need for thanks. It is my duty to protect you." Just then, the giant began to rise slowly from the ground, his eyes bloodshot and filled with a fierce hatred, as if he intended to devour MOU whole. Having just suffered such a significant humiliation in front of the crowd, it was an unparalleled disgrace for one who was accustomed to being arrogant and domineering. "You wait for me, kid." The burly man gritted his teeth, nursing his injured abdomen inflicted by MOU. "I will certainly make you pay for this." His voice trembled with rage, dripping with venomous hatred. Several of his companions rose to their feet, their hearts still trembling, yet emboldened by their leader's fervor. They echoed, "Indeed, how dare this could strike our brother? This cannot be overlooked. Absolutely, he must understand our might." With that, the burly man retrieved his phone from his pocket, swiftly dialed a number, and bellowed into the receiver, "Xiangzi, bring some people over. I've been beaten up at the night market barbecue stall. Hurry." After hanging up, he continued to glare malevolently at MOU, as if warning him that greater troubles were imminent. Before long, a cacophony of roaring motorcycles approached, raising a cloud of dust. A group dismounted, led by a towering, fierce-looking man, undoubtedly the Xiangzi mentioned by the burly man. Xiangzi, accompanied by his entourage, stormed over to the burly man, inquiring, "Chao Ge, what happened? Who has the audacity to touch you?" The burly man pointed at MOU, gritting his teeth. "It's this kid. Who knows where he popped up from, ruining my plans." Xiangzi looked in the direction indicated, scrutinizing MOU with a condescending smirk at the corner of his mouth. Just this kid? Don't worry, Xiaogu. Today my brothers will definitely help you vent this grievance. With a wave of his hand, Qiangzi signaled his companions, who advanced towards Mou like a pack of wolves. Mou positioned Su Li behind him, calmly observing the group, contemplating his strategy. Although his perceptive vision allowed him to anticipate their movements, the overwhelming numbers posed a threat, making confrontation perilous. He needed to find an opportunity to break free or await police assistance. Kid, are you scared now? It's too late. Qiangzi mocked. Unless you kneel and beg for mercy today, you shall not leave here. Mou disregarded his taunts and remained vigilant, searching for an escape route. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point and a brutal confrontation seemed inevitable, the distant sound of police sirens pierced the tension. It turned out the owner of the barbecue stall had discreetly reported the altercation between Mou and the burly man. Upon hearing the sirens, the faces of Qiangzi and his men turned pale, their earlier bravado dissipating significantly. Xiaogu, the police are coming. What should we do? A flustered henchman asked. Though the burly man felt a sense of resentment, he dared not confront the police openly. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Consider it this kid's lucky day. Let us go." With that, he and his companions hastily mounted their motorcycles and fled the scene. Mou watched their retreating figures, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Su Li grasped Mou's arm tightly, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Mou, I truly owe you my thanks today. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the consequences. Mou smiled reassuringly, responding, "It's all right now. With the police here, they wouldn't dare to act. You need not be afraid any longer." Soon, the police arrived at the scene, and after grasping the situation, they comforted both Mou and Su Li, assuring them that patrols in the night market would be intensified to safeguard the citizens' security. Following this tumultuous episode, Mou realized that, although the burly man had been deterred by the police this time, his temperament suggested he would not easily relinquish thoughts of revenge. Caution would remain paramount in the future. After enduring such an exhilarating ordeal, Mou and Su Li resolved to depart from this place of turmoil and prepare to return home. Su Li gazed at Mou, her eyes brimming with gratitude, and said, "Mou, where do you reside? Allow me to drive you home." Chapter 14. A Stay at My Home. Su Li, accompanied by Mou, navigated through the bustling streets until they quickly located her luxurious Maybach parked by the curb. The vehicle gleamed with a subtle yet opulent luster under the streetlights, reflecting the extraordinary status of its owner. "Su, I can take a taxi back myself," Mou said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings. The lavish car and Su Li's daily environment made him feel somewhat out of place, and he did not wish to impose on her further. "There's no need to be so formal. Perhaps you could stay at my place," Su Li replied, her cheeks flushing. As soon as the words left her lips, she realized they might have been a bit abrupt. But the image of Mou stepping forward to protect her lingered in her mind, making her genuinely concerned for him. Furthermore, after the events of the evening, she felt an inexplicable sentiment toward him deep within her heart. Before Mou could decline again, Su Li decisively opened the car door, took her seat in the driver's position, and started the engine. With no other option, Mou reluctantly joined her in the vehicle. The interior was exquisitely adorned, exuding an air of luxury, with a faint scent of perfume wafting through the air that was remarkably soothing. Yet, Mou felt a bit uneasy, unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothing while his gaze remained fixed on the rapidly passing scenery outside. Su Li focused on driving, occasionally glancing at Mou, her heart a tumult of emotions. She was uncertain how he felt about her invitation to stay at her home. Yet all she desired at this moment was for him to remain by her side, as it brought her a sense of security. The car sped through the city, swiftly leaving the bustling urban area behind as it headed toward a suburban villa district. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere became somewhat delicate. Eventually, the car glided into a meticulously secured villa community, coming to a halt in front of an elegantly designed European-style villa. Su Li exited the vehicle first, followed by Mou. He looked up, taken aback by the grandeur of the villa, with its intricately carved railings, spacious marble steps, and a meticulously landscaped garden, all testaments to the owner's wealth. Mou could not help but marvel. It was his first time experiencing such lavish surroundings up close. "Please, come in," Su Li said with a smile, her expression particularly gentle under the lights. Mou hesitated momentarily, but ultimately followed her into the villa. The interior was even more opulent, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, precious paintings adorning the walls, and European-style furniture arranged with exquisite care. "Make yourself comfortable, please," Su Li said as she walked towards the kitchen. I'll get you a glass of water. Mou settled onto the plush sofa, still feeling somewhat out of place. He surveyed his surroundings, filled with a myriad of thoughts, recognizing that he and Su Li seemed to inhabit entirely different worlds. Before long, Su Li returned, carrying a glass of water which she handed to Mou. Here, have some water. I truly owe you one for today. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Mou accepted the glass, replying, Su, you are too kind. Anyone would have stepped in given the circumstances. Su Li settled beside Mou, gazing at him earnestly as she spoke. Mou, I recognize your bravery and kindness. Today's events have deepened my understanding of you. I hope you can stay here. At least for tonight, I am concerned those individuals may return to cause trouble. Mou, touched by the sincerity in Su Li's eyes, felt a swell of emotion within him. He understood that she genuinely cared for him and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded in agreement. Then I must trouble you, Suzong. Su Li smiled brightly. Please, do not call me Suzong any longer. Just refer to me as Su Li. This place will be your home from now on. Do not feel constrained. I will prepare a guest room for you. Please take a moment to rest. With that, Su Li rose to tidy the room. As Mou watched her retreating figure, warmth surged in his heart. The night descended like a vast expanse of black satin, quietly enveloping the luxurious villa. Inside, the soft and bright lights of the living room cast a warm and cozy glow across the space. Mou sat on the sofa, a glass of water in hand, gently swirling it as he observed the delicate ripples forming. Leaning back against the sofa, he gazed at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting. So much had transpired that day, from the morning mishap of colliding with Su Li's BMW while riding an electric bike to acquiring the ability of X-ray vision and spatial awareness at Panjiayuan. The unexpected experiences left him both exhilarated and somewhat weary. At this moment, he simply desired to rest. Before long, the sound of light footsteps echoed from the staircase. Mou turned to see Su Li gliding gracefully into the living room. A faint smile adorned her face, and her hair danced slightly with her movements, making her appear particularly enchanting. Mou, I have prepared the guest room. You may take a shower and then rest. Here is a set of pajamas for you. Su Li approached him, offering a neatly folded set of sleepwear. Her voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a mountain spring's gentle flow. As Mou accepted the pajamas, he inadvertently brushed against Su Li's fingertips, a jolt of electricity coursing through him. Momentarily startled, he lowered his gaze to the sleepwear, only to realize it was a woman's. The pale pink silk fabric, adorned with exquisite lace, exuded a faint fragrance, clearly belonging to Su Li herself. Suzong, this is a woman's sleepwear. Mou lifted his gaze to meet Su Li's, surprise and confusion flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated her to offer him women's pajamas. Upon hearing his words, Su Li's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the breathtaking hues of a sunset. She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet Mou's gaze, and softly replied, There are only my pajamas at home. Please do not find them distasteful. Today was so unexpected. I did not have time to prepare men's sleepwear. Observing Su Li's bashful demeanor, a ripple of warmth spread through Mou. He had never witnessed such a vulnerable side of her. Typically, she exuded an air of decisiveness and strength in the office. But this moment of shyness rendered her even more charming and gentle. Miss Su, this seems rather inappropriate. Mou hesitated momentarily. Although he understood that Su Li meant no harm, he felt somewhat uncomfortable wearing women's nightwear. Su Li lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation mingled with a touch of embarrassment, and said, Mou, I sincerely apologize. It's rather late, and there is no way to go out and buy something. Please, just make do for one night, and I will have someone bring you a new set tomorrow. As Mou gazed into Su Li's earnest eyes, his heart softened. He recognized that her actions stemmed from necessity, and under such circumstances, to refuse further seemed rather unfeeling. Very well, Miss Su, I shall trouble you for this. I can manage for one night, Mou replied with a smile, attempting to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Chapter 15. Should I open my eyes to take another look? Su Li, upon receiving Mou's agreement, displayed a relieved smile. That's wonderful. Please do not hesitate. The bathroom is adjacent to the guest room, and all the toiletries are brand new for your convenience. Her careful instructions were akin to those given to a distinguished guest arriving from afar. Thank you, Miss Su, Mou replied as he stood, clutching the nightgown, and followed Su Li towards the guest room. The atmosphere was subtly charged, with an unspoken tension lingering in the air as neither spoke during the brief journey. A peculiar sensation stirred within Mou. This was his first experience of such close proximity to Su Li. and the thought of donning her nightgown sent his heart racing involuntarily. Upon reaching the door to the guest room, Suli halted and said, "This is it. Please rest well. If you require anything, feel free to call for me. My room is just next door." With that, she turned to leave. "All right, Miss Sue. Please take care and rest early," Mou murmured, watching her retreating figure. He then opened the door and stepped inside the guest room. The room was exquisitely arranged, with a soft, tidy bed exuding a faint lavender scent, creating an atmosphere of profound relaxation. Mou placed the nightgown on the bed and entered the bathroom. The air was filled with a gentle humidity, indicating that Suli had meticulously cleaned it just prior. Turning on the faucet, warm water cascaded down, enveloping him in comfort. As the day's fatigue melted away with the flowing water, after his shower, Mou slipped into Suli's nightgown, though it hung a bit loosely on him. The soft fabric clung to his skin in an unexpectedly delightful manner. He emerged from the bathroom, seated on the edge of the bed, gazing out at the nightscape. His mind swirling with thoughts. The events of the day had granted him a newfound understanding of Suli, rendering their relationship even more intricate. At that moment, while seated on the bed, he suddenly heard a faint sound of running water from the adjacent room. In the stillness, the sound was strikingly clear, drawing his attention. Mou paused, curiosity bubbling within him. Instinctively, he activated his ability to see through walls. In an instant, the wall before him seemed to vanish, revealing the scene in the neighboring room. It was Suli's bedroom. At that moment, she was in the bathroom, bathing. The glass door was ajar, and steam filled the air. Her graceful figure was partially obscured by the mist, her long, dark hair cascading wetly over her shoulders. Droplets of water tracing the delicate contours of her skin, creating an exquisite silhouette. Mou's face flushed crimson, his eyes widening in shock as his mind blanked. Utterly unprepared for such a sight, he instinctively wished to avert his gaze, yet his eyes felt as though they were glued to the scene, unable to turn away. Unbeknownst to her, Suli remained oblivious to Mou's clandestine observation. As she luxuriated in the comforting embrace of the warm shower, she hummed a tune of unknown origin. Her expression was one of relaxation and contentment, completely immersed in this fleeting moment of tranquility. However, Mou was beset by conflicting emotions and inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that his actions were morally reprehensible. Invading another's privacy was indeed a grave transgression. Yet, he found it exceedingly difficult to retract his penetrating gaze, as though an invisible force were tugging at him. "What am I doing?" Mou chastised himself harshly in his mind. He shook his head vigorously, striving to regain his composure. At last, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and reluctantly retracted his intrusive sight. The scene before him returned to its normal state. The wall once again a formidable barrier. Rising to his feet, Mou paced the room, his heart heavy with guilt and unease. He understood that if Suli were to uncover his indiscretion, she would undoubtedly feel disappointed and furious, and it might irreparably damage their relationship. "No, I cannot allow myself to intrude any further," Mou muttered to himself, endeavoring to calm his racing thoughts. Before long, the sound of water from the adjacent room abruptly ceased, followed by the gentle sound of Suli moving about her bedroom. Each delicate footstep seemed to tread upon the very core of Mou's heart, prompting him to speculate about her actions. His heart ignited once more, and the curiosity and impulse he had only just subdued flared back to life like a rekindled flame. His breath quickened, and his heart thudded violently within his chest, as if yearning to break free from its confines. Should I take another glance? His mind spiraled into a vortex of intense conflict. The voice of reason thundered in his thoughts. Absolutely not. You have already erred once. This is a serious violation of another's privacy. Suli trusts you implicitly. Should you falter again, it would be utterly unforgivable, and you would forfeit her trust and respect forever. Yet, the irresistible allure surged forth like an undercurrent, stirring deep within him. The whisper of desire coaxed softly. Just one glance, merely a fleeting moment. She will not notice, and such opportunities are rare. You may never have another chance like this. Beads of sweat dotted Mou's forehead, rolling down his cheeks as he gripped the hem of his shirt tightly, his knuckles blanching from the exertion. His eyes betrayed a struggle and confusion. Darting resolutely away to distract himself, only to unconsciously flicker towards the adjacent room. The internal battle waged within him, tormenting him as if two entities were engaged in fierce combat within his mind, each clash causing his rational defenses to waver precariously. His legs trembled slightly, and his body grew rigid from the turmoil within. Ultimately, driven by the powerful urge of desire, the last remnants of his reason crumbled, and he could no longer resist the urge to reopen his intrusive sight. The scene before him transformed into transparency, and Suli's graceful form reappeared in his line of vision. She stood with her back to him, retrieving a clean garment from the wardrobe. Her skin radiated a soft glow under the illumination, and her damp hair cascaded casually down her back, with a few strands still dripping droplets of water that slowly slid down her spine. A flicker of panic and obsession crossed Mou's gaze. He widened his eyes, greedily absorbing the scene before him, entirely oblivious to the turmoil and guilt within him. At that moment, his mind was in disarray, and reason had long been cast aside. However, in that fleeting instant, Suli seemed to sense something amiss. She halted her movements, her brow slightly furrowing, and slowly turned her head. Mou's heart jolted, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him to reality. Chapter 16. Alas, the nourishment has been neglected. I can no longer gaze upon it. His eyes widened in terror as he hastily retracted his gaze, collapsing onto the edge of the bed as though all strength had been siphoned from him. A wave of trepidation and remorse engulfed his heart, plunging him into profound self-reproach for his recent actions. He was acutely aware of how foolish and unforgivable his behavior had been. Should Suli discover it, the ramifications would be unimaginable. He incessantly berated himself within, questioning how he could possess such a lack of self-control, erring repeatedly. I am indeed a scoundrel. Mou slapped himself fiercely, leaving a vivid imprint upon his cheek. An unsettling anxiety coursed through him. He was uncertain how to face Suli, unsure if she had truly sensed anything amiss. After a prolonged period, Mou gradually regained his composure. He recognized that he must cease his observations, lest he neglect his own well-being. Standing by the bedside, he inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the tumultuous beating of his heart. He admonished himself to cast aside those inappropriate thoughts and to embrace a restful slumber. Thus, he slowly ascended the bed, drawing the covers about him, seeking solace within that small cocoon of warmth to shield himself from the disruptive thoughts. Yet, as he closed his eyes, Suli's figure haunted his mind like a specter, ceaselessly swirling through his consciousness. Her ethereal form, partially obscured by mist, her damp, flowing hair, and the unintentional display of tenderness and allure were indelibly etched in his memory, impossible to erase. In the darkness, Mou's brow furrowed tightly, his hands involuntarily clenching the blankets. He endeavored to dispel these images, attempting to redirect his focus toward work-related matters. He silently counted sheep in his mind, but they fled like mischievous children, swiftly replaced by the relentless image of Suli. Time crawled agonizingly as Mou tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Each attempt to succumb to slumber only rendered Suli's visage more vividly apparent, as if an invisible force was tugging at his thoughts. His breath became rapid and erratic, and the internal struggle intensified. This cannot continue. It is fundamentally wrong, he repeatedly reminded himself. Yet, that temptation loomed like a black hole, inexorably consuming his rationality. At last, after countless mental battles, his defenses crumbled entirely. Mou abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of confusion and resolve reflected in his gaze. He slowly raised his hand, instinctively activating his X-ray vision. In an instant, the wall became transparent, revealing the scene in the adjacent room without reservation. Suli sat at the edge of her bed, her back turned to him, clad in a light blue silk nightgown, the neckline slightly ajar, exposing a small patch of fair skin. She was gently drying her hair with a towel, her movements graceful and delicate. Mou's gaze involuntarily fixated upon her, a complex tapestry of emotion swirling within, fascination, guilt, and an indescribable tension. As Mou gazed at Suli, his heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his throat. He was acutely aware of the immorality of his actions, yet at that moment, he resembled a creature ensnared in quicksand, struggling only to sink deeper. His eyes fixed intently on Suli, he dared not move an inch, terrified of missing even the slightest detail. Suddenly, it seemed that Suli sensed something amiss. She halted her movements, slightly tilting her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of confusion. A pang of anxiety gripped Mou, prompting him to swiftly close his eyes and retract his voyeuristic gaze. He curled under the covers like a frightened rabbit, scarcely daring to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, Mou gradually reopened his eyes, his heart heavy with regret and unease. He realized that he had egregiously transgressed moral boundaries, uncertain of the consequences should Suli discover his transgressions, and unsure of how to confront her. He chastised himself internally, questioning his lack of self-control and lamenting the unforgivable mistakes he had repeatedly committed. I must cease this behavior. I must amend my ways, he silently vowed. He understood all too well that if this continued, he would become a mere peeping Tom, lying on his bed, staring at the darkened ceiling. MOU was beset by a tumult of emotions. That night would undoubtedly be a protracted and torturous ordeal for him. At that moment, as he was engulfed in profound self-reproach and turmoil regarding his intrusive behavior, a faint sound of footsteps drifted in from outside the door. Since the awakening of his clairvoyance, his hearing had sharpened to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to discern even the faintest of sounds with remarkable clarity. The unexpected footsteps sent a jolt of alertness through him, his body stiffening as if struck by a jolt of electricity. His previously chaotic thoughts were instantly dispelled, replaced by heightened tension and vigilance. Instinctively, he held his breath, his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it might burst forth. Each heartbeat resonated with the rush of blood, filling his ears with a rhythmic thrum that echoed the approaching footsteps. MOU widened his eyes, fixated on the direction of the door, as if wishing to pierce through its barrier to discern who stood beyond. He focused all his attention, akin to a poised cheetah, refusing to overlook any sound. The footsteps, clear in the stillness of the night, resonated with a steady cadence, each step striking MOU's nerves with an intangible weight. As the sound drew closer, his mind raced, speculating the identity of the visitor. Was it Suli? Had she come to confront him about his recent transgressions? Or had someone else arrived at the villa, heralding an unforeseen circumstance? A whirlwind of thoughts collided in his mind, intensifying his unease. He dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence, nor did he allow himself to emit even a whisper, fearful of alarming the individuals beyond the door. In that moment, he felt ensnared in a tense game of pursuit, where he played both the hunter and the hunted. Each second dragged on excruciatingly, the sound of footsteps akin to the tolling of a countdown clock, incessantly urging him to react. At last, the footsteps ceased outside the door. MOU's heart surged to his throat, his breath nearly suspended. He sensed that the person outside seemed to pause as well, perhaps to listen for any sounds within the room, or maybe hesitating over whether to enter. This suspenseful waiting proved far more tormenting than the footsteps themselves. His palms were already slick with sweat, tightly clutching the blanket, his knuckles turning white from exertion. After what felt like an eternity, a faint noise emerged again from outside, as if the visitor had subtly shifted their weight. MOU's heart seized suddenly. He was uncertain of what might unfold next. Just as he was on the brink of rising to investigate, the footsteps resumed, gradually retreating. MOU exhaled deeply, his top body finally relaxing slightly. Yet, he remained vigilant. The earlier tension had utterly robbed him of any semblance of sleep. Lying in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his mind replayed the recent events, brimming with questions and unease. The footsteps had stirred the tranquil surface of his thoughts like a boulder cast into a calm lake, sending ripples of anxiety. Taking a deep breath, MOU resolved to activate his third eye, determined to discern who lingered beyond the threshold. Chapter 17. My air conditioner is broken. Can you fix it? After a moment of hesitation, MOU decisively activated his vision to see through the door, attempting to discern who stood outside. The next instant, the sight before him momentarily stunned him. There stood Suli, clad in an almost transparent nightgown, which delicately enveloped her figure like ethereal mist, accentuating her graceful curves. She stood outside the door, her brow slightly furrowed, her gaze filled with conflict as she quietly regarded his door. Bathed in soft light, her face appeared to radiate a faint halo, enchanting and dreamlike. MOU's heart raced suddenly, an inexplicable tension surging within him. Just as he was at a loss, Suli seemed to resolve herself and slowly approached his door once more. His heart leaped into his throat, his body instinctively tensing, while his mind raced to speculate on Suli's intentions. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of her knocking resonated loudly in the stillness of the night, echoing against the very core of MOU's heart. Shortly thereafter, Suli's gentle, somewhat bashful voice floated through. MOU, are you asleep? MOU took a deep breath, striving to render his voice steady. President Su, I'm still awake. The moment the words left his lips, he realized his voice trembled slightly. After a brief silence, Suli's voice, tinged with shyness, emerged from beyond the door. The air conditioner in my room is broken. Can you fix it? You could vividly imagine Suli blushing at that moment, the typically commanding woman revealing a charmingly vulnerable side. Momentarily taken aback, MOU quickly replied, I can't fix it, but I can take a look. With that, he sprang from his bed, hastily adjusting his attire, and with a hint of trepidation, opened the door. As the door swung open, MOU found himself locked in a gaze with Suli. A faint blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms in spring, her eyes glimmering with anticipation and shyness. Upon seeing MOU, she slightly pursed her lips and softly said, That would be a great help. MOU hurriedly responded, President Su, You are too kind." He then followed Suli into her room. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a stifling warmth. Suli stood to the side, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she said, "I'm not sure what happened. It suddenly stopped cooling." Mou approached the air conditioner, inspecting it closely. The display was lit, and all settings appeared normal. He pressed the remote control, but the air conditioner remained unresponsive. Mou furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before crouching down to examine the air conditioner's outlet. Discovering that the plug was firmly secured and showed no signs of looseness. Nervously, Suli watched him from the side, her hands unconsciously wringing together. "So, Mou, can it be fixed?" she inquired. Mou looked up at Suli and replied, "President Su, it's still uncertain where the issue lies. I might need to open the air conditioner's casing to inspect the internal wiring, but I lack the necessary tools, and tampering could lead to damage." Listening to this, Suli gently bit her lip, a trace of disappointment flickering in her eyes. "What should we do? It's so hot. I can't possibly sleep without air conditioning." Mou, observing Suli's helpless demeanor, felt a surge of compassion and proposed, "Su, why not do this? You can take the guest room tonight, and I will manage in the living room. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange for a professional repairman to take a look." Suli was momentarily taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "But that doesn't seem appropriate. How can I let you sleep in the living room?" Mou smiled reassuringly and said, "Su, please don't be so polite with me. The living room is quite comfortable. I have no issues with it." Looking into Mou's sincere eyes, Suli felt a warm wave of gratitude and softly said, "Then, I appreciate it, Mou. Thank you so much." Mou quickly waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Su, please don't mention it. It's merely a small matter." He then helped Suli move some of her essentials to the guest room and tidied up the living room a bit before preparing to rest. Standing at the guest room door, Suli watched Mou's busy figure, her heart brimming with gratitude and something more profound. She gently urged, "Mou, you should get some rest too. You've worked hard today." Mou turned to her, smiling, and replied, "Su, you should also rest early. If you need anything, just call for me." After that, Suli softly closed the guest room door, while Mou lay on the living room sofa, gazing at the ceiling, his mind swirling with thoughts. The events of the night seemed to have subtly altered the dynamics between him and Suli. As Mou reclined on the soft yet somewhat narrow sofa, the stifling air enveloped him like a heavy blanket, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking the sofa's cushions. With a resigned sigh, he got up to open the window, hoping for a refreshing breeze to alleviate the oppressive heat. The night breeze caressed him gently, but failed to bring any significant relief. Instead, it flowed through the room with a warm undertone. Mou lay back down, attempting to relax and drift into slumber. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when a buzzing sound filled the air. A swarm of mosquitoes, sensing their prey, descended upon him. One mosquito landed precisely on his arm, biting down sharply. Mou felt a sting in his arm and instinctively swatted at it, only to hit his own skin. Moments later, several more mosquitoes attacked his legs and face, the itch and pain spreading rapidly. He flailed his arms to fend them off, yet these pests were cunning. As soon as he drove one batch away, another would come, making sleep impossible. Mou tossed and turned on the sofa, the fabric rustling softly beneath him. At one moment, he pulled the blanket over his head, trying to block out the incessant buzzing. At another, he sat up to turn on the light, hoping to scare the mosquitoes away, but every time he switched off the light, they would swarm back. The small living room seemed to transform into a battlefield, where Mou was valiantly contending with the relentless mosquitoes, yet he appeared somewhat overwhelmed by the struggle. Meanwhile, Suli, in the guest room, found herself tossing and turning, unable to find solace in sleep. Lying on her bed, enveloped by the cool breeze of the air conditioner, she should have felt comfortable and at ease. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Thoughts of Mou, who lay in the living room devoid of air conditioning, flitted through her mind. Surely, with the window ajar, he would be besieged by mosquitoes. She could almost envision the frustrated and helpless expression on his face as he endured their bites. Furrowing her brow, Suli felt a profound inner turmoil. She yearned to invite Mou to join her, for her room alone offered respite from the sweltering heat and the torment of insects. However, she hesitated, sensing that such an invitation might be inappropriate. The presence of a man and a woman alone in a room could easily lead to misunderstandings. Moreover, she had always maintained an image of composure and professionalism in Mou's presence, and the thought of acting contrary to that was quite embarrassing. She turned over in bed, her gaze fixed on the ceiling as her internal conflict intensified. Chapter 18. You sleep in the bedroom, I on the sofa in the living room on one hand. There was concern for MOU, and on the other, a profound sense of shyness and apprehension within her. She bit her lip, contemplating several times whether to rise and call for MOU, yet when she approached the door, hesitation compelled her to retreat. Could he already be asleep? If I invite him in, will he think me too forward? Suli incessantly questioned herself. She was acutely aware that MOU had chosen the living room to sleep in due to her presence, and guilt weighed heavily on her heart. However, traditional notions and her own modesty prevented her from taking that pivotal step. Meanwhile, in the living room, MOU was tormented by the relentless buzzing of mosquitoes. Reaching a point of utter frustration, he rose to turn on his phone's flashlight, scouring the room for the elusive pests, eager to eradicate them all. His eyes widened as he meticulously searched the walls, the corners of the sofa, and behind the curtains, but the mosquitoes seemed to play a game of hide-and-seek, disappearing at the flicker of light and reappearing with a maddening hum as soon as darkness fell. In resignation, MOU slumped onto the sofa, gazing into the pitch-black night sky, silently lamenting, how am I to endure this night? At that moment, he fervently wished for an electric mosquito repellent or to possess the magical prowess of Sun Wukong, conjuring an army of celestial warriors to obliterate the pesky insects. Time drifted slowly amidst MOU's battle with the mosquitoes and Su Li's inner turmoil. As the night deepened, MOU's fatigue intertwined with his irritation. While Su Li lingered in the guest room, torn over whether to summon MOU inside, MOU's eyes brimmed with exhaustion and agitation, fixated on the mosquitoes darting about the living room. Their incessant buzzing pierced his already frayed nerves like sharp needles. The stifling air and the incessant bites exacerbated his already dire sleep situation. Just as he reached his breaking point, a sudden notion flashed through his mind, activating a newfound clarity. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be set to slow motion. The once elusive mosquitoes, which had zipped around with such speed, now appeared to move in agonizing slowness. Each flutter of their wings and every movement of their legs became strikingly apparent, as if they were ensnared in thick syrup. Their actions rendered sluggish and clumsy. MOU's eyes sparkled with newfound determination, as if victory was finally within reach. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on a towel draped over the armrest of the sofa. Grasping the towel firmly in his hand, it felt as though he were a warrior clutching his weapon, poised to retaliate against these vexatious mosquitoes. Rising to his feet with a slight bend at the waist, he fixed his gaze on a single mosquito that was slowly approaching him, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. With precise timing, he raised his arm high, the towel fluttering like a battle flag, and swung it forcefully at the unsuspecting mosquito. With a sharp crack, the towel landed precisely on the trajectory of the mosquito, instantly disorienting the creature, which wobbled and plummeted to the ground. A surge of joy welled up within MOU, marking his first victory in the ongoing battle against the mosquitoes that plagued his night. Tasting the sweetness of success, his confidence soared as he continued to employ his enhanced vision to seek out the next target. In the realm of slow motion conjured by his keen sight, he could predict the mosquito's flight path with clarity, each strike becoming increasingly decisive and accurate. One after another, the mosquitoes fell to his relentless assault. He entered a state of complete immersion, transforming the living room into his exclusive battleground against the pests. His movements grew more adept, shedding the initial clumsiness. At times, he would sidestep the seemingly languid, yet still perilous flight of the mosquitoes, while at others, he would swiftly swing the towel, carving fierce arcs through the air. As the battle persisted, MOU found himself in perfect command. In the face of the slow-motion world his vision created, he felt as though he wielded the power to control the entire situation. Those mosquitoes, which usually cause such vexation, now appeared merely as lambs awaiting slaughter. His gaze sharpened with determination and focus, each strike imbued with an unyielding resolve to triumph. Yet, the mosquitoes seemed to sense the encroaching danger, adopting a more cautious approach. No longer did they swagger boldly towards him. Instead, they lingered in the corners and shadows, seeking opportunities to launch a surprise attack and feast upon his blood. But none could escape the scrutiny of MOU's enhanced sight. He patiently lay in wait, akin to an experienced hunter, silently poised for a slip from his prey. At last, one mosquito, unable to contain its impatience, emerged from the folds of the curtain. MOU immediately tracked its movement, refraining from rushing into action, instead biding his time for the perfect moment. When the mosquito approached within arm's reach, he struck with lightning speed, the towel descending with a swiftness that left no room for escape. The mosquito lacked even the chance to struggle before succumbing beneath the fabric. As time wore on, the number of mosquitoes flitting about the living room dwindled. Beads of perspiration dotted MOU's forehead, trickling down his cheeks, yet he paid them no heed. He reveled in the thrill of this confrontation, savoring the sense of accomplishment that accompanied his victories. Ultimately, through MOU's relentless efforts, the mosquitoes in the living room were nearly eradicated. He exhaled a sigh of relief, a contented smile gracing his fatigued visage. He set the towel aside and reclined back on the sofa. At that moment, the living room fell into a much quieter state. Free from the incessant buzzing of the mosquitoes, and the stifling air seemed more bearable. He slowly closed his eyes, preparing to drift into slumber amidst this rare tranquility. Privately grateful for the assistance his enhanced vision had provided during this arduous night. However, just then, outside the open window, a swarm of mosquitoes surged in like a well-trained aerial battalion, darkening the air as they entered. Having just endured a grueling battle, MOU had finally succeeded in eradicating the mosquitoes that had infested his living room. However, before he could savor this fleeting tranquility, he found himself enveloped once more by that familiar, incessant buzzing. The relaxation that had only just settled upon his body was instantly replaced by tension. With a resigned sigh, he opened his eyes to behold this unwelcome assembly, his heart brimming with frustration. The sense of accomplishment that had accompanied the recent extermination of the pest was swiftly overshadowed by a profound weariness and irritation. He could scarcely fathom that this new wave of mosquitoes was so tenacious, seemingly drawn to his presence, relentlessly converging upon him. These newly arrived insects appeared to be even more cunning and agile than their predecessors. Rather than foolishly darting directly towards MOU, they now circled the various corners of the living room, meticulously seeking the opportune moment to strike. MOU activated his keen perception, striving to discern their movements and trajectories. Chapter 19. Slaying mosquitoes with X-ray vision. Under the influence of X-ray vision, the movements of the mosquitoes transformed into slow motion once more. Yet, despite this advantage, MOU could still sense their vigilance. Rising to his feet, he grasped the towel that had just proven its worth, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. He understood that he must re-engage in battle, otherwise, this night would stretch into an interminable torment. He began to pace slowly around the living room, his eyes fixed on the mosquitoes swirling in the air, his mind racing to devise a strategy. One mosquito, unable to restrain itself, darted towards MOU. Seizing the moment, he raised his arm high, the towel slicing through the air like lightning. However, the mosquito seemed to anticipate his move, abruptly altering its course at the very instant the towel was about to descend. Frustration bubbled within him as he missed his target, but he quickly recalibrated, searching for the next opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, the other mosquitoes began to stir, converging from various directions to distract him, seeking to exploit any lapse in his attention. MOU felt the encroaching threats from all sides, his gaze darting in a flurry of movement as the towel continued to dance in his hands. The sharp slaps echoed throughout the living room, yet the mosquitoes persisted, undeterred, relentlessly charging towards him. As the battle raged on, MOU's stamina waned. His arms grew weary from the continuous flailing of the towel, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the floor. Nevertheless, he harbored no thoughts of retreat. A singular conviction burned within him. He must annihilate these mosquitoes. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, MOU discerned certain patterns in the mosquitoes' behavior. They consistently paused briefly before launching their attacks, seemingly searching for the optimal spot to bite. Seizing this vulnerability, he launched his assaults whenever he detected signs of their hesitation. This tactic proved effective, as he increasingly found success in striking them down. However, the mosquitoes soon appeared to recognize MOU's strategy. They modified their flight patterns, refraining from pausing easily. This shift significantly heightened the difficulty of his attacks, compelling him to concentrate intently, remaining vigilant to their every move. Just as MOU found himself locked in a stalemate with the mosquitoes, a larger specimen flew in through the window. This mosquito, seemingly the leader of the swarm, exhibited swifter movements and greater agility. After circling the living room, it suddenly veered towards MOU's neck. Sensing an overwhelming threat, he swiftly turned his head and swung the towel towards the formidable insect. Yet, the larger mosquito deftly evaded his strike, redirecting its course towards MOU's arm. Recognizing the peril posed by this larger adversary, MOU resolved to eliminate it first. He fixed his gaze on the mosquito's every maneuver, awaiting its approach once more. At last, the formidable mosquito launched another assault. Seizing the moment, MOU crouched slightly before springing forth, wielding his towel with tremendous force as he struck the mosquito down. This time, the creature did not evade. and was heavily struck, crashing to the ground. With the demise of this giant mosquito, the others appeared to lose their leader, their flight becoming frantic. MOU capitalized on this opportunity, relentlessly pursuing the remaining mosquitoes in a final onslaught. Through his tireless efforts, the mosquitoes in the living room were finally eradicated once more. Exhausted, MOU collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. After 2 intense rounds of battle against the mosquitoes, he was utterly drained. He glanced at the open window, hesitated for a moment, then rose to close it. Although the room remained stifling, it was far preferable to being tormented by mosquito bites. He reclined back onto the sofa, closed his eyes, and hoped for a peaceful slumber. However, it was not long before MOU found himself enveloped by an invisible, searing heat. Every pore of his body striving to breathe, yet only drawing in the scorching air. The room felt akin to a steamer, perspiration uncontrollably seeping from his forehead, neck, and back, saturating the cushions of the sofa. This intolerable heat was like an invisible hand, mercilessly yanking him from his dreams. MOU groggily opened his eyes, filled with irritation. Without the cooling comfort of air conditioning, this cramped living room was simply unbearable. He tossed and turned on the sofa, seeking a relatively cooler position. Yet all was in vain. Each movement only intensified his discomfort, as if the heat clung to him, refusing to dissipate. Resigned, MOU sat up, wiping the sweat from his face, his expression fraught with turmoil. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the closed window. A powerful urge surging within him, to open the window and let in the outside air, perhaps inviting a breath of coolness. Yet, recalling the torment of previous mosquito bites, he hesitated. Those wretched mosquitoes would swarm in at the slightest crack in the window, launching a merciless attack, depriving him of any chance of sleep. To open or not to open? This dilemma swirled in MOU's mind. He was acutely aware that opening the window could plunge him back into a fierce struggle with the mosquitoes, yet enduring this stifling heat was an agony in itself. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and slowly approached the window, his hand resting on the handle, yet he lacked the courage to turn it. Perhaps all the mosquitoes had been vanquished? Maybe opening the window would bring a refreshing night breeze, allowing him a restful sleep. MOU thought to himself, trying to muster the courage to open the window. But soon, another voice echoed in his mind. Don't be foolish. There are countless mosquitoes outside. The moment the window opens, they will certainly swarm in, and he would be restless all night once more. The conflicting thoughts battled fiercely in MOU's mind, plunging him into a profound inner turmoil. His hand trembled slightly on the window handle, alternately tightening and loosening, unable to reach a decision. Outside, the night enveloped the world in a serene and profound silence, with the occasional chirp of insects seeming to mock his indecision. MOU stood by the window for what felt like an eternity, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, a testament to his inner turmoil and the oppressive heat, while his gaze betrayed a hint of confusion and helplessness. At last, he let out a deep sigh and slowly released his grip on the window handle. He was truly afraid to confront the torment of those mosquitoes once more, preferring to endure the stifling warmth rather than suffer the agony of being bitten, covered in welts, unable to find sleep. Chapter 20. Sully invited MOU to join her in the guest room for the night. MOU trudged back to the sofa, his steps heavy, and reclined once more. He endeavored to relax his body, striving to ignore the oppressive heat that clung to him like a shadow. Closing his eyes, he focused on regulating his breath, seeking solace in sleep. Yet, the stifling air persisted as a relentless adversary, continually testing his limits of endurance. He tossed and turned on the couch, each movement accompanied by a resigned sigh. Time dragged on in the suffocating heat, with every minute feeling as protracted as a century. Visions of the previous comfort in the guest room flooded his mind, the cool breeze from the air conditioning, the soft bed, creating a stark contrast to his current predicament. He could not help but think of Sully, still in the guest room, wondering if she was relishing the refreshing coolness and drifting peacefully into slumber. If only he too could find a cool haven to rest. MOU silently mused, though he understood the impossibility of such a wish. He could not prioritize his comfort at the expense of Sully's convenience. Thus, he remained to endure the stifling atmosphere of the living room, waiting for the night to pass and dawn to arrive. Reclining on the sofa, the air around MOU felt stagnant, the heat enveloping him tightly. Outside, the night was profoundly dark, yet inside, there was not a hint of coolness. The absence of air conditioning transformed what was once a comfortable space into an invisible steam chamber, with sweat uncontrollably seeping from every pore, saturating the cushion beneath him. Initially, MOU attempted to persevere, tightly shutting his eyes, continuously adjusting his breath, and striving to relax in hopes of slipping into slumber. However, the oppressive heat grew increasingly audacious, like an unseen hand relentlessly kneading his nerves, rendering sleep unattainable. As time languidly passed in the unbearable warmth, each minute felt like an eternity. With the intensifying heat, Mou gradually found it increasingly difficult to cope. He shifted restlessly on the sofa, the friction between his body and the fabric emitting soft sounds, each motion accompanied by a weary sigh. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the persistent stifling heat. He abruptly sat up, yanked off the blanket, and began to remove his clothing. He unfastened the buttons of his shirt, tossing it aside, and then shed his trousers, leaving only his shorts. In that moment, it seemed that reducing his attire was the sole means to alleviate the suffocating heat. Yet, even clad in mere shorts, Mou still found the heat unbearable. Sweat continued to pour from his forehead, neck, and back as if it would never cease. His gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window. Perhaps opening it could invite a refreshing breeze to offer him some relief. However, the recollection of those demonic mosquitoes made him hesitate. His hand that had just lifted now stilled. The memories of their bites were vivid, instilling a lingering trepidation that deterred him from opening the window easily. The sultry air clung to Mou like a tenacious adversary, showing no mercy. He felt akin to an ant trapped within a steamer, with no avenue of escape. In this torment, Mou finally lost all patience. He rose in anger, muttering, "This dreadful weather is truly unbearable." Subsequently, he dragged his weary and overheated body towards the bathroom with hurried steps. Upon entering, he eagerly turned on the showerhead. Chilled water cascaded down like a torrential downpour. And without hesitation, he positioned himself beneath it, allowing the refreshing flow to wash over him. The moment the cool water made contact with his scorching skin, a wave of relief enveloped him, and he exhaled deeply. The oppressive heat seemed to dissipate slightly in that instant, and he closed his eyes, reveling in this fleeting moment of coolness. Mou cupped some cool water in his hands and poured it over his head, letting it cascade down his cheeks and neck. He felt his mind gradually awakening in this refreshing embrace. As the cold water rinsed away the sweat, the stifling sensation began to wane. He stood there, quietly enjoying this rare respite, as if forgetting the suffocating heat outside. However, this bliss was short-lived. When Mou turned off the shower and stepped out of the bathroom, the heat surged back like a relentless tide, enveloping him once more. He sighed in resignation, aware that this brief coolness could not remedy the fundamental problem. Returning to the living room, he reclined on the sofa again, silently praying for the torturous night to pass swiftly, hoping that by morning, everything would improve. Yet, the stifling air continued to pervade the surroundings, and his body began to sweat anew. Sleep seemed as distant as ever. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Suli also tossed and turned, struggling to find slumber. The gentle moonlight filtered through the curtain seams, casting a soft glow upon her delicate features. Lying on the bed, what had once felt comfortable now seemed oddly uncomfortable, as if the bed were suddenly too rigid. Suddenly, Suli recalled something. Bolting upright in bed with a pang of dread, she slapped her forehead in frustration, murmuring to herself, "Oh, my memory. The air conditioner in the living room seems to be broken, and I haven't had the chance to call a repairman. Mou is sleeping in there. He must be sweltering and unable to sleep." The thought of Mou enduring the oppressive heat stirred a wave of guilt within her. "Oh no, he must be suffering," Suli whispered, reluctantly opening her eyes. In the stillness of the night, she could almost envision Mou tossing and turning in the living room, tormented by the heat. Biting her lip, she found herself in a fierce internal struggle. She knew that the air conditioner in her room was the only one functioning properly, and allowing Mou to join her in the guest room seemed the most sensible solution. Yet, the prospect of a man and woman alone together in a room could easily lead to misunderstandings, and she felt too embarrassed to broach the subject. Suli sat by the bedside for an extended period, her inner turmoil akin to a tangled mass of threads, impossible to sever and perplexing to unravel. On one hand, she feared that Mou would be unable to find rest throughout the sultry night. On the other hand, traditional beliefs and her own reticence left her in a state of indecision. She incessantly questioned herself. Is this action appropriate? Might he perceive me as too forward? Yet, the thought of Mou possibly enduring discomfort compelled her to take action. At last, Suli inhaled deeply, as if resolutely steeling herself for what lay ahead. She gently rose, donning a delicate nightgown, and cautiously opened the door to the guest room. Outside, silence enveloped her, with only the sound of her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. Stealthily, she made her way towards the living room, each step intensifying the rhythm of her heart. Chapter 21. Are you asleep? As she approached the threshold of the living room, Her gaze fell upon Mou, who lay languidly on the sofa, his blanket cast aside. Clad only in shorts, he writhed restlessly, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Witnessing this scene intensified Su Li's feelings of guilt. She cleared her throat softly, attempting to capture Mou's attention. Hearing the sound, Mou drowsily opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Su Li standing at the door, inquired with surprise, "Ms. Su, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" Taken aback by his sudden question, Su Li felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Stammering, she replied, "Mou, I suddenly remembered that the air conditioning in the living room is broken. You must be too hot to sleep, so would you like to join me in the guest room? The air conditioning there is still functioning." With that, Su Li lowered her gaze, unable to meet Mou's eyes. Upon hearing her words, a wave of warmth surged within Mou. He understood that Su Li was concerned for him. Yet he hesitated at the thought of sharing a room with her, deeming it somewhat inappropriate. However, the sight of her shy yet caring expression made it difficult for him to refuse. After a moment of indecision, he said, "Ms. Su, that might not be appropriate. Would it trouble you?" Su Li hastily lifted her head, looking into Mou's eyes. "Not at all. Please don't overthink it. On such a sweltering night, you won't be able to rest well here, and we have work tomorrow. Besides, I feel a bit frightened sleeping in such a large bed alone." As she spoke, Su Li found her rationale somewhat flimsy, causing her cheeks to redden further. Mou, gazing into her earnest eyes, felt a stirring in his heart. "Well, if you insist, Miss Su, I suppose it would be all right. I apologize for the trouble." With that, he donned his clothes and followed Su Li into the guest room. Inside, the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped Mou in unparalleled comfort. Su Li approached the bed and, feeling somewhat bashful, suggested, "You can sleep on this side. I'll take the other. We both had a long day, so let us rest quickly." Mou nodded and replied softly, "All right, Miss Su, you two should get some rest." They lay on the bed, a distance apart. The room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning and their slightly hurried breaths. Both Su Li and Mou felt a palpable tension, neither daring to speak, their eyes fixated on the ceiling, lost in their own thoughts. "Mou, are you asleep?" Su Li turned onto her side on the soft mattress, her eyes slightly widened in the darkness. Though the cool air caressed her skin, her heart raced as if it contained a fluttering little rabbit, making sleep impossible. After much inner deliberation, she finally mustered the courage to ask softly, her cheeks aflame. Her voice, delicate in the stillness of the room, floated gently like a feather, softly settling in the air. With bated breath, Su Li awaited Mou's response, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from her cheeks. Even in the dim light, she could envision her face resembling a ripe apple at that moment. She was uncertain about how Mou would react and whether it was appropriate to speak so candidly. Yet the turmoil and curiosity within her compelled her to utter the words. After a brief moment, Mou gently shifted, turning slightly to glance in Su Li's direction, and replied softly, "Not yet, President Su. Why haven't you slept either?" His voice carried a hint of fatigue, yet it was imbued with a delicate caution. He too had not anticipated Su Li initiating a conversation, and in this somewhat awkward and nuanced atmosphere, his response unconsciously bore an extra measure of restraint. Su Li bit her lip, falling into silence for a moment as she contemplated how to articulate her current feelings. At last, summoning her courage, she confessed, I'm not quite sure why, but I just can't seem to sleep. Perhaps it's because of all that transpired today. My mind keeps racing, unable to settle." Her voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility of the night, yet tinged with an imperceptible shyness. She hoped Mou could grasp the turmoil within her heart. Mou nodded slightly. Even though Su Li might not discern his movement in the dark, he instinctively responded. He spoke gently, "President Su, I understand your feelings. Indeed, today has been eventful. Try not to dwell on it too much. Rest well, and perhaps tomorrow will bring clarity." His tone was soothing, an attempt to ease Su Li's tension. However, it seemed that her unease remained unmitigated by his words. She sighed softly and said, "Mou, I actually feel quite guilty. You see, you were the guest, yet due to my oversight, you had to endure the heat in the living room for so long. And then you were bitten by mosquitoes. Later, I made you share this space with me. I worry that this is not fair to you and that you might feel uncomfortable." As she finished her thoughts in one breath, it felt as though a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her heart. Mou was touched by her words. He had not expected Su Li to contemplate so deeply and feel remorse over these matters. He sincerely replied, "President Su, please don't think that way. I am truly grateful for your hospitality in allowing me to stay in the guest room. Moreover, Your concern for my comfort is evident in your actions. I appreciate your kindness, and you need not feel so guilty. I am quite all right here." Hearing MOU's response, Suli's sense of guilt eased somewhat. She turned slightly to catch a glimpse of his vague outline, saying, "MOU, you are truly kind. In the office, I often present a very assertive demeanor, and many people are intimidated by me. I rarely have the opportunity to converse openly with others like this. Sharing these thoughts with you has brought me a sense of relief." Her voice carried a note of reflection, as if, in that moment, she had let down her guard and revealed a softer side of her inner self. MOU smiled gently and said, "Mr. Su, your assertiveness in the company is merely a reflection of your dedication to excellence in your work. Everyone deeply admires your capabilities, and I believe you are inherently a kind-hearted person. Sometimes, the demands of your position necessitate a firmer demeanor. I am truly delighted to share this conversation with you today, and I hope that in the future, should you encounter any troubles, you feel comfortable confiding in me." In the stillness of the night, their dialogue flowed softly, reminiscent of a warm brook gently nourishing their hearts. The distance between them seemed to diminish imperceptibly as the previous awkwardness and restraint gradually dissipated. As Suli listened to MOU's words, a wave of warmth surged within her, and she suddenly felt that this evening was no longer unbearable. Gradually, Suli's spirits lifted considerably, and her eyelids began to grow heavy. She softly said, "MOU, thank you. I feel much better now. I might be drifting off to sleep soon. You should get some rest as well. Good night." Chapter 22, A Soft Body. A subtle fragrance. MOU smiled gently and replied, "Good night, President Su. May you have sweet dreams." With that, the two fell silent, and the room once again enveloped itself in tranquility. In this serene atmosphere, Suli felt a sense of reassurance and slowly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, MOU, listening to the rhythmic sound of Suli's breathing, felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, gradually succumbing to the embrace of sweet dreams amidst the warmth of the moment. In the stillness of the night, MOU was immersed in blissful slumber. The air conditioning in the guest room emitted a soft hum, as if serenading the peaceful night with a gentle lullaby. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting delicate silver rays that cloaked the room in a dreamlike veil. In the midst of her dreams, MOU suddenly sensed a warm breath drawing near, followed by a soft body gradually nestling into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness lingered between dream and reality, his body instinctively stiffening slightly. Reflexively, he opened his eyes, and the sight before him jolted him to full awareness. There lay Suli, nestled in his arms, her eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. Her breathing was even and gentle, the warmth of her breath brushing against MOU's neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through him. His heart raced unexpectedly, akin to a fawn bounding wildly within his chest, the sound of its thumping echoing loudly in the quiet room. He widened his eyes, feeling somewhat bewildered as he looked at Suli in his embrace, his mind blank, momentarily forgetting how to react. He could feel her soft body pressed against him, the faint fragrance enveloping his senses, causing his cheeks to flush uncontrollably. He contemplated gently pushing her away, fearing that awakening her would lead to an even more awkward situation. Yet, allowing her to remain there made him uncomfortable. His heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. MOU's thoughts tangled like a knotted thread. His gaze wandered over Suli's serene face, and he felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Typically, Suli presented herself as a competent and assertive figure before others, but now, as she unconsciously nestled into his embrace, she revealed a delicate and endearing side, offering MOU a fresh perspective on her. However, this enchanting atmosphere did not linger for long. Reason swiftly regained its hold. MOU understood that should Suli awaken to this situation, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly awkward moment for her. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, carefully and slowly shifting his body in an attempt to ease Suli from his embrace. Yet, just as he began to move, Suli seemed to sense something. Softly murmuring in her sleep, her body twisting slightly, inadvertently burrowing deeper into MOU's arms, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist. This unexpected movement sent MOU's heart racing once more, his body tensing instantly, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. MOU forced a bitter smile, internally lamenting his predicament. He understood that any rash movement at this moment could potentially awaken Suli from her slumber. Thus, he remained rigid, not daring to move, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, while his thoughts drifted far away. Memories of the day's events flooded back to him, from being tormented by mosquitoes in the living room, to Suli inviting him to rest in the guest room, and now to this awkward and delicate situation. Everything felt surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this tense and uncomfortable atmosphere, each second feeling like a century. Mo sensed a slight numbness in his arms. Yet he continued to restrain himself from any motion. Gradually, his anxiety began to subside, and his heartbeat grew steadier. As he gazed at Su-Li nestled in his arms, an inexplicable tenderness surged within him. He pondered that perhaps, in her dreams, Su-Li instinctively sought reassurance and safety, which prompted her to curl up against him. After an indeterminate period, Su-Li stirred gently in her sleep, finally releasing her hold on Mo and turning away to continue her slumber. A wave of relief washed over him. Seizing this opportunity, he cautiously adjusted his position, striving to maintain a respectful distance between them. He exhaled softly, glancing at Su-Li's back, silently grateful that this awkward crisis had temporarily abated. He realized that upon awakening the next day, this incident might transform into an unspoken secret shared only between them. He gradually closed his eyes, attempting to reclaim the slumber he had lost. However, just as his consciousness began to relax, and he was on the brink of drifting back to sleep, a peculiar sensation struck him suddenly. His heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable feeling surged from his spine, jolting him awake. Mo was gripped by a strong instinct that he was being watched, although his eyes remained shut. The sensation, sharp and unsettling, intensified, as if a searing gaze were fixated upon him. His breathing quickened, his heart pounding in his chest, the sound echoing as if it could be heard throughout the room. He repeatedly reassured himself that perhaps it was merely a figment of his heightened anxiety after the earlier events. Yet, the feeling of being scrutinized grew ever stronger. An undeniable presence he could not dismiss. After much hesitation, he slowly opened his eyes. The room was still bathed in moonlight, appearing unchanged from before. Su-Li lay with her back to him, her steady breathing indicating she remained deep in slumber. Mo subtly turned his head, his gaze sweeping the room in search of the source of the unsettling awareness. However, apart from the furniture and shadows, he discerned nothing amiss. Just as he prepared to relax, believing it to be merely his imagination, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. A vague figure stood silently in the corner of the room. Shrouded in darkness, its outline was indistinct, but it unmistakably bore the shape of a human. Mo's heart contracted sharply. A wave of terror seized his throat, rendering him nearly breathless. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the shadowy corner, striving to discern what lay concealed within. As his gaze gradually adjusted to the darkness, he discerned that the figure appeared to be clad in a long, flowing black robe, its head obscured by a hood, rendering its features indistinguishable. A chilling sensation crept through his being, his limbs turned icy, and his body involuntarily quivered. Mo yearned to awaken Su-Li with a piercing cry. Yet his throat felt as though it were constricted by an unseen force, silencing him entirely. Countless horrific thoughts raced through his mind. Was this enigmatic figure human or specter? Why had it manifested in this place? What were its intentions? An array of questions swirled in his consciousness, yet none provided solace. Just as Mo was engulfed in terror, the mysterious figure began to stir slowly. Chapter 23. You suddenly found yourself in a dream. Its movements were slow and rigid, as though every joint had succumbed to rust. It raised a hand, slender and pale, pointing towards Mo. Following the direction of that finger, Mo discovered it was aimed at Su-Li, who slept beside him. A profound instinct to protect surged within him. Despite being engulfed by fear, he struggled to sit up. However, his body felt as if enchanted, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the enigmatic figure drew nearer to him and Su-Li. Each step seemed to echo his heartbeat, intensifying his dread. As the mysterious presence approached, Mo finally discerned its visage. It was a face devoid of color, skin stretched tightly over bone, eyes hollow and vacant, lips a ghastly shade of purple, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. He yearned to scream, yet his voice remained trapped within him. Just as the shadowy figure was about to reach the bedside, Su-Li seemed to sense something amiss. In her slumber, she let out a soft hum and turned to face Mo. Gradually opening her eyes, she was startled by the terror etched across his face. Mo, what is wrong? Su-Li inquired softly, her tone laced with sleepiness and concern. Mo, trembling, pointed towards the mysterious figure. Su-Li followed his gaze, but saw nothing. Mo, did you have a nightmare? There's nothing here, she said, rubbing her eyes with a look of genuine worry. Mo glanced back at the corner, realizing that the apparition had indeed vanished. His heart swelled with confusion and fear. Could it all have been a mere figment of his imagination? Yet the haunting sensation of terror remained vividly clear. I just saw something terrifying. It was standing in that corner and pointing at you, Mo stammered, his voice quaking. Gently, Suli patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Perhaps you were just overtired and had a nightmare. Do not be afraid. There is nothing here. I am with you. Her voice was both tender and resolute, gradually soothing Mou's troubled heart. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He understood that he could not allow fear to dominate his spirit any longer. Maybe it truly was just a hallucination born from exhaustion. With Suli's comforting presence, Mou's heartbeat began to steady, and his trembling slowly subsided. Perhaps I am just too tired, he murmured to himself. He lay back down but kept his eyes warily fixed on the corner, unwilling to let his guard down. Noticing Mou's unease, Suli moved closer to him and softly whispered, "Do not fear. I am here with you. Sleep now." With her beside him, Mou's anxiety gradually diminished. Although a trace of fear lingered in his heart, he slowly closed his eyes. It could possibly be an instance of sleep paralysis, he thought, as this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Shortly thereafter, Mou, in a state of drowsiness, drifted back to sleep. At a certain moment, he suddenly felt a gentle hand resting upon him in his dreams. The touch was tender yet electrifying, instantly jolting him awake. As he opened his eyes wide, illuminated by the hazy moonlight, he beheld Suli gazing at him with a dreamy expression. Her eyes held a captivating allure. Suli, Mou exclaimed, astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never anticipated such an unexpected gesture from her. In that moment, Suli appeared entirely oblivious, unresponsive to his astonishment. The next instant, she unexpectedly leaped into his embrace, her arms encircling him tightly as if clinging to her last refuge in life. Mou found himself utterly bewildered by this sudden action. His body stiffening in place, paralyzed by uncertainty. He could distinctly feel Suli's warm body pressed against him, her breath softly brushing against his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. His mind was a blank canvas, filled with conflicting emotions, concern for Suli's well-being and the acute awkwardness of the situation. "Suli, wake up. What's wrong?" he whispered gently, attempting to rouse her. However, she merely stirred in his arms, mumbling indistinctly, yet remained in slumber. With a resigned sigh, he recognized that Suli was likely acting unconsciously in her dreams. Yet, he felt utterly at a loss. Should he push her away? He feared that doing so might awaken her, rendering the situation even more uncomfortable. Alternatively, should he simply hold her? The thought made him uneasy, as the distinction between genders weighed heavily on his mind. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Mou ultimately chose to acquiesce. He gently wrapped his arms around Suli, striving to make his movements appear as natural as possible, lest he disturb her slumber. At that moment, he could do nothing but cradle her and continue to sleep, silently praying for dawn to arrive swiftly, thus alleviating this awkward predicament. Time lingered in that delicate atmosphere, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. The sound of Mou's heartbeat resonated in the stillness of the room, and he could sense Suli's heart racing as well, hinting at some disquiet even in her dreams. His gaze fell upon her face, and in the faint moonlight, he observed her brow furrowed slightly, an unusual expression gracing her features. A wave of tenderness surged within him, prompting him to gently pat her back, as if soothing a wounded child. After an indeterminate period, Suli stirred within his embrace and slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at Mou, her expression one of confusion, as if she were still grappling with the reality of finding herself in his arms. Mou, witnessing her awakening, felt a mixture of relief and anxiety, uncertain of how she would react upon regaining her senses. "Miss Su, you have finally awakened. Just a moment ago, you were suddenly," Mou stammered, attempting to elucidate the recent events to Suli. Upon hearing Mou's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Suli's face, swiftly followed by a rush of crimson that adorned her cheeks as she realized she had been holding Mou tightly. Flustered, she promptly released her embrace, unable to meet Mou's gaze. I apologize, Mou. I do not know how this happened," Suli murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, laden with embarrassment and shyness. Observing Suli's discomfort, Mou felt a pang of compassion in his heart. He gently reassured her, "Miss Su, it is perfectly all right. You must have been dreaming. Perhaps you are simply exhausted." His voice was soft and soothing, endeavoring to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Chapter 24. Let us drink a bit before sleep. Suli nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude for Mou's understanding nature. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed that he bore no resentment towards her, which eased her tension somewhat. However, the events that had just transpired cast a subtle pall over the atmosphere in the room, leaving both of them at a loss for words. "Well, it's getting late. Perhaps we should continue our rest," Tomorrow brings a multitude of tasks. Mou broke the silence, attempting to restore normalcy. Suli hastily agreed, murmuring, yes. Yes. With that, they each returned to their respective positions, turning their backs to one another, and the silence enveloped them once more. Though both Mou and Suli closed their eyes, striving to reclaim sleep, the earlier scene replayed incessantly in their minds, preventing them from finding peace. Mou inhaled deeply, seeking to calm his tumultuous heartbeat, forcing himself to drift into slumber. He gently shut his eyes, endeavoring to banish the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, the recent occurrence lingered like an inescapable fog, clinging to his consciousness and thwarting his attempts at sleep. In the darkness, his ears attuned to every subtle sound within the room. Suli's slightly hurried breaths seemed to incessantly remind him of the awkward moment they had just shared. He could feel the heat radiating from his cheeks, his heart a tempest of confusion and uncertainty. He repeatedly reassured himself that Suli's actions were merely unconscious movements in slumber. However, the sensation of their bodies so close felt palpably real, leaving him restless. He tossed and turned on the bed, the sheets whispering softly with each movement. With every shift, he sought a comfortable position that might dispel his turbulent thoughts and usher him into the realm of dreams. Yet, no matter how he adjusted himself, that peculiar feeling remained ever present. His mind seemed uncontrollable, incessantly replaying Suli's dreamy gaze, the moment she fell into his arms, and the intimacy of their embrace. He attempted to divert his attention by recalling work-related matters, but those typically engaging thoughts now seemed to have lost their allure. His mind would inevitably drift back to the recent events. He also tried deep breathing, inhaling slowly, then exhaling gently, hoping to fill and empty his lungs, thereby calming his frayed nerves. Yet, each time he managed to relax even slightly, the memory of Suli's soft body pressed against his would resurface, reigniting his tension. Time dragged on in this torment, each second stretching interminably. Mou felt as though he were ensnared in an invisible cage, unable to break free. He began to regret his preoccupation with this matter. Perhaps, after Suli awoke and explained, everything could be dismissed as a mere accident, easily forgotten. Yet, an invisible thread tethered his heart, preventing him from letting go. After what felt like an eternity, Mou sensed that his body had grown weary from prolonged tension and restless turning. Yet, despite this, his mind remained alert, devoid of any drowsiness. He discreetly opened his eyes, illuminated by the faint moonlight streaming through the window, and gazed at Suli's silhouette. She lay quietly, seemingly asleep. But Mou was acutely aware that a subtle transformation had occurred between them, a change that instilled both anticipation and trepidation within him. He sighed softly in his heart, closed his eyes once more, and resolved to fall asleep. He envisioned himself in a serene meadow, where a gentle breeze caressed the lush green grass. And he reclined comfortably on the earth, gazing up at the azure sky. He endeavored to immerse himself in this delightful fantasy, striving to relax both body and mind entirely. However, just as he was on the brink of slumber, the thoughts of reality would abruptly pull him back. He began to fret about how he would face Suli come morning, whether their interactions would become awkward, and if their work would be affected as a result. These anxieties surged within him like relentless waves, crashing upon his innermost being. Mou felt a longing for dawn like never before. Yet he also dreaded the confrontations that awaited him in its light. He wrestled with these conflicting emotions, continuously battling with his own heart, desperately seeking a sliver of tranquility amid the chaos of his thoughts, hoping to drift into a deep slumber throughout the interminable night. Mou, are you still awake? Just as he struggled with his thoughts in the lengthy darkness, Suli's gentle voice shattered the silence. Her words seemed to emanate from a distant realm yet resonated clearly in Mou's ears. No, Miss Su, he replied, gradually opening his eyes. In the hazy moonlight, he beheld Suli turn towards him, her gaze tinged with a hint of shyness, concealing an ineffable emotion that rendered her all the more enchanting in this ambiguous atmosphere. They shared a moment of eye contact, and a complex sensation surged within him. He was uncertain why she had suddenly spoken, nor could he ascertain if she too was troubled by the events that had just transpired. They remained silently observing each other, the air thick with a delicate and exquisite ambience. Perhaps we should have a drink. It might help us sleep. Suli broke the silence first, her voice soft yet resonant in the stillness of the room, akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of sound. Mou was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a proposal from Suli. He regarded her with hesitation. On one hand, he was indeed troubled by the events of the evening, finding it difficult to find rest, Perhaps a drink would allow him to temporarily forget his worries and fall into a deep sleep. On the other hand, he was concerned that drinking with Su Li might complicate their already delicate relationship further. Nevertheless, seeing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, Mou ultimately nodded and said, "All right, Ms. Su." He mused that perhaps this was merely Su Li's attempt to ease the awkwardness and facilitate sleep, and he need not overthink it. As Su Li observed Mou's acquiescence, she gracefully rose and illuminated the bedside lamp. The gentle glow instantaneously brightened a corner of the room, dispelling a modicum of darkness and oppression. She approached the wine cabinet, deftly retrieving a bottle of red wine along with two elegant stemmed glasses, her movements exuding poise and familiarity. Mou followed suit, taking a seat at the edge of the bed, attentively watching Su Li's every gesture. Su Li uncorked the red wine and slowly poured it into the two glasses. The deep crimson liquid sparkled enticingly under the light, releasing a subtle fruity aroma. She lifted a glass of wine, approached Mou, and offered it to him, before delicately savoring a sip herself. Chapter 25. Allow me to lean for a while. Mou accepted the wine glass, hesitated for a moment, and then took a sip. The rich and sweet flavor of the red wine flowed down his throat slowly, bringing a touch of warmth. He took a few more sips, attempting to hasten the effects of the alcohol to numb his chaotic thoughts. Mou, I am truly sorry about tonight. Su Li broke the silence, gazing at him with eyes filled with remorse. I do not know how I ended up behaving that way. Perhaps the pressure has been overwhelming lately, and I lost control in my dreams. I hope I did not cause you any distress. As Mou looked at Su Li, the tension in his heart eased slightly. He smiled and replied, Su, please do not say that. I understand it was unintentional and it hasn't troubled me at all. It is entirely normal to feel stressed given how busy you have been lately. Su Li sighed softly, saying, You have no idea. The company is facing numerous challenges, and I feel suffocated every day. I had hoped to get a good night's sleep tonight, but then this happened. As she spoke, she took a few more sips of wine, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Listening to Su Li, Mou felt a surge of sympathy for her. He had always known the immense pressure she faced at work, yet he had never felt it as profoundly as he did at that moment. Su, you really don't need to push yourself so hard. Taking time to relax might actually enhance your productivity, Mou gently suggested. Su Li looked at him, gratitude flickering in her gaze. Thank you, Mou. Speaking with you makes me feel much lighter. I always have to maintain a facade of strength at the office, and I rarely have the chance to confide in anyone. As they continued to drink, their conversation meandered from work to life, from hobbies to aspirations. In this warm atmosphere, the previous awkwardness seemed to dissipate, and the distance between them appeared to close significantly. As the effects of the wine began to take hold, both Mou and Su Li found themselves speaking more freely. They were no longer as reserved as they usually were, but rather like two longtime friends, candidly sharing their joys and sorrows. Mou discovered that outside of work, Su Li was a gentle, kind, and intriguing person, while Su Li greatly appreciated Mou's insights and thoughts. As the bottle of red wine emptied quickly, both of them felt a pleasant intoxication. Su Li's cheeks flushed with color, and her gaze became dreamy and hazy. She looked at Mou, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I think I might be able to sleep now, Su Li whispered, reclining back onto the bed, her eyes gradually closing. Mou watched her, sensing his own consciousness beginning to blur. He placed the wine glass aside and laid down, as a hazy consciousness enveloped him, and he seemed to behold a tranquil ocean, where he and Su Li were drifting leisurely. Gradually, he surrendered to slumber, discovering his own tranquility on this store-laden night. At that moment, Su Li, slightly intoxicated, gazed at him with a dreamy yet fervent expression, slowly shifting her body towards Mou, before gently nestling into his embrace. In that instant, Mou felt a warm and soft body pressed closely against him. Instinctively, he lowered his head and met Su Li's passionate gaze. Her eyes appeared to be ablaze, the flames flickering with a hint of drunken haze, yet burning intensely as they scrutinized him. Her cheeks, flushed from the effects of alcohol, bore an enchanting rosy hue. Her lips slightly parted, breath-quickening, as her warm breath brushed against his neck, causing his heart to race. As Su Li, Mou's voice trembled involuntarily. He had not anticipated such a gesture from her. In that moment, Su Li was a stark contrast to her usual image as a formidable and composed businesswoman. And this sudden transformation left Mou bewildered. His mind went blank, and he felt as though he had been frozen in place, his body rigid and unwilling to move. Su Li did not respond to his call. She merely continued to gaze at him with those fiery eyes, as if attempting to see through him entirely. She slowly raised her hand, delicately resting it on his chest, her fingers trembling slightly, seemingly conveying an indescribable emotion. You could feel the warmth of her fingers penetrating through the thin fabric of his clothing, a warmth that coursed through him like electricity. Suli finally spoke, her voice soft and husky, as if it had been coaxed from the depths of her throat. Her tone carried a hint of intoxication, yet seemed to harbor emotions she had never previously revealed. Upon hearing her call his name, Mo's heart tightened. He was uncertain of what Suli would say next, filled with both anticipation and a vague sense of unease. Suli paused slightly, her gaze still fixed on him, as if searching for something. Being with you makes me feel relaxed, safe. Her words came slowly, each syllable seemingly weighed with careful consideration. As Mou listened to her, a wave of complex emotions surged within him. He had always harbored a sense of awe and admiration for Suli. In his eyes, she was a lofty superior, an unattainable presence. Yet now, she was nestled so closely in his arms, confiding her innermost feelings, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Suli, Mou began to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, intertwining in a manner that rendered him momentarily speechless. Suli seemed indifferent to Mou's response. She gently shook her head, interrupting his words. Do not speak. Allow me to rest here for a moment, she murmured, burying her head deeper into his embrace, holding him tightly as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Mou resignedly sealed his lips, feeling the warmth and rhythm of her breath within his arms. The tension in his heart gradually transformed into a tender compassion. He slowly extended his arm, cautiously enveloping Suli in a gentle embrace, mindful not to cause her any discomfort. In that serene chamber, their heartbeats intertwined, as though orchestrating a silent symphony. Time seemed to stand still in that fleeting moment, as Mou and Suli remained locked in their quiet embrace. He could sense her body subtly trembling, unsure if it was the influence of alcohol or the emotions she had long concealed finally finding their release. Chapter 26. Last night was not intentional. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Was Suli's affection merely a fleeting intoxication, or was it a long-buried sentiment? As time passed, Suli's breathing gradually became even and steady, and she slowly drifted into slumber within Mou's embrace. Observing Suli's serene visage, Mou felt a tumult of emotion surging within him. He understood that everything that transpired tonight would become a unique memory shared between him and Suli, and their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation in this unintentional moment. Mou sighed softly, aware that it was not the time for overthinking. He carefully adjusted his position, striving to ensure Suli's comfort and sleep. In the stillness of the night, he listened to the rhythmic sound of her breathing, and his own mood began to settle. Gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts wandered far away. He pondered whether Suli would recall the events of this night upon waking, and how they would face each other thereafter. Yet at this moment, he simply wished to cherish this fleeting tranquility, accompanying Suli through this extraordinary night. As dawn broke, gentle sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window like a golden veil, softly illuminating Mou's face. The warmth felt akin to a mother's touch, tenderly rousing him from his dreams. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his consciousness still shrouded in a haze. However, when his gaze fell upon Suli nestled in his arms, he instantly became wide awake, taken aback for a moment. Suli rested quietly against him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings with each breath she took. Bathed in sunlight, her complexion glowed with a faint blush, exuding an extraordinary beauty. Staring at Suli in his embrace, Mou's mind went blank for a brief moment as the events of the previous night flashed through his mind like a movie. His heart raced. A complex wave of emotion surged, confusion about this unexpected scene, coupled with concern for how Suli would react upon awakening. At that moment, it seemed Suli sensed Mou's gaze and slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was one of drowsy bewilderment, and as their eyes met, she momentarily froze, then appeared to recall something, her face instantly blooming with a shy blush. Mr. Su, I did not intend for last night to happen, Mou exclaimed in a flurry, a tremor in his voice, fearful that Suli might misinterpret the situation. After all, the events of the previous night were indeed extraordinary, and he worried that Suli might harbor a negative impression of him. Suli bit her lip slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Amused by Mou's anxious demeanor, she felt a different emotion stirring within her. Mou, it's all right, she spoke softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze, soothing and calming. Are you hungry? Let me make you breakfast. She deftly shifted the topic, attempting to ease the slightly awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing Suli's words, Mo felt a slight relief in his heart, yet he still felt somewhat guilty. Suzong, I truly apologize for last night. He intended to continue his explanation but was interrupted by Suli. It's all right, let's not dwell on last night. Suli rose from her seat, tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, and walked towards the door. Mo gazed at Suli's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether Suli genuinely dismissed the events of the previous evening or simply wished to avoid discussing them. Regardless, he felt immense gratitude for her magnanimity. Before long, Mo also stood up and made his way to the living room, where a subtle aroma of food wafted through the air. Suli was busy in the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Mo observed Suli donning an apron, diligently working at the stove. And a wave of warmth surged within him. Suzong, allow me to assist you, he offered, stepping forward. Suli glanced at him with a slight smile. There's no need, just sit tight, it will be ready shortly. However, disregarding her words, he approached her side and began to lend a hand. As they toiled together in the kitchen, the atmosphere gradually became amicable. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, and they would exchange smiles, the prior awkwardness seemingly dissipating in the warmth of their surroundings. Mo, do you enjoy fried eggs? I made a few, Suli inquired as she plated the eggs. I do, Suzong, I relish whatever you prepare, Mo replied with a smile, sincerity lacing his tone. Soon, breakfast was ready. Seated at the dining table, they began to indulge in the meal, which consisted of exquisite fried eggs, bread, and rich coffee, all appearing so delightful. Mo, I felt quite happy chatting with you yesterday, Suli suddenly remarked, breaking the silence. I am often too busy with work to have the opportunity to relax and converse like this. She looked at Mo, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. I share that sentiment, Suzong. Conversing with you has provided me with a different perspective of your character, Mo responded earnestly. In truth, you are a fascinating and warm person beyond your professional facade. Upon hearing his words, a joyful smile illuminated Suli's face. Thank you for saying that, Mo. I hope we can maintain such exchanges in the future. As she spoke, she lifted her coffee cup. Mo mirrored her gesture, gently clinking his cup against hers. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping them, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. The awkwardness and anxiety of the previous night gradually transformed into a unique bond between Mo and Suli, quietly blossoming. They soon finished their breakfast, the atmosphere at the table warm and serene. Observing the array of dishes before him, Mo felt a surge of desire to share in the chores. He proactively suggested, Suzong, you've been busy all morning. Let me handle the dishes. His gaze was earnest and focused, accompanied by a gentle smile. Suli paused for a moment. Gazing at Mo's earnest expression, a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She initially intended to decline, considering Mo as a guest, yet for reasons unknown. The words transformed on her lips. That won't do. I shall join as well. Two will surely expedite the task. With that, she rose gracefully and approached Mo. Her gaze imbued with an undeniable resolve. Mo regarded Suli with mild surprise, yet predominantly felt an ineffable joy. Then I shall trouble you, President Su. He replied with a smile, promptly beginning to clear the table of dishes, carefully transporting them to the kitchen. Suli followed closely behind, holding the remnants of their meal, ready to dispose of them as well. Upon entering the kitchen, Mo gently placed the dishes in the sink and turned on the faucet, where a cascade of crystal-clear water flowed forth, producing a refreshing sound. Suli stood beside him, reaching for the dish soap, squeezing a portion onto the sponge, instantly filling the air with a delightful citrus aroma. Allow me to wash. You can handle the rinsing, if that suits you. Suli looked up at Mo, her eyes sparkling with vivacity, as if negotiating a shared endeavor. Chapter 27. You are truly beautiful. Mo smiled and nodded. All right, I will listen to you, President Su. Suli picked up a bowl and meticulously wiped it with a dishcloth dipped in detergent, paying attention to every corner from the rim to the bottom. Her movements were gentle and practiced, the cloth gliding against the bowl's surface, producing a soft rustling sound akin to a unique symphony in the kitchen. Mo focused intently on the bowls that Suli had cleaned, eagerly accepting them as she handed them over, placing them under the faucet to rinse. The water cascaded down the bowl's walls, washing away the foam, revealing a pristine bowl before his eyes. The two of them worked in harmonious coordination, one washing, the other rinsing methodically and without haste. Occasionally, their hands would brush against one another, and that fleeting contact sent a jolt of electricity through their bodies, quickening their heartbeats. Yet, they remained silent, continuing their tasks, a faint blush creeping onto their faces. During the washing, Su Li inadvertently glanced up and caught a glimpse of Mo's profile as he diligently rinsed the dishes. His focused expression, slightly furrowed brow, and prominent nose created a captivating image under the kitchen lights. Su Li's heart stirred, momentarily entranced. Mo seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Su Li, like a child caught in wrongdoing, quickly lowered her head and hastened her dishwashing. Observing her bashful demeanor, a smile blossomed within Mo. Yet he chose not to acknowledge it, continuing silently with the rinsing. As time passed, the pile of dishes in the sink diminished. Yet the atmosphere between them grew increasingly delicate. The intimacy of doing chores together made them forget their usual differences in status, allowing them to simply relish this shared moment. Finally, the last bowl was rinsed clean, and Mo neatly placed it in the drying rack. He turned to Su Li, smiling as he said, "President Su, we've finally finished. I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how long I would have been at it alone." Su Li gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and responded with a smile. "There's no need for pleasantries. It's indeed much faster with two people." Her smile radiated like blossoms in spring, dazzling and enchanting, leaving Mo momentarily spellbound. Their eyes met again, each finding a glimmer of amusement and something deeper in the other's gaze. In that instant, the kitchen transformed into a secluded haven where only the two of them existed. Immersed in warmth and beauty, the shared experience of washing dishes became an unforgettable memory between them, like an invisible thread drawing their hearts closer together. "President Su, you are truly beautiful," Mo exclaimed, captivated by Su Li's radiant smile akin to the blooming flowers of spring. His eyes brimmed with sincerity and admiration, as if Su Li at that moment was the one and only breathtaking scenery in the world. Upon hearing Mo's unexpected compliment, Su Li's delicate face was instantly graced with a captivating blush, cascading from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, reminiscent of a splendid sunset adorning the horizon. She subtly lifted her gaze, her large eyes fixated on Mo, shimmering with surprise and anticipation, and softly inquired, "Is that true?" Her voice was gentle, tinged with a quiver, as if she could scarcely believe the words that had reached her ears. Mo observed Su Li's countenance, a blend of shyness and a yearning for affirmation, and his heart surged with affection and tenderness. He nodded emphatically, his tone resolute as he declared, "Indeed it is. General Manager Su, you have always possessed an exquisite beauty, whether in your commanding presence at work or in this gentle, bashful demeanor of yours, both captivating enough to render one unable to look away." His voice, deep and resonant, bore each word like a warm pebble cast into the tranquil lake of Su Li's heart, sending ripples of warmth throughout. As Su Li absorbed Mo's words, a sweet wave of warmth flooded her heart. She had devoted the majority of her energy to her work, navigating the tumultuous waters of the business world, striving to craft an image of strength and competence. Over time, she had nearly forgotten the tender and beautiful side of herself. Mo's praise illuminated the forgotten recesses of her heart like a radiant beam of light. I seldom hear such words," Su Li murmured, lowering her gaze and fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Her voice was barely a whisper, as if she were conversing with herself, yet Mo heard her clearly. A pang of sympathy coursed through him, prompting him to step closer and gently utter, "General Manager Su, you are deserving of every beautiful compliment. Not only are you outwardly lovely, but your inner kindness and strength shine even brighter. Your dedication and accomplishments at work earn the admiration of those around you. It's merely that others may feel hesitant to express it due to your stature and presence." Su Li raised her head once more, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude as she gazed at Mo. She had never anticipated such profound understanding and insight from him. In that moment, the distance between them seemed to diminish significantly. "Mo, thank you," Su Li expressed earnestly, her voice quavering with emotion. Mo, noticing the tears shimmering in Su Li's eyes, felt a rush of concern. Instinctively, he reached out, wishing to wipe away her tears, but halted midair, realizing that such an action might be perceived as overly intimate. Su Li, noticing his gesture, felt a stirring within her and gently leaned forward, presenting her cheek to his hand. Momentarily taken aback, Mo then tenderly brushed away the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb. Their gazes intertwined once more, this time infused with an unspoken depth of feeling. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, enveloping the kitchen in an atmosphere of warmth and subtle intimacy. Gazing at Su Li's face, now mere inches away, and feeling the warmth of her breath, a surge of impulse welled up within Mo. "General Manager," he softly called, his voice laced with an indescribable emotion. Su Li's lips trembled slightly as she softly replied, "Hmm." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly awaiting Mo's forthcoming words. However, at that moment, a sudden ring of a telephone shattered the tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Both Su Li and Mo were startled by the unexpected sound, swiftly parting ways. Their faces tinged with a hint of embarrassment. In a flurry, Su Li retrieved her phone, glancing at the caller ID, her expression subtly shifting. "It's a call from the company. I must take this," she said, turning to exit the kitchen. Watching Su Li's retreating figure, Mo felt a pang of disappointment. Yet he understood that the fabric of reality is often woven with interruptions and unforeseen events. In the living room, Su Li answered the call, conversing with the person on the other end. From her serious demeanor and curt responses, Mo sensed that something significant was afoot at the company. Chapter 28. Discovering treasures at Panjiuan Antique Market. Not long after, Su Li ended the call and returned to the kitchen. Mo, there is an urgent matter at the company. We must return immediately, she said, a tinge of regret evident in her voice. I truly enjoyed today. The moments spent with you. I shall always cherish them. Her gaze lingered on Mo, filled with reluctance. Mo smiled gently and replied, Su, please attend to your responsibilities. Work is paramount, and I hope you resolve the company matters smoothly. His eyes radiated understanding and support. Mo, let us both head to the company together. Su Li proposed, her eyes glinting with a hint of expectation and trust. Although the warmth of their earlier encounter had been interrupted by the phone call, she still wished for more time with Mo. And the thought of traveling to the company together seemed to extend their unique rapport. Certainly, Su. Mo responded without hesitation, his voice imbued with a trace of delight at the prospect of accompanying Su Li. The two quickly tidied up and exited the house, making their way towards the garage. The morning sunlight bathed them, casting a golden outline around their figures. A gentle breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of floral fragrance, as if enhancing the romance of their delightful journey together. Upon reaching the garage, Su Li's Maybach stood gracefully, its body shimmering with understated luxury in the sunlight. Mo gallantly opened the door for Su Li, who nodded in gratitude before elegantly settling into the car. He then circled around to the passenger seat. The interior was exquisitely adorned and comfortable, with a subtle scent of leather wafting through the air. Su Li started the engine, and the Maybach smoothly exited the garage, heading towards the company. Along the way, their conversation flowed effortlessly, transitioning from the beauty of the morning to aspirations for work, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. The landscape outside the window whisked by like a painting, while the time spent within the car seemed particularly beautiful yet fleeting. Before long, they arrived at the company. The imposing building loomed before them, dignified and solemn. After parking, Su Li and Mo stepped out of the car. As they entered the company, the employees noticed their unusual pairing and cast curious glances. Typically, Su Li was a solitary figure, maintaining a certain distance from her staff. So her arrival with Mo sparked speculation about their relationship. Seemingly oblivious to the intrigued gazes, Su Li checked the time, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Mo, I must attend a meeting. You should return to your workstation, she instructed, her eyes reflecting her focus and commitment to her duties. Of course, Su. Please do attend to your work. I wish you a successful meeting. Mo replied with a smile, his eyes filled with encouragement. Su Li nodded appreciatively and strode confidently toward the conference room, her presence in the corridor becoming increasingly distant as her unique aura of professionalism returned. As Mo gazed at Su Li's departing figure, a sense of admiration surged within him. He then turned and made his way to his workstation. Along the way, he reflected on the moments he had shared with Su Li since arriving at the company, his heart brimming with warmth. Upon returning to his desk, colleagues began to gather around him. Mo, how come you came in with President Su today? One colleague inquired, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. Yes, do share. Is there some good news? Another chimed in eagerly. Mo smiled gently and replied, nothing particularly special. We happened to meet this morning and shared a ride. He preferred not to elaborate, for the delightful moments spent with Su Li were treasures he wished to keep close to his heart. Not wanting to press further, his colleagues returned to their respective tasks. Mo settled into his chair, opened his computer, and prepared to immerse himself in the day's work. Yet, his thoughts occasionally drifted to Su Li, wondering how her meeting was progressing. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Su Li was leading a meeting. Standing before the projector, she was focused and methodically analyzing the challenges the company faced, proposing a series of solutions. Her voice was resolute and powerful, her gaze revealing wisdom and decisiveness. a stark contrast to the gentle demeanor she had displayed earlier before MOU. The meeting unfolded with intensity and fervor as department heads shared their insights and suggestions. Sully attentively listened to each speaker, diligently noting key points and quickly weighing the pros and cons of various proposals. Back at his workstation, MOU was fully absorbed in his tasks, meticulously reviewing project materials and contemplating ways to optimize solutions to create greater value for the company. Although they occupied different spaces, he knew they were both striving for the company's advancement. Tom quietly slipped away amid the bustling activity, and before long, the morning had passed. MOU completed a portion of his work, stretched, glanced at the clock, and mused that Sully's meeting must be nearing its conclusion. As noon approached, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating every corner of the office. After a busy morning, employees began to rise, preparing to enjoy their lunch. And a relaxed atmosphere enveloped the entire company. At that moment, MOU's phone buzzed with a message from Sully. "MOU, please come to my office." Upon reading the message, MOU felt a flutter of anticipation. He quickly tidied his desk and made his way to Sully's office. After gently knocking on the door and receiving permission, he entered. Sully stood by the window, sunlight outlining her graceful figure. Turning to face him, she wore a soft smile, her eyes radiating warmth and expectation. "MOU, let us go have lunch together," Sully said, her voice gentle and inviting. Imbued with an irresistible charm, MOU was momentarily taken aback, but soon joy welled up within him. "Certainly, President Su," he replied, a polite smile gracing his face. Later in the afternoon, they planned to visit the Pangaean antique market. Sully continued, as she walked to her desk to retrieve her handbag. "The company has recently acquired an abundance of jade. Accompany me, and we shall continue our ventures in stone gambling or procure some jade," she elucidated, her gaze reflecting her dedication and seriousness towards her work. "No problem, Miss Su," MOU replied, feeling both honored and delighted to accompany Sully to Pangaean. Subsequently, Sully and MOU exited the office together. Along the way, employees cast curious glances at the duo, speculating about their outing for a meal. However, Sully and MOU paid little heed to the attention, making their way directly out of the company and into the parking lot. Sully drove her familiar Maybach, transporting MOU to a restaurant she frequented. Chapter 29, the million-dollar blue and white porcelain. Within the confines of the vehicle, soothing melodies flowed softly. As the two engaged in casual conversation, transitioning from the morning's labor to their anticipations for the afternoon's itinerary. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, enveloping them in a warm and inviting atmosphere. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant, an establishment of refined character, elegantly adorned and nestled in serene surroundings. The attentive staff graciously escorted them to a table by the window. Sully skillfully ordered several signature dishes from the menu. During the meal, she and MOU exchanged thoughts and insights. Sully shared her concepts for the company's new project, while MOU offered distinctive perspectives and suggestions from his vantage point. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, marked by spirited discussions and occasional laughter ignited by amusing viewpoints. In that moment, they transcended the conventional superior-subordinate dynamic, embodying more as like-minded partners, freely voicing their ideas in pursuit of a common goal. After a brief respite post-lunch, Sully and MOU set off towards the Pangaean antique market. As they drove, the city's clamor gradually faded into the background, and their spirits soared with anticipation. Upon reaching the market, they found it bustling with activity. A throng of people navigated through the myriad of stalls, showcasing a dazzling array of antiques that seemed to transport them into a realm where history and culture intertwined. Walking side by side into the market, Sully's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. She meticulously observed each exhibit, pausing occasionally to examine a piece of antiquity, scrutinizing its craftsmanship, materials, and era. MOU, standing beside her, patiently offered expert advice gleaned from his knowledge of antiques. "MOU, what do you think of this piece?" Sully inquired, holding up a blue and white porcelain vase and presenting it to him with a glimmer of inquiry in her gaze. MOU accepted the vase, closely inspecting its patterns, hues, and texture. He replied, "Miss Su, based on the craftsmanship and clay quality, this porcelain likely originates from a mid-Qing dynasty folk kiln, and it is relatively well preserved, possessing a degree of collectible value. However, further authentication would be necessary." Upon hearing MOU's assessment, Sully nodded thoughtfully and returned the vase to its original place. "Your analysis is quite astute. It seems we ought to explore further and make comparisons," she remarked. Moving towards the next stall, In the ensuing hours, Suli and Mou meandered through the market stalls. Surrounding them were tables laden with an array of antiques. From intricate jade artifacts to ancient scrolls and paintings, each object captivating in its own right. Yet, most of the antiques were mere replicas, with authentic treasures being few and far between. Suddenly, Mou's gaze inadvertently fell upon an unassuming stall. It displayed various porcelain items and ornamental pieces, appearing rather ordinary against the backdrop of the more opulent antiques. But in that fleeting moment, Mou's discerning eye, akin to a lighthouse, ignited. Fixated upon a piece of blue and white porcelain, Mou's X-ray vision possesses a remarkable ability, allowing him to perceive the internal structure, material composition, and age of antique items. As his gaze fell upon the exquisite blue and white porcelain, his X-ray vision instantly provided him with a revelation. A striking line of information materialized in his mind. This blue and white porcelain is genuine, with an estimated value of no less than 10 million. Mou couldn't help but gasp, his eyes fixated on the porcelain piece. An estimated value of 10 million is no trifling sum, and to encounter such a rare and authentic treasure amidst the chaotic antique market is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His heart raced, an indescribable thrill and anxiety swelling within him. He quickly turned to Suli beside him and exclaimed, "Sue, that blue and white porcelain appears to be authentic." His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his finger instinctively pointed toward the stall. Upon hearing this, Suli followed the direction of his finger. A flicker of surprise and curiosity crossed her eyes. Mou has always possessed a discerning eye, and if he said so, the blue and white porcelain must indeed hold something exceptional. They exchanged a knowing glance, and then made their way toward the stall. As they approached, the surrounding cacophony of voices and haggling seemed to fade into the background. Their focus was solely on the tranquil blue and white porcelain displayed at the stall. Upon reaching the stall, they found the proprietor to be a rather unassuming middle-aged man, clad in a somewhat tattered long coat, idly seated beside his wares. Noticing Mou and Suli's arrival, a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes as he promptly stood up, warmly greeting them. "Welcome, feel free to browse. Everything here is of excellent quality." Mou disregarded the vendor's pleasantries, his gaze riveted on the blue and white porcelain. He cautiously lifted it, scrutinizing it closely. The porcelain vase exhibited an elegant shape, with smooth lines, adorned with exquisite patterns, delicate brushwork, and vibrant colors that retained an air of antiquity. Every detail, from the texture of the porcelain to the fineness of its craftsmanship, radiated its extraordinary nature. Watching Mou's intense focus, Suli felt a surge of anticipation. Although she lacked X-ray vision, her years of experience in the business realm and her studies of antiques allowed her to discern that this blue and white porcelain was indeed remarkable. "Sir, how much for this blue and white porcelain?" Mou inquired, lifting his gaze to the vendor. A barely perceptible excitement flickered in the vendor's eyes, though he maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "You two have an excellent eye. This is a treasure I painstakingly sourced. I see you are knowledgeable. The price is a flat 8 million. Mou was taken aback, astonished by the vendor's high asking price. While the blue and white porcelain undoubtedly commanded a considerable value, 8 million exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he understood that haggling is customary in the antique market. "Sir, 8 million seems a bit steep. While this blue and white porcelain looks impressive, it hardly warrants that price. Would you consider lowering it?" Mou tentatively proposed. The vendor furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of difficulty, and said, "My dear brother, this truly is my bottom line. You must understand, genuine antiques are exceedingly rare in today's market, and I have taken considerable risks to acquire this piece." Suli interjected from the side, "Boss, we genuinely admire this porcelain. Could you perhaps lower the price a little more?" The vendor glanced at Mou and Suli, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Since you two are so sincere, I can only offer it for 7 million. That is already a rock-bottom price." Mou and Suli exchanged glances, and Mou subtly nodded, signaling Suli to continue negotiating. Understanding his cue, Suli said, "Boss, we can only manage 500. Any more would be beyond our means." The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, 500 is far too low. I wouldn't even recoup my costs." Chapter 30. A bargain of 2,000. Both parties found themselves in a stalemate. Mou was acutely aware that the vendor still had room to reduce the price, yet he could not allow the vendor to perceive their eagerness. An idea struck him. Feigning a desire to abandon the exquisite blue and white porcelain, he remarked, "Mr. Su, it seems this piece of porcelain is not fated to be ours. Let us explore other vendors." Upon noticing their apparent disinterest, the vendor felt a pang of anxiety. He feared that these potential patrons might truly depart. "Oh, please don't go. Let us negotiate further," he implored, hastily adding, "How about 6 million? This truly is my bottom line." MOU and Sully exchanged a knowing smile. "My good sir, let us settle for 600. That is what we are willing to pay." MOU gazed steadily at the vendor, his tone imbued with both caution and conviction. He understood that in the antique market of Panjiayuan, haggling was an essential skill for survival, and this seemingly valuable piece of blue and white porcelain might be acquired at an unexpectedly low price. Upon hearing MOU's offer, the vendor's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a tale too fantastical to be true. "Young man, that is not how one bargains," he scoffed, his expression a mix of exasperation and disdain. "I have already made considerable concessions. My firm price is 6 million. To suggest 600 is nothing short of a jest. How about you start with 10,000? As he spoke, the vendor rolled his eyes, clearly regarding MOU's proposition as absurd. "Sir, the disparity is too great. From 8 million to 1,000 is quite a leap. I understand that business is challenging, yet 600 is hardly without merit. The market is rife with imitations. And while this blue and white porcelain possesses some charm, I cannot ascertain its authenticity. At 600, consider it a whimsical purchase, should there be a delightful surprise. It would indeed be serendipity." MOU calmly elucidated his rationale for the offer, hoping to persuade the vendor. "Ah, you articulate well for your youth. Yet, I know the true value of this porcelain. 10,000 is already a generous offer given our fortunate encounter. The craftsmanship and quality surely cannot be worth merely 600. The vendor crossed his arms, steadfast in his refusal to budge. 700. MOU asserted firmly, his eyes reflecting a hint of determination. He understood that while the vendor appeared resolute, patience often yielded a price equilibrium in the antique market. 700? Your increase is rather miserly. At the very least. 5,000. My costs exceed that amount. The vendor, now somewhat flustered, raised his voice, drawing the attention of onlookers. Sully observed the exchange with rising anxiety. She tugged at MOU's sleeve and whispered, "MOU, I SNT that a bit too low. Perhaps you should consider raising your offer." MOU subtly shook his head, signaling her to remain calm. "My dear sir, we are all navigating this market together, where fate and discernment reign supreme. While I admire this blue and white porcelain, it does exhibit certain flaws. If you truly wish to sell, consider a further reduction. 800 is the utmost I can offer." MOU pointed to a subtle imperfection on the blue and white porcelain, attempting to find a leverage for bargaining. "What flaw could there possibly be? You are merely nitpicking. This blue and white porcelain is in impeccable condition, crafted with exquisite skill. You think you can take it for 800? Absolutely not. For 1,000 is the lowest I can go," the vendor replied, a hint of irritation in his voice as he examined the supposed flaw MOU had mentioned. A glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. "Please, don't be hasty. In business, it is essential to cultivate goodwill to prosper. I can see you are a reasonable person, and I certainly do not wish for you to incur a loss. How about 900? That would be a fair offer. And I shall add an additional 100 as a gesture of my sincerity," MOU suggested with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. 900? That increase is far too modest. 3,000 is my final offer. If you can accept that, we can conclude the deal. If not, then we part ways," the vendor declared, dismissively waving his hand. After a moment of contemplation, MOU glanced at Sully, who gave a slight nod. Steeling himself, MOU declared, 1,500. This price is quite reasonable. Consider the fierce competition in the market. If you maintain this price, you may find it difficult to encounter buyers as sincere as us. Moreover, our acquisition would serve as a form of promotion for your precious item." The vendor furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a while. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although he believed the blue and white porcelain to be worth far more than 1,500, it was also tying up his capital without selling. The two before him certainly appeared earnest, and if he continued to hold out, he might indeed miss this opportunity. 2,000 is my final concession. I shall not sell for a penny less, he finally relented, his eyes revealing a touch of resignation. MOU and Sully exchanged glances. And Sully nodded in agreement. "All right, 2,000 it is, good sir. It is evident you are a straightforward person, and I trust we shall be favored with your exquisite wares in the future." MOU responded with a smile, reaching for his wallet to complete the transaction. The vendor accepted the money, a smile breaking across his face. "Very well, young man. Do come by often. I have plenty of fine items here," he he said cheerfully. Once the transaction was complete, Mou cautiously cradled the blue and white porcelain, and together with Su Li, they left the stall. Mou, your bargaining skills are truly remarkable. You managed to negotiate from 800 down to 2,000, Su Li remarked with a grin. Mou chuckled in response. Su, the antique market is quite intricate. One must remain patient in negotiations. As for the true value of this porcelain, we will need a professional appraisal. Who knows? Perhaps we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With hearts brimming with anticipation, the two continued to wander through the antique market, eagerly awaiting their next delightful discovery. On the street, Mou held the blue and white porcelain with utmost care, as if cradling a rare gem. He exchanged a glance with Su Li, both their eyes sparkling with excitement and expectation. After a vigorous exchange of haggling, the porcelain had finally been secured, yet its authenticity awaited a definitive verification from an authority. Thus, the two individuals resolved to take the exquisite blue and white porcelain to a nearby appraisal center for authentication in order to discern its authenticity. Mou was fully aware that, based on the insights provided by his discerning vision, this porcelain piece was valued at millions and was undoubtedly genuine. Nevertheless, he understood that in the realm of antiques, relying solely on one's judgment could be insufficiently rigorous. A professional appraisal process was essential to provide a definitive conclusion. Su Li gazed at the blue and white porcelain in Mou's hands, her expression revealing a hint of concern and curiosity. Although she had faith in Mou's discerning eye, the antique market was rife with deception, and counterfeiting methods were ever evolving. Until a professional appraisal was obtained, no one could afford to be complacent. Mou, we should hasten to the appraisal center. My heart has been in a state of unease, Su Li urged, her tone tinged with urgency. Chapter 31. Appraisal Center. All right, Mr. Su, let us proceed, Mou responded with a nod. The two quickened their pace, heading toward the appraisal center. Along the way, Mou clutched the exquisite blue and white porcelain tightly, as if fearing even the slightest harm would befall it. Passers-by occasionally cast curious glances at the beautifully crafted porcelain, yet Mou and Su Li were oblivious to others' stares, their minds consumed by the impending appraisal results. Before long, they arrived at the appraisal center, an imposing structure adorned with a prominent sign that underscored its authority in the field of antique authentication. Upon entering, they were greeted by a simple yet elegant interior, where display cabinets showcased an array of precious artifacts, each whispering tales of history's vicissitudes. Mou and Su Li approached the front desk to convey their purpose. The staff welcomed them with warmth and promptly arranged for an experienced appraisal expert. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire approached, his keen gaze radiating an air of cultured sophistication. Introducing himself as Mr. Chen, he revealed his decades-long dedication to the field of antique authentication. Mr. Chen meticulously examined the blue and white porcelain in Mou's possession, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. Allow me to conduct an initial observation, after which I shall employ specialized equipment for a more detailed analysis, he stated, donning gloves before carefully placing the porcelain on a specially designed workbench. He began his scrutiny from various angles, occasionally leaning closer or stepping back, his focused gaze examining every nuance of the vessel, from the intricacies of its patterns to the delicacy of its body. Subsequently, he retrieved a magnifying glass to inspect the texture and hues of the porcelain more closely, muttering softly to himself. Mou and Su Li stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, their anxiety palpable as they observed Mr. Chen's every movement. Their emotions mirrored those of a convict awaiting a verdict, filled with both hope for good news and trepidation about unforeseen outcomes. After a thorough examination, Mr. Chen set down the magnifying glass, a faint smile gracing his features. From my preliminary assessment, the craftsmanship, body quality, and painting style of this blue and white porcelain align with the characteristics of a specific era, indicating a strong possibility of authenticity. However, to ensure absolute certainty, we must conduct scientific tests, he advised. Subsequently, the staff carefully transferred the porcelain to a room equipped with advanced testing apparatus. Meanwhile, Mou and Su Li anxiously awaited in the designated area. Time stretched interminably in the tense atmosphere, each passing second feeling like an eternity. At last, the testing results were revealed. Mr. Chen emerged, report in hand, wearing a beaming smile. After comprehensive testing, we can confirm that this blue and white porcelain is indeed authentic, and its remarkable preservation over the years is a rarity, with a considerable market value, he proclaimed. Upon hearing this news, the weight that had burdened Mou and Su Li's hearts finally lifted. Su Li gazed at Mou with excitement and exclaimed, MOU. You truly possess remarkable insight. MOU responded with a smile. Chairman Su, it is merely fortunate. By the way, do you two wish to auction this exquisite blue and white porcelain? We can arrange an auction for you, and it could take place this very evening. Elder Chun observed MOU and Su Li, his eyes sparkling with professional acuity. A perfectly measured smile gracing his face, one that conveyed both admiration for the treasure and the fervor and sincerity of a seasoned expert. Upon hearing Elder Chun's proposal, MOU and Su Li exchanged a brief glance, their eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and contemplation. This porcelain, recently authenticated as genuine and of considerable value, was already a delightful surprise, and the unexpected invitation to auction it suddenly made them realize that it might yield an appreciation far beyond their expectations. Yet they also faced numerous uncertainties and risks. Elder Chun, now that we have just confirmed its authenticity, we lack experience in the auctioning process. Could you elaborate on it for us? Su Li spoke first, her tone steady and composed as the head of the company. She understood the paramount importance of comprehending all relevant information when confronted with significant decisions. Elder Chun nodded, adjusting his reading glasses, his demeanor growing earnest. Of course, our appraisal center maintains close collaboration with major auction houses and is well-versed in the auction processes for various antiques and treasures. This evening's auction is a small-scale event, featuring seasoned collectors, antique enthusiasts, and capable buyers, all of whom harbor a profound passion and purchasing power for high-quality antiques. Your blue and white porcelain, in terms of its age, craftsmanship, and condition, is exceedingly attractive and has a strong potential to fetch an astonishing price. Elder Chun elaborated, gesturing gently to provide MOU and Su Li with a more intuitive understanding of the situation. MOU furrowed his brow slightly, his mind filled with concerns. Elder Chun, are there any potential risks associated with the auction? For instance, what if it fails to sell? MOU inquired, for although he possessed some knowledge of the antique market, he remained apprehensive about the specific details of the auction process. Elder Chun chuckled softly and patiently explained, while the possibility of a failed auction cannot be entirely dismissed, the probability is relatively low in the auction we have arranged. Prior to the auction, we will conduct comprehensive promotional efforts, showcasing the allure and value of this blue and white porcelain to potential buyers through various channels. Moreover, based on my years of experience, such exquisite porcelain, when priced reasonably, tends to incite competition among bidders, ultimately yielding a desirable price. Of course, should the unfortunate event of a failed auction occur, we will consult with you regarding subsequent handling plans to ensure you incur no losses. As Su Li absorbed Elder Chun's explanations, she gradually felt more assured. She glanced at MOU, her eyes seemingly seeking his counsel. MOU pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Su, I believe this may be an opportunity. Since the value of the blue and white porcelain has been determined, auctioning it might maximize its worth. However, we must also consider the implications, as participating in an auction entails facing various circumstances. Su Li nodded in agreement with MOU's perspective. She then turned to Elder Chun and inquired, Elder Chun, if we decide to proceed with the auction, what will the subsequent process entail? Will we be pressed for time? Chapter 32. The auction commences. Old Shin, with a smile, remarked, time is indeed a bit tight, but we have a professional team that will assist you wholeheartedly. First, we need to establish a reasonable starting price and reserve price, taking into account the market trends and the unique characteristics of this blue and white porcelain. Subsequently, our marketing team will immediately commence their efforts, disseminating information and images of the porcelain through various online and offline channels to capture the attention of potential buyers. Simultaneously, we will ensure that the blue and white porcelain is properly stored and showcased, allowing interested buyers the opportunity to appreciate it up close before the auction begins. Once the auction commences, it will all hinge on the competitive bidding among the participants. MOU and Su Li exchanged glances once more, finding resolve reflected in each other's eyes. This blue and white porcelain was indeed an unexpected treasure, and maximizing its value through the auction would undoubtedly be a fortuitous outcome. Moreover, with the assistance of Old Shin and the expert team at the Appraisal Center, their confidence increased. Old Shin, we have decided to participate in tonight's auction, and we kindly ask for your utmost effort to help us secure a favorable price for this porcelain, Su Li said with a smile, her gaze resolute. Old Shin chuckled heartily, assuring them, rest assured, we will give it our all. Now, let us hasten to discuss the starting price and reserve price, aiming to ensure that this precious item shines brightly at the auction. Thus, MOU, Su Li, and Old Shin gathered around a sturdy wooden table, commencing a meticulous discussion regarding the auction's intricate details. The sunlight streaming through the window bathed them, as if infusing the impending auction with hope and vitality. Seated around an antique wooden table, Mo, Su Li, and Old Chun engaged in a profound and detailed discourse concerning the auction of the blue and white porcelain. Old Chun, holding a fountain pen, meticulously annotated the documents while elaborating on the various stages of the auction process and potential scenarios to Mo and Su Li. His gaze was focused and professional, and his words conveyed a wealth of experience and confidence regarding the auction. Gentlemen, this blue and white porcelain is an exceptional gem, not only in terms of craftsmanship and age, but also in its pristine condition. I am certain it will captivate numerous buyers' attention at tonight's auction, Old Shin stated, his eyes glimmering with admiration for the porcelain. Mo nodded slightly, attentively absorbing Old Shin's insights, gaining a clearer understanding of the porcelain's value and the auction's significance. Old Shin, we are indeed not well versed in the intricacies of auctions, and we are grateful for your professional guidance. However, we do harbor some concerns. For instance, will the setting of the starting price and reserve price significantly impact the final transaction price? Mo voiced his apprehension, fully aware that these two prices were pivotal to the auction's success. Old Shin smiled, adjusting his reading glasses, and patiently elucidated. The establishment of both the starting price and reserve price is indeed crucial. If the starting price is set too low, it may attract more bidders. Yet it could also lead to a less than ideal final price. If the starting bid is set too high, it may deter a portion of potential buyers, while the reserve price serves as a safeguard for your minimum psychological value regarding the porcelain piece. Based on my understanding of the market and the unique characteristics of this blue and white porcelain, I propose a starting bid of $5 million with a reserve price of $6 million. This approach will not only attract a sufficient number of buyers, but also ensure your interest to a certain extent. Su Li pondered over Mr. Chin's suggestion with keen insight. As she held the position of the company leader, possessing a sharp business acumen and decision-making ability. Mr. Chun, could we possibly enhance our promotional efforts? After all, the more buyers participating in the auction, the greater our opportunities, Su Li remarked, her eyes reflecting the significance she placed on this auction. Mr. Chin nodded in agreement, reassuring them, rest assured, our appraisal center maintains close connections with various antique collecting circles and boasts a professional promotional team. Prior to the auction, we will implement a comprehensive promotional campaign for this blue and white porcelain piece through both online and offline channels. We will disseminate detailed information and high-resolution images across major antique forums and social media platforms. And we will also invite seasoned collectors and connoisseurs to evaluate the piece in advance, generating excitement for the auction. After an in-depth discussion, Mo, Su Li, and Mr. Chen finally reached a consensus on the auction's various details. Mr. Chen organized the relevant documents and handed them to Mo and Su Li, smiling as he said, "Ladies, please take a look. All terms are clearly stated in the contract. Kindly confirm once more, and if everything is in order, you may sign." Mo and Su Li received the documents and read through them meticulously. Once they confirmed the accuracy, both affixed their signatures to the contract. Mr. Chen collected the contract with a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations to both of you. From this moment forth, we are officially partners. Please wait a moment. The auction will commence shortly." Mo and Su Li rose to their feet, expressing their gratitude with a handshake. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. We hope for a smooth auction." Su Li said with a smile, "Do not worry, ladies. We will exert our utmost efforts to secure a satisfactory price for this blue and white porcelain," Mr. Chen replied confidently. Subsequently, Mr. Chen escorted Mo and Su Li to the auction venue. The setting was already meticulously arranged, with rows of chairs neatly positioned and lights focusing on exquisite antique treasures displayed on the podium. Staff members busily completed the final preparations, making a last push for the upcoming auction. Mo and Su Li sat in the front row of the audience, feeling a mix of nerves and anticipation. They observed the buyers entering, each hailing from diverse backgrounds yet united by a profound interest and passion for antique collecting. Mo turned to Su Li, whispering, "President Su, it feels as though we are in a dream. I never imagined we would truly participate in an auction." Su Li nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Indeed. All of this is thanks to your discovery of this blue and white porcelain. We hope it will bring us a delightful surprise." As time progressed, the number of attendees at the auction steadily increased, and the atmosphere began to grow increasingly vibrant. The host ascended the stage, cleared his throat, and with a warm smile, addressed the guests, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's exquisite auction. Now, let us embark on this splendid feast of antiques. Mou and Suli sat quietly in their seats, eagerly awaiting the presentation of their blue and white porcelain, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the auction's outcome. Chapter 33. Frenzied bidding. The auction venue was adorned with magnificent crystal chandeliers that cast a soft yet brilliant glow, illuminating the entire space with a radiant brilliance. Below, collectors and antique enthusiasts from all corners of the world gathered, their attire impeccable, and their eyes betraying a fervent desire for exquisite treasures. At this moment, the auction officially commenced, as the host confidently ascended the stage, microphone in hand, surveying the audience with a warm smile. Distinguished guests, the host's voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the expansive hall. Welcome to tonight's highly anticipated auction. Our journey this evening will commence with a piece of exquisite ancient jade. As the host spoke, a graceful attendant clad in a cheapao glided onto the stage, carrying a beautifully crafted tray. Upon the tray rested a piece of ancient jade, its surface aglow under specially designed lighting, exuding a warm and enigmatic luster. The host gently lifted the jade, presenting it to the audience below. This piece of jade, authenticated by experts, is believed to date back to the Han Dynasty. Its texture is delicate and smooth to the touch, and the craftsmanship is nothing short of extraordinary. Observe the carved patterns, the host continued, with their flowing and natural lines, showcasing the unique decorative style of the Han era in all its glory. From both historical and artistic perspectives, it is truly a masterpiece. The host elaborated in detail, each nuance explained with precision, allowing the bidders below to gain a profound understanding of the ancient jade. Whispers of excitement rippled through the crowd as buyers exchanged glances filled with keen interest. Some were already eager to place their bids. The starting price for this Han Dynasty jade is 500,000, with each subsequent bid required to increase by no less than 50,000. No sooner had the host concluded his statement than the air was filled with the sounds of competitive bidding. 550,000. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, seated in the front row, raised his bidding paddle with determination, his gaze fixed intently on the jade. 600,000. Almost simultaneously, a lady in the back row, adorned with elegant glasses, raised her voice, displaying an air of grace. 650,000. Another voice emerged, igniting the flames of competition. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly fervent, buyers vied for dominance, and the price soared. Mou and Suli sat calmly in their seats, observing the intense bidding war unfold without the slightest hint of urgency or impulsiveness in their expressions. Instead, they exuded the poise of detached spectators. Suli gently turned to Mou and remarked, "This jade is indeed remarkable, but it is not our objective for this occasion. Let us simply observe." Mou nodded in agreement, his gaze weaving through the crowd, scrutinizing the expressions and demeanor of each bidder. Amidst the waves of bidding, the price had ascended to 1 million. At this juncture, the pace of bidding began to slow, as some buyers hesitated, contemplating whether to continue raising their bids. However, the middle-aged man seemed resolute in his pursuit, once again raising his paddle and declaring, 1,100,000. 1,150,000. The lady responded once more, her gaze revealing a hint of determination. 1,200,000. The middle-aged man unhesitatingly raised the bid, his eyes resolutely fixed on his opponent. This time, the lady fell into silence, and after a moment of contemplation, she gradually lowered her bidding paddle. 1,200,000, going once. The auctioneer called out loudly, his gaze sweeping across the audience. 1,200,000, going twice. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited the possibility of further bids. 1,200,000, going 3 times. With a decisive thud, the auctioneer's gavel struck, sealing the deal for the ancient Han jade at the price of 1,200,000. A satisfied smile graced the middle-aged man's face as the staff approached to confirm the necessary procedures. As the first item was successfully auctioned, a round of applause erupted in the venue. Following this triumph, during a brief intermission, the staff swiftly cleared the display stand in preparation for the next auction. The atmosphere in the auction house remained vibrant, with buyers either engaging in hushed discussions about the previous bidding or taking a moment to relax, conserving their energy for the upcoming auction. Soon, the auctioneer returned to the stage, brimming with vitality, microphone in hand, a smile adorning his face as his eyes scanned every guest below, as if engaging in a silent interaction with them. Distinguished guests, after a brief respite, I trust you are all eager to welcome the next exquisite piece. The auctioneer's voice was profoundly captivating, instantly redirecting everyone's attention back to the stage. Following his cue, a graceful attendant stepped forward, presenting a meticulously framed scroll. The scroll unfurled slowly on the display stand, revealing a stunning ink bamboo painting to the audience. The item we are about to showcase is an extraordinarily valuable ink bamboo painting, the auctioneer declared, his words imbued with admiration and anticipation. This masterpiece was created by a renowned painter from the Ming Dynasty. Observers could see that the painting depicted several upright bamboo stalks, with branches and leaves arranged with meticulous care, the ink varying in depth, perfectly embodying the resilience and spirit of bamboo. The artist, employing simple yet powerful brushstrokes, delineated the bamboo's contours, with each stroke reflecting a profound mastery. From the form of the bamboo leaves to the texture of the stalks, every detail was vividly rendered, as if the bamboo was swaying in the wind, brimming with life and vitality. The auctioneer elaborated with fervor, gesturing with his pointer to guide the audience's gaze across the artwork. The buyers were deeply captivated by the painting, attentively listening, their eyes betraying a keen interest and appreciation. Some leaned slightly forward, eager to examine the intricate details of the artwork. Others engaged in quiet discussions, sharing their insights on this remarkable piece. Historical evidence suggests that this artist excelled in expressing his sentiments and aspirations through ink bamboo, with his works highly revered during his time. And the few that have survived to this day are regarded as artistic treasures. This exquisite ink bamboo painting not only possesses immense artistic value, but also embodies the distinctive style and historical cultural significance of Ming Dynasty painting. The host continued to elaborate, deepening the audience's understanding of the painting's worth. Consequently, the starting bid for this Ming Dynasty ink bamboo painting was set at $2 million, with each increment no less than $100,000. As soon as the host concluded, a murmur of whispered conversations arose from the audience, each individual contemplating their bidding strategy. $210,000. An elderly gentleman clad in traditional Tang attire was the first to raise his bidding paddle, his gaze fixated intently on the ink bamboo painting, his eyes revealing a profound admiration for this artistic masterpiece. Chapter 34. The main event is about to begin. $2,200,000. A young collector seated nearby exclaimed, his face radiating confidence and enthusiasm, seemingly determined to acquire the painting. The auctioneer's calls echoed, and the price ascended steadily. Mou and Suli remained seated in the audience, attentively listening to the host's introduction, appreciating the artistic allure of the ink bamboo painting. Suli turned slightly to Mou and whispered, this painting is indeed exquisite, with delicate brushwork and profound artistic conception, demonstrating the artist's remarkable skill. However, in comparison to our blue and white porcelain, each holds its own merits. Mou nodded in agreement and replied, indeed, every piece of art possesses its unique qualities. Our objective remains the blue and white porcelain. Observing the fervor of this auction provides a valuable reference for our own. The bidding continued, the price soaring to $3 million. At this juncture, the competition intensified, with only a few formidable buyers still vying for the piece. $3,100,000. The elderly man in traditional attire raised his bid once more, his expression slightly tense, clearly intent on securing the painting. $3,200,000. The young collector responded swiftly, gripping his bidding paddle tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. In this fierce contest, each increment in the bid tugged at the hearts of those present. Everyone was captivated by this duel, eager to see to whom the ink bamboo painting would ultimately belong. As the price continued to escalate, some buyers gradually withdrew from the fray, leaving only the elderly gentleman and the young collector in fierce contention. $3,500,000. The elderly man clenched his jaw and raised his paddle again, this time his voice imbued with undeniable resolve. The young collector fell into a momentary silence, and after careful consideration, he slowly lowered his bidding paddle. $3,500,000. Once, the auctioneer called out loudly, and the room fell into a hush, all awaiting the final verdict. $3,500,000 twice. The host's voice reverberated throughout the hall. $3,500,000 thrice. With the gavel's fall, a resounding bang echoed, and the Ming Dynasty ink bamboo painting was sold for $3,500,000. The elderly gentleman's face broke into a satisfied smile, as if he had acquired a long-coveted treasure. With the successful sale of the ink bamboo painting, the atmosphere of the auction soared, and anticipation for the upcoming lots intensified. Mou and Suli silently hoped that their blue and white porcelain would shine brightly in this auction. Following the successful bidding of the ink bamboo painting, the pace of the auction quickened, and the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. The host, like a maestro orchestrating the rhythm, skillfully guided this grand feast of antiques and wealth to new heights. Esteemed collectors, the excitement continues. The host's exuberant voice rang out once more, promising that the next item would undoubtedly take your breath away. As he spoke, the elegant attendant gracefully presented the next auction item, a Qing Dynasty pastel porcelain vase. The host gently rotated the vase, showcasing it from all angles to the audience while elaborating on its exquisite form and fluid lines. The vase was adorned with a vibrant and intricately realistic pastel floral design. Each transition of color and the depiction of the flowers exemplified the pinnacle of pastel porcelain craftsmanship during the Qing Dynasty. Every detail on the vase encapsulated the dedication and ingenuity of the artisans of that era. The host continued with a detailed exposition, while the audience's gaze remained fixated, brimming with admiration and desire. The starting bid was set at $3 million, with increments no less than $150,000. No sooner had the host finished speaking than the bidding erupted like rapid fire. $3,150,000. A middle-aged gentleman in a splendid suit was the first to raise his bid, his gaze resolutely locked on the vase. $3,300,000. A lady in the back row, unwilling to concede, swiftly raised her paddle, her eyes reflecting her affection for the porcelain piece. The price surged amidst the enthusiastic competition, the atmosphere thick with tension akin to a taut bowstring. Mou and Suli sat in the audience, their anticipation for the impending appearance of the blue and white porcelain heightened by the fierce bidding. Suli whispered to Mou, "It seems the buyers today are quite fervent. This bodes well for our blue and white porcelain." Mou nodded in agreement, her focus unwavering on the auction. Ultimately, the pastel porcelain vase was secured by the middle-aged gentleman for $5,500,000. After a brief handover ceremony, the host promptly introduced the next item, a Han Dynasty jade bai. This jade bai, with its smooth and delicate texture, showcased exquisite craftsmanship. The swirling dragon patterns carved on its surface flowed seamlessly and appeared lifelike, revealing the unique charm of Han Dynasty jade carving. Not only did it possess immense artistic value, but it also served as a precious testament to historical culture. Following the host's introduction, the bidding commenced anew. The starting price was set at $2 million, with increments of $100,000. $2,100,000. A venerable elder raised his bidding paddle. $2,200,000. A younger collector quickly responded. The bidding echoed back and forth, and the price of the jade bai soared, ultimately closing at $3,800,000. Subsequently, the host presented three more items, a piece of calligraphy from the Song Dynasty, a pair of Wang Wali wood chairs from the Ming Dynasty, and a blue and white porcelain plate from the Yuan Dynasty. Each item possessed its own distinct charm, enticing the buyers below to engage in lively bidding. The Song Dynasty calligraphy, with its graceful and free-flowing characters, exhibited robust strokes starting at $5 million. After intense competition, it ultimately sold for $8,500,000. The pair of Ming Dynasty Wang Wali wood chairs, characterized by their ancient elegance and clear wood grain, exuded a subtle fragrance, starting at $4 million. The price climbed steadily during the auction, finally being acquired by a collector for $7,200,000. The exquisite blue and white porcelain plate from the Yuan Dynasty, adorned with intricate blue floral patterns and vibrant colors, commenced bidding at $6 million. After several rounds of competitive offers, it ultimately sold for an impressive $11 million. Throughout this fervent auction, the atmosphere in the hall remained extraordinarily vibrant. Buyers, whether motivated by a desire to collect rare treasures or by investment aspirations, eagerly raised their paddles. Each gavel strike signified the acquisition of a precious artwork finding its new home. Mou and Suli silently observed the spirited bidding, their hearts brimming with confidence in their own blue and white porcelain, witnessing the soaring prices of other lots. They held high hopes that their piece would achieve even more dazzling results in this auction. At this juncture, the auction had progressed for some time, and they were acutely aware that the highlight of their presentation was on the verge of being unveiled. Chapter 35. The auction of the blue and white porcelain begins. The bidding is fervent. In the opulent and brilliantly illuminated auction hall, a palpable atmosphere of excitement and tension envelopes the room. The air is thick with an intoxicating blend of anticipation and thrill. At this moment, the host cradles a meticulously packaged object in his hands. As the delicate satin layer is gently unveiled, a stunning piece of blue and white porcelain emerges before the audience. Indeed, this is the very porcelain that Mou and Suli have brought forth for auction. Clearing his throat, the host begins to expound on the intricacies of the porcelain. His voice resonates clearly and compellingly, each word seemingly imbued with enchantment. As he artfully narrates the story and value behind the blue and white piece, From its exquisite texture and masterful artistry to the profound historical and cultural significance it embodies. The host elucidates with clarity, captivating every individual present. This piece of porcelain transforms from a mere object into a frozen moment of history, a flowing tapestry of art. The multitude of eager buyers below are utterly entranced, their eyes fixated on the porcelain, radiating an intense desire and fervor. They appear to behold a rare treasure shimmering before them, each silently calculating, eagerly anticipating the moment they can secure it through bidding. Mou and Suli stand closely together, their hands instinctively clasped, palms slightly perspiring. At this juncture, both hold their breath, their gazes brimming with expectation and anxiety. This blue and white porcelain holds profound significance for them, and they fervently wish for it to fetch a price that would satisfy their hopes. Previously, during the appraisal of this porcelain, the esteemed Mr. Chun had confidently asserted that given its condition, age, and craftsmanship, fetching 10 million in the market should pose no issue. Yet, the capricious nature of the market renders the final auction price shrouded in uncertainty. As the auction commences, no one can accurately predict how much this piece will ultimately command, igniting a flurry of nervousness akin to a rabbit fluttering in their chests. Just as the crowd immerses itself in admiration and reverie regarding the porcelain, the host raises his voice, announcing, "The opening bid is 5 million. With increments not less than 500,000. This declaration strikes the hall like a hammer, instantly shattering the brief silence and commencing the fierce bidding war. 5,500,000. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and exuding an air of distinction, is the first to raise his bidding paddle. His gaze resolute, as though he is determined to claim the porcelain as his own. 6 million. Almost simultaneously, a lady seated in the front row boldly counters. Her sharp eyes and slight smirk convey a blend of confidence and arrogance, as if to declare her prowess to the crowd. 6,500,000. Immediately, a young man enthusiastically raises his bid, his face alight with zeal and ambition. Eager to make his mark in the realm of collectors through this exquisite blue and white porcelain. As the bidding escalated, the price soared dramatically, sending shivers down the spines of Mou and Suli with each increment. They anxiously observed the auction board, captivated by the vibrant atmosphere enveloping the room. As the figures approached the anticipated 10 million set by Elder Chin, the pace of the bidding appeared to slow. Nevertheless, the tension remained palpable, with every attendee poised in anticipation of the next bidder. 9 million. The middle-aged man raised his bidding paddle once more. His voice, though steady, was betrayed by the slight tremor of his hand, revealing his inner apprehension. The hall fell silent for a brief moment, as if everyone were contemplating whether to continue raising their bids. At that juncture, a woman gradually lifted her hand, declaring 9,500,000. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable resolve. The heartbeats of Mou and Suli quickened, their gazes fixated on the stage, eagerly awaiting the next bid. Time seemed to freeze, with the only sound echoing through the auction hall being the hurried breaths of the crowd. Would this exquisite blue and white porcelain ultimately surpass 10 million? And at what price would it conclude? All eyes were glued to the scene, with Mou and Suli feeling as though they were on the brink of suffocation from the tension. 10 million. At that moment, the middle-aged man raised his bid again, his voice resolute and powerful, reverberating through the auction hall like a thunderous bell, captivating the attention of all present. He raised his paddle high, his gaze reflecting a determination that signaled his unwavering intent to claim the porcelain. This bid was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Others, who had previously hesitated, were now galvanized by the man's fervor, eagerly joining the fray. 10,500,000. A gentleman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses swiftly raised his paddle. His eyes were calm and keen, seemingly possessing a clear understanding of the porcelain's true value, convinced it was worth far more than the current bid. 11 million. A lady draped in an elegant chi-pao refused to be outdone, gracefully lifting her bidding paddle with a crisp voice that conveyed unmistakable decisiveness. She slightly tilted her chin, her eyes exuding confidence and pride, as if to showcase her prowess to the other bidders. 11,500,000. The youthful bidder re-entered the contest, his face radiating excitement and enthusiasm, eyes sparkling with fervor. Despite the price exceeding his initial budget, his affection for the blue and white porcelain and his optimism regarding its potential for appreciation compelled him to persist. The price of the porcelain surged like a rocket, climbing ever higher. With each new bid, the atmosphere intensified, the tension within the hall threatening to ignite. Bidders vied fiercely against one another, each offer accompanied by racing heartbeats and exchanged glances. It was as if they were entrenched in a battlefield devoid of gunfire, fiercely competing for this precious piece of blue and white porcelain. Mou and Suli stared in wide-eyed disbelief as the price continued its relentless ascent. Initially, they had hoped to reach the 10 million estimated by Mr. Chen, yet now, the price has far exceeded their wildest expectations. Suli's cheeks flushed with excitement as she tightly grasped Mou's arm, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Mou, look at this price. It's simply unbelievable." Mou, equally exhilarated, nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he replied, "Indeed, I never anticipated it would go so smoothly. It feels like a dream." As the price continued to soar, the pace of the bidding gradually slowed. After all, this figure had surpassed the financial limits of most participants. Nevertheless, a few bidders remained steadfast, unwilling to concede easily. 12 million. A middle-aged man called out, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. He understood the value of this exquisite blue and white porcelain, and for the chance to possess it, he was prepared to pay an even higher price. Chapter 36, a staggering 13 million. 12, 5 million. The lady in the cheongsam placed her bid once more, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue, yet more prominently a resolute determination. She felt a profound connection to this piece of blue and white porcelain, and she was determined to acquire it at all costs. A brief silence enveloped the room, as all eyes were fixated on the two bidders. The spectators speculated on how this fierce auction would ultimately conclude. At that moment, the auctioneer began the countdown. 12, 5 million once, 12, 5 million twice. The atmosphere in the venue reached a tense pinnacle, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the final outcome. 13 million. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and raised his bidding paddle once more. His voice carried a tone of irrevocable resolve. This was the utmost price he could bear. Should there be another bid, he might truly have to concede. The lady in the cheongsam hesitated, glancing at her bidding paddle and then at the blue and white porcelain on the stage. This price was beginning to stretch her limits. Yet she simply could not bear to relinquish this cherished treasure. Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the second call for 13 million, she finally lowered her bidding paddle, a look of resignation gracing her face. 13 million once, 13 million twice, 13 million three times. Sold. With the auctioneer's gavel crashing down emphatically, the entire hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The middle-aged man finally achieved his desire, acquiring the blue and white porcelain. Exhaling a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile illuminating his face, Mou and Suli were overwhelmed with excitement, with Suli tightly embracing Mou. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Mou, that's incredible, 13 million. Suli could hardly contain her exhilaration, her voice trembling with excitement. She grasped Mou's hand tightly, her eyes sparkling with a blend of enthusiasm and joy. At that moment, the company found itself mired in financial turmoil. Akin to a ship teetering precariously in a storm, desperately in need of a timely infusion of cash to patch the leaks and stabilize its course. The astonishing price fetched by this blue and white porcelain was like a ray of light piercing through the gloom, offering a glimmer of hope for the company's revival. "Congratulations, Su General." Mou, equally unable to mask his joy, wore a smile as radiant as flowers blooming in spring. Suli took a moment to compose herself, her gaze soft yet resolute as she looked at Mou, suddenly speaking with sincerity. "Mou, this blue and white porcelain is your find. The money should entirely belong to you. If it weren't for your discerning eye in uncovering this treasure, we would not have achieved such an unexpected gain today." Suli understood well that Mou had played a pivotal role in this fortunate discovery. His expertise and keen insight were the critical factors for their success. Mou quickly waved his hand, responding earnestly, "Su General, we discovered it together. Had it not been for your companionship, I would not have been able to discover this exquisite blue and white porcelain so effortlessly. Throughout this journey, you devoted considerable time and energy, and thus, the fruits of our labor rightfully belong to us both." Mou spoke with heartfelt sincerity, genuinely believing that this success was a result of their collaborative efforts, each indispensable to the other. Suli furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before gently shaking her head, stating, "Mou, it was you who discovered this blue and white porcelain and seized the opportunity, so this reward is rightfully yours." As Mou gazed into Suli's resolute eyes, the sincerity and determination reflected therein shone like a warm light, illuminating his heart and stirring a wave of warmth within him. Having worked alongside Suli for quite some time, he was acutely aware of her care and consideration for her employees. Her insistence on giving him the money touched him deeply. He understood her intentions. Suli genuinely acknowledged the pivotal role he played in this fortunate discovery, believing he deserved to claim the entire sum. However, Mou also harbored his own thoughts. He recognized that the accomplishment was not solely his. With a gentle yet resolute expression, he contemplated and then spoke. Suli, let's do this. We should split it evenly. The success of acquiring this blue and white porcelain and the high price it fetched are also due to your contributions, so you deserve half of this reward. Mou's tone was earnest, his eyes filled with sincerity. He hoped Suli would understand that in his heart, they were partners in this endeavor, and the fruits of their labor should be shared equally. Upon hearing this, Suli felt a surge of joy within her. The financial crisis weighing heavily upon her was akin to a boulder, and if she could allocate half of this fortune to the company's operations, it would undoubtedly alleviate their current predicament. Yet, reason swiftly regained the upper hand. She believed that the blue and white porcelain had genuinely come from Mou's profound expertise in antiques and his discerning eye. Throughout the process, her role had merely been supportive, lacking decisive influence, and thus she could not comfortably accept such a substantial sum. With a slight frown, hesitance and inner conflict evident in her gaze, she softly replied, Mou, I understand your intentions, but you are the true hero in this matter. I merely provided inconsequential assistance. How can I accept such a large sum? It would be unfair to you. Suli's voice was gentle yet firm, her eyes reflecting admiration and respect for Mou while steadfastly adhering to her principles. Mou, observing her, was resolute. He stepped forward and earnestly declared, Suli, please do not say that. In our company, you have always led us, shielding us from the storms. Even though I discovered the blue and white porcelain without your support, it would not have been so smooth. We are a team. We rise and fall together, and this reward is meant to be shared. Mou's words were heartfelt, and he yearned for Suli to cast aside her reservations and accept her rightful share. As Suli listened to Mou, she felt a profound sense of emotion swell within her. She gazed into Mou's resolute eyes, sensing his sincerity and unwavering dedication. She understood well that once Mou had made a decision, it was not easily swayed. Furthermore, his words touched her deeply. She realized that he genuinely regarded her as a partner in their endeavors, a bond that was indeed rare in the business world. After a moment of silence, Suli let out a gentle sigh, tears of emotion glistening in her eyes. She looked at Mou and slowly said, Mou, thank you. Since you are so resolute, I shall not decline your offer. At last, Suli consented to Mou's proposal. Upon hearing this, a look of relief spread across Mou's face as he replied, President Su, there is no need for such formality. Let us work together. I firmly believe that our company will surely flourish in the future. The two exchanged smiles, a shared understanding blossoming between them. Chapter 37 Departure from the auction house to the stone gambling market. At this moment, the fervent atmosphere of the auction hall gradually dissipated. Mou and Suli stood to one side, their hearts brimming with excitement and reflection. Shortly thereafter, a staff member clad in a tidy uniform, adorned with a professional smile, approached them with a lively stride. The staff member held relevant documents and electronic devices, his gaze focused and professional. Mr. Mo, Ms. Su, congratulations on the successful high bid for the blue and white porcelain. The staff member's voice was gentle and courteous, exuding just the right amount of enthusiasm. He then proceeded to elucidate the process of fund settlement in detail. According to our auction house's regulations, a commission fee of 10% of the transaction price will be charged. The total price for the blue and white porcelain auction is $13 million, and after deducting the commission of $3 million, the actual amount credited will be $7 million. This sum will be promptly transferred to your designated accounts. Mou and Suli nodded slightly, indicating their understanding of the staff member's explanation. After the intense bidding process they had just endured, the prospect of funds being credited brought a wave of relief to both, especially for Suli. Contemplating the pressing financial crisis of the company, this impending influx of capital felt like a timely downpour, igniting hope for the company's emergence from its predicament. Soon, the staff member adeptly operated the electronic device in his hands, completing the fund transfer process. Mou's phone instantly chimed with a notification of the deposit, and upon checking, he confirmed that the $7 million had been securely credited. Gazing at the string of numbers on his phone's screen, Mou was overwhelmed with emotions. This was not merely a sum of wealth, it was a testament to the fruits of their shared endeavors. Without a moment's hesitation, Mou picked up his phone once more, swiftly initiating the transfer. His fingers danced lightly across the screen, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Before long, Su Li's phone also chimed with a notification. She glanced at her device and, upon seeing the transfer details, could not help but smile. The screen clearly displayed that MOU had transferred $5.85 million to her. Su Li raised her gaze to meet MOU's, her eyes brimming with gratitude. MOU. Thank you, she stammered, her heart a tumult of emotions. She understood that MOU was resolutely fulfilling their prior agreement to share the proceeds. Yet within her heart, she felt that he deserved more, for it was primarily his expertise and fortune that had led to the successful auction of the blue and white porcelain. MOU gazed at Su Li, a warm smile gracing his face, as if he had anticipated her reaction. Miss Su, we agreed to split this money. Please do not refuse again. The company urgently needs this fund. As I mentioned before, this is a result of our collective efforts. His voice was sincere and resolute, his eyes conveying an undeniable determination. Su Li was profoundly moved, comprehending MOU's steadfastness. This insistence was not only a testament to the promise made, but also a reflection of the value he placed on their friendship. She gently bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. After years of navigating the complexities of the marketplace, she had witnessed countless disputes over interests and the intricate nature of human relations. Yet, the pure friendship and trust exemplified by MOU felt exceptionally precious to her. MOU, thank you. Su Li's voice trembled slightly as she endeavored to control her emotions. I am truly grateful for your kindness. I believe that with this funding, the company will surely overcome its difficulties. Su Li clutched her phone tightly, as if grasping the future hope of the company. MOU smiled and waved his hand dismissively. President Su, please do not be so formal. We are a team, and you have always cared for and supported me. Now that the company is facing challenges, it is my duty to assist. His confidence radiated as he continued, moreover, I believe our company will undoubtedly prosper in the future, and everyone will benefit. The warmth of MOU's smile was imbued with optimism, as he looked forward to the company's bright prospects. In that moment, amidst the surrounding clamor, the bond between them deepened through this exchange of wealth. Su Li took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of her emotions. Moved by MOU's generosity, while nurturing hopes for the company's future, she extended her hand, gently clasping MOU's, her eyes reflecting determination and urgency. MOU, let us go out. We need to procure jadeite today. The company is in urgent need of it. Although the financial crisis had eased somewhat due to the auction of blue and white porcelain, for a jewelry company, the reserve of raw jadeite was crucial for sustained business development. Previous predicaments had left their inventory critically low, making the procurement of jadeite imperative. Very well. MOU nodded without hesitation, sensing the urgency in Su Li's gaze and words. Hand in hand, they hurriedly departed the auction hall. As they exited, the vibrant and bustling street unfolded before them. The sun shone brightly, illuminating the throngs of people and the incessant flow of vehicles, starkly contrasting the quiet tension of the auction hall. However, MOU and Su Li were oblivious to the lively scenery. Their sole focus was to reach the stone gambling market swiftly to acquire the urgently needed jadeite for the company. They walked briskly down the street, surrounded by leisurely shoppers and hurried passers-by, yet their own urgency felt worlds apart from the surrounding atmosphere. As they walked, Su Li detailed the company's specific requirements for jadeite, including types, quantities, and budget. MOU listened attentively, nodding in response, while quickly devising procurement strategies in his mind for the gambling market. Before long, they reached an intersection, where traffic flowed incessantly and the traffic lights blinked continuously. Standing at the corner, they awaited the green light. At that moment, MOU turned to Su Li, noticing the weariness in her eyes, yet more so, a resolute spirit. He gently squeezed her hand and reassured her, President Su, do not worry too much. We will certainly find the right jadeite. Su Li nodded slightly, casting a grateful glance at MOU, and said, Yes. I trust you and have faith that the company will surely overcome this challenge. As the green light illuminated, the two of them traversed the road amidst the bustling crowd. Before long, they arrived at a large market dedicated to raw stone gambling. Upon entering the market, a unique ambience enveloped them. Infused with the earthy scent of unrefined stones and the murmurs of surrounding patrons, the marketplace was adorned with a plethora of various jade raw stones, diverse in size and form, captivating numerous enthusiasts and merchants who paused to make selections. MOU and Su Li navigated through the stalls, meticulously examining each raw stone. Utilizing his perceptive vision, MOU scrutinized the stones, searching for signs of jade within. Meanwhile, Su Li attentively listened to MOU's analyses, while also observing the actions of other buyers and the dynamic pricing in the market. At one particular stall, MOU came to a halt. He picked up a raw stone, inspecting it repeatedly, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. He handed the stone to Su Li, whispering, "General Manager Su, take a look at this raw stone. Its surface displays a uniform distribution of mottled patterns. The banding is quite distinct, and the quality of the location is promising. It is highly likely that it could yield high-quality jade." Chapter 38, The Insightful Eye of Gemstone Betting. Discovering a piece of jade, Su Li took hold of the raw stone and, under MOU's guidance, began her careful examination. Her understanding of gemstone betting was profound. Yet she sensed that MOU's insights ran even deeper. It did not take long for her to perceive that this particular raw stone possessed a certain uniqueness. The stall owner, noticing the interest from the two, momentarily lit up with surprise, his face adorned with a broad smile as he enthusiastically introduced the stone. "You two have an excellent eye. This raw stone was no easy acquisition. I exerted considerable effort to procure it directly from a seasoned source. It is undeniably of fine quality. Just look at this skin, the mottled patterns, the serpentine markings. Any expert would recognize it as a rare gem. Just give me 100,000. As he spoke, the stall owner gently caressed the raw stone, as if presenting a rare treasure to MOU and Su Li. Exchanging a knowing glance, MOU and Su Li understood that what lay ahead was a battle of pricing. The gemstone market was inherently volatile. Securing a coveted raw stone at an appropriate price would test not only their discernment, but also their negotiating prowess. MOU narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the raw stone once more while quickly calculating in his mind. Despite its potential, he was certain the stall owner's price was inflated. Clearing his throat, MOU spoke slowly and deliberately. "Boss, this raw stone is indeed remarkable, but your asking price is rather steep. While it shows promise, the inherent risks of gemstone betting cannot be overlooked. No one can guarantee a significant profit upon cutting. Please consider offering a more reasonable price." The stall owner's smile remained intact, yet a hint of wariness flickered in his gaze. "My friend, this price is already quite fair. Look around. There are few stones of this quality. I see a connection with you too, which is why I'm offering you this opportunity." MOU smiled subtly, unhurried in his rebuttal. Instead, he calmly discussed the recent selling prices of similar raw stones in the market, alluding to the overall performance of gemstones from various sources, subtly suggesting that this piece was not one of a kind. "Boss, as you can see, the market has been rather unstable lately. While fine stones may be scarce, one must also consider the cost-effectiveness. Wouldn't you agree? Please think it over. Let us both be straightforward." As the stall owner listened to MOU's analysis, he was secretly astonished at the young man's profound understanding of the market. However, he was reluctant to concede easily and began to emphasize the stone's unique characteristics, from the special nature of its source to the subtle differences in its outer skin, attempting to persuade MOU and Su Li to accept his price. Amidst this exchange, the surroundings bustled with activity. People moved to and fro, meticulously selecting raw stones, their eyes fixed intently on each piece as if seeking to penetrate the coarse exterior to unveil the treasures within. Others gathered around the stone cutting area, anxiously observing the artisans at work. With each slice of the cutting tool, the crowd would erupt in cheers or gasps. Cheers signified the potential unveiling of high-quality jade, while gasps indicated a gamble gone awry. MOU and Su Li were immersed in their surroundings, completely undistracted by the cacophony of the bustling environment. As they focused intently on the raw stone transaction, Su Li quietly listened to MOU's negotiations with the vendor, harboring a deep admiration for his professionalism and composure. She understood that MOU was diligently striving to secure the best possible deal for the company. Acquiring this raw stone at a reasonable price would significantly contribute to the company's growth. MOU continued to engage in a strategic dialogue with the vendor, occasionally emphasizing market trends, pointing out potential risks associated with the stone, while also expressing a genuine fondness for it, thereby conveying their sincerity to the vendor. After a vigorous round of haggling, the vendor began to waver. He observed the resolute expressions of MOU and Su Li, realizing that these two buyers were not easily swayed. "Very well, I genuinely wish to conclude this deal," the vendor proposed. "I'll make one last concession. How about 10,000? MOU internally assessed the offer and felt it was approaching his psychological expectation. He glanced at Su Li, who nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, MOU replied, "All right. My friend, it's clear you're an honest man. Let us proceed with your offer." Upon hearing MOU's words, Su Li promptly took out her phone to facilitate the payment. She skillfully navigated to the payment interface, meticulously verifying the amount before gently tapping her finger to complete the transaction. Meanwhile, MOU carefully secured the raw stone. After settling the payment, Mou and Suli departed from the vendor's stall, their steps light yet resolute. The crowd around them remained a whirl of activity, with various noises intertwining. But at that moment, to Mou and Suli, it all faded into an inconsequential background hum. They navigated through the throngs in the stone gambling market, their eyes searching amidst the busy figures. At last, they spotted a seasoned stone dissection master, who was intently working on a stone for a customer, wielding his tools with remarkable precision and skill, much to the admiration of a gathered audience. Exchanging a glance filled with a mix of tension and excitement, Suli gently tapped Mou's arm and suggested, "Let us approach him. He seems quite reliable." Mou nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed. I also believe his craftsmanship is commendable." They then made their way towards the stone master. Once the customer's stone had been dissected, Mou stepped forward and politely requested, "Master, could you assist us in dissecting this raw stone?" As he spoke, he handed over the stone he held. The master accepted the raw stone, placing it on his workbench for a meticulous examination. He gently caressed the surface of the stone, assessing its texture, and then illuminated it with a powerful flashlight from various angles to scrutinize its internal structure. At that moment, Mou felt an unwavering certainty that the stone contained jade. His keen eye had already discerned a vibrant green jade within, its color rich and its texture smooth, unmistakably valuable at first glance. However, the true value of this jadeite can only be determined after it has been cut, taking into account various factors such as its quality and size. The gemologist observed for a moment before looking up at Mou and Suli, stating, "Ladies, judging by the potential exhibited by this rough stone, it shows considerable promise. Nevertheless, the world of gemstone gambling is fraught with risk, so I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally." Mou and Suli nodded eagerly, indicating their understanding. The gemologist refrained from further comments, activating the stone-cutting machine, which emitted a low hum. As the saw blade began to rotate slowly, he carefully brought it close to the rough stone, commencing the first cut. Chapter 39. Might I trouble you to assess the value of this jade? Curiosity stirred among the onlookers as they gathered around, eager to glimpse the newly unearthed stone. Mou and Suli stood to the side, their eyes fixated on the gem cutter's every move, scarcely daring to breathe. Suli instinctively clutched the hem of Mou's garment, her palm slightly damp with perspiration. Although Mou was aware that jade resided within the stone, he felt a twinge of anxiety, for the final outcome remained uncertain. With a creaking sound, the blade made contact with the stone, sending shards flying. As the cutting progressed, a faint green gradually emerged. A gasp rippled through the crowd. "Wow, it's green." Suli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed to Mou, "Mou, there's really green." A smile of relief spread across Mou's face. Yet he understood that the moment for relaxation had not yet arrived. Further cutting was necessary to ascertain the jade's true quality. The gem cutter continued his meticulous work, cautiously adjusting the angle of his cuts according to the jade's natural veins. After several more slices, a vibrant piece of jade began to reveal itself before the crowd. It resembled a pool of emerald water, radiating an enchanting luster, eliciting exclamations of admiration from those gathered. The color of this jade is truly exquisite. The translucency is remarkable. It must be valuable. Filled with joy, Mou and Suli beheld the jade before them. Mou scrutinized the texture and color distribution, leveraging his expertise to preliminarily assess the jade's high quality. However, a definitive valuation would require the insight of a professional appraiser. The gem cutter carefully extracted the jade from the stone and handed it to Mou, saying, "Congratulations, you too, on uncovering such a splendid piece of jade." Mou received the jade, cradling it delicately in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. He and Suli expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the gem cutter. Subsequently, they departed from the cutting area, the cacophony of the crowd gradually fading into the background. In that moment, it seemed as though their world consisted solely of each other and the jade of profound significance they held. Turning to Suli, with a gleam of joy and conviction in his eyes, Mou proposed, "Miss Su, let us seek a professional appraiser to evaluate this jade's worth, and then we can deliberate on how to proceed. What do you think?" He was acutely aware that the valuation of the jade was a crucial step, as an accurate appraisal would directly influence its subsequent market price. Suli's cheeks flushed with excitement, and she nodded eagerly, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Yes, let us do as you suggest. I never anticipated that this rough stone would yield such remarkable jade. This could save the company." The financial difficulties the company had faced loomed over her like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her spirit. Yet, The emergence of this jade glimmered like a beacon of hope, piercing through the gloom and illuminating the path toward recovery. With hearts brimming with delight, the two strode purposefully toward the appraiser's location. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows as if bestowing blessings upon their fortune. Along the way, Suli occasionally glanced at the jadeite held by MOU, its emerald hue shimmering enchantingly in the sunlight, seemingly harboring boundless wealth and potential. MOU, how much do you think this jadeite is worth? Suli could not contain her curiosity, her eyes brimming with anticipation. MOU pondered for a moment and replied, based on its current condition. This jadeite exhibits a smooth texture, vibrant and uniform color, and ample translucence. It should be quite valuable. However, a precise valuation must await the appraisal from a professional evaluator. One thing is certain, it presents a pivotal opportunity for the company. His words resonated with confidence. He had a reasonable expectation of the jadeite's worth, yet acknowledged the necessity of expert assessment. As they navigated through the throngs of the stone gambling market, the surrounding crowd was either animatedly discussing their raw stones or gazing despondently at crumbled rocks. In contrast, MOU and Suli radiated hope, their smiles illuminating their faces. Seemingly insulated from the surrounding tumult, immersed in their own elation. At last, they arrived at the evaluator's studio. The space was modest, yet filled with an array of professional appraisal equipment, the lighting soft yet bright. The evaluator, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and elegant spectacles, was intently examining a piece of jade. Upon noticing MOU and Suli, he looked up, offering a warm smile. "How may I assist you today?" MOU stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Sir, could you kindly evaluate this jadeite and assess its value for us?" He carefully placed the jadeite on the appraisal table. The evaluator gently picked up the jadeite, scrutinizing it closely in his hand, employing magnifying glasses and bright flashlights to examine it from various angles. He occasionally furrowed his brow or nodded lightly, his expression serious and focused. MOU and Suli stood by, anxiously observing every move of the evaluator, hardly daring to breathe. After what felt like an eternity, the evaluator finally set down his tools and lifted his gaze to MOU and Suli. His eyes filled with admiration. "You two are indeed fortunate. This jadeite is of exceptional quality. Its color, texture, and transparency all meet high standards. The market value is conservatively estimated to exceed 10 million. Should a suitable buyer arise, the price may soar even higher." Upon hearing the evaluator's words, Suli was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. She grasped MOU's hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. "MOU, 10 million. The company is truly saved." MOU too could hardly conceal his joy, a satisfied smile adorning his face. "Indeed, Sue, this is a testament to our hard work and fortune. With the sum, we can resolve the company's financial issues and steer it back on course." After expressing their gratitude to the evaluator, they departed the studio with the jadeite in hand. In that moment, their spirits were exceptionally light, as if all the pressures that had burdened them had dissipated with the affirmation of the jadeite's value. With a sense of joy from their recent appraisal, MOU and Suli once again ventured into the street of gambling stones, a realm brimming with opportunities and challenges. The sunlight poured down upon the thoroughfare, casting a clear outline on the uniquely shaped raw stones, while reflecting the faces of the stone gamblers. Some filled with anticipation and others tinged with anxiety. Although a single piece of jade can alleviate some of the company's crises, to truly extricate the firm from its predicaments and achieve sustainable growth, we may require an abundance of premium jade, MOU remarked, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the dazzling array of stone stalls ahead. Suli, in complete agreement, nodded with determination gleaming in her eyes. "Indeed, MOU. Now that we have made a promising start, let us seize the momentum. I firmly believe that with your discerning eye, you will undoubtedly uncover a few more valuable pieces of jade." Chapter 40. A bargain at a low price soon after. The two of them weaved gracefully among the various stalls. With the enchanting ability of his X-ray vision, MOU quietly observed the interior of each raw stone. Meanwhile, Suli engaged with the vendors, utilizing her business acumen and knowledge of the jade market to inquire about the origins of the stones and other relevant details. Before one particular stall, MOU's attention was captured by an unremarkable raw stone. Externally, it appeared rough, pockmarked, and veined, standing in stark contrast to the sleek, smooth stones surrounding it. However, through his X-ray vision, MOU was pleasantly surprised to discover a rich emerald green hidden within. Boasting a delicate texture and abundant water content, an extraordinary find. "How much for this raw stone?" MOU inquired nonchalantly. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, noticed Mo's interest, and a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. You have a discerning eye. Though it may not look impressive, the potential within is vast. I won't beat around the bush. It's a flat price of 300,000. The vendor confidently declared. Upon hearing this, Suli frowned slightly, deeming the price excessively high. Just as she was about to negotiate, Mo gently tugged at the hem of her garment, signaling her to remain patient. He understood that the stone's value far exceeded 300,000. Hastily bargaining might alert the vendor. Your price is indeed steep. But I can see you are a man of integrity, and I am genuinely interested. How about I offer you 20,000? What do you think? Mo said earnestly, a perfectly measured smile gracing his face. The vendor feigned difficulty, furrowing his brow. Sir, that offer is rather harsh. This raw stone was sourced from an old market, and my costs are substantial. Raise it a bit. Let's say 200,000, and that's the lowest I can go. Mo fixed his gaze steadily on the vendor and replied calmly, 25,000, flat price. His voice resonated with strength, devoid of hesitation. While he calculated the vendor's psychological threshold, he believed that although his offer was significantly lower than the vendor's, it still fell within a reasonable range based on his understanding of the market. The vendor furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized Mo and Suli, attempting to glean a sign of wavering from their expressions. He had pondered over this raw stone for some time, aware of its potential, yet he feared losing the opportunity to sell to these seemingly determined buyers. After a moment of silence, the vendor clenched his teeth and said, all right. How about this? I'll let it go for 100,000, a price of conscience. As he spoke, he gently tapped the stone, as if to underscore its value. Mo understood that this offer was still inflated. He glanced at Suli, exchanging a knowing look, then took her hand, feigning an intention to leave. Ready to engage in a psychological game with the vendor. 25,000 is our final offer. If you won't sell, we shall take our leave. Mo's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After speaking, he took Suli by the hand and turned away, moving at a measured pace that exuded determination. Suli, attuned to Mo's demeanor, wore a faint expression of regret as she followed his lead. She understood that Mo was engaging in a game of wits with the vendor, and her cooperation was crucial at this moment. As their figures gradually distanced themselves from the stall, with each step, the vendor's gaze grew increasingly conflicted. Watching their retreating silhouettes, the vendor found himself at an internal crossroads. On one hand, he believed that this rough stone indeed had the potential to yield valuable material. The price of 100,000 was not exorbitant. And should he miss this opportunity with these two buyers, he might never sell it for such a price again. On the other hand, he was apprehensive that they were truly intent on leaving. Yet the price of 2,500 was far too disparate from his mental expectations. Hey, wait a moment. The vendor finally could not contain himself and called out. Mo and Suli exchanged a glance, a trace of barely perceivable delight flickering in their eyes. Yet they did not immediately halt their steps, instead continuing forward a few paces to craft an illusion of hesitation. Let us discuss this further. The vendor hastened to catch up, his face adorned with a broad smile as he sought to alleviate the earlier tension. Mo then slowly turned around to face the vendor, maintaining an expression of calm composure, and stated, Sir, we genuinely appreciate this rough stone. But 2,500 is the highest price we can offer. You see, gambling on stones carries inherent risks. No one can guarantee a significant profit upon cutting, correct? As Mo spoke, he reiterated the uncertainty of the gamble, attempting to persuade the vendor to reconsider the price. The vendor nodded slightly, internally acknowledging the validity of Mo's concerns regarding risk. However, the disparity from 100,000 to 2,500 was simply too vast for him to accept. Young man, 2,500 is truly insufficient. I cannot even consider it. Please, could you increase it a bit? How about 50,000? The vendor tentatively proposed, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Mo shook his head and replied, Sir, 50,000 is still too steep. What do you think of this? 3,000. That is our final offer. We are also running a modest business and cannot endure significant fluctuations. As he spoke, Mo displayed an expression of helplessness while discreetly observing the vendor's reaction. The vendor frowned and pondered for a moment. Although 3,000 remained below his expectations, it was preferable to the two departing with nothing, leaving him empty-handed. 3,005. It cannot be any less. If it is, I will truly suffer a loss. The vendor gritted his teeth and declared his final price. He fixed his gaze intently on Mo and Suli, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Mo and Suli exchanged another glance, with Suli giving a slight nod. MOU understood that this price had nearly aligned with their expectations. All right, sir, it is evident that you are a straightforward person. 3,005, it's a deal, MOU said, a smile breaking across his face as he extended his hand to shake with the vendor. Upon witnessing this, the vendor displayed a gratifying smile and promptly grasped MOU's hand, exclaiming, "Excellent, it's a deal. I hope you unearth something remarkable." Thus, after a fervent exchange of haggling, MOU and Suli successfully acquired the raw stone for the sum of 3,500 yuan. The pair gingerly cradled the stone, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They were acutely aware that what lay ahead was the exhilarating moment of revealing the stone's true nature. Subsequently, with a blend of anxiety and excitement, MOU and Suli carefully carried the raw stone, making their way toward the stone unveiling area. Chapter 41. Another piece of green jade. The stone analysis area is situated in a corner of the gambling stone market, where numerous stone analysts and curious onlookers gather. The hum of various stone-cutting machines intertwines, and the air is permeated with the scent of stone dust. MOU and Suli weave through the crowd, their eyes scanning the skilled artisans, seeking an experienced master craftsman to unveil the mysteries of their raw stone. At last, their gaze settles upon a venerable master with graying hair. The master is intently engaged in analyzing a stone for a customer, his demeanor focused and composed, deftly maneuvering the cutting machine with precision, as if he could intuit the secrets hidden within the stone. The surrounding spectators watch in hushed admiration, praising his remarkable skill. MOU and Suli exchange a glance filled with mutual trust and affirmation. "Let's approach this master. He seems quite reliable," Suli whispers. MOU nods in agreement, replying, "Indeed, his technique suggests he possesses considerable experience." The two step forward, patiently waiting for the master to complete his work with the previous customer. Once finished, MOU politely addresses him, "Master, we kindly ask for your assistance in analyzing this raw stone." With that, he gently places the stone on the master's workbench. The master looks up, assessing MOU and Suli before scrutinizing the stone closely. He caresses the surface with his fingers, sensing its texture and patterns, then retrieves a strong flashlight, illuminating the stone from various angles to observe its internal structure. "Young ones, this raw stone exhibits considerable potential," the master remarks, however. "The world of stone gambling carries significant risks. Are you prepared mentally for that?" MOU and Suli nod eagerly, indicating their understanding. "We are aware, master. Please proceed with your work. We trust in your expertise," MOU assures him. The master smiles faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He activates the stone-cutting machine, which emits a low, resonant hum as the saw blade begins to rotate slowly. Leaning forward, he fixates on the raw stone, expertly guiding the machine, inching the blade closer to the stone. Curious onlookers, noticing the new piece being cut, gather around, whispering amongst themselves in anticipation. "This raw stone doesn't seem particularly promising. I wonder if anything valuable will emerge," one murmurs. "Who can say? In stone gambling, it all comes down to luck," another replies. These young individuals appear quite confident. Perhaps they will indeed uncover something remarkable. MOU and Suli stand by, their eyes riveted on the master's every move, hardly daring to breathe. Suli instinctively grips the hem of MOU's garment, her palms slightly clammy with apprehension. Though MOU feels a twinge of nervousness, he remains composed. Creak. The saw blade makes contact with the stone, sending shards flying. As the cutting deepens, a faint green hue gradually emerges. A murmur of astonishment ripples through the crowd. "Wow, it's showing green." Suli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed to MOU, "MOU, there truly is jade." A smile of satisfaction graced MOU's face, yet he understood that it was not the time to relax. Further cutting was necessary to ascertain the jade's precise quality. The master craftsman continued to focus intently on the stone, cautiously adjusting the cutting angle according to the jade's natural veins. After several more precise cuts, a vibrant piece of jade gradually revealed itself to the onlookers. The jade shimmered like a pristine emerald spring, exuding an enchanting luster. Prompting a chorus of admiration from the crowd, "The color of this jade is stunning. Its clarity is remarkable. It must be worth a fortune." MOU and Suli gazed at the jade before them, their hearts swelling with joy and a sense of accomplishment. They recognized the jade's significant value, affirming that their gamble had indeed paid off. The master craftsman carefully extracted the jade from its rough exterior and presented it to MOU, saying, "Congratulations to both of you for uncovering such a splendid piece of jade." MOU received the jade, cradling it delicately as if it were a rare treasure. He and Suli expressed their heartfelt gratitude to the master, their appreciation evident in their demeanor. Subsequently, they departed the gemstone area, carrying the jade amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. "MOU, you are incredible. How did you know there was jade within that rough stone?" Suli inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity and admiration as she fixated on him. In her mind, MOU's selection of the rough stone was astoundingly precise, almost as if he could perceive the secrets hidden within, igniting her desire to uncover the reason behind his intuition. It was instinct. MOU replied with a smile. His expression relaxed. He was acutely aware that the secret of his extraordinary insight must remain concealed, even from Suli. After all, such a remarkable ability could invite unnecessary trouble if revealed. All right then. Suli accepted MOU's response without pressing further. She mused that perhaps his judgment was indeed based on experience and keen intuition, although she still harbored a hint of doubt. She respected his answer and refrained from probing deeper. The two found a quiet corner in the gambling stone market to carefully secure the jade they had cut. Under the lights, the vibrant jade radiated an alluring brilliance. As they admired the jade, a wave of accomplishment washed over both MOU and Suli, filling them with anticipation for the upcoming adventures in their gemstone journey. "MOU, since we were so fortunate to cut jade this time, why don't we continue gambling on stones? Perhaps we could uncover even more treasures," Suli proposed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, the joy of success ignited her passion for the gamble, as she yearned to experience the exhilarating thrill of uncovering jade once more. MOU pondered for a moment, finding merit in Suli's suggestion. Their recent success not only validated his extraordinary ability, but also bolstered his confidence in the world of gemstone gambling. Moreover, they now possessed a certain amount of capital, enabling them to select raw stones with greater composure. "Well, since we are here, let us give it another try, however. This time we must exercise greater caution and refrain from acting impulsively," MOU remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of steadiness and determination. Thus, the two once again navigated through the various stalls of the jade gambling market. The market remained extraordinarily lively, bustling with people, the sounds of hawking and haggling intertwining in a vibrant cacophony. The stall owners warmly greeted customers, showcasing the raw stones at their stands, each piece seemingly concealing boundless potential. MOU and Suli paused before one particular stall, which was adorned with an array of raw stones varying in size and shape. MOU activated his X-ray vision, meticulously scrutinizing the internal conditions of each stone. Meanwhile, Suli engaged in conversation with the stall owner, inquiring about the origins and details of the stones, attempting to assess their potential from these aspects. "Sir, how much for this raw stone?" Suli asked, pointing to a piece with distinct markings reminiscent of a mottled python. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at Suli, then at MOU, pondering the intentions of the two. "This raw stone I procured from the old market. Its quality is assured. Seeing your genuine interest, I can offer it at a fair price of 200,000, the stall owner confidently quoted. MOU, through his X-ray vision, observed the stone, discovering that it contained no high-quality jade, merely some ordinary rocks, utterly unworthy of the 200,000 price tag. He gently tugged at Suli's sleeve, subtly shaking his head. Chapter 42, It is blue jadeite. Suli understood intuitively that this piece of rough stone did not meet their expectations. "Boss, 200,000 is quite exorbitant. We shall pass," Suli remarked to the vendor. The vendor chuckled and replied, "My dear, my price is already quite reasonable. How about this? If you truly desire it, offer me 180,000. It cannot be less." Suli shook her head in refusal. Subsequently, MOU and Suli departed from the stall, continuing their pursuit of rough stones at various booths. Soon, MOU discovered several seemingly ordinary stones, yet they concealed jadeite within. He exchanged a glance with Suli, and she instantly comprehended his intent. The duo began to negotiate with the vendor and ultimately secured these stones at a relatively fair price. Clutching their newly acquired rough stones, MOU and Suli returned to the stone testing area. Suli felt a mixture of anxiety and excitement, uncertain whether these stones would yield surprises akin to the previous one. Onlookers noticed MOU and Suli returning with rough stones, casting curious glances, some whispering whether they would be fortunate enough to uncover quality material this time. The stone cutter was the same elderly master, graying but skilled. Upon seeing MOU and Suli return with their stones, he smiled and said, "Ah, you two have returned. May luck be on your side this time as well." After thanking the master, MOU and Suli placed their rough stones on the workbench. The master expertly activated the stone-cutting machine, and the familiar buzzing sound resonated throughout the testing area. The machine splayed word into action, glinting with a cold metallic sheen, eager to unveil the secrets hidden within the rough stones. As the blade gradually approached, both Mou and Suli felt their hearts rise to their throats. Their gaze remained fixed on the master's every movement, brimming with anticipation and tension. Suli instinctively grasped Mou's arm, her fingers turning pale from the pressure. Meanwhile, Mou leaned forward slightly, as if to catch an early glimpse of the stone's interior. At the moment the blade finally made contact with the rough stone, fragments erupted like snowflakes, sparkling under the light. Each particle seemed to strike heavily against the hearts of Mou and Suli. They held their breath, daring not to exhale, as if the entire world had dwindled to the presence of this stone-cutting machine. The master was deeply focused, his eyes fixated on the contact point between the blade and the rough stone, skillfully maneuvering the machine with steady hands. He carefully adjusted the cutting angle and pressure according to the stone's texture and patterns, fully aware that any slight miscalculation at this critical juncture could compromise the jade within and affect its value. Time stretched in the tense atmosphere, each second feeling infinitely prolonged. The sound of their heartbeats grew clearer in their ears as they sensed each other's accelerated breathing in the thick air of anticipation. Suli's eyes widened in awe, reflecting the image of the saw blade slicing through the rough stone, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "There must be jade, there must be." At last, under the master craftsman's exquisite skill, the saw blade gradually penetrated the depths of the stone. As the cutting progressed, a faint green hue began to emerge. Mou and Suli simultaneously caught sight of this glimmer of green, and their eyes ignited with surprise. "There is green. There really is green," Suli exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Mou, too, could hardly contain his joy, a smile creeping onto his lips, but he restrained his eagerness, continuing to fixate on the rough stone, aware that the quality and size of the jade remained uncertain. The master craftsman maintained his steady cutting, skillfully guiding the saw blade according to the jade's contours. The surrounding crowd, sensing the commotion, gathered curiously to observe. "Wow, they've struck green again. These two young ones are truly fortunate. I wonder what the quality of this jade will be. The color appears quite vibrant." Whispers of speculation filled the air, and everyone brimmed with anticipation for the jade that was about to be fully revealed. Before long, thanks to the master's diligent efforts, the rough stone was completely sliced open, unveiling the jade for all to see. It was a piece of striking brilliance, its texture smooth and lustrous, the verdant hue reminiscent of the most tender leaves of spring, emanating an enchanting glow. The jade exhibited ample translucence under the illumination of the lights. It seemed to harbor a crystalline spring within, vibrant and clear. The crowd could not help but gasp in awe. This jade is truly exceptional. If crafted into jewelry, it would undoubtedly be worth a fortune. As Mou and Suli gazed upon the jade before them, their joy surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Suli's eyes glistened with tears of excitement as she tightly embraced Mou's arm, her voice slightly choked. "Mou, we did it. We really did it." Mou, equally unable to mask his exhilaration, gently patted Suli's hand and replied, "Indeed, Su, we have succeeded. This has been quite a journey." The master craftsman smiled at Mou and Suli, his eyes filled with pride and appreciation. "Congratulations to you both. To extract such exquisite jade, both fortune and vision are essential." Mou and Suli promptly expressed their gratitude to the master, their appreciation evident in their demeanor. After congratulating them, the master turned his gaze to the other rough stones they had brought, a flicker of anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He made a slight adjustment and skillfully activated the stone-slicing machine once more. The humming sound resonated like a mysterious melody heralding the opening of a treasure trove, echoing throughout the stone-cutting area. Mou and Suli stood nearby, still immersed in the exhilaration of their recent jade discovery, their hearts fluttering with both trepidation and hope for the remaining rough stones. They leaned closely together, their gazes unwaveringly fixed on the stones that were about to be cut. The first rough stone was gently positioned beneath the saw blade by the master craftsman. As the saw blade gradually penetrated, shards of stone once again erupted, shimmering under the light like ephemeral golden dust swirling through the air. Mou and Suli felt their hearts race once more. Suli instinctively clutched the hem of Mou's garment, while Mou clenched her fists. The master craftsman remained intently focused on the cutting area, skillfully controlling the angle and pressure of the blade with years of experience. Gradually, an unusual shade of blue emerged before the gathered crowd. "It's blue jade," someone exclaimed from the throng. Mou and Suli exchanged a glance filled with disbelief and joy. As the cutting progressed, the blue jade became increasingly revealed in its entirety. Its hue resembled the profound depths of the ocean, akin to the twinkling azure stars in a clear night sky, emanating a mysterious and enchanting luster. Its texture was smooth and delicate, as if one could sense its coolness merely by touch. Chapter 43. The red jadeite was simply exquisite, a rarity in this world. Surrounding individuals exclaimed in admiration, "This blue jadeite is indeed uncommon, its hue impeccable. Indeed, its clarity was remarkable, and it was undoubtedly valuable." As the crowd continued to revel in the delight brought forth by the blue jadeite, the master craftsman prepared to slice into the next raw stone. He took a deep breath and activated the stone-cutting machine once more. The moment the saw blade made contact with the stone, familiar shards flew, and the tension in the air thickened once again. Mou and Su Li gazed intently, silently praying. Soon, a vibrant red hue emerged from the stone, akin to a blazing flame. Red jadeite. Su Li could not contain her excitement. Under the sunlight, the red jadeite shimmered brilliantly, as if it sought to imbue everything around it with its vivid color. Its tone was rich and uniform, with a transparency that seemed as though it were meticulously painted by nature using the finest pigments. The onlookers were equally captivated by this rare red jadeite, collectively exclaiming, "This red jadeite is simply extraordinary, a true rarity. If fashioned into a pendant, it would undoubtedly be a unique treasure." Following the unveiling of both the blue and red jadeite, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, their anticipation for the final raw stone reaching a fever pitch. The master craftsman sensed the fervor of the atmosphere. He inhaled deeply and concentrated intently as he commenced cutting the last stone. The saw blade delved slowly, revealing a familiar green. Another green jadeite. Mou exclaimed with excitement. This piece differed slightly from the previous. Its green was more vibrant, reminiscent of the luscious springtime forest, teeming with life. Its high transparency allowed one to seemingly glimpse every intricate vein within, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Once again, a chorus of awe erupted from the crowd. These jadeites are increasingly stunning. These two young individuals were indeed fortunate. The master craftsman extracted the jadeite from the raw stone in its entirety and placed it upon a velvet cloth nearby. Mou and Su Li gazed at the assortment of vividly colored jadeites, their hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment and joy. "Thank you so much, master. Without your exquisite skill, we could not have extracted these jadeites so perfectly." Mou sincerely expressed his gratitude. The master craftsman smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is primarily due to your discerning eyes in selecting such promising raw stones. Congratulations to you both." The crowd, drawn like moths to a flame, gathered closely, encircling Mou, Su Li, and the radiant jadeites. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and envy as they lavished praise upon the jadeites. "The color of this blue jadeite resembles that of the deep sea, simply magnificent," a well-dressed middle-aged man remarked, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. "Indeed. And this red jadeite is so rich and vibrant. Crafted into a pendant, it would undoubtedly outshine all others," a fashionable woman chimed in, her gaze filled with fondness. A continuous stream of accolades resonated through the crowd, rising and falling in a harmonious symphony of praise. Meanwhile, many individuals began to ponder the possibility of acquiring the exquisite jade. "Dear sirs, I am engaged in the jade trade and find myself utterly captivated by these pieces. Please, name your price. I am sincerely interested in purchasing them," remarked a shrewd businessman adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze fixated on the jade as if attempting to penetrate its very essence. Another robust gentleman chimed in. "I, too, am enamored, particularly with this green jade. Its smoothness and delicacy make it perfect for a bracelet. Should you be inclined to part with it, I am open to negotiation." In response to the inquiries, Mou and Su Li exchanged knowing smiles. They intended to retain these precious jades for their company. Thus, they resolutely declined all offers. "We appreciate everyone's generous interest, however. We do not plan to part with these jades at this time," Mou stated, his tone both firm and courteous. Su Li nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. We wish to keep these jades for our own use." Although a hint of disappointment lingered among the crowd, understanding prevailed. After all, anyone in possession of such rare jade would likely have their own intentions. Subsequently, Mou and Su Li meticulously secured the jades, fully aware of their immense value. Each motion imbued with care as if cradling the most precious treasures in the world. Once everything was arranged, they prepared to return to the company. Their intention was to deliver the jades to the skilled artisans who would transform them into exquisite bracelets, pendants, and other jewelry. On their way back, a warm and exhilarating atmosphere enveloped the car. Su Li drove while Mou, seated in the passenger seat, occasionally glanced at the box containing the jade resting on his lap, his eyes twinkling with delight. Mou, What do you think our artisans will create from these jades? Su Li inquired, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Turning slightly, Mou replied with a smile. I have faith in their craftsmanship. They will undoubtedly bring out the full beauty of these jades. Just imagine a pendant crafted from blue jade, draping around one's neck, evoking the sensation of being immersed in a dreamlike ocean. If the red jade is fashioned into a bracelet, its vibrant hue will surely command attention. And the green jade, transformed into a pendant or earrings, will exude elegance and nobility. As Su Li absorbed Mou's vivid descriptions, images of the exquisite jade jewelry danced in her mind, her smile growing ever more radiant. Indeed, it will surely astonish everyone, and perhaps these pieces will usher in new opportunities for the company. Engaged in their spirited exchange, they envisioned the finished jade carvings and the potential transformations they could bring to their company. Unbeknownst to them, they had already arrived at the company's entrance. With the jades in hand, they hurried inside. Upon their return, colleagues gathered around to congratulate them upon learning that they had procured several high-quality jade pieces. After sharing their experiences in stone gambling, Mou and Su Li arrived at the sculptor's studio. The sculptors, upon seeing the jade stones, exhibited expressions of surprise and excitement in their eyes. They carefully picked up the jade, scrutinizing it intently, their minds already beginning to conceive ideas for the carving. President Su, the quality of these jade pieces is truly exceptional. We will pour our hearts into the craftsmanship to honor their worth, declared Master Zhang, the chief sculptor, his gaze filled with determination and confidence. Mou and Su Li exchanged a glance, and Su Li nodded, saying, Master Zhang, we entrust this to you. We have faith in your abilities and hope to witness these jades radiating their most resplendent brilliance in your skilled hands. Observing the sculptors diligently studying the design blueprints, Mou and Su Li felt a surge of anticipation in their hearts. Chapter 44, Chief Gemstone Appraiser and Vice President, along with half of the company's equity soon after. Mou followed Su Li into her spacious and luminous presidential office. The moment he stepped inside, an aura of luxury and modernity enveloped him. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the bustling cityscape, with sunlight streaming through the glass and illuminating the tidy desk, casting reflections on the exquisite ornaments and documents. Su Li walked directly to her desk and sat down gracefully, gesturing for Mou to take a seat on the sofa opposite her. She slightly adjusted her posture, her gaze fixed intently on Mou, her expression a blend of seriousness and anticipation. After a brief silence, Su Li suddenly spoke. Mou, why don't you become the Chief Gemstone Appraiser and Vice President of the company, specifically in charge of jade procurement? I will also grant you half of the company's equity. What do you think? Her voice was clear and resolute, each word resonating like a heavy hammer, stirring ripples of emotion within Mou's heart. Taken aback, he found it hard to believe. He never imagined that Su Li would propose such a significant decision. It was a promotion and a salary increase of unprecedented magnitude. His mind momentarily went blank, his eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. President Su, this is so sudden. I'm a bit taken aback, Mou stammered, attempting to compose himself, though his tone betrayed his excitement. He furrowed his brow, lost in a brief reverie. He understood that this was not merely a tremendous opportunity, but also a weighty responsibility. The role of Chief Gemstone Appraiser and Vice President entailed shouldering the crucial task of jade procurement for the company, demanding keen insight, extensive experience, and decisive judgment. Furthermore, half of the company's equity represented profound recognition of his capabilities and a deep expectation for future collaboration. Observing Mou's astonished expression, Su Li smiled gently. Rising from her seat and walking to his side, she spoke slowly. Mou, during our time together in Gemstone Appraisal, I have witnessed your remarkable abilities firsthand. Your unique perspective and precise judgment of raw stones are truly astonishing. Moreover, in the face of various complexities, you consistently remain composed and make sound decisions. I believe you are the only one capable of undertaking this pivotal responsibility of jade procurement for the company. Appointing you as Chief Gemstone Appraiser and Vice President is a long-term consideration for the company's future development. As for the half of the equity, it is well-deserved. I hope this will help us become closer partners, working together to expand and strengthen the company. Su Li's words were sincere and filled with earnestness, her eyes reflecting trust in Mou and confidence in the company's future. As Mou listened to her explanation, the shock within him gradually subsided, replaced by a warm current and profound emotion. He realized that Su Li's generous offer was not solely based on his abilities, but also stemmed from her trust and appreciation for him. Mr. Su, I am profoundly grateful for your trust and recognition. However, this half-stake feels overwhelmingly substantial. Mo hesitated, torn between desire and the weight of such a lavish gift. Su Li interjected, her smile radiating warmth. Mo, you need not feel burdened. What I value is not solely your current capabilities, but also your boundless potential for the future. For our company to firmly establish itself within the jade industry and to explore broader markets, we require capable individuals like yourself. This half-stake represents not only an investment in you, but also in our shared future. I firmly believe that together we can forge greater value. Mo raised his gaze, meeting Su Li's unwavering eyes, and a profound sense of mission surged within him. He sensed her ambition for the company and envisioned his own potential to excel in this field. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply, stood up, and earnestly declared, Mr. Su, I appreciate your trust, and I am willing to accept this position and stake. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly, striving to meet your expectations and to elevate our company's jade business to new heights. A smile of satisfaction graced Su Li's face as she extended her hand, clasping MOUs firmly. From this day forth, we shall be partners in this endeavor. I am confident that we can create a legendary enterprise within the jade industry. Her voice resonated with confidence and anticipation. MOU looked at Su Li, his eyes shimmering with determination. He understood that from this moment on, his fate was intricately intertwined with that of the company. Seeing MOU readily accept the position and stake filled Su Li with joy and optimism. She was acutely aware that his presence would infuse the company with fresh vitality and opportunities. At that moment, she was eager to share this wonderful news with every employee. Without hesitation, Su Li picked up the phone on her desk and swiftly dialed her secretary. Notify all employees to gather in the conference room in 10 minutes. I have an important announcement to make. Her tone was resolute and authoritative. After hanging up, Su Li turned to MOU, her eyes brimming with encouragement and expectation. MOU, let us head to the conference room so everyone can meet the important partner for our company's future. MOU nodded slightly, feeling a flicker of nervousness, yet overwhelmed with excitement and anticipation for what lay ahead. 10 minutes later, the company's conference room buzzed with activity as employees whispered among themselves, speculating about the reason for Su Li's urgent summons. Su Li and MOU entered the room, and instantly, the once boisterous atmosphere fell into silence, all eyes fixating on them. With confident strides, Su Li approached the front of the room, cleared her throat gently, and began to speak. Dear colleagues, I have gathered you here today to announce a significant decision. As you all know, our company has been tirelessly striving to expand and seek breakthroughs within the jade business. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting a remarkably talented and capable partner in the realm of stone gambling, MOU. At this point, Su Li gestured for MOU to step forward. MOU approached with a smile and offered a slight bow to everyone present. Su Li continued, stating that throughout their collaboration in the stone gambling venture, MOU had demonstrated an extraordinary vision and judgment, consistently selecting high-quality raw stones with precision and thereby generating substantial potential profits for the company. In light of his exceptional abilities and profound understanding of the jade industry, I have, after careful consideration, decided to appoint MOU as our company's chief stone gambler and vice president, entrusting him with the specific responsibility of overseeing the company's jade procurement operations. Upon hearing this announcement, a murmur of astonishment filled the conference room. Chapter 45. What gives him the right? The employees exchanged glances, some revealing envy in their eyes, while others were filled with curiosity, directing their attention towards MOU. After all, this decision had come as a surprise, and the fact that MOU, so young, had been appointed to such a pivotal position was indeed astonishing. Su Li raised her hand to signal for silence and continued, furthermore, to express the company's profound recognition of MOU's capabilities, as well as our unwavering confidence in future collaborations. The company shall grant MOU half of the equity. I firmly believe that MOU's involvement will infuse our jade business with formidable energy, steering us toward an even more illustrious future. Upon hearing Su Li announce that MOU would receive half of the company's shares, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the conference room. This decision undoubtedly showcased Su Li's immense trust in MOU and made the employees aware of the company's grand ambitions and resolute commitment to the development of the jade business. Su Li turned to MOU, her gaze brimming with encouragement, and said, MOU, please say a few words to everyone. Taking a deep breath, MOU stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across every employee present, and sincerely addressed them. Dear colleagues, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to General Manager Su for her trust and support. It is a profound honor to join the company and assume such a significant role, and I am acutely aware of the weight of this responsibility. I will do my utmost to leverage my experience and expertise in stone gambling to procure the finest jade raw materials for the company, aiding us in achieving greater accomplishments in the jade market. I firmly believe that as long as we work together with one heart, we can create an even brighter future. I look forward to collaborating joyfully with all of you and growing together in our endeavors. MOU's concise yet powerful speech earned him a resounding round of applause from the employees. The applause was a blend of welcome for MOU and anticipation for the company's future development. Sully resumed speaking. I am confident that under MOU's leadership, our jade business will thrive immensely. Now, let us each take our positions and actively engage in our tasks according to the new divisions and plans. I eagerly await witnessing the company ascend to new heights through our collective efforts. As the meeting concluded, employees gradually exited the conference room. Sully and MOU were the last to leave, and with a smile, Sully said to MOU, "Today marks your formal introduction to everyone. Now it is time for us to showcase our talents." MOU nodded, determination glimmering in his eyes. "General Manager Su, rest assured, I am fully prepared." At that moment, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow upon them, as if heralding the boundless possibilities that awaited the company through their collaborative efforts. Amidst the departing employees, one middle-aged man stood out, visibly enraged. His name was Zhao Gang, the sales department manager, who had diligently served the company for many years. At that moment, his countenance was as dark as the sky before a storm, his fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles whitening from the tension. His heart was tumultuous, brimming with an insatiable sense of resentment. Zhao Gang has long harbored an aspiration to ascend to the position of vice president within his company. In pursuit of this ambition, he has dedicated countless hours of effort and toil. Each day, he is the first to arrive at the office and the last to depart, meticulously devising every sales strategy while striving to expand the client base, thus significantly contributing to the company's growth. In his eyes, his extensive experience and unwavering loyalty to the organization assured him that the vice presidency would eventually be his. However, the emergence of MOU shattered his dreams entirely. When Sully publicly announced in the conference room that MOU had been appointed as the company's chief gemstone betting expert and vice president, granting him half of the equity, Zhao Gang felt as though a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly chilled. He could not comprehend how this sudden newcomer could be favored so highly while his own years of hard work seemed to be disregarded so easily. Disheartened, Zhao Gang returned to his office and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. He collapsed into his chair, his gaze fixed ahead, replaying the scene from the conference room in his mind, growing increasingly enraged. How could MOU deserve this? I refuse to accept it, he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty office, a release of his pent-up frustration. He rose, pacing back and forth, muttering to himself, after all these years of dedication to the company's sales performance, every business expansion has borne my efforts. Yet now, a mere upstart, with no foundation, becomes vice president simply because of his gemstone betting skills, taking half the equity. How is this fair? As his agitation mounted, he slammed his palm against the desk, scattering papers across the floor. No, I cannot let this stand. He gritted through clenched teeth, a fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He resolved to devise a plan to show MOU that such a position was not easily won. Zhao Gang began to rummage through office documents, seeking to uncover MOU's vulnerabilities or any potential flaws in the company's decision-making. I refuse to believe that you, MOU, are without weaknesses. I shall ascertain your true worth, he muttered to himself. However, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing of value, which only heightened his frustration. Eventually, he calmed down and realized that merely seeking to undermine MOU might not resolve the issue. A more strategic approach was imperative. He settled back into his chair, propping his chin on his hands, lost in contemplation. He mused that since Sully placed such importance on MOU's gemstone betting prowess, he would focus his efforts in that direction. He resolved to leverage the connections he had cultivated in the sales department to investigate MOU's background, to discern whether he truly possessed the expertise that Sully had claimed. Concurrently, Zhao Gang began to plot how to generate unfavorable opinions about MOU within the company. He intended to start with the employees in his own department, subtly disseminating negative remarks about MOU in an effort to undermine the trust others placed in him. He was acutely aware that to topple MOU, his own strength was insufficient. He must harness the collective power of others. MOU, just you wait. I shall not permit you to secure this position so effortlessly, Zhao Gang murmured, his eyes brimming with animosity. At this moment, he was completely blinded by jealousy and resentment, singularly focused on reclaiming what he believed rightfully belonged to him. Meanwhile, Mou remained enraptured by the excitement and sense of responsibility that accompanied his new position. Entirely oblivious to the concealed hostility Zhao Gang harbored against him, he was enthusiastically collaborating with Su Li, passionately strategizing the future direction of the company's jade business, confidently embracing the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. Thus commenced a seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous contest, quietly unfolding in the corners of the company. Chapter 46. The deliberate spread of rumors under Zhao Gang's meticulous orchestration, the company soon resembled a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, rippling with layers of malicious whispers that quietly burgeoned and swiftly proliferated. Have you heard? Mou is living off President Su's generosity, which is why he became the vice president. A female employee murmured conspiratorially to a colleague while brewing coffee in the break room. Her eyes sparkled with the glint of gossip, as if she held a monumental secret. Really? I thought so too. How could Mou, so young and having been with the company for such a short time, possibly deserve to be vice president? It must be because President Su has taken a liking to him, allowing him to circumvent decades of hardship, another colleague exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. A complex mix of envy and disdain etched across her face. Exactly. I've noticed he is quite the smooth talker. Perhaps he charmed President Su with his silver tongue. Someone else chimed in, their expression rife with contempt for Mou. These remarks spread like a contagion, infiltrating every nook and cranny of the office. From the break room to the workspace, from the conference room to the lounge, such discussions echoed wherever employees congregated. With Mou as vice president, the company is bound to falter. He lacks the capability and should be replaced by someone more qualified. Some with ulterior motives began to vocally propagate this sentiment, attempting to incite further unrest among their peers. Their voices reverberated through the office, gradually sowing seeds of doubt and dissatisfaction in the hearts of the employees. Before long, the entire company was abuzz with speculation. Whispers about the alleged special relationship between Mou and Su Li circulated, and contempt for Mou's abilities intensified. The previously harmonious work atmosphere was shattered, and employees' focus shifted from their tasks to the sudden onslaught of scandalous gossip. Meanwhile, in his office, Mou was deeply engrossed in researching the company's upcoming jade procurement plan when he was suddenly jolted by an unusual commotion outside. Curiosity piqued. He stepped out to investigate. As soon as he emerged, he noticed a cluster of employees who abruptly ceased their conversation, their eyes darting away, their demeanor noticeably awkward. An ominous premonition surged within Mou. At that moment, he overheard someone mutter not far off, "That's him, living off handouts to become vice president." Mou's heart sank. He had not anticipated such rumors circulating within the company. Suppressing his anger, he returned to his office, deciding to remain discreet for the time being, as he sought to uncover the puppet master behind this insidious plot. In the president's office, Su Li had also caught wind of the circulating rumors. Her secretary entered, a look of concern etched on her face, and recounted the gossip she had heard in detail. Su Li's expression darkened instantly. She slammed her hand on the desk and exclaimed in indignation, "This is utterly preposterous. How can these individuals be so irresponsible as to spread such baseless rumors?" Su Li was acutely aware that these rumors would not only inflict harm upon Mou but also undermine the morale and unity of the company. If not addressed promptly, the consequences could be dire. Without hesitation, Su Li dialed Mou's number. "Mou, are you aware of the rumors circulating within the company? Do not take them to heart. I will investigate thoroughly and ensure that those who spread these lies face repercussions." Mou responded calmly on the other end of the line, "General Manager Su, I have heard about them. However, rest assured, I will not be swayed by these rumors. I believe we must remain composed and first discern who is orchestrating this behind the scenes." Su Li nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us investigate together. It is evident that someone is deliberately attempting to disrupt the stability of the company, and I will not let them escape unscathed." After hanging up, both Mou and Su Li fell into deep contemplation. They understood that this storm was brewing fiercely, and the hidden hands behind it would not reveal themselves easily. Nevertheless, they were resolute in their determination to unearth the puppet master, restore the company's reputation, and secure justice for Mou. Meanwhile, the rumors within the company continued to proliferate, and the attitudes of the employees became increasingly nuanced. Simultaneously, Zhao Gang sat comfortably in his office, a smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Through the glass walls of his office, he observed the employees in the open area, whispering and debating amongst themselves, and felt a sense of elation. At that moment, The entire company was abuzz discussing the notion of MOU living off Su Li's successes, a scenario that Zhao Gang had meticulously orchestrated and driven forward. A cunning glint sparkled in Zhao Gang's eyes as he recalled how he had artfully disseminated these rumors throughout the company's various corners. He began by casually mentioning the matter within his department's small circle, leveraging the employees' curiosity regarding changes in upper management to ensure the topic swiftly spread through the sales department. Subsequently, he bribed several gossip-prone employees to embellish the tale in other departments, portraying MOU as a sycophant who had ascended through unscrupulous means. Watching the rumors proliferate as he had anticipated, Zhao Gang felt his scheme unfolding with precision. To him, MOU, the new vice president, posed a significant threat to the position he had long coveted. Having diligently worked for years to boost the company's sales performance, he believed himself to be the unequivocal choice for the role of vice president. MOU's arrival shattered his dreams entirely. Thus, he resolved to employ any means necessary to bring MOU down. Zhao Gang was convinced that under the weight of such overwhelming negative public opinion, MOU would eventually succumb to the pressure. After all, who could endure being the subject of scrutiny, having their capabilities questioned, and being regarded as someone who had risen through dubious tactics? He could almost envision MOU resigning in disgrace, while he himself basked in the adulation of his colleagues as he ascended to the coveted position of vice president, fulfilling years of hard work and aspiration. MOU. You are not my match, Zhao Gang murmured to himself, his gaze betraying a hint of ruthlessness. He envisioned the embarrassment and helplessness that MOU would face in the face of these rumors, and his sense of triumph swelled further. Oh, MOU. I wonder how you will manage to remain in the company this time, as long as you take the initiative to resign. The position of vice president will undoubtedly be mine. At that time, I shall make Su Li see who truly possesses the capability to lead the company toward greatness. Zhao Gang thought to himself, unconsciously clenching his fists, as if the vice presidential position were already within his grasp. Chapter 47. Unveiling the mastermind behind the rumors. However, Zhao Gang was acutely aware that the situation had not yet reached its conclusion. Although the rumors had stirred a considerable uproar within the company, MOU and Su Li were certainly not the type to remain passive. He needed to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that he left no trace of his machinations, lest his efforts be in vain. Thus, he began to contemplate his next course of action, strategizing on how to further amplify the rumor's impact and ensnare MOU in an even more precarious predicament. Zhao Gang resolved to exploit the concerns of certain employees regarding the company's future, stoking the flames of discontent. He intended to have those employees he had manipulated propagate the notion that MOU's incompetence could lead to various detrimental consequences for the company, such as the failure of the Jade procurement plan and a decline in company performance. He believed that this would not only foster greater animosity towards MOU among the staff but also exert pressure on Su Li, compelling her to reconsider her choice for the vice presidency. With just a little more effort, MOU would surely falter. Encouraging himself internally, Zhao Gang rose from his seat and paced back and forth in his office, meticulously refining his scheme in his mind. He had succumbed to an overwhelming thirst for power, entirely oblivious to the severe damage his actions were inflicting on the company. To him, the vice presidential position was of paramount importance, and he was willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant plunging the company into chaos. Meanwhile, in another corner of the company, MOU and Su Li were diligently investigating the origins of the rumors. They understood that there must be hidden hands orchestrating this turmoil, and identifying the culprit was imperative to restoring order and normalcy within the company. MOU, it seems my decision to appoint you as vice president has displeased some individuals, Su Li remarked, seated in the spacious and well-lit presidential office, her gaze penetrating as she looked at MOU, a hint of resignation and gravity in her expression. She let out a soft sigh, leaning back against the plush chair, her eyes glimmering with sagacity. Su Li was acutely aware that in any organization, the struggle for interests and the contest for power were inevitable. The workplace resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, rife with overt and covert conflicts. Her decision to appoint MOU as vice president and grant him a share of the equity would undoubtedly stir discontent and jealousy among some, and the emergence of this turmoil had long been anticipated. Su, it's all right. I am not concerned, MOU replied with a tranquil demeanor, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle, composed smile. He endeavored to respond to Su Li with an air of nonchalance, wishing to spare her undue worry on his behalf. Yet beneath his calm exterior, a tempest of emotions raged within him, an uncontrollable anger simmering beneath the surface. How could he possibly remain unconcerned? These baseless rumors not only tarnished his reputation but also undermined his capabilities entirely, igniting a profound sense of fury and frustration within him. Mou clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, leaving behind indelible marks. He silently vowed to unearth the individuals behind the scenes and hold them accountable for their actions. He would not tolerate anyone engaging in such underhanded tactics to undermine the beautiful vision he and Suli had crafted for the company. Suli observed Mou, and, within his seemingly calm gaze, detected a fleeting spark of anger. She understood that Mou was grappling with discomfort. After all, no one could face such malicious rumors with equanimity. Yet, she admired his composure, maintaining an outward tranquility amidst the turmoil. Mou, I know you must be feeling quite distressed. However, we cannot allow these rumors to disrupt our focus. Our immediate priority is to identify the mastermind behind this turmoil and quell the storm, Suli said, sitting up straight, her expression grave. Her eyes radiated a resolute confidence, revealing her determination to take control of the situation. Mou nodded and replied, Su, I comprehend. I suspect this matter is not as straightforward as it seems. There is undoubtedly someone orchestrating this with meticulous care. Given the speed and scope of the rumor's spread, it is likely that this person possesses considerable influence within the company and has adequately prepared for this. Suli pondered for a moment before responding. You make a valid point. Let us trace the origin of the rumor and see if we can uncover any clues. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding the activities within various departments, particularly those who harbor ambitions for the vice presidency. The two began to meticulously analyze the personnel within the company, listing potential suspects one by one. They were acutely aware that the mastermind was likely well concealed and would not easily reveal their intentions, thus, no detail could be overlooked. Su, could it be Zhao Gang from the sales department? Mou suddenly recalled that ever since he ascended to the vice presidency, Zhao Gang's gaze towards him had been tinged with jealousy and resentment. Moreover, Zhao Gang had been with the company for many years, possessing extensive connections, which could facilitate the propagation of such rumors. Suli furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before stating, Zhao Gang indeed holds significant suspicion. He has long coveted the vice presidential position and must harbor discontent regarding this decision. However, we cannot draw conclusions based solely on speculation. We need to find concrete evidence. Thus, Mou and Suli resolved to conduct a discreet investigation into Zhao Gang. They enlisted a few trustworthy employees to monitor Zhao Gang's every move, gathering any potential leads related to the rumors. Simultaneously, they disseminated certain information within the company to disrupt the mastermind's plans, hoping to expose any flaws. In the following days, the company appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath, a tempest brewed. Mou and Suli diligently pursued their investigation behind the scenes, while Zhao Gang seemed to sense something amiss, becoming increasingly cautious. He continued to propagate the rumors while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, fearful that his scheme might be uncovered. However, the truth could not remain hidden forever. As the investigation progressed, more and more evidence pointed towards Zhao Gang. Mou and Suli gathered proof of Zhao Gang instructing employees to spread the rumors. These pieces of evidence akin to explosive revelations, sufficient to unveil his nefarious plot. Mr. Su, the evidence has been nearly collected. It is time for Zhao Gang to face the consequences of his actions. Mou gazed at the evidence in her hand, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes. Suli nodded, a hint of authority reflected in her demeanor. Indeed, we cannot condone such behavior. Call a company-wide meeting. I intend to unveil his true nature before everyone, allowing them to discern the reality behind the rumors. The moment of truth is approaching. As Mou and Suli prepare to put an end to this malicious rumor scandal and restore the company to its rightful path. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang is about to bear the inevitable repercussions of his actions. Chapter 48. It is best to take the initiative to admit mistakes soon after. Suli convened a company-wide meeting, intending to unveil the truth behind the malicious rumors before all present, restoring a clean and upright environment for the company. She swiftly instructed her secretary to notify every employee, ensuring their punctual attendance. Upon the announcement, the company buzzed with speculation as everyone pondered the theme of the meeting. The rumors concerning Mou and Suli only heightened the employees' curiosity and anticipation for the gathering. As the meeting time approached, employees gradually entered the conference room, each wearing varied expressions, some curious, some puzzled, while others appeared to sense something amiss, their faces tinged with anxiety. Zhao Gang blended into the crowd, walking slowly into the room. He feigned calmness, yet his heart raced with unease. Although he believed his plan was meticulously crafted without leaving any incriminating evidence, the guilt of his deceit gnawed at him, and he could not suppress his apprehension about the impending meeting. Mou and Su Li stood at the front of the conference room, their gazes steely, exuding an air of unassailable authority. As Zhao Gang entered, both cast him a frosty glance, akin to two sharp blades piercing his very soul. A chill gripped Zhao Gang's heart, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. Instinctively, he averted his eyes from them, feigning nonchalance as he found a seat. Though his hands trembled slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. Once all were seated, Su Li took a step forward, cleared her throat, and began to speak. Her voice resonated clearly and powerfully throughout the room. Dear colleagues, I have gathered you here today due to some troubling occurrences within the company. I am certain you have heard various rumors concerning Mou and myself. These rumors are baseless and constitute nothing more than malicious defamation. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and she continued sternly, our company has always championed a culture of positivity and collaboration, and we will not tolerate anyone engaging in underhanded tactics that disrupt our harmonious atmosphere and normal operations. Therefore, today we shall thoroughly investigate this matter and provide clarity to all. With that, Su Li turned toward Mou, who nodded in affirmation. Mou then addressed the gathering. During this period, I have been investigating the origins of the rumors alongside General Manager Su. After extensive verification, we have gathered irrefutable evidence that these rumors have been deliberately fabricated and disseminated by someone. Mou's gaze fell once more on Zhao Gang, who felt as if an invisible hand was constricting his throat, making it difficult to breathe. This person is Zhao Gang, the sales department manager, Mou stated without mercy, revealing the name of the puppet master. The revelation sent shockwaves through the meeting room, erupting in gasps of disbelief. Employees turned their heads towards Zhao Gang, their eyes brimming with astonishment, indignation, and contempt. Zhao Gang's face drained of color, turning as pale as paper. He opened his mouth to protest, yet no words escaped his lips. He understood that any defense at this moment would be futile, as his meticulously orchestrated conspiracy had been completely exposed. Mou continued, stating that Zhao Gang, in pursuit of his own ambitions and personal desires, did not hesitate to fabricate rumors, defaming both himself and General Manager Su, in an attempt to undermine the stability of the company. Such behavior had severely harmed the company's interests and inflicted wounds on every colleague striving diligently for the organization's success. Su Li seized the opportunity to speak, her tone grave as she inquired, Zhao Gang, do you have anything to say? Zhao Gang lowered his head, enveloped in silence, his body trembling slightly like a leaf precariously clinging to a branch in the autumn wind. At that moment, his heart was a tempest of regret and fear, akin to a raging sea. He mentally chastised himself countless times, questioning why he had made such a foolish decision in pursuit of the vice presidential position, only to find himself in this humiliating predicament. Yet, the intense desire for survival and the unwillingness to accept defeat compelled him to make a decision in an instant. He could not simply concede. To admit guilt would mean the total loss of everything he held dear. Thus, he slowly lifted his head, donning a mask of righteous indignation, and declared loudly, General Manager Su, you cannot unjustly accuse me without basis. One cannot speak of matters lacking evidence. His voice intentionally rose, attempting to mask the turmoil within with a facade of confidence. Upon hearing this, Su Li and Mou's expressions darkened significantly. They indeed lacked concrete, direct evidence. Although they were aware that Zhao Gang was the orchestrator behind the scenes, those who spread the rumors had been bribed by him and adamantly denied any association, leaving them momentarily at a disadvantage. Zhao Gang keenly sensed the shift in their expressions and felt a surge of secret delight, witnessing their reactions. A sense of triumph began to spread within him as he feigned indignation and continued, General Manager Su, someone must have deliberately framed me. I have always worked diligently for the company. How could I possibly slander General Manager Mo? My loyalty to the company is evident to all. As he spoke, he surveyed the room, seeking the support reflected in the expressions of other employees. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly delicate. Some employees began to murmur among themselves, exchanging whispers. Su Li took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She recognized that losing her footing at this moment would only play into Zhao Gang's hands. Gazing intently at him, she asserted, Zhao Gang, your actions have incited chaos within the company, leading to profoundly adverse repercussions. Our accusation is not baseless speculation. You may believe you have executed your scheme flawlessly, but eventually, the truth cannot be concealed. Mou added, Zhao Gang, it would be wise for you to admit your mistakes voluntarily. Perhaps leniency could be afforded. You must understand that we will not overlook anyone who jeopardizes the stability of the company. His gaze conveyed unwavering determination and an air of undeniable authority. However, Zhao Gang remained obstinate, defiantly stating, General Manager Su, General Manager Mo, I assure you, I am being wronged. Your accusations leave me disheartened. If you cannot provide evidence, you cannot unjustly label me with this crime. Although his tone was resolute, the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Just as the stalemate persisted, the door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open, and a young man hurriedly entered. He was an ordinary employee of the company, previously bribed by Zhao Gang to disseminate rumors. Conscience weighed heavily upon him, and after a fierce internal struggle, he resolved to step forward and reveal the truth. Approaching Su Li and Mo, he nervously declared, General Manager Su, General Manager Mo, I have something to say. Then, turning to face Zhao Gang, he summoned his courage and proclaimed, Manager Zhao, it was you who instructed us to spread rumors about General Managers Mo and Su within the company. You promised us benefits and threatened us with dire consequences should we refuse to comply. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. He had never anticipated that his meticulously orchestrated scheme would unravel so completely due to this employee's defection. Chapter 49. Unveiling the puppet master, he furiously pointed at the employee, stammering, You must not speak such nonsense. You are framing me. However, at that moment, all eyes were fixed on the employee, who produced a voice recorder from his pocket and declared, This is the evidence of your instigation for us to spread rumors. As he pressed the play button, the clear sound of Zhao Gang instructing them to circulate slander echoed throughout the conference room. Upon hearing the recording, the room erupted in an uproar. Employees cast furious and contemptuous glances at Zhao Gang, shocked at the revelation of his true character. How could he stoop so low for his own gain? He was utterly unworthy of remaining in the company. Accusations rang out in a tumultuous chorus. Su Li and Mo finally exhibited a hint of satisfaction on their faces. Su Li looked at Zhao Gang and coldly remarked, Zhao Gang, what do you have to say now? Deflated like a punctured balloon, Zhao Gang slumped in his chair, fully aware that he was irretrievably finished. He bowed his head, silenced by despair and regret, lamenting his past actions and even more so, his stubbornness in attempting to defend himself to the bitter end. Su Li solemnly announced, Zhao Gang, in light of your egregious violation of company policy and your malicious disruption of our order and reputation, the company has decided to terminate your employment immediately. Furthermore, we will pursue legal accountability for your actions. Let Zhao Gang's fate serve as a cautionary tale for all, as we collectively strive to uphold the harmony and stability of our company. With that, Su Li and Mo led the others out of the conference room, leaving Zhao Gang alone, as if forsaken by the entire world. Damn Mo and Su Li, I will not let you escape unscathed. Zhao Gang's eyes burned red, as if ready to unleash fire. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles whitening from the strain. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a tempest of anger and indignation. The humiliation of his dismissal piercing his heart like a dagger. The vice-presidential position he had coveted turned to mere vapor, and the loss of face before his peers ignited a fierce resentment directed solely at Mo and Su Li, seated in the desolate conference room. He frantically plotted his revenge. Suddenly, he recalled the olive branch extended by a rival company, which had persistently dangled the allure of a lucrative salary in an attempt to lure him away. At the time, his focus had been solely on advancing within his own company, dismissing their overtures. Now, however, it appeared to be the perfect opportunity for vengeance against Mo and Su Li. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Zhao Gang muttered through gritted teeth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He rose, straightening his slightly disheveled attire, determination gleaming in his eyes. He resolved to immediately contact the rival company and accept their invitation. Once outside the company, Zhao Gang hastily dialed the number of the rival company's representative. A warm voice greeted him on the other end, seemingly anticipating his call. Mr. Zhao, we have always admired your talents. Have you made a decision about joining us? The tone was imbued with eager expectation. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound as calm as possible. I agree to join you, but I have one condition. I require your full support to take action against Su Li and Mo's company. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, a light chuckle emerged. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, we share a common goal. As long as you can bring value to us, we will naturally cooperate with you wholeheartedly. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhao Gang felt a surge of delight within him. He envisioned Su Li and Mo's company ensnared in turmoil under his strategic machinations, while he stood by, relishing their expressions of pain and despair. Soon, Zhao Gang completed the onboarding procedures, officially becoming a member of the rival company. The new organization offered him generous compensation and extensive authority, further solidifying his resolve for vengeance. He began to leverage the connections and experience he had amassed over the years in the industry to meticulously orchestrate a conspiracy against Su Li and MOU's firm. Initially, he sought to gather business secrets from Su Li's company, aiming to undermine their operations through the exposure of these confidential details. He bribed several employees within Su Li's organization to provide critical internal documents and information. Simultaneously, he disseminated negative rumors about Su Li's company in the market, intending to tarnish its reputation and erode customer trust. In terms of products, he utilized the resources of the new company to launch offerings similar to those of Su Li's firm but at more competitive prices, striving to capture market share. Fully aware of Su Li's advantages in the jade business, he meticulously planned a series of marketing campaigns designed to diminish Su Li's standing in the jade market. Moreover, Zhao Gang attempted to sow discord within Su Li's company. He arranged for individuals to masquerade as job seekers, infiltrating Su Li's company under the guise of interviews, then intentionally instigating trouble within the organization to disrupt teamwork and impede normal operations. However, Zhao Gang's machinations did not escape the notice of MOU and Su Li. They swiftly detected a series of unusual occurrences plaguing their company and initiated an investigation. As the inquiry progressed, they gradually uncovered Zhao Gang's involvement. Indeed, it was he. MOU gazed at the evidence collected in his hands, his expression growing grave. Su Li furrowed her brows tightly, a glimmer of anger in her eyes. This Zhao Gang is truly obstinate. We cannot allow him to continue unchecked. We must take action. MOU nodded in agreement, stating, Ms. Su, I believe we should enhance our internal management and information security measures to prevent further leaks of confidential information. Concurrently, we must gather evidence of Zhao Gang's illegal activities in preparation for our counterattack. Su Li concurred, precisely, and we should also intensify our marketing efforts and improve product quality, showcasing our company as strength and shielding ourselves from the impact of those rumors. Thus, MOU and Su Li swiftly devised a counter-strategy. They reinforced the company's security measures, conducting comprehensive background checks on employees to eliminate the possibility of internal sabotage. On the other hand, they actively gathered evidence of Zhao Gang's malicious competition and illegal operations, preparing to uphold the rights of the company through legal means. In the marketplace, Su Li Company intensified its promotional investments, organizing a series of product exhibitions to showcase the quality of its offerings and formidable capabilities to clients. Simultaneously, they emphasized the quality and uniqueness of their products in response to the low-priced offerings from Zhao Gang's company, thereby earning considerable recognition and support from numerous clients. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang believed that his plans were unfolding unnoticed, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. Little did he know, MOU and Su Li had already woven an intricate net, patiently waiting for him to ensnare himself. Chapter 50. The grand opening of the jewelry store on this splendid day. The sun shone brightly, and the sky was an endless expanse of blue, as if even the heavens were bestowing blessings upon MOU and Su Li for their newly launched jewelry store. Nestled in the heart of the city's south-most bustling commercial street, the store was adorned in opulence and elegance, with expansive glass windows that sparkled like crystal, revealing an array of exquisite jewelry within, each piece glimmering captivatingly under the warm glow of the lights. The atmosphere on the opening day was nothing short of electric. MOU and Su Li had meticulously orchestrated the event, inviting numerous renowned streamers to promote and publicize the store. These influencers, armed with their streaming equipment, flitted about every corner of the shop, showcasing stunning pieces of jewelry to their online followers while elaborately narrating the unique designs, premium materials, and the captivating stories behind the brand. Messages and virtual gifts from fans cascaded across the screen like snowflakes, sending the live stream's popularity soaring. Outside, crowds of onlookers gathered, drawn in by the vibrant ambience, pausing to admire and occasionally exclaiming in awe. Inside, customers eagerly selected their favorite pieces, while the charming sales staff, adorned with warm smiles, provided attentive service, creating an atmosphere filled with harmony and joy. However, beneath this seemingly perfect exterior, a nefarious plot was silently unfolding. Ever since Zhao Gang's affiliation with a rival company, he had harbored deep-seated resentment towards MOU and Su Li, constantly scheming for revenge. Upon learning of their new jewelry store, he sensed an opportunity. Thus, he meticulously orchestrated a plan, enlisting a band of ill-intentioned individuals to disrupt the grand opening and instill fear into Mou and Su Li, one of Zhao Gang's accomplices. Masquerading as an ordinary customer, swaggered into the store, dressed in seemingly plain yet tidy attire and sporting a pair of black-framed glasses. He initially appeared to be a mild-mannered office worker. He meandered through the store, feigning casual interest while his gaze darted rapidly across the jewelry, as if searching for something specific. At last, his eyes settled on a jade pendant. Its texture was smooth, its color a vibrant green, and its clarity exceptional, a true gem. Approaching the display case, he pretended to examine the pendant closely. The attentive sales associate, noticing his interest, eagerly approached to share insights about the pendant's origin, quality, and design philosophy. He nodded along, wearing a satisfied smile, as though genuinely captivated by the piece. However, the moment the associate turned to retrieve other designs for comparison, his demeanor shifted. With swift precision, he extracted a counterfeit jade pendant from his pocket, executing a seamless swap with the genuine article. His skill so deft that it went unnoticed. When the associate returned, he resumed his mild-mannered facade, continuing to admire the pendant in his hand. After a brief moment, he looked up with a smile and inquired of the sales associate, "Your store's policy is to offer tenfold compensation for any counterfeit, is it not?" The beautiful shop assistant paused for a moment, then confidently responded, "Sir, our store has always adhered to the principle of integrity in business. All our jewelry has undergone professional appraisal, and we guarantee that if any item is found to be counterfeit, we will compensate you tenfold. You can purchase with confidence." "Oh, that hardly reassures me," the man retorted, raising the pendant in his hand. "To my eye, this pendant appears to be counterfeit. Are you trying to deceive customers with inferior products?" His voice deliberately rose, instantly capturing the attention of nearby patrons and streamers busy within the shop. Mou and Su Li heard the commotion and hurried over. Mou furrowed her brow and addressed the man. "Sir, is there an issue we can assist you with? The quality of our jewelry is guaranteed." "Guaranteed?" The man scoffed. "Just take a look at this pendant. The color is unnaturally vivid, and the texture is quite coarse. How could this possibly be genuine? You're boldly claiming a tenfold compensation, yet this seems nothing short of consumer fraud." Upon hearing this, the surrounding customers began to murmur among themselves, their discussions rife with speculation. Some who had initially intended to purchase jewelry hesitated, uncertainty etched on their faces. The viewers in the live stream, witnessing the unfolding drama, flooded the comments with inquiries, transforming the previously lively atmosphere into one of tension. Su Li stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Sir, please do not rush to conclusions. All our jewelry comes with professional appraisal certificates, and our reputation is of utmost importance to us. If you have doubts about this pendant, we can contact a professional appraisal agency for verification. If it turns out we are at fault, we will certainly honor our promise of tenfold compensation." "Verification?" The man sneered. "Who knows whether you might collude with the appraisal agency? You seem to be the ones who are insecure. This pendant is undoubtedly fake." He raised the pendant high, ensuring that all could see. Mou understood that the man was clearly there to stir trouble, yet she remained composed. "Sir, if you firmly believe this pendant is counterfeit, we can involve the police to conduct an investigation. I trust that under their impartial scrutiny, we will clear our names and provide you with a satisfactory resolution." At the mention of involving the authorities, the man's expression shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure. He hesitated, realizing he was merely a pawn in Zhao Gang's scheme. If the police were indeed called, the situation could escalate and lead to complications for him. However, he feared losing the promised reward from Zhao Gang if he simply walked away. Weighing his options, he believed that the entire switch of the genuine jade pendant was flawless, and Mou would likely not discover the substitution. Furthermore, he felt that in such a public setting, even if Mou harbored suspicions, she would lack conclusive evidence. Thus emboldened, he coldly declared, "You are selling counterfeit goods, and I am entitled to voice my concerns. This jade pendant is undeniably fake." He deliberately raised his voice, wearing a self-righteous expression, attempting to divert everyone's attention to the so-called counterfeit goods, thereby putting Mou and Su Li in a passive position. Mou's expression turned icy, his gaze piercing as he coldly glanced at the jade in this person's hand. In that instant, he activated his X-ray vision. Under the extraordinary effect of this ability, he clearly discerned that this so-called problematic jade was not the one originally displayed in their shop, but rather a counterfeit that this individual had stealthily substituted. Subsequently, he directed his X-ray vision towards this person. There, concealed within the inner pocket of the individual's clothing, lay the authentic jade pendant. its familiar hue and texture unmistakably matching the characteristics of the items sold in the store. Chapter 51. The swapped genuine jade pendant. Mo Yusin had already grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he proclaimed loudly, "Brother, you have swapped our genuine jade pendant. What an impressive technique." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the previously raucous store, leaving everyone stunned by the sudden accusation. The troublemaker, who had just been wearing a smug expression, felt a jolt of anxiety at Mou's words. His smile froze on his face, and an ominous premonition washed over him. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope and attempted to argue. You can't just slander me. I've been standing right here. How could I possibly have swapped it? You're merely trying to divert attention and evade responsibility." His voice trembled slightly, lacking conviction, and his gaze began to dart away involuntarily. Mou chose to disregard his feeble defense and continued, "You believe yourself to be clever and discreet. Yet the net of justice is vast and unyielding. The pendant you conceal is indeed the genuine article from our store. Shall I retrieve it now for all to see?" His eyes were resolute and piercing, fixating on the troublemaker as if he could penetrate the depths of his thoughts. The surrounding customers, upon hearing Mou's unwavering assertion, began to cast skeptical glances toward the instigator. Those who had previously harbored doubts about the jewelry store's reputation began to shift their stance. The streamers, quick to sense the turning tide, turned their cameras toward the troublemaker, while the audience in the live broadcast erupted with a flurry of comments, all eager to witness the unfolding drama. Sweat beads began to form on the troublemaker's forehead. He had never anticipated that Mou could see through his ruse. Panic began to set in, yet he forced himself to maintain an air of calm as he retorted, "You are defaming me. You have no evidence. Can you simply wrongfully accuse someone based on mere words?" As he spoke, he instinctively covered the pocket where the genuine pendant was hidden, an action that only betrayed his inner turmoil. Su Li stepped forward, her demeanor serious as she stated, "Sir, we have always operated with integrity and will not sell counterfeit goods. Your behavior today is indeed suspicious. If you are unwilling to cooperate in resolving this matter, we will have no choice but to call the police and allow them to uncover the truth. At that point, you will have no means of denying it." Her words were firm yet respectful, exuding an undeniable authority. The troublemaker felt an internal struggle. He knew that once the police were involved, he would undoubtedly face legal repercussions. Although the promised reward from Zhao Gang was tempting, the prospect of imprisonment loomed larger in his mind. However, he was acutely aware that admitting to the swap would lead to severe legal consequences and potential retaliation from Zhao Gang. So he maintained his facade and asserted in a deep voice, "I did not swap anything. You are wrongfully accusing me." Despite feeling like a frightened bird, he endeavored to make his voice sound resolute, donning an expression of profound indignation, hoping to deceive those around him. "How about we search you then?" Mou stated calmly, his gaze fixed firmly on the troublemaker, as if to see through his disguise. Mou was resolute in his conviction, fully aware through his keen perception that the genuine pendant resided on this individual. A mere search would unveil the truth for all to see. His tone remained calm and composed, yet it exuded an undeniable authority. "On what grounds do you demand to search me?" The man protested loudly, his shrill voice piercing the air, attempting to mask his inner trepidation with this exaggerated response. He placed his hands on his hips, feigning righteous indignation, and continued to argue. "You are violating my human rights. Just because you harbor suspicions, you feel entitled to lay hands on me? What kind of reasoning is that?" As he spoke, he scanned the crowd, hoping to garner support from the onlookers, his eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety and urgency. Upon hearing the commotion, the surrounding customers displayed expressions of uncertainty. Some believed in Mou and Su Li's integrity, confident they would not make unfounded accusations. However, a minority were swayed by the ruckus, beginning to murmur that the search indeed seemed inappropriate. Observing this, Mou stepped forward and addressed the crowd, "Dear friends, we fully comprehend your cautious stance regarding searches. Nevertheless, I implore you to consider, if we did not possess absolute certainty, would we dare to make such a request? This gentleman vehemently claims that our jewelry is counterfeit, yet we know that every item in our store undergoes rigorous authentication. It was only upon noticing certain suspicious behaviors that I proposed a search, which serves to affirm our store's integrity and provide clarity to all." His voice was gentle yet powerful, his arguments well-structured, causing many customers to nod in agreement. The troublemaker, growing increasingly flustered by Mou's words, persisted in his defense. "You are merely grasping at straws. You claim to have certainty. Where is your evidence? Produce it. Otherwise, cease your slander against me." He attempted to steer the conversation towards the matter of proof, hoping that MOU would be unable to present substantial evidence, thereby turning the tide in his favor. MOU let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Evidence? The genuine jade pendant concealed on your person is the very proof. You believe your sleight of hand was flawless. Yet every gesture of yours has been scrutinized by my watchful gaze. You feigned interest in the pendant, and while the attendant turned away, you stealthily swapped the authentic piece for the counterfeit hidden in your pocket. Your technique was indeed adept, but alas, it still revealed its flaws." MOU recounted the intricacies of the man's deception with clarity, as if he had witnessed the act firsthand. The troublemaker's complexion drained of color upon hearing the detailed account of his actions, yet he stubbornly resisted, exclaiming, You are fabricating a story. This is all a figment of your imagination. You merely seek a pretext to search me and then forge evidence." His voice trembled, the faade of calmness crumbling. At that moment, an elderly patron, a frequent visitor of Su Li's establishment, stepped forward, saying, "I trust in Su Li's character. They have operated their business for years without any issues of quality. Sir, I suggest you cooperate. If this is indeed a misunderstanding, a search will clear your name. However, if you have indeed committed a wrongdoing, do not expect to escape unscathed." The words of the regular customers resonated with many, who urged the troublemaker to cooperate. The instigator grew increasingly anxious, aware that failure to act would render the situation exceedingly disadvantageous for him. With a sudden glint in his eye, he shouted, "You are all conspiring to bully me." He declared defiantly, "I will not allow you to succeed." With that, he turned to dash towards the exit, attempting to seize the chaos as an opportunity to flee. Yet, MOU was already prepared. She swiftly stepped forward, blocking his path, and stated, "Do you think you can still escape? Having acted, you must face the consequences." Chapter 52. You are selling counterfeits. Seeing no hope of escape, the troublemaker, filled with rage and humiliation, swung his fist towards MOU. MOU deftly sidestepped, easily evading the blow, and seized the troublemaker's arm, twisting it in a manner that elicited a painful cry from him, rendering him immobile. "Do you still wish to deny it?" MOU inquired coldly. The troublemaker responded with furious resistance. Witnessing the scene, the surrounding customers began to condemn the troublemaker's despicable actions. Su Li promptly dialed the police, and before long, the officers arrived at the scene. MOU recounted the events in detail to the police, pointing out that the troublemaker was concealing a genuine jade pendant that had been swapped. The police proceeded to search the troublemaker in accordance with the law, and the onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama, the entire jewelry store silent enough that one could hear a pin drop. However, when the police meticulously searched the troublemaker, they failed to uncover the genuine jade pendant. Nothing. The searching officer paused, a look of astonishment and confusion spreading across his face. He re-examined the troublemaker's pockets, sleeves, and even the collar of his shirt, yet still found nothing. This unexpected outcome rendered the previously clear situation shrouded in ambiguity. "I told you they were framing me," the troublemaker exclaimed loudly, a smug expression on his face as if he were truly the victim of baseless accusations. "Look, there is no genuine pendant. They simply wish to slander me to divert attention from their sale of counterfeit goods." As he spoke, he animatedly waved his arms in an attempt to incite the emotions of those around him. Yet, MOU's keen insight revealed that, at the moment the police were searching him, the jade pendant was moving within the troublemaker's clothing as if it possessed a life of its own, deftly evading each touch by an unseen hand. MOU understood that the troublemaker must have come prepared, likely hiding some mechanism or employing a special technique to so skillfully avoid detection. The officer's expression darkened, and he began to regard MOU and Su Li with suspicion. After all, in his experience, accusing someone of swapping items without concrete evidence often indicated a merchant attempting to fabricate a lie to absolve themselves of selling counterfeits. "Are you certain this individual swapped the jade pendant?" "We have found nothing," the officer questioned, his tone laced with doubt as his gaze flicked back and forth between MOU and Su Li. "The jade pendant is indeed on him. Allow me to search, and I will find it." MOU replied firmly, his eyes resolute, unyielding in the face of the officer's skepticism. MOU was confident that his insight could not be mistaken. The genuine pendant was on the troublemaker, and he needed to reveal the truth to vindicate both himself and Su Li's jewelry store. Therefore, MOU stepped forward and addressed the officer. "Officer, we fully appreciate your caution, but I can assure you, based on the reputation of our jewelry store, that this pendant was indeed swapped by him. Just moments ago, I distinctly witnessed the perpetrator's act of switching the items, and our store has always operated with integrity, never engaging in any fraudulent behavior." Mou's voice was earnest and resolute, striving to persuade the officer of his account. However, the instigator persisted, scoffing. "Oh, your words are charming. But what evidence do you possess? Is it merely your word against mine? Officer, you must not be so gullible. They might be attempting to take advantage of this situation to malign me once more." As the instigator spoke, he feigned fear, taking a few steps back. His face contorted into a pitiful expression. The surrounding customers began to murmur among themselves, divided in their opinions. Some chose to believe Mou and Suli, confident in the jewelry store's long-standing reputation for honesty, while others were swayed by the instigator's performance, beginning to doubt Mou and Suli, intensifying the already fraught atmosphere. The officer furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. He realized that a hasty judgment would be unwise, although the pendant had not been found. Mou and Suli's demeanor did not betray deceit. "Very well," the officer declared. "If you insist on a search, it shall occur once more, but under our supervision to ensure the legality of the entire process." The officer reached a decision. Mou nodded, stepping forward to confront the instigator. The latter felt a twinge of panic but maintained a facade of calmness. "Why, you'd best not act recklessly." Ignoring the instigator's protests, Mou's gaze remained fixed on the instigator's body, utilizing his keen perception to closely monitor the pendant's location. Mou extended his hand, commencing a search of the instigator. As his hand neared the pendant's position, the instigator visibly stiffened, a flicker of alarm crossing his eyes. Mou smirked inwardly, seizing the moment to quickly grasp the pendant that was attempting to make a getaway within the instigator's clothing. "I found it," Mou exclaimed, raising the jade pendant triumphantly. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they beheld the pendant in Mou's hand. The instigator's face turned ashen. He realized that his scheme had utterly unraveled. The officer approached, taking the pendant from Mou, scrutinizing it closely before confirming that it was indeed the genuine jade pendant originally displayed in the jewelry store. "What do you have to say now?" the officer inquired sternly, gazing at the instigator. Bowing his head, the instigator could muster no response. His shoulders slumped, resembling a deflated balloon. The truth had finally emerged, exonerating Mou and Suli's jewelry store, while a chorus of reproaches arose against the instigator. "Who sent you to frame us?" Mou's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, coldly fixated on the instigator, as if his gaze could penetrate the depths of his heart, uncovering every hidden secret. At this moment, Mou was filled with indignation. The instigator had chosen to disrupt their meticulously planned jewelry store opening, attempting to tarnish their hard work and reputation. If the mastermind behind this plot was not unmasked, the bitterness in his heart would remain unresolved. The individual bowed his head, unable to meet Mou's gaze, his heart in turmoil. He was acutely aware that once the truth was revealed, the law would inevitably impose its judgment upon him. At this moment, he faced the dilemma of revealing the mastermind behind the scheme while fearing potential retribution. His hands instinctively clenched, trembling slightly, as his mind waged a battle between conscience and self-preservation, weighing the consequences. Confession brings leniency, resistance invites severity. The police officer's expression was stern, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Having encountered numerous individuals attempting to deny or obscure the truth, the officer understood that in such critical moments, a firm stance was essential to compel the instigator to divulge the facts. He recognized that this was not merely a straightforward case of fraudulent substitution. It likely concealed a far more sinister plot, and without thorough investigation, more innocent merchants could fall victim to similar deceptions. Under the intense scrutiny of Mou and the imposing presence of the officer, the instigator's internal defenses began to crumble. Chapter 53. The police take away the troublemaker. His forehead was adorned with fine beads of sweat that slowly trickled down his cheeks, dampening his collar. He parted his lips, attempting to utter something, yet hesitated and fell silent. After a moment, he seemed to muster an immense courage, and, with a trembling voice, confessed, It was Zhao Gang who sent me." At this revelation, a wave of uproar surged through the crowd. Mou and Suli exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and indignation. They had long suspected Zhao Gang's involvement. The very individual who harbored resentment against them had indeed resorted to unscrupulous means to sabotage their endeavors. The customers and streamers present began to murmur amongst themselves, expressing disdain for Zhao Gang's actions. "Continue. How did he instruct you? Provide a detailed account." The police pressed on, their tone stern. The troublemaker took a deep breath, realizing he had no avenue for retreat, and began to recount the entire truth. "Zhao Gang approached me, offered me a sum of money. and instructed me to create a disturbance on the day of your jewelry store's opening. He said that if I pretended to be a customer and swapped your jade pendant, then falsely accused you of selling counterfeit goods, he would reward me handsomely. He even assured me that if I were discovered, I need not worry, as he would find a way to protect me. As he spoke, the remorse welled within him. At that moment, he comprehended that he had become a mere pawn in Zhao Gang's game. Now that the scheme had unraveled, Zhao Gang had likely already fled, indifferent to his fate. How did you manage to evade detection during the search? Mou inquired, furrowing her brow, intrigued by the troublemaker's peculiar method. The troublemaker hesitated, then retrieved a small remote device from his pocket. This was given to me by Zhao Gang. The pendant has a tiny magnetic control device attached. By pressing the button on the remote, I could maneuver the pendant within my clothing, thus avoiding detection during the search. The police took the remote device, scrutinizing it closely before remarking, "It appears Zhao Gang came well prepared. Ensure you provide all the means of communication and relevant information regarding Zhao Gang, and we will seek leniency for your cooperation." The troublemaker nodded helplessly, disclosing Zhao Gang's contact number, meeting locations, and other pertinent details to the police. Mou gazed at the troublemaker and coldly remarked, "You, for the sake of a trivial sum, have aided in wrongdoing, committing acts that harm both others and yourself. It is truly lamentable. Zhao Gang believes that such despicable tactics could topple us. He is merely deluding himself." Suli added, "This matter will not simply be brushed aside. We shall pursue it to the end, ensuring Zhao Gang pays for his actions. Furthermore, we wish for everyone to understand that our jewelry store remains steadfast in its commitment to integrity and will not be vanquished by such malicious tactics." Surrounding customers expressed their support for Mou and Su Li, condemning both the troublemaker and Zhao Gang's actions. The police, in turn, assured that they would promptly initiate an investigation into Zhao Gang based on the clues provided by the troublemaker, bringing him to justice. The tumult surrounding the grand opening began to subside as the truth emerged. Yet Mou and Su Li understood that their struggle against Zhao Gang was perhaps only just beginning. The police have taken away the troublemakers, and the once tense and oppressive atmosphere has gradually dissipated like a wisp of smoke. Inside the jewelry store, soft lighting once again cascades upon exquisite pieces, reflecting their enchanting brilliance. The customers seem to awaken from the earlier tension, their faces reappearing with relaxed expressions as they leisurely continue to browse, examining the various jewels with care. Occasionally, they engage in hushed conversations with companions, and one can hear their admiration for certain adornments. Some patrons have already selected their cherished pieces, joyfully making their way to the checkout, while the staff, regaining their former enthusiasm, diligently attends to the customers, restoring the bustling ambience of the jewelry store. However, Mou's heart remains in turmoil. Although his gaze wanders among the customers and the jewels, his thoughts are tightly bound to the name Zhao Gang. He understands well that Zhao Gang is one who harbors a grudge, and today's incident is merely a failed attempt for him. If Zhao Gang is not dealt with thoroughly, it is akin to planting a ticking time bomb beside him, as Zhao Gang is certain to continue causing trouble, employing various underhanded tactics to undermine the jewelry store's business and potentially jeopardize the lives of both him and Su Li. Mou furrows his brow, contemplating in silence. Since Zhao Gang dared to orchestrate such a scheme, he must be well prepared and will act with heightened caution. Currently, Mou knows nothing of Zhao Gang's whereabouts, as if he is groping in the dark, barely able to capture even a shadow of the enemy. To take the initiative is far from easy. He attempts to recall every detail related to Zhao Gang in search of clues. But aside from past conflicts and the vague information provided by the troublemakers, he finds himself at a loss. He realizes that, under these circumstances, blindly searching for Zhao Gang is unwise. It could easily alert him, making him more vigilant and harder to find. Moreover, with the jewelry store having just opened, it is crucial to devote oneself entirely to the business. This establishment embodies the hard work of both him and Su Li, carrying their dreams, and must not be neglected due to Zhao Gang's interference. Thus, Mou can only temporarily focus his attention on the jewelry store. He suppresses his worries and anger regarding Zhao Gang, striving to regain his composure as he warmly greets customers, patiently introducing them to the characteristics and value of the jewels. Whenever a customer shows keen interest in a particular piece, Mou elaborates on its materials, craftsmanship, and the cultural significance behind it, earning their trust and recognition through his expertise and sincerity. In the interludes of customer interactions, Mou exchanges glances with Su Li. They both comprehend each other's thoughts. Su Li responds with encouraging eyes, reassuring Mou that she stands by his side. Mou nods slightly, signaling her to rest assured that he will handle everything. As the day's business draws to a close, Mou and Su Li, though weary, gaze at their gradually quieting store with a sense of contentment. Although this day was fraught with challenges, the outcome proved favorable. The jewelry store's reputation remained largely intact and, indeed, garnered increased attention due to the recent turmoil. Nevertheless, Mou understood that this was merely a temporary calm. As long as Zhao Gang's issues remained unresolved, he could not find true peace of mind. Upon returning to Su Li's home, Mou sank into contemplation on the sofa once more. He resolved to adopt a long-term strategy, on one hand, to remain vigilant regarding Zhao Gang's movements, leaving no potential clue overlooked. On the other hand, he aimed to diligently manage the jewelry store, enhancing its strength and influence, thereby leaving Zhao Gang with no opportunity to exploit. He was acutely aware that this would be a protracted and arduous contest, yet he had prepared himself thoroughly. Regardless of the obstacles he might face, he was determined to deliver a powerful counterstrike to Zhao Gang. Chapter 54. If anything happens to you, don't betray me meanwhile. In another part of the city, Zhao Gang learned that his meticulously devised scheme had failed to disrupt the opening of Mou and Su Li's jewelry store, and the individuals he had sent to cause trouble had been apprehended by the police. This news struck him like a hammer, leaving him restless and agitated. He paced back and forth in his room, the muscles in his face twitching with anger, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. As the fury within him surged like molten lava, threatening to erupt. How could this happen? How could I fail? Zhao Gang muttered through gritted teeth. Unable to accept this reality, he had devoted considerable time to sabotaging Mou and Su Li's grand opening, believing his plan to be foolproof, only to face utter failure. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Zhao Gang resolved to seek out Zhou Tao, the president of his company. He understood that confronting the impending troubles alone would be futile. He needed Zhou Tao's support and assistance. In a hurry, Zhao Gang rushed to Zhou Tao's office, bursting in without even knocking. At that moment, Zhou Tao was seated behind his spacious desk, leisurely perusing documents. Upon seeing Zhao Gang storm in such a flustered manner, he slightly furrowed his brow but did not lose his temper. President Zhou, I have failed. Zhao Gang lamented, his face a mask of despair. The tone of his voice laced with desperation. He lowered his head, unable to meet Zhou Tao's gaze, engulfed by feelings of guilt and trepidation. Zhou Tao set aside his documents and leaned back in his chair, studying Zhao Gang quietly. His gaze was deep and calm, concealing his thoughts. After a brief moment, Zhou Tao smiled gently, offering reassurance. It's all right. It's merely a setback. We'll find another opportunity next time. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Success rarely comes without encountering obstacles. His voice was deep and soothing, imbued with a comforting magic. President Zhou, I fear that Su Li and Mou will not let this go. What should I do? Zhao Gang lifted his head. Worry etched across his face as he looked at Zhou Tao. He knew well the tenacity of Mou and Su Li following this incident. They would undoubtedly launch an investigation, and if they traced it back to him, the consequences would be dire. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment. His gaze steady upon Zhao Gang and slowly spoke. Do not be afraid. Continue to observe them. Take your time. While Mou and Su Li may be formidable adversaries, if we proceed with caution, we shall find their vulnerabilities. Maintain your composure. Do not let chaos ensue. But, President Zhou, I am concerned they may already suspect me. And what if the person taken by the police implicates me? Zhao Gang expressed anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Should he dare to betray you? I have my own means to silence him. Your task now is to remain undercover, closely monitoring every move of Mou and Su Li. When the opportunity arises, strike decisively, Zhou Tao stated coldly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Rest assured, President Zhou, I will not let you down. But, how do I continue to keep an eye on them? Zhao Gang hastily remarked, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment before responding. You can leverage your connections to place informants among them, or approach their business partners to glean insights into their commercial strategies and movements. In short, you must employ every conceivable means to ascertain their circumstances. Understood, Zhou. I will act upon your guidance immediately, Zhao Gang affirmed, nodding resolutely. Vowing internally to adhere to Zhou Tao's directives, reclaim his dignity, and ensure that Mou and Su Li face the consequences of their actions. Remember, this must be executed discreetly. No further mistakes are permissible. If anything goes awry, not only will you face repercussions, but I shall too, Zhou Tao stated solemnly. His gaze fixed intently on Zhao Gang. Rest assured, Zhou, I will exercise utmost caution, Zhao Gang quickly assured him. Very well, you may go now. Keep me informed of any developments. Zhou Tao waved his hand, signaling for Zhao Gang to depart. As Zhao Gang exited Zhou Tao's office, a tumult of emotion surged within him. He realized he had no path of retreat and could only proceed as instructed by Zhou Tao. He was prepared to spare no effort to achieve his objectives. Zhao Gang paced the corridor, his mind racing with thoughts on how to deliver a decisive blow to Mou and Su Li, restore his reputation, and simultaneously prove his capabilities to Zhou Tao. After much contemplation, he resolved to make a call to deal with Mou and Su Li. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would be insufficient. He needed the assistance of a more formidable force. Thus, he retrieved his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and ultimately settled on a number labeled Brother Hu. Brother Hu was a known figure in the underground world, revered for his influence and commanding a ruthless band of subordinates who specialized in resolving unsavory matters. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Gang pressed the call button. A low, slightly hoarse voice soon emanated from the other end. Hello, who is this? Brother Hu, it's me, Zhao Gang. How have you been lately? Zhao Gang quickly adopted a sycophantic tone. Oh, it's little Zhao. What brings you to me? Brother Hu's voice remained unhurried. Yet Zhao Gang could detect an underlying wariness. Well, Brother Hu, I've encountered some trouble and would like to request your assistance. I assure you, the reward will be substantial, Zhao Gang hurriedly stated, anxious to avoid any refusal. Oh, what kind of trouble? Brother Hu seemed intrigued, his tone taking on a more playful quality. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and recounted the grievances between himself, Mou, and Su Li in detail, concluding with a fierce declaration. Brother Hu, I want you to teach that Mou a lesson, break his legs, and intimidate Su Li a bit, so they understand my power and dare not oppose me again. Money is no object if we can achieve this. Brother Hu fell silent on the other end of the line, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Zhao Gang's heart raced with unease, fearing that Brother Hu might decline his request. After a considerable pause, Brother Hu finally spoke. Zhao, this matter is not trivial. Breaking someone's legs is no small affair. It could lead to significant trouble if not handled properly. Rest assured, Brother Hu, as long as you take action, I will bear all consequences. I am willing to offer 500,000 just for you to handle this matter with finesse. Zhao Gang clenched his teeth and resolutely uttered the amount. He understood that to ensure Brother Hu's utmost commitment, he had to make a substantial bet. 500,000? Very well, given your sincerity, I shall take on this task. However, let me be clear, if anything goes awry, do not implicate me. Brother Hu pondered for a moment before responding. Chapter 55, You have provoked my wrath. None of you shall depart today, Brother Hu. What do you mean by that? Am I, Zhao Gang, the kind of person who would drag you down? Rest assured, I would never implicate you. Zhao Gang's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly inquired, when can we proceed with this matter? I will make the necessary arrangements on my end. We shall act in 3 days. You must ascertain the whereabouts of Mou and Su Li, and report to me at any moment, Brother Hu stated decisively. Understood, Brother Hu. I shall take care of it right away. Await my good news, Zhao Gang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he envisioned the grim fate awaiting Mou and Su Li. After ending the call, a smug smile crept across Zhao Gang's face. He believed that with Brother Hu's assistance, there was no chance for Mou and Su Li to escape this impending doom. In the following days, he diligently sought information about their movements, even bribing an employee at a jewelry store to keep him updated on their whereabouts. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and Zhao Gang contacted Brother Hu early, informing him that Mou and Su Li would be attending a jewelry industry exchange event today and afterward. They planned to dine at a nearby restaurant. Brother Hu assured him that he had already arranged for personnel, instructing Zhao Gang to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. As evening fell, Mou and Su Li, as usual, concluded their participation in the jewelry industry exchange and arrived at the designated restaurant. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis was quietly approaching. Several of Brother Hu's subordinates had long since concealed themselves near the restaurant. Once Mou and Su Li entered, they stealthily followed suit. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, lively and animated, rendering the uninvited guests virtually invisible. Brother Hu's men surveyed the environment, dispersing to await the opportune moment to strike. Before long, Mou and Su Li finished their meal and prepared to depart. As they stepped out of the restaurant and entered a somewhat secluded alley, Brother Hu's subordinates pounced upon them like ravenous wolves, encircling Mou and Su Li. Who are you? What do you want? Mou inquired, his voice resonating with an authoritative presence that brooked no challenge as he regarded their assailants with vigilance. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swiftly assessed the menacing figures before him, and he internally speculated on their intentions. So you are MOU? Today marks your unfortunate day. One of Brother Hu's subordinates, Zhang Wei, stepped forward, his tone icy. A smirk of triumph graced his lips, as if he were already convinced that MOU was trapped within their grasp. Dressed in a tight black t-shirt, the tattoos adorning his exposed arms appeared particularly sinister under the dim light. What do you want from us? Su Li's face turned pale with fright as she clutched MOU's arm tightly. Her body trembled slightly, and fear was unmistakable in her voice. Su Li could never have anticipated such a terrifying encounter on what seemed to be an ordinary night. She glanced at MOU. Her eyes filled with a plea for assistance and reliance. What do we want? Merely to teach you a lesson. Zhang Wei spoke as he waved his hand, and two of his underlings immediately lunged towards MOU. These men, akin to famished wolves, moved with agility and a clear intent to target MOU's vital points. One of the thugs swung his right fist, striking fiercely towards MOU's face, the wind from his punch whistling ominously. Meanwhile, the other bent low, attempting to seize MOU's legs and bring him crashing to the ground. MOU's gaze turned icy, regardless of who had sent them, now that they had arrived. They would not leave unscathed. In that moment, his heart brimmed with fury, yet he understood the necessity of maintaining composure in this perilous situation. Fully aware that he and Su Li were isolated and defenseless, he knew he must rely solely on his own strength to safeguard her and repel these ruffians. Subsequently, MOU activated his X-ray vision, calmly observing Zhang Wei and the remaining thugs. Instantly, everything around him seemed to slow, their movements transforming into a languorous spectacle before his eyes. He discerned the thugs' every muscle contraction, the trajectory of their fists and feet. As if playing out on a cinematic screen, MOU reacted swiftly, darting aside with ease to evade the incoming punch aimed at his face. In one fluid motion, he seized the thug's arm and twisted it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed through the alley as the sound of a bone fracturing resonated, eliciting a pained scream from the thug, whose arm dropped limply, rendered ineffective. Simultaneously, MOU lifted his leg and delivered a precise kick to the chest of the second thug, attempting to grasp his legs. The force was formidable, sending the thug hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Zhang Wei, witnessing this scene, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated MOU's prowess, dispatching his two underlings with such alacrity. However, he was not inclined to relent. With a wave of his hand, 3 more thugs charged toward MOU. They advanced in a triangular formation, assaulting him from various angles, seeking to overwhelm him. Yet, MOU stood undaunted. With the advantage conferred by his X-ray vision, he navigated the trio's assault with grace. He deftly sidestepped the attack from the left, countered the right thug's punch with a kick, all while seeking opportunities to retaliate. Seizing a moment, he unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely in the abdomen of the thug before him. The thug felt an immense force surge through him, as if struck by a sledgehammer, forcing him to double over, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Zhang Wei himself entered the fray, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at MOU. The blade glimmered ominously in the dim light, aimed directly at MOU's throat. A chill ran through MOU as he realized Zhang Wei was intent on killing him. He swiftly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. At that moment, Su Li watched anxiously from the sidelines. Though MOU had temporarily gained the upper hand against the throng of adversaries, she feared that his stamina would inevitably wane with time. Desperately, she scanned her surroundings, seeking anything that might assist MOU in this dire confrontation. Suddenly, she spotted a wooden stick not far away and rushed over to retrieve it, charging towards Zhang Wei. "You wicked individuals, release him," Su Li shouted, raising the stick to strike at Zhang Wei's back. Hearing the commotion behind him, Zhang Wei swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Su Li's attack. He turned to face her, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "You insolent woman, dare to meddle? Do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he brandished his dagger and advanced towards Su Li. Witnessing this scene, MOU felt a surge of urgency. Ignoring the assaults from the enemies around him, he sprinted towards Zhang Wei. Just as Zhang Wei's dagger was about to pierce Su Li, MOU arrived in the nick of time, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Wei's wrist. In pain, Zhang Wei dropped the dagger with a clatter to the ground. MOU shielded Su Li behind him, casting a cold glare at Zhang Wei and the remaining thugs. "You have provoked my wrath. None of you shall leave here unscathed today. Chapter 56. Brothers. Sees this woman first at this moment, Mou exuded an imposing aura that instilled a twinge of fear in the hearts of his adversaries. Humph. Stop with the theatrics. Brothers, capture this woman. Zhang Wei's eyes bulged like brass bells, his face a canvas of indignation. He bellowed, his voice reverberating through the desolate alley, causing discomfort to the ears. The abilities displayed by Mou ignited an inexplicable dread within him, yet he could not afford to show weakness in front of his subordinates. Swiftly, he devised a strategy to apprehend Su Li, intending to use her as leverage against Mou. Convinced that Mou would not remain indifferent while his beloved faced peril. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's command, the remaining henchmen, though wary of Mou, were compelled by years of ingrained obedience to spring into action. They lunged towards Su Li like ravenous wolves, hurling a barrage of violent insults. One particularly burly thug led the charge, extending his massive hand in an attempt to seize Su Li's arm. Seeing the mob rush towards her, Su Li turned pale as a sheet, trembling uncontrollably. Instinctively, she sought refuge behind Mou, clutching the hem of his garment, her eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. Mou, I'm so scared. Su Li's voice quivered with emotion. Sensing her trepidation, a fierce protective instinct surged within Mou. Shielding Su Li with his own body, he cast a furious glare at the approaching thugs and exclaimed, "Dare you! If anyone lays a finger on her, I shall ensure they meet a fate worse than death." His gaze burned with wrath, as if it could incinerate his foes before him. Zhang Wei, observing Mou, revealed a disdainful smirk. Humph, do you truly believe you can protect her? You would do well to surrender quietly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. With that, he drew a dagger from his waist, idly twirling it in his hand, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light, amplifying the threat it posed. Mou disregarded Zhang Wei's menacing words. He understood the necessity of composure in this critical moment. He remained vigilant, scrutinizing the advancing thugs while swiftly assessing his surroundings. The alley was cluttered with various debris, old wooden crates, discarded metal barrels, any of which could serve as potential weapons. Just as the burly thug's hand was about to latch onto Su Li, Mou seized the moment. With precise timing, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's knee. A sharp crack echoed, followed by the thug's anguished cry as he was sent sprawling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling in pain. The remaining henchmen, witnessing this, felt a chill run down their spines. However, emboldened by their numbers, they did not retreat. Instead, they charged. Even Mou swiftly bent down to pick up a brick from the ground and hurled it towards the foremost henchman. The brick whistled through the air like a cannonball, striking him squarely on the head. With a startled cry, the henchman fell to the ground, momentarily blinded. Zhang Wei, witnessing his subordinates falter one after another, felt a surge of fury well up within him. You worthless fools, you can't even capture a woman. Charge and seize her, he commanded, brandishing a dagger as he joined the fray himself. Mou shielded Su Li behind him, engaging in a fierce struggle against Zhang Wei and his men. With agile movements and indomitable will, he managed to hold his ground against the onslaught. However, the sheer number of opponents, coupled with Zhang Wei's dagger, rendered the situation perilous for Mou. Mou, watch out behind you, Su Li suddenly shouted. Startled, Mou sensed a rush of wind approaching from behind. With no time to ponder, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a dagger that grazed his back and tore through his clothing. A henchman had stealthily maneuvered behind him, aiming for a surprise attack while he was preoccupied with the others. Angered by the ambush, Mou swiftly turned, grasped the assailant's arm, and twisted it forcefully. A sharp cry echoed as the henchman's arm dislocated, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Mou picked up the dagger and faced Zhang Wei and his men. I advise you to leave with your crew promptly. Otherwise, when the police arrive, none of you will escape. Mou declared loudly, the dagger glimmering coldly under the light, his gaze unwavering and sharp as he defiantly stared down Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei regarded Mou with a hint of hesitation. He had not anticipated Mou's resilience. Despite the number of men he commanded, they were struggling against one individual. Furthermore, he feared the police might indeed arrive, and they would all face dire consequences. Yet, the thought of retreating in disgrace was equally unbearable. Brothers, let us end this swiftly and take them down, Zhang Wei roared, his eyes ablaze like an enraged beast, hoarsely commanding his subordinates to capture Mou and Su Li. He understood that if he could not swiftly resolve the situation with Mou and Su Li, delays could lead to unforeseen complications, such as a passerby calling the police or Mou's allies arriving. which would completely thwart their plans. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's orders, the previously restless henchmen surged forward like a pack of unleashed hounds, gathering their courage to charge at Mou and Su Li once more. They split into groups, encircling from various directions in an attempt to corner the pair. Some swung their fists, the air whistling around them, while others brandished clubs drawn from their waists, their eyes gleaming with malice and greed. Mou observed the tide of adversaries rushing towards him and took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He recognized that he bore the crucial responsibility of protecting Su Li and could not afford to panic. As he kept Su Li closely guarded behind him, he began to prepare his body for the impending battle. Su Li clutched tightly at Mou's sleeve, her body trembling slightly, eyes brimming with terror. Yet as she gazed upon his resolute silhouette, an inexplicable sense of security blossomed in her heart. The first to charge was a yellow-haired underling, his short club raised high before descending toward Mou's head with vicious intent. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Mou swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the ruthless strike. The club grazed past his shoulder, smashing into the nearby wall and sending fragments scattering. Seizing the moment when the yellow-haired thug struggled to recover his stance, Mou unleashed a devastating punch straight into his abdomen. The underling felt an overwhelming force surge through him, as if struck by a speeding car, and with a choked gasp, he spat out a mouthful of air before being hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, his weapon clattering away. Yet no sooner had Mou dealt with one assailant than two more rushed in from either side, their attacks converging upon him simultaneously. Chapter 57. Who sent you here? The henchman on the left threw a punch aimed at Mou's face, while the one on the right lifted his leg to kick at his waist. Unperturbed, Mou leaned back slightly to evade the facial assault, and then twisted his body to block the kick aimed at his midsection with his arm. Following this, he seized the assailant's ankle and, with a vigorous motion, flung him away like a spinning top, crashing into several of his oncoming comrades. At this moment, Zhang Wei, witnessing his subordinate's inability to gain the upper hand, felt his anxiety mounting. He personally grasped a metal rod and charged towards Mou, hurling insults. "You little brat. Let's see how long you can hold out." Realizing Zhang Wei had entered the fray, Mou understood he was facing a formidable adversary and dared not let his guard down. He instinctively shielded Su Li behind him, focusing intently on Zhang Wei. As Zhang Wei approached, the iron rod in his hand shot towards Mou's chest like a bolt of lightning. Mou swiftly grasped the rod, pulling forcefully in an attempt to wrest it from Zhang Wei's grip. However, Zhang Wei was not one to be easily subdued. He countered with a sudden burst of strength, trying to reclaim the rod, resulting in a stalemate between the two. At that moment, several more henchmen surrounded them, preparing to launch an attack on Mou. Su Li, anxious behind Mou, was distressed to see him in peril while trying to protect her. Suddenly, she spotted a fist-sized stone nearby. Without a second thought, she dashed over, picked it up, and hurled it at the nearest henchman to Mou. The stone struck true, landing squarely on the henchman's head. He yelped, clutching his head in pain and crouching down. This intervention successfully diverted the attention of the other henchmen, allowing Mou to seize the opportunity to twist forcefully and wrest the iron rod from Zhang Wei's grasp. Armed with the rod, Mou resembled a war deity, wielding it fiercely amidst the crowd. The rod sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, each swing landing heavily upon his foes, echoing with a dull thud. In an instant, the henchmen were struck, cries of agony rising in a cacophony. Some were hit on the arms, leaving them limp and powerless, while others were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Seeing the tide of battle turning against him, Zhang Wei felt a surge of both fear and rage. He glared menacingly at Mou, bellowing, "Everyone, charge. Do not falter. If we fail to subdue them today, you will all regret it." Under Zhang Wei's coercion, though fear gripped their hearts, the henchmen steeled themselves and pressed forward towards Mou. As he swung the iron rod, Mou remained vigilant, ensuring Su Li's safety. He knew he could not afford any lapse in his vigilance. Should he relax, Su Li would be endangered. As the battle raged on, Mou's stamina began to wane. Yet one unwavering conviction resided in his heart. He must protect Su Li at all costs. In the narrow alley, the sounds of battle and cries of anguish intertwined, weaving a chaotic symphony steeped in blood and violence. The dim streetlight swayed gently in the breeze, casting elongated shadows of the crowd upon the damp walls, their forms shifting like specters in the night. Mou wielded his iron rod with the grace of a deity of war, emanating an aura that instilled dread in all who beheld him. Each swing of the rod carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by the whooshing sound of the wind, landing with precision upon his adversaries. The dull thuds echoed as the henchmen fell, resembling leaves caught in a tempest. Collapsing to the ground with anguished cries, one particularly burly henchman, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, charged at MOU with a roar, intent on delivering a crushing blow with his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. MOU's gaze was sharp as lightning, instantly discerning the man's intentions. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the powerful fist, then swung his iron rod, striking the hefty henchman squarely on the back. The burly man let out a muffled grunt, staggering forward like a bear struck down, before falling face first to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. Another lanky henchman seized the opportunity, stealthily approaching MOU from the side with a glinting dagger aimed at his waist. Suli, observing intently from the sidelines, couldn't suppress her alarm. MOU, be careful. Heeding her warning, MOU swiftly turned, his iron rod flashing like a bolt of black lightning, striking the lanky henchman's arm with blinding speed. The impact was audible as the bone fractured, the dagger clattering to the ground while the henchman, pallid with pain, cradled his arm and crouched down, howling in agony. Thus, MOU navigated through the throng of enemies, his iron rod dancing in his hands like a tempest. As one henchman after another succumbed to his might, the ground was littered with bodies, some clutching their wounds in torment, while others lay unconscious. The scene a chaotic tableau of despair. In the narrow alley, only Zhang Wei remained standing, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Witnessing his once mighty henchmen now sprawled upon the ground like lost souls, an icy dread gripped his heart. He could scarcely fathom how a seemingly straightforward confrontation had spiraled into such chaos. MOU's prowess far exceeded his expectations. Clutching his iron rod, his hands trembled with anxiety. He realized there was no retreat. If he did not fight with all he had, he would face humiliation, perhaps even death. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he contemplated how he might vanquish MOU. You stay back, Zhang Wei shouted, his voice hollow against the silence of the alley. Do you know who I am? Dare to challenge me, and you'll regret it. MOU regarded Zhang Wei coldly, his gaze laced with disdain. He advanced step by step towards Zhang Wei, the iron rod in his hand rhythmically striking the ground, producing a sound reminiscent of the footsteps of death, each echo resounding heavily upon Zhang Wei's heart. Now you feel fear? Just moments ago, you were so arrogant. MOU's voice was low and frigid. Addressing the group, you have committed heinous acts. Today is your reckoning. As Zhang Wei watched MOU draw closer, an overwhelming dread washed over him like a tidal wave. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar, brandishing the iron rod and charging at MOU in a desperate attempt to fight back. Observing this, MOU's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. He stood firmly in place, awaiting Zhang Wei's approach. Just as Zhang Wei was nearly upon him, the iron rod poised to strike, MOU swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the blow. In one fluid motion, he then swept the iron rod across Zhang Wei's legs. Zhang Wei felt an excruciating pain in his lower limbs, causing him to topple forward onto the ground. MOU stepped forward, pressing the iron rod against Zhang Wei's neck, and coldly demanded, "Speak, who sent you here?" Chapter 58. I am a man of Tiger Brother. What can you do to me? Zhang Wei lay on the ground, gasping heavily, each breath accompanied by the violent heaving of his chest, as if he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes as he weighed the peril of revealing the puppet master behind the scenes. On one hand, he was acutely aware that betraying Zhao Gang could invite retribution from him. On the other hand, the chilling and threatening gaze of MOU, coupled with the suffocating pressure of the iron rod pressed against his neck, filled him with dread. MOU sensed Zhang Wei's indecision, and his impatience intensified. He tightened his grip, the iron rod resembling the scythe of death, pressing firmly against Zhang Wei's throat, making each breath increasingly labored. Zhang Wei's face flushed crimson, his eyes bulging slightly from oxygen deprivation, and his hands instinctively sought to push MOU away, yet he lacked the strength to do so. Speak up, or I shall not hold back. MOU threatened, his voice low and frigid, emanating an undeniable authority reminiscent of the depths of hell. His sole desire was to swiftly uncover the mastermind behind this turmoil, to eradicate the threat to Su Li. I am a man of Tiger Brother. What can you do to me? Tiger Brother will not let you off. Zhang Wei, engulfed in extreme fear and resentment, spat out fierce words. He attempted to invoke the name of Tiger Brother to intimidate MOU, hoping to extricate himself from his current predicament. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes at the mention of Tiger Brother, as if invoking his name would instill fear in MOU. Who is Tiger Brother? Do I have enmity with him? MOU felt perplexed. He had always operated discreetly and had not offended this so-called Tiger Brother. He furrowed his brow, filled with doubt regarding this sudden mention of Tiger Brother. Heh, Tiger Brother will not let you off. Zhang Wei scoffed, a smirk of pride and provocation gracing his lips. He believed that MOU would quail at the name of Tiger Brother. However, he underestimated MOU's resolve. Zhang Wei's defiance in the face of imminent danger further ignited MOU's fury. A surge of anger welled up within him, and his eyes widened, burning with a fierce flame of rage. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and, like a hammer, forcefully stomped down on Zhang Wei's left hand. Ah! Zhang Wei let out a shrill, anguished scream, the sound piercing the silence of the alley like a knife. His body contorted in agony, the pain from his crushed hand causing cold sweat to pour down his face, and the bravado he had just displayed vanished without a trace. Will you speak? Who is truly behind this? Do not try to intimidate me with your Tiger Brother. If you do not clarify today, you shall experience something far worse. MOU bellowed, his voice echoing through the alley, imbued with an irresistible force. His foot remained steadfast, showing no sign of release, continuing to exert P.S. It's Zhao Gang. Zhang Wei finally succumbed to the excruciating pain, his voice trembling as he uttered the name. He gave us money to teach you and Suli a lesson. He said as long as we break your legs and intimidate Suli a bit, we would receive a handsome reward. As he spoke, Zhang Wei sobbed uncontrollably, his earlier bravado completely extinguished, now wholly governed by fear and agony. MOU's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Zhao Gang was the puppet master behind this scheme. The name stirred memories of previous confrontations with Zhao Gang, igniting a greater fury within him. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment for rashness. Clarity was essential. Why is Zhao Gang doing this? What is your connection to Brother Hu? MOU pressed on, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Wei, seeking further insight from his expression. Zhao Gang. He has always been envious of your ascent to vice president of the company, wanting to teach you a lesson. Brother Hu is our boss. Operating in this territory, Zhao Gang contacted us through him. Zhang Wei stammered, trembling as he spoke, desperate to escape MOU's torment by divulging everything he knew. MOU released his foot from Zhang Wei's hand, regarding him coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, as if they were two blades capable of piercing through Zhang Wei's innermost thoughts. You will call Zhao Gang and Brother Hu. Tell them you have captured us. MOU's voice was low and frigid, akin to the biting winds of winter, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhang Wei's heart quaked. He fully grasped MOU's intent, which was clearly to lure Brother Hu and Zhao Gang into a trap. Fear and hesitation gripped him. On one hand, he dared not defy MOU's orders. The display of power and ruthlessness he had just witnessed instilled a deep-seated dread. On the other hand, if he truly deceived Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, the consequences could be catastrophic. Brother Hu was notoriously ruthless in this region, and once he realized he had been outmaneuvered, there would be no mercy. I can't. Zhang Wei stammered, his voice barely above a whisper, filled with desperation, hoping MOU would reconsider. Can't? MOU scoffed, his gaze growing even colder. Weren't you just using Brother Hu to threaten me? Why the sudden change of heart? I assure you, if you do not comply today, I will make your life a living hell. With that, MOU raised the iron rod in his hand, poised to strike Zhang Wei. Panic washed over Zhang Wei, his face turning as pale as paper, his body trembling involuntarily. He understood that MOU was not jesting. He had already tasted the bitterness of this encounter. And should he provoke him further, the repercussions would be unthinkable. Please, don't strike. I'll call. Zhang Wei hastily replied, his voice sharp with fear. Shaking, he pulled out his phone, fumbling to retrieve Zhao Gang and Brother Hu's contact information, staring at the numbers on the screen. His fingers felt as heavy as lead, reluctant to press the call button. MOU, growing impatient beside him, urged, What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and call. Zhang Wei clenched his teeth, steeling himself, and dialed Zhao Gang's number. The beeping sound resonated with unusual clarity in the silent alley, each tone striking Zhang Wei's heart like a hammer. Hello, Zhang Wei, how are things? Did you deal with that little brat? Zhao Gang's voice crackled through the receiver, tinged with urgency and excitement. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, striving to infuse his tone with a semblance of calm. Brother Gang, we have captured MOU and Suli. Please hurry. Really? Well done. Where are you? Zhao Gang exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Zhang Wei glanced at MOU, who signaled him to disclose their location. Reluctantly, Zhang Wei replied, I'll send you the coordinates. Please hurry. We are waiting for you. All right. I shall be there momentarily. Zhao Gang responded before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 59. Do you think this can frighten me? You are doomed today. Subsequently, Zhang Wei dialed Brother Hu's number. Hello? Brother Hu. Zhang Wei's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Wei, what is it? Brother Hu's voice resonated with a deep authority that commanded compliance. Brother Hu. We have captured Mou and Su Li. Zhao Gang is aware and is rushing over. You should come as well, Zhang Wei said cautiously. Oh, well done. I will head over immediately. Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them escape. Brother Hu concluded the call. Zhang Wei set down his phone. Anxiety etched on his face as he gazed at Mou, uncertain of what would transpire next. Mou regarded Zhang Wei with a cold stare and remarked, You are wise to recognize the situation. When they arrive, should you attempt any tricks, you shall be the first to suffer the consequences. Zhang Wei nodded hurriedly. I wouldn't dare. At that moment, he could only hope for a miracle to liberate him from his current predicament when Brother Hu and Zhao Gang arrived. Meanwhile, Mou silently calculated that when Zhao Gang and Brother Hu arrived, they would undoubtedly face the repercussions of their actions. He understood that a fierce battle awaited him. Yet he felt no fear. For Su Li's protection, he was prepared to confront any challenge. Su Li observed the unfolding events with a mixture of concern and trepidation. She tugged at Mou's sleeve and whispered, Mou, won't it be dangerous when they come? Perhaps we should call the police. Mou looked at Su Li with gentle reassurance. Do not fear. I am here. If we call the police, they will be on guard, making it difficult to apprehend them. I am confident in handling this. Trust me. Seeing the determination in Mou's eyes, Su Li's worries eased somewhat. She nodded and said, I believe in you, Mou. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the air. Mou realized that either Zhao Gang or Brother Hu was approaching. He tightened his grip on the iron rod, his resolve intensifying. Zhao Gang hurriedly made his way toward the alley, his face alight with uncontainable excitement, as though he were about to partake in a grand revelry. The exhilaration within him surged like a tidal wave, as he mentally plotted how to deal with Mou and Su Li. As he walked, he murmured excitedly to himself, as if this would make the impending retribution feel more tangible. Mou, aren't you quite capable? Just wait and see how I deal with. He believed himself to hold a certain influence in this vicinity, yet Su Li regarded him with disdain, choosing instead to grow closer to Mou. This deeply wounded his pride, igniting an urgent desire within him to reclaim his dignity at their expense. Zhao Gang quickened his pace, yearning to confront Mou and Su Li and revel in the sweet taste of revenge. As he envisioned Mou groveling beneath his feet, a sinister smile crept across his lips. At that moment, he resolved to deliver a thorough beating to Mou, leaving him battered and bruised, so that he might understand his insignificance in the presence of Zhao Gang. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his steps growing increasingly hurried, even causing him to breathe heavily from excitement. Then, he would humiliate Su Li, ensuring she regretted her initial rejection of him. She believes herself to be so lofty. Yet she will inevitably submit to my will. Zhao Gang's gaze brimmed with a lustful malice, as if he could already envision Su Li, pitiful and vulnerable, at his mercy. Soon, Zhao Gang arrived at the alley's entrance. He adjusted his attire slightly, striving to appear more imposing. Taking a deep breath, he strode boldly into the alley, his heart swelling with the anticipation of imminent vengeance and newfound confidence. Zhang Wei, I have arrived. Where are you? Zhao Gang called out, his voice reverberating through the stillness of the alley, tinged with impatience. However, as he ventured deeper, he sensed something was amiss. Zhang Wei stood there, visibly anxious, and the anticipated scene of Mou and Su Li under restraint was nowhere to be found, only Mou, coldly regarding him with a look of disdain. Zhao Gang, you have finally made your appearance. Mou's voice was low and frigid, as if emanating from the depths of a dark abyss, sending a shiver down Zhao Gang's spine. Startled for a moment, Zhao Gang quickly regained his composure, rationalizing that with numbers on his side, Mou would not dare to confront him. Mou, do you think this will intimidate me? Your end is nigh. Zhang Wei, why are you all still standing there? Seize him. Hold him down. Zhao Gang bellowed, attempting to overpower Mou with his bravado. Yet, Zhang Wei and his cohorts remained unmoving. They were acutely aware of Mou's formidable prowess, having recently suffered at his hands, and were not inclined to provoke him lightly again. Seeing this, Zhao Gang's fury ignited. You worthless lot, I have nourished you for nothing. Watch how I deal with you today. Just as Zhao Gang seethed with rage, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Zhao Gang, what are you doing? Turning to see Brother Hu approaching, Zhao Gang was taken aback. Brother Hu's expression was dark as he scrutinized Zhao Gang, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Brother Hu, you've arrived. This brat is far too arrogant, daring to disregard us. I must teach him a lesson today, Zhao Gang exclaimed eagerly upon seeing Brother Hu. As if he had found a savior, Brother Hu glanced between Mou and Zhao Gang, deep in thought. He understood that Mou was not to be trifled with. Having heard from Zhang Wei that they had captured Mou, he had come rushing, only to find the situation far from what he had anticipated. Zhao Gang, do not rush. We must devise a careful plan. This fellow appears to be quite formidable. Huger spoke, expressing his reluctance to become embroiled in trouble due to Zhao Gang's impulsiveness. Do not fear him, Brother Hu, Zhao Gang urged fervently. With so many of us here, how could we possibly falter against a single adversary? If we do not settle this matter today, how shall we navigate our existence in this territory henceforth? Zhao Gang was eager not to miss this chance to retaliate against Mou. Hugo furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity in Zhao Gang's words. Should they allow this transgression to pass unaddressed, their reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Very well, since you are so insistent, let us confront him together. But I urge everyone to exercise caution. This lad possesses some skill, Hugo declared, leading his subordinates toward Mou. As Mou observed the encroaching crowd, he felt no trace of fear. Firmly gripping the iron rod in his hands, he gazed at them with resolute determination, bracing himself for the impending conflict. Chapter 60, Brothers. Kill him, but spare the woman. Brothers, kill him, but do not harm that woman. Brother Hu commanded loudly, his gaze menacing as he stood to the side. With his arms crossed over his chest, he exuded an air of certainty, convinced that Mou was trapped and would not escape their relentless assault. In his mind, Mou was merely a foolish boy who dared to oppose him, and today he would make him pay a heavy price. At once, the instructed men surged forward like rabid dogs, ferociously charging at Mou and Su Li. Their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, their eyes gleaming with malice. They shouted a barrage of curses, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves scenting their prey. Upon witnessing this, Mou's eyes hardened with resolve and calmness. He gripped the iron rod tightly, feeling as though it had become an extension of his very being. He understood that he bore the grave responsibility of protecting Su Li and could not afford to retreat even a fraction. He carefully shielded Su Li behind him, embodying the fierce spirit of a lion defending its cubs, facing the oncoming throng without a shred of fear. Su Li, trembling with fear as she cowered behind Mou, clutched the hem of his garment tightly. Yet, upon seeing his unwavering silhouette, a flicker of reassurance ignited within her. She knew that as long as Mou stood by her side, she would remain unharmed. Without any hesitation, as the mob drew near, Mou surged forth like a bolt of black lightning. The iron rod whirled through the air, carving through space with lethal arcs. The dull thuds echoed as the foremost thugs were struck by the rod, their bodies soaring backward like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Nevertheless, the others were not deterred by Mou's ferocity. Instead, they charged at him with even greater fervor. They surrounded him from all directions, intent on subduing him. Mou weaved through the crowd, deftly maneuvering his iron rod, each swing finding its mark with precision upon his adversary's vulnerable spots. Yet, the sheer number of assailants was overwhelming. As they surged forth like an unrelenting tide, and Mou gradually began to feel the strain. Brother Hu and Zhao Gang stood nearby, observing the scene with cold detachment. Zhao Gang's face bore a smirk of satisfaction as he watched Mou struggle against the throng, his heart swelling with vengeful delight. Mou, look at you now. I wonder how long you can endure. He spat through gritted teeth. Brother Hu frowned slightly, surprised by Mou's tenacity. He had not anticipated that he would withstand their assault for so long. Yet, he remained unconcerned, believing that Mou's resistance was merely a desperate struggle, destined to end in their grasp. Continue pressing on. Do not give him a moment's respite. We must take him down today. Brother Hu shouted to his men. As Mou fought valiantly, he pondered his strategy for escape. He recognized that mere defense and counterattacks would not suffice. He needed to devise a way to break free. Suddenly, he discerned that the left flank of the crowd was relatively vulnerable. Seizing the moment, he concentrated his strength and charged towards the left side. With his iron rod brandished, he advanced as if traversing an uninhabited realm, scattering the enemies on that flank into disarray. Just as Mou was about to break through the encirclement, Tiger Brother perceived his intent. Block him. Do not let him escape. Tiger Brother shouted loudly. Instantly, another group surged towards Mou, obstructing his path. A wave of despair washed over Mou as he realized his breakout had failed. Yet he did not yield. He steadied himself once more, preparing to confront a new wave of assault. By this point, his body bore several wounds, and sweat had drenched his garments. Nevertheless, His gaze remained resolute, devoid of any trace of fear. Come on, you bunch of bastards. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall not let you have it easy. Mou bellowed, his voice echoing through the night sky, imbued with indomitable spirit. Suli, watching Mou fight so fiercely to protect her, felt a poignant mix of admiration and heartache. Mou, be careful, Suli cried anxiously, her eyes brimming with concern. The battle intensified, the air thick with tension. Mou found himself encircled by a pack of fierce adversaries, struggling to withstand their relentless onslaught. His body was adorned with numerous wounds, sweat and blood mingling and cascading down his cheeks and arms, soaking his attire. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering, tightly gripping the iron rod, as if it were his final hope, resolutely shielding Suli behind him. Each attack that came his way was met with all his might. Though his movements were slightly sluggish from exhaustion, the fierce determination within him remained undiminished. The iron rod, wielded with fervor, sliced through the air with a whistling sound, occasionally striking the advancing foes, producing dull thuds and their muffled groans of pain. However, the adversaries were simply too numerous. They surged forth like an unrelenting tide. And Mou gradually felt overwhelmed, his breathing becoming labored and heavy. Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang stood nearby, coldly observing the chaos unfold. Their expressions were laced with smugness and anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment Mou would fall. Zhao Gang crossed his arms, a cruel smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision Mou collapsing to the ground. Begging a flicker of malice glimmered in Zhang Wei's eyes as he gripped the club tightly, propelled by a spirit of desperation akin to burning one's boats. He charged headlong towards Mou, followed closely by several others who joined the fray to besiege him. This unforeseen reinforcement rendered Mou's predicament increasingly dire. Confronted by a relentless tide of adversaries, Mou inhaled deeply, seeking to steady his breath. He understood that in this critical moment, panic was an enemy. He must remain composed and respond with clarity. His gaze swiftly traversed the surrounding foes, searching for any chinks in their armor. Leading the charge, Zhang Wei raised his club high, aiming a fierce blow towards Mou's head. Chapter 61. None of you shall escape today. Mou swiftly sidestepped, artfully evading the fierce onslaught. In one fluid motion, he swung his iron rod towards Zhang Wei's arm. A sharp crack echoed as Zhang Wei's arm was struck, eliciting a piercing cry of pain as the weapon clattered to the ground. He staggered back involuntarily, but before Mou could catch his breath, other adversaries had already closed in. They launched an assault from various directions, fists and weapons raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. Mou dodged and weaved, striving to protect his vital areas, yet several blows landed heavily upon him, causing him to grunt in distress. Suli stood behind Mou, her heart racing as she watched him struggle against the relentless attack. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, fearful that any exclamation would distract him. Mou, you must hold on, she silently prayed, yearning for a miracle. Hugo and Zhao Gang, witnessing Mou's growing disarray under the renewed assault, felt a surge of elation. Mou, just wait for your demise, Zhao Gang shouted excitedly. Hugo nodded slightly, a satisfied grin stretching across his face, as if victory were already within their grasp. Just as Mou felt he could no longer withstand the pressure, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air from a distance, growing ever closer and shattering the tense and bloody night. The assailants surrounding Mou faltered, their movements slowing in panic at the sound. Hugo and Zhao Gang's expressions darkened. They had not anticipated the police arriving at this critical moment. This is bad. The police are here. Run, Hugo shouted, turning to flee. Zhao Gang, abandoning any thought of Mou, followed suit, sprinting after Hugo. The other henchmen, witnessing the chaos, discarded their weapons and scattered in all directions. Mou observed the retreating figures of his foes, and at last, his taut nerves began to relax. His legs buckled, nearly sending him to the ground. Suli rushed forward to support him, her eyes filled with concern and tenderness. Mou, are you all right? She inquired anxiously. Mou looked at Suli, managing a faint smile. I'm fine. As long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. The sound of the sirens grew increasingly loud, and the silhouettes of police officers appeared in the near distance. Mou understood that they were finally safe. Su, you and the police should leave. I will pursue them, Mou declared, his gaze resolute, his eyes aflame with anger and determination. Having just endured a fierce battle for his life, despite the injuries he bore, the fervor for vengeance eclipsed his pain. He recognized that as long as Hugo and Zhao Gang remained at large, peace would elude him. Suli gazed at Mou with deep concern, her eyes reflecting both care and alarm. "MOU, it's too dangerous. Please don't go. Let the police handle it." Her voice trembled, the recent brush with peril having instilled in her a profound awareness of their ruthlessness. MOU gently grasped Sue Lee's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. "Rest assured, Miss Sue, I am confident. They have harmed us and wish to escape so easily. That is utterly impossible." He watched as Sue Lee was cautiously escorted away by the police, their figures fading from view before he turned away. Taking a deep breath, a sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes as he activated his X-ray vision. Instantly, everything around him seemed to become transparent, allowing him to clearly discern the escape route taken by Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. Without a moment's hesitation, MOU decisively pursued the retreating figures of Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. While he had been protecting Sue Lee, he had been constrained and unable to fully unleash his power. The relentless attacks that shadowed him had compelled him to divide his attention to safeguard Sue Lee. Each counterstrike had been restrained, fearful that a single oversight could endanger her. Now that Sue Lee had safely departed under police protection, he felt unburdened and ready to unleash his full potential. His steps were swift and resolute, akin to a nimble cheetah. Utilizing his X-ray vision, he effortlessly navigated the various obstacles in his path, along with the lingering crowd of onlookers. As he continued to pursue, MOU eventually arrived outside a bar. The establishment's sign flickered with suggestive lights, and raucous music mingled with laughter emanated from within, presenting a stark contrast to the recent violent altercation. Without a trace of hesitation, he inhaled deeply and forcefully pushed open the bar's door. As it swung open, a wave of warmth, infused with the mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume, rushed to greet him. Inside, the dim lighting cast a haze over the scene, where patrons gyrated wildly on the dance floor, drinks sparkling under the lights. Unperturbed by the obscured illumination, MOU's X-ray vision immediately revealed Hu Ge and Zhao Gang hiding in a corner of the bar. Hu Ge and Zhao Gang were engaged in hushed conversation with a few of their underlings when they caught sight of MOU's abrupt entrance, their faces paling in an instant. How did he find us?" Zhao Gang stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Hu Ge, feigning composure, gritted his teeth and declared, "What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. If he comes, let us ensure he doesn't leave." MOU regarded them coldly, advancing step by step toward the corner. His gaze was like a chilling blade, seemingly poised to pierce through Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. The surrounding patrons sensed the shift in atmosphere and ceased their activities. The music continued to play, yet the ambience within the bar grew palpably tense. "MOU, don't act recklessly. This is a public place. If you dare to strike, the police will apprehend you immediately." Hu Ge attempted to intimidate MOU with the threat of law enforcement while subtly signaling to his underlings to prepare. MOU let out a derisive laugh. "Do you truly believe that hiding here affords you safety? Today, none of you shall escape." With that, he quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the front of Hu Ge and Zhao Gang. Seeing this, Hu Ge's underlings surged forward, attempting to obstruct MOU. With a steely glint in his eyes, MOU acted decisively. He navigated effortlessly through the crowd, employing both fists and feet with remarkable precision. Each of his strikes found its mark, sending his adversaries sprawling to the ground, their anguished cries piercing the air. As Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang observed MOU's valiant ferocity, their trepidation intensified. They had not anticipated that MOU would recklessly engage in combat within the confines of the bar. "Let us fight him," Tiger Brother bellowed, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging toward MOU. Zhao Gang, not to be outdone, seized a beer bottle and hurled it at MOU's head. Undeterred, MOU deftly sidestepped Tiger Brother's dagger while delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Chapter 62. Together. "Let's strike him down, brother," who was sent sprawling like a tattered sack, crashing heavily onto the table. Meanwhile, the beer bottle in Zhao Gang's hand was effortlessly evaded by MOU, who swiftly seized Zhao Gang's arm and twisted it forcefully. The beer bottle clattered to the ground, and Zhao Gang let out a pain scream. At that moment, chaos erupted in the bar. People screamed and fled in all directions. Tables and chairs were knocked askew. MOU coldly regarded Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, declaring, "Now, it is time for you to pay the price for your actions." Brother Hu and Zhao Gang glared at MOU with fury. "Beat him to death." Brother Hu bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, the sound reverberating through the bar like a thunderclap, causing the very air around them to tremble. His previously sullen face twisted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead like writhing earthworms, as if the fire erupting from his eyes sought to consume MOU instantly. Instantly, the patrons of the bar, upon hearing Brother Hu's command, were invigorated as if by a stimulant. their faces contorting with malice as they lunged at MOU with fierce intent. They acted like madmen, seizing nearby beer bottles and raising them high, the glass reflecting a chilling light. Some hefted heavy stools, gripping the legs tightly as they lifted them above their heads, believing them to be their most formidable weapons. Brother Hu and Zhao Gang were not to be outdone, each grabbing a beer bottle from the table. Brother Hu gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with malevolence, as he hurled the beer bottle toward MOU. The bottle soared through the air, tracing an arc and whistling like a projectile, aimed directly at MOU. Zhao Gang followed suit, throwing his beer bottle while shouting, "MOU, you're finished today?" MOU stood his ground, his eyes calm and focused, like a poised cheetah ready to spring. As the beer bottles rained down upon him, he reacted swiftly. His form flickered, a black shadow weaving through the bar. He dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding a flying bottle that whizzed past his clothing, smashing against the wall with a resounding crash, sending shards of glass scattering. He then sidestepped to the right, evading yet another bottle, which shattered on impact with the ground. While deftly avoiding the onslaught of beer bottles, MOU remained acutely attuned to the opportunity to strike. He understood that in this situation, where the odds were against him, he must seize every fleeting moment to dismantle his foes one by one. At last, one of the small-time thugs charged in too hastily, creating a brief gap between him and his companions. Seizing the opportunity, MOU lunged forward like a tiger descending from the mountain. He leapt high into the air, twisting mid-flight, and delivered a powerful kick to the thug's chest. The thug felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, his body flying backward uncontrollably, crashing heavily to the ground. The beer bottle in his hand slipping free and shattering into a cascade of glass shards. Immediately, MOU charged towards another enemy wielding a stool. The adversary, poised to strike, raised the stool high, preparing to bring it crashing down upon MOU. Yet, undaunted, MOU swiftly extended his hands at the very moment the stool was about to descend, firmly grasping its legs and twisting with force. The enemy, feeling the stool slip from his grip, watched helplessly as MOU seized it. Without a moment's hesitation, MOU lifted the stool and brought it crashing down upon the enemy's head. The foe hastily shielded himself with his arm, but with a sickening crack, pain shot through him, and he let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground. Seeing MOU's fierce prowess, Tiger Brother felt a mix of astonishment and fury. "Don't just stand there. Attack together and beat him to a pulp," he bellowed, grabbing a beer bottle, preparing to hurl it at MOU once more. The surrounding enemies, invigorated by Tiger Brother's command, surged forward, brandishing beer bottles and stools, launching a renewed onslaught against MOU. Though surrounded by foes, MOU remained unafraid. He held the stool tightly, akin to a valiant warrior gripping his shield and weapon. As assaults rained down from all directions, he spun his body, using the stool to deflect the incoming beer bottles. The shattering of glass mingled with the enemy's shouts, reverberating throughout the bar. Amidst the chaos, MOU spotted an opening in an enemy's defense and, with a sudden strike, brought the stool crashing down. The enemy, unable to evade, was struck and fell to the ground. Seizing the moment, MOU stomped on the opponent's chest, ensuring he could not rise again. He then swiftly turned to engage with the other foes. As the battle raged on, MOU began to feel his strength waning. Sweat drenched his attire, cascading down his cheeks. Yet, his gaze remained resolute. Fueled by a singular conviction, he must bring down all these adversaries and make Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang pay for their transgressions. The bar was in disarray, tables and chairs strewn about, the floor littered with shattered beer bottles and injured foes. Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang, witnessing MOU's determined resistance amidst the chaos, felt a flicker of doubt. They had not anticipated the formidable challenge he posed. Block him. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Tiger Brother's fear surged like a tidal wave, realizing that MOU was growing bolder under their assault. He let out a desperate, piercing roar, akin to a cornered beast's cry. In that moment, he lost the calm and ruthlessness he once possessed, consumed only by the desire to flee this terrifying place. While shouting, he exchanged a glance with Zhao Gang, signaling for them to prepare for an escape through the bar's rear exit. Hearing Tiger Brother's command, though his subordinates were intimidated by MOU, their ingrained loyalty from years of following Tiger Brother compelled them to grit their teeth and recklessly charge at MOU, attempting to impede his advance. These subordinates resembled a herd of sheep driven forth, fearful of the lurking wolf ahead, yet compelled to press on regardless. They brandished their beer bottles and rudimentary weapons, such as stools, while shouting words to embolden themselves. Yet, their voices betrayed an underlying fear. MOU was engaged in a fierce struggle with the adversary before him when he heard Tiger Brother's loud call, instantly grasping his intention. His gaze sharpened, flickering with a blend of anger and disdain. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple, MOU murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper yet imbued with resolute determination. He understood all too well that should Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang manage to escape, they would inevitably return, continuing their reign of terror, leaving both himself and Sully in perpetual unrest. At that moment, a small thug at the forefront approached MOU, raising his beer bottle high and summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down upon MOU's head. Chapter 63. I am curious to see how far you can run. MOU exhibited not an ounce of panic as he deftly sidestepped the fierce onslaught. In a seamless motion, he grasped the arm of the ruffian and forcefully twisted it. A sharp crack echoed, signaling the unmistakable sound of a fracture, causing the beer bottle in the thug's hand to clatter to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The thug let out a piercing scream, his face contorted with agony, as his body involuntarily toppled backward. Yet, MOU's assault did not cease. Like an enraged lion, he surged forward toward the remaining adversaries. One of the henchmen, brandishing a stool, felt a surge of trepidation but steeled himself to hurl the stool at MOU. With remarkable agility, MOU bent low, the stool narrowly grazing his back before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Seizing the brief opportunity while his opponent was momentarily exposed, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful kick to the foe's abdomen. The impact sent the opponent sprawling backward, crashing heavily to the ground and writhing in pain. Amidst MOU's fierce onslaught, the encirclement of adversaries began to falter. However, the henchmen under Brother Hu continued to swarm forward, attempting to impede MOU's pursuit of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. As MOU valiantly resisted, he kept a watchful eye on Brother Hu and Zhao Gang's movements. He observed them cautiously making their way to the bar's back door, their expressions fraught with tension and anxiety, frequently glancing back to gauge MOU's progress. Fearful of his imminent breakthrough, I cannot let them escape. MOU's heart raced with urgency. He understood the necessity of breaking through the blockade swiftly. Thus, he intensified his assault, having unknowingly seized a broken leg of the stool, wielding it like a lethal blade, darting through the throng of enemies. With each swing, anguished cries echoed as adversaries fell before him. Yet, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, akin to an unrelenting tide. MOU bore several wounds, sweat and blood mingled, saturating his garments. Nevertheless, his gaze grew ever more resolute, fueled by a singular conviction, to chase down Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, no matter the cost. At last, he discerned a vulnerable point in the enemy's defenses. Summoning all his strength, he charged toward that opening, wielding the stool leg to repel those who obstructed his path. With his relentless momentum, he finally tore a significant breach in their encirclement. Without hesitation, MOU pursued the fleeing figures of Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. At this moment, they were nearing the back door of the bar. Zhao Gang, glancing back and noticing MOU's advance, was struck with terror. Brother Hu. He is gaining on us, Zhao Gang stammered, his face a mask of fear. Brother Hu felt a tightening in his chest, but feigned composure. Stay calm. We will be out shortly. Once we're outside, he won't be able to touch us. Brother Hu replied, quickening his pace. As MOU observed the retreating figures of Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang drawing ever closer, a fierce fury ignited within him. He propelled himself forward with renewed vigor, quickening his pace. You cannot escape, MOU bellowed, his voice reverberating through the bar. Like two frightened strays, Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang fled from the rear of the establishment in a flurry. Under the shroud of night, amidst the dim light, a black SUV sat quietly, seemingly their last hope for salvation. The two men scrambled towards the vehicle, their frantic footsteps starkly piercing the stillness of the night. Hurry, get in, Tiger Brother shouted, reaching for the car door. Zhao Gang, trailing closely behind, was consumed by a palpable terror, mumbling incessantly, let us go, let us go. They hastily clambered inside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, as if that act alone could shield them from the ominous threat MOU posed. Accelerate. Get us out of this cursed place. Tiger Brother barked at the driver, his voice tinged with fear and anger. The driver, sensing the urgency, wasted no time in flooring the accelerator, and the SUV surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, its tires screeching against the asphalt, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Almost simultaneously, MOU burst forth from the bar like a tempest. His gaze was piercing as he instantly locked onto the fleeing SUV. Activating his X-ray vision, He could distinctly perceive the disheveled expressions of Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang within. Despite the distance, Mou let out a cold laugh, imbued with disdain and resolve, and without hesitation, he took off in pursuit. "Let us see just how far you can run," he scoffed as he chased them down. His silhouette appeared particularly elongated under the moonlight, his steps rapid yet steady, each stride imbued with a relentless determination to not relent until his objective was achieved. Inside the vehicle, Tiger Brother gradually regained his composure. Glancing back through the window, he ensured that Mou had not caught up to them, allowing himself a brief sigh of relief. Yet, he was acutely aware that Mou would not easily relent. They needed to find a secure refuge. "To my villa," Tiger Brother commanded the driver, his tone laced with an undeniable authority. He thought to himself that the villa, with its extensive security, would be impenetrable to even someone as formidable as Mou. The driver acknowledged the order, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel in the direction of the villa. Throughout the journey, both Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang remained silent, each lost in their own troubled thoughts. Tiger Brother was consumed by anger and resentment, having believed he could easily dispatch Mou, only to find himself in such a humiliating predicament. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang was gripped by fear. The mere recollection of Mou's fierce gaze and formidable prowess sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, Mou was hot on their heels. Though the SUV sped swiftly, his X-ray vision enabled him to accurately track its trajectory. He understood that relying solely on his legs would not suffice to catch up to the SUV. He needed a plan. Just then, he spotted a motorcycle parked by the roadside, its keys still dangling in the ignition. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he dashed forward. Mounting the motorcycle without hesitation, he revved the engine, and the motorcycle emitted a deep, rumbling roar, akin to a roaring beast. As it sped away with Mou in pursuit of the direction the off-road vehicle had vanished. Before long, Mou, leveraging the motorcycle's agile maneuverability, spotted the off-road vehicle ahead at a bend. Hu Gu and Zhao Gang sat obliviously within the confines of the vehicle, unaware that Mou had closed in on them. "Humph, let us see where you intend to flee this time." Mou's lips curled into a subtle smile as he accelerated, the motorcycle surging forward like a bolt of lightning towards the off-road vehicle. However, just as Mou was on the verge of catching up to the vehicle, Hu Gu seemingly sensed something amiss. Instinctively glancing back, his expression shifted dramatically. "This is not good. He is closing in." With a terrified shout, Tiger exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang quickly turned to look, only to see Mou pursuing him on a motorcycle, causing his face to drain of color. "Hurry, drive faster," Tiger shouted at the driver, who, feeling the pressure, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The speed of the SUV surged once more, racing wildly down the road. Chapter 64, Patrol Outside. Capture him upon sight. Mou clenched the steering wheel of the off-road vehicle, refusing to relent even slightly. The two vehicles pursued each other along the road, engaging in a nerve-wracking chase. As they drew closer to the villa, a flicker of hope ignited within Brother Hu. He thought to himself, once they reach his villa, they would be safe. "Hold on, the villa is just ahead," Brother Hu encouraged himself and Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang silently nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. At last, the off-road vehicle arrived at the villa's entrance. The gate slowly swung open as the vehicle charged in like a wild stallion. Mou followed closely behind, halting at the villa's entrance. He gazed at the tightly shut gate, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. "Do not think that hiding inside guarantees your safety. I will ensure you pay the price," Mou murmured. Inside the villa, Brother Hu and Zhao Gang exited the vehicle, looking at the closed gate with a temporary sigh of relief. Yet, they were acutely aware that Mou would not easily give up. "Brother Hu, what now? Will he break in?" Zhao Gang inquired anxiously. Brother Hu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "This villa is heavily fortified. He won't enter easily, but we must not let our guard down. Everyone must stay alert and be prepared for any eventuality." Outside the villa, Mou began to scrutinize the layout. Standing before the 2-meter-high surrounding wall of Brother Hu's villa, he furrowed his brow slightly. The top of the wall was entwined with electrified fencing, glimmering ominously in the moonlight, as if proclaiming to the world that it was an insurmountable barrier. The sight would likely deter any ordinary person. However, Mou was no ordinary individual. His eyes reflected resolve and determination as he activated his enhanced vision. Scanning the wall with piercing focus, he swiftly located a previously unnoticed weak point. This particular spot, worn by years of exposure to the elements, showed signs of instability in the brick structure within. Although it appeared indistinguishable from other sections on the surface, Under MOU's scrutiny, it revealed itself as a conspicuous flaw. Once he identified the location, MOU took a deep breath, slightly crouched, and then propelled himself forward with explosive force, darting out like a bolt of black lightning. His speed was astonishing, creating a rushing wind. As he approached the wall, he pushed off the ground with great strength, leaping 2 meters into the air. In midair, his form was agile, akin to a swift leopard. As he deftly pressed against the wall, utilizing the force of his momentum, he continued to ascend. MOU exhibited no fear of the electrified fencing above. At the moment of nearing it, he precisely aimed for the gap between 2 wires, executing a clever sideways maneuver to slip through the electrified barrier. Immediately thereafter, he descended like a feather, silently landing within the villa's interior, his feet touching down in a tranquil garden. The air was perfumed with a gentle floral fragrance, while moonlight bathed the vibrant blossoms and lush green leaves, creating a dreamlike ambience. However, at this moment, MOU was not in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery. He quickly concealed himself amidst the flowers and foliage, using their cover to stealthily approach the villa. His movements were light and agile, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid making any sound, fearing that he might alert the enemies within the villa. Simultaneously, he activated his X-ray vision, and the interior of the villa was instantly laid bare before him. He observed the security guards patrolling within, their expressions vigilant, batons firmly grasped in their hands. Completely oblivious to MOU's infiltration, not far off, Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang hurriedly entered the villa, their silhouettes appearing somewhat disheveled yet tinged with a hint of luck. A surge of anger ignited within MOU. He clenched his teeth tightly, silently vowing that these two would pay for their misdeeds. He moved cautiously through the garden, his eyes constantly monitoring the guards' movements. Whenever a guard turned or approached, he immediately halted, holding his breath, resuming his advance only after the guard had moved away. At last, MOU reached the exterior wall of the villa. Peering through a window, he saw Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang seated on the living room sofa, their faces dark as they conversed about something. Nearby stood several security guards, seemingly awaiting their orders. MOU understood that he had ventured deep into the lion's den, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. He gently pushed against the window and discovered it was unlocked, a wave of joy washing over him. Slowly, he opened the window and cautiously climbed inside. As soon as he landed, he heard Tiger Brother's furious voice. That MOU actually dares to pursue us. We must find a way to eliminate him. Zhao Gang chimed in. Indeed, Tiger Brother, we cannot allow him to succeed this time. Concealed in the shadows, MOU couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew that the ensuing actions would be fraught with danger, but he was thoroughly prepared. You all go patrol. If you see MOU, capture him. Tiger Brother commanded from the living room sofa, his expression as dark as ink, eyes flashing with ferocity and unease. His voice dripped with a menacing intensity as if forced through clenched teeth. The nearby security guards nodded eagerly, responding in unison, "Yes, Tiger Brother." Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly turned and exited the living room, dispersing to various corners of the villa to commence their patrol. Soon, the living room was left with only Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. Meanwhile, MOU remained hidden in the shadows on one side of the room, observing everything with clarity. Seeing the guards depart, he hesitated not for a moment. Like a bolt of black lightning, he surged forth from the shadows, charging directly towards Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang, instantly launching an attack on the two. MOU, how did you get in here? Tiger Brother, who had been secretly contemplating how to counter MOU's pursuit, gasped in shock upon suddenly seeing him appear, his eyes wide with fear and disbelief. I cannot fathom how this villa, with its towering walls, electric fencing, and numerous guards, could be infiltrated by MOU so stealthily. However, Hugo, having navigated the underworld for many years, quickly dispelled his momentary fear and, without hesitation, bellowed for the security personnel. Someone, quick, we have an intruder. MOU has entered. His voice was sharp and urgent, reverberating through the villa's grand hall as if it sought to rouse every occupant within. Upon hearing Huji's frantic call, Zhao Gang regained his composure, his face paling to a ghostly white. In a flurry of panic, he leapt to his feet, instinctively searching for something to defend himself with, all the while muttering anxiously. It's over, it's over. How did he find us? Chapter 65, You Cannot Escape. Young man MOU offered no respite, swiftly closing the distance to Tiger Brother. Observing this, Tiger Brother instinctively raised his arm to defend himself while simultaneously launching a kick towards MOU. MOU deftly sidestepped the attack, effortlessly evading Tiger Brother's assault, and followed up with a powerful punch to Tiger Brother's chest. Tiger Brother felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. He let out a muffled grunt and staggered backward, collapsing onto the sofa. Before Tiger Brother could gather his wits, Mo pivoted and lunged towards Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in terror as he grasped an ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Mo. Mo tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the ashtray, which crashed against the wall and shattered into pieces. In an instant, Mo stood before Zhao Gang, seizing him by the collar and with a vigorous toss, sent him crashing to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Zhao Gang winced in pain, struggling to rise, yet his body felt heavy and unresponsive. Seizing the opportunity, Tiger Brother rose from the sofa, his gaze falling upon a fruit knife on the nearby table, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He rushed towards it, grasped the knife, and lunged at Mo, shouting, "Mo, if you dare harm my brother, I will fight you to the end." Upon hearing Tiger Brother's cry, Mo swiftly turned, delivering a sharp kick to Tiger Brother's wrist. The fruit knife clattered to the ground as pain shot through Tiger Brother's wrist, contorting his facial muscles in agony. At that moment, the hurried footsteps of security guards echoed from outside, chaotic and rapid, resonating like a relentless drumbeat that not only filled the air, but also struck heavily against Mo's heart. Realizing that the guards had heard Tiger Brother's shout and were hastening towards them, Mo felt no inclination to flee. In his eyes, both Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang, having committed numerous misdeeds, must bear the weight of their actions. In that fleeting instant, he resolved to administer a more severe punishment to Zhao Gang. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Mo emanated a chilling aura, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, as he reappeared before Zhao Gang. Before Zhao Gang could react, Mo raised his foot high and, channeling all his strength, brought it down brutally upon Zhao Gang's left leg. Accompanied by a bone-chilling crack that echoed like a branch snapping, Zhao Gang's leg fractured instantly. A piercing scream escaped Zhao Gang's lips, reverberating throughout the living room, as if intent on shattering the stillness of the night. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead while his body convulsed uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. "Mo, how dare you?" Tiger Brother exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of fury and fear. He had never anticipated that Mo would act so brazenly, inflicting such brutality upon Zhao Gang with the guards approaching. With a thunderous roar, Tiger Brother's voice reverberated with fury and indignation, akin to a wounded beast's ferocious cry. At this moment, Tiger Brother was not only astonished and enraged by Mo's reckless actions, but also harbored a tinge of apprehension regarding the impending situation. He was acutely aware of Mo's formidable prowess, should the security personnel fail to subdue him promptly. Both he and the injured Zhao Gang would find themselves in grave peril. Mo coldly regarded Tiger Brother, a sneer curling at the corners of his mouth. "What I have to fear? The malevolent deeds you have committed shall demand retribution today." His voice was frigid and resolute, resembling a decree from the depths of the netherworld. Just then, the security guards surged into the living room like a tidal wave. They beheld Zhao Gang writhing in agony on the ground, while Mo stood by, his demeanor unyielding. The guards swiftly encircled Mo, wielding their batons with vigilance and ferocity in their eyes. "You won't escape," barked a seemingly leading guard menacingly. "How dare you wreak havoc on Tiger Brother's territory? Today, you shall learn the consequences." The other guards echoed his sentiments, glaring at Mo with hostility. Yet, Mo exhibited no fear. He surveyed the surrounding guards with a gaze imbued with scorn. "You think you can deter me? I have no intention of leaving easily now that I am here. Come at me all at once." His words dripped with provocation, showcasing his dauntlessness and determination. Seeing the guards encircle Mo, Tiger Brother felt a slight sense of relief. Suppressing the rage within, he shouted to the guards, "Seize him and beat him to a pulp. I shall take the blame if anything goes awry." The guards, emboldened by Tiger Brother's command, charged at Mo as if armed with a royal decree. Mo swiftly assumed a defensive stance, bracing himself for the onslaught. As the first guard lunged at him, Mo expertly sidestepped, evading the baton strike, and countered with a powerful punch to the guard's abdomen. The guard emitted a muffled groan and staggered backward. Almost immediately, other guards attacked from various directions. Mo weaved through the throng with agility and exceptional strength, deftly dodging their strikes while seizing opportunities to retaliate. The living room erupted with a cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails. Tiger Brother stood by, watching in a mix of astonishment and fury as Mo continued to display unmatched valor against the guard's assault. He understood that Mo was no ordinary adversary. If he did not swiftly neutralize him, the situation could spiral out of control. Thus, he gritted his teeth against the pain in his wrist and directed the guard's movements, seeking a flaw in MOU's defense to deliver a decisive blow. This fierce confrontation unfolded within the confines of the modest living room, which had transformed into a battleground of life and death between MOU and the guards. Upon activating his X-ray vision, the world around MOU appeared to slow down. Every subtle movement of the guards, from the tension in their muscles to the instant of exertion and the trajectory of their attacks, was vividly illuminated before his eyes. A burly security guard was the first to strike, gripping his baton tightly, raised high above his head, and bringing it down with a fierce whoosh towards MOU's crown. However, through MOU's perceptive gaze, this seemingly swift assault unfolded like a slow-motion scene from a film. A subtle smile of confidence graced the corners of MOU's lips. Unperturbed, he deftly sidestepped, tilting his head slightly, allowing the baton to whistle past, grazing his scalp and stirring a gentle breeze. In one fluid motion, MOU extended his hand, seizing the guard's arm with the precision of a steel clamp, twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the guard's arm dislocated at the joint, the baton clattering to the ground. The guard let out a pained cry, his body involuntarily toppling backward, writhing in agony on the ground. Chapter 66. I will fight you. Observing the scene, another security guard stealthily approached MOU from the side, intending to launch a surprise attack while he was preoccupied with his companion. He cautiously shifted his feet, a glint of cunning in his eyes, and aimed his baton at MOU's waist, thrusting it forward with force. However, MOU, endowed with the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, perceived every movement with crystal clarity. It was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, at the very moment the baton was about to strike him. He swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, landing precisely on the guard's chest. The guard felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the living room wall before collapsing to the floor, utterly incapacitated. Thus, with the remarkable prowess of his clairvoyant vision, MOU deftly anticipated the guard's attacks, effortlessly thwarting wave after wave of assaults, while simultaneously dispatching them one by one. The once orderly encirclement of guards in the living room gradually descended into chaos under MOU's relentless counteroffensive. As they watched their comrades fall one after another, a mix of fear and fury welled up within them, yet they found themselves powerless against MOU's extraordinary evasion skills and formidable retaliatory force. Brother, who stood nearby, anxious and distraught, he helplessly witnessed the security line he had meticulously arranged crumble before MOU as if it were mere paper, and a tide of anxiety surged within him. He understood that if this continued, with all the guards defeated by MOU, both he and the injured Zhao Gang would face utter ruin. Everyone, stay alert. Attack together, do not let him escape. Brother, who shouted hoarsely, attempting to bolster the morale of the guards. However, fear of MOU had already taken root in their hearts. Although they dared not defy Brother Who's command, their steps towards the attack grew noticeably sluggish and hesitant. MOU, observing Brother Who's anxious demeanor, felt a surge of disdain. Save your breath. Today marks the end for you and Zhao Gang, he declared, continuing to engage with the guards, his gaze resolute and icy. Under the onslaught of MOU, the number of guards dwindled rapidly. Some lay on the ground, groaning in agony, while others struggled to rise, only to be knocked down again by MOU's precise strikes. The living room was in disarray, with tables and chairs toppled, the floor strewn with discarded batons and injured guards. Brother Who surveyed the chaotic scene, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes reflecting not only urgency but also a glimmer of despair. You worthless lot. How can so many of you fail to subdue a single individual? He bellowed, fury igniting within him as he watched his subordinates fall before MOU. His eyes widened like brass bells, his face contorting with rage as he roared like a wounded beast. The sound of his roar echoed through the living room, leaving everyone's ears ringing. With that, Brother Who abruptly bent down, seizing a baton from the ground. Gripping it tightly, his knuckles turned pale from the exertion. He charged at MOU like a frenzied bull. At this moment, Tiger had entirely lost his usual composure and calmness, replaced solely by a heart brimming with fury and resentment. He vowed to make MOU pay for his actions. Zhao Gang, witnessing Tiger charge forward, felt a surge of terror towards MOU. Yet under Tiger's imposing presence, he gritted his teeth and trembled as he picked up a police baton, steeling himself to follow Tiger into the fray against MOU. His legs quaked slightly, each step taken with great difficulty. Yet the instinct for survival and his fear of Tiger compelled him to press on. MOU observed as Tiger and Zhao Gang approached with fierce determination, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a cold smile. To him, these two were merely cornered beasts fighting for survival. He deftly countered the assaults from the surrounding security personnel while calmly fending off the attacks from Tiger and Zhao Gang. MOU moved like lightning, weaving effortlessly through the crowd, each strike precise and powerful. One security guard, seizing an opportunity, swung his baton down towards MOU's back with great force. Seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, MOU swiftly sidestepped at the last moment, delivering a powerful kick that struck the guard squarely in the chest. The guard let out a muffled grunt, his body propelled backwards, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding down, incapacitated. Meanwhile, Tiger had closed the distance, raising his baton high and channeling all his strength into a downward strike aimed at MOU's head. MOU tilted his head back slightly, gazing at Tiger's menacing visage, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Unperturbed, he extended his arm and blocked Tiger's fierce blow with his forearm. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Tiger felt a tremendous recoil reverberate through the baton, numbing his arm. Before Tiger could react, MOU seized the baton, twisting it with force. A sharp pain shot through Tiger's arm as the baton slipped from his grasp. Holding the baton, MOU swung it backhandedly towards Tiger's shoulder. Tiger hastily dodged, the baton grazing his shoulder and eliciting a sting. Seizing the moment while MOU was occupied with Tiger, Zhao Gang stealthily approached, raising his baton to fiercely stab at MOU's waist. Sensing the oncoming attack, MOU quickly pivoted, using his baton to block Zhao Gang's strike. Zhao Gang's strength paled in comparison to MOU's, and the block nearly sent him sprawling to the ground. MOU then delivered a swift kick to Zhao Gang's leg, causing him to cry out in pain and tumble down. Yet, he quickly scrambled back to his feet, continuing to flail his baton wildly at MOU. MOU deftly evaded Zhao Gang's attacks while simultaneously contending with the encirclement of other security personnel. However, under MOU's fierce counterattacks, the security guard's formation had become riddled with gaps. Spotting an opening, MOU unleashed a flurry of strikes with his baton like a tempest upon the surrounding guards. The air was filled with cries of anguish as several more guards fell to the ground, defeated by MOU's relentless onslaught. At this moment, there were but a few security guards remaining in the living room, their hearts brimming with dread as they beheld the formidable figure of MOU, reminiscent of a battle-hardened deity. Brother Hu, perceiving the increasingly dire situation, felt a surge of both alarm and fury. He understood that if he did not summon all his strength, both he and Zhao Gang were likely to meet their demise that very day. Thus, he lunged once more towards MOU. MOU, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Brother Hu bellowed, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. MOU regarded Brother Hu with unwavering composure, devoid of any trepidation. He wielded his baton with such dexterity that it formed an impenetrable barrier, all the while seeking an opening in Brother Hu's defenses. Chapter 67. Overcoming all opponents, MOU observed as Brother Hu charged at him with the frenzy of a rabid dog, his eyes bloodshot and reckless. In that instant, MOU's gaze hardened. Without the slightest hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped, raising his right leg with taut muscles, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed squarely at Brother Hu. The force behind this strike was akin to an avalanche, the air around them reverberating with a fierce whistle as it sliced through. Brother Hu felt an overwhelming surge of energy barreling towards him, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud, reminiscent of a heavy sack of sand hitting the earth. Almost immediately, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Brother Hu, echoing through the living room, steeped in agony and despair. His tightly gripped baton flew from his hand, clattering to the floor with a sharp ring as the sheer impact forced it from his grasp. Clutching his abdomen with both hands, Brother Hu curled into a ball, his body trembling uncontrollably, woeful cries escaping his lips. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his face contorted in a grotesque mask of pain. Meanwhile, the remaining security guards, though gripped by fear of MOU, hesitated to retreat, influenced by Brother Hu's established authority. They exchanged glances, a flicker of resolve passing between them, and then, in unison, they shouted, akin to a pack of startled beasts, summoning their courage to charge at MOU. MOU let out a derisive snort, his eyes brimming with disdain. Gripping his baton tightly, he moved with an otherworldly swiftness. Facing the oncoming guards, he exhibited an unsettling calmness, devoid of any panic. He raised his baton high, tracing a fierce arc through the air before bringing it down with formidable force upon the foremost guard. The guard attempted to parry with his own baton, But the crushing power of Mou's strike shattered it with a sharp crack. The immense impact reverberated through the guard's arm, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his bones were fracturing. He stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground, cradling his arm and wailing in distress. Mou did not pause. Seizing the moment while the other guards were still reeling, he plunged into the throng like a tiger among sheep. His baton flew through the air, rhythmically swinging, each movement accompanied by the whistle of wind as it struck true against the guards. A cacophony of cries erupted as one by one, the security personnel fell to the ground. Some were struck in the arms, their batons slipping from their grasp. Others were hit in the chest, retreating with muffled groans, and some were knocked unconscious, their eyes rolling back as they succumbed to the blow. One particularly burly guard, unwilling to be defeated so easily, bided his time, stealthily approaching during Mou's engagement with others. Then, with a sudden leap, he aimed to deliver a surprise strike upon Mou with his baton. Mou seemed to sense the movement behind him. In the fleeting moment before the security guard's strike, he swiftly turned around, his baton thrusting forward like a flash of lightning. The guard, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the abdomen by the baton. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, as if a heavy hammer had struck his stomach. Unable to catch his breath, he let out a guttural gasp, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Curling up in a ball, rendered powerless. In an instant, the living room was strewn with the fallen forms of security personnel. Some writhed in agony on the floor. Others clutched their injuries and groaned softly, while a few lay unconscious. Mou stood at the center of the living room, his baton hanging slightly, still bearing a few droplets of blood. He breathed heavily, his gaze cold and piercing as he surveyed his surroundings, reminiscent of a deity of war. Tiger, sprawled on the ground, watched helplessly as his subordinates were dispatched by Mou with the ease of autumn leaves swept away by the wind. His heart filled with dread and despair. He never anticipated that Mou would be so formidable, single-handedly forcing him and his men into a corner. The agony in his abdomen rendered him nearly incapable of thought. He could only lie there, looking at Mou, his eyes filled with pleading and fear. In this battle, Mou held an undeniable upper hand, and Tiger and his guards were beyond redemption. Zhao Gang, witnessing Tiger being sent flying by Mou's kick, held in agony on the ground, while the other guards fell like ants before Mou's might. Fear surged within him like a tidal wave, overwhelming his senses. Driven by the instinct to survive, he disregarded everything else, desperate to flee this hellish scene. His eyes darted around in panic, fixing on the direction leading out of the living room. Gritting his teeth, he turned and ran. However, Mou's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, instantly discerning Zhao Gang's intent. In a flash, Mou darted forward like a streak of black lightning. Before Zhao Gang had taken more than a few steps, Mou was already upon him. With his baton firmly gripped in hand, he raised it high and brought it down with tremendous force. The baton struck Zhao Gang's back with a resounding thud. A surge of immense power coursed through Zhao Gang, sending him sprawling forward to the ground, letting out a muffled groan of pain. His body felt as if it had been drained of all strength, collapsing helplessly as he attempted to rise, only to find that all his energy had been sapped by that one blow. Mou stepped forward, unhesitatingly placing his foot firmly on Zhao Gang's chest. Zhao Gang felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, suffocating his breath, his face contorted in agony and terror. His eyes widened in fright as he gazed up at Mou, filled with desperation. Mou, I was wrong. Please spare me, Zhao Gang pleaded, his voice tinged with a cry, resonating with despair and helplessness. He knew that at this moment, his life and death lay entirely in Mou's hands. If Mou chose not to spare him, he might very well meet his end. Mou gazed coldly at Zhao Gang, her eyes devoid of any trace of compassion. Is it a mistake? She questioned. Do you think a mere admission of error can atone for the transgressions you have committed? When you engaged in your misdeeds, did you ever ponder that this day might come? Her voice was frigid and harsh, akin to a judgment emanating from the depths of the abyss. Zhao Gang, absorbing her words, was engulfed by a wave of remorse. Memories of the wrongs he and brother who had inflicted upon Mou and Su Li flooded his mind, invoking a profound sense of dread. Yet, in that moment, his singular desire was to survive. He pleaded incessantly, Mou, I truly recognize my faults. We should never have provoked you. You possess a great capacity for mercy. Please allow me this one reprieve. I vow never to cross you again. I am willing to toil endlessly to repay you. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, rendering him a pitiful sight. Chapter 68. Zhao Gang pleads for mercy, offering compensation of a villa and a nightclub. Mou remained unmoved by Zhao Gang's pleas for mercy. Memories of Zhao Gang and brother whose numerous transgressions against him and Suli ignited a renewed fury within him. You wretches, committing heinous acts without remorse, driven by self-interest. Today, you shall reap the consequences of your misdeeds. Mou declared, intensifying the pressure beneath his feet. Zhao Gang felt as though his chest might be crushed under Mou's weight, and his breathing became increasingly labored. His complexion turned ashen, and his lips, deprived of oxygen, took on a purplish hue. Mou, I beg you. I still have family. Zhao Gang managed to utter, desperately attempting to appeal to Mou's sense of compassion. Mou furrowed his brow momentarily, but soon reaffirmed his resolve. Individuals like Zhao Gang, if granted leniency, would undoubtedly repeat their offenses and continue to endanger others. Regardless of the circumstances, you must face the repercussions. Mou proclaimed with conviction. Despair consumed Zhao Gang as he recognized the futility of his situation. He was likely doomed. The living room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by Zhao Gang's feeble cries for mercy and his ragged breaths. Brother who lay nearby, a silent witness to the unfolding scene, filled with dread and helplessness, aware that both his and Zhao Gang's fates rested in Mou's hands. What must I do for you to spare me? Zhao Gang implored, lifting his gaze to Mou with eyes brimming with desperation, his voice trembling as if he were a drowning man clutching at a final lifeline. In that moment, he was curled on the floor, the pain from Mou's earlier assault still radiating through him, yet the terror he felt towards Mou far surpassed his physical suffering. Mou regarded Zhao Gang from above with a chilling detachment, his gaze devoid of any compassion, akin to observing a mere insect. You have persistently targeted our company, even enlisting others to falsely accuse our jewelry store of selling counterfeit goods. What do you propose as a remedy? Mou's voice was icy, each word delivered with palpable indignation. The litany of Zhao Gang's wrongdoings played out in Mou's mind like a film, revealing the detrimental impact on the company. The devastating blow to the jewelry store's reputation and the tireless efforts of the employees rendered futile. This only fueled the flames of Mou's wrath. Zhao Gang trembled uncontrollably. Terror etched across his features, fully cognizant of the dire consequences awaiting him should his actions be scrutinized. I am willing to compensate, he exclaimed almost instinctively, as if this declaration might quell Mou's fury. And how do you intend to compensate? Mou inquired coldly, skepticism lacing his tone. He was keen to witness what sort of reparations this once arrogant man could propose to atone for his transgressions. I can offer you money, 100,000. Zhao Gang tentatively spoke, his voice dwindling to a whisper, as he found the figure he mentioned to be exceedingly trivial in Mou's presence. Stealthily, he scrutinized Mou's expression, hoping to detect a glimmer of leniency in his reaction. Yet, it was to no avail. Mou replied without hesitation, his tone resolute and unwavering. A sum of 100,000 yuan was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the immense damage inflicted upon the company and the jewelry store. Zhao Gang felt a tightening in his chest as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He understood that Mou would not easily let him off the hook. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I possess a villa worth 10 million. Upon uttering this, he anxiously gazed at Mou, his eyes revealing a flicker of hope that this villa might serve as his salvation. Mou frowned slightly. Although the villa held considerable value, he sought more than mere material compensation. He desired that Zhao Gang pay the appropriate price for his actions and ensure that such transgressions would not recur. You must also write a letter of guarantee. Mou fixed his intense gaze upon Zhao Gang, speaking with gravity. A letter of guarantee? Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a demand. However, he dared not exhibit any hesitation, promptly nodding. Very well, I shall write it immediately. I am willing to comply with anything as long as you spare me. Observing Zhao Gang's disheveled demeanor, Mou's lips curled into a slight smirk. He turned and retrieved a pen and a sheet of paper from a nearby table, tossing them before Zhao Gang. Write it now, ensuring that you will not target our company or the jewelry store again, nor employ any unscrupulous tactics in competition or sabotage. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Trembling, Zhao Gang grasped the pen and awkwardly scribbled the guarantee on the paper, his nervousness causing his hand to shake, rendering the writing especially illegible. Once completed, he carefully handed the guarantee to Mou, saying, Mou, I have prepared the guarantee. Is this acceptable? Mou accepted the document, scrutinizing it meticulously before coldly stating, I hope you adhere to the promise you have inscribed. Should there be a next time, I will not show you any mercy. As for the villa, I shall arrange for its disposition. Now, leave. Zhao Gang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He hastily rose from the ground and limped away. As he moved aside, he could not help but glance back at MOU, a complex expression crossing his face. Fear, resentment, yet predominantly a sense of relief from having escaped a dire predicament. Subsequently, MOU gradually withdrew his gaze from Zhao Gang, directing it towards the pitiful figure of Brother Hu, who writhed in agony on the ground. Brother Hu, in a state of utter disarray after being forcefully kicked by MOU, appeared pallid as pain gripped his abdomen, beads of sweat incessantly rolling down his forehead. His eyes filled with dread and despair. MOU looked down upon Brother Hu with an icy stare, his voice as frigid as a winter gale. Devoid of warmth, Zhao Gang has compensated. Now it is your turn to pay. These few succinct words echoed in the stillness of the room, striking Brother Hu's heart like a heavy hammer. Tiger raised his head with great difficulty, his pleading eyes fixed upon MOU. His lips trembled as he yearned to articulate his thoughts, yet the agony rendered him capable of only a feeble whisper. He was acutely aware of the malevolent deeds he and Zhao Gang had inflicted upon MOU's company and jewelry store, and now, with MOU confronting him, he feared he was beyond salvation. MOU, I recognize my mistakes. Please, spare me, Tiger finally managed to utter, his voice laced with a quiver of desperation. In that moment, the arrogance he once exuded had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an abyss of boundless fear. MOU let out a cold snort, his gaze brimming with disdain. Spare you? Do you truly believe that is a possibility? Are you not aware of the monumental losses your actions have inflicted upon my company and jewelry store during this time? As MOU spoke with mounting fervor, vivid images of the stagnation in business and the tarnished reputation of the jewelry store due to Tiger and Zhao Gang's malefactions flashed relentlessly through his mind. I am willing to compensate, Tiger hastily declared, fully aware that preserving his life was of paramount importance at that moment. Chapter 69. Brother Tiger prepares to hire an assassin to eliminate MOU. What will you offer as compensation? MOU inquired coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Brother Tiger, as though attempting to see through him. Brother Tiger felt a surge of panic within, desperately contemplating what leverage he could present. I own a nightclub, which has been thriving, valued at several tens of millions. I could offer that to you. As he uttered these words, his heart ached with reluctance. Yet in the face of his own mortality, he felt compelled to make such a choice. MOU furrowed his brow slightly, not responding immediately. While the nightclub held significant value, for MOU, this was not merely a matter of material compensation. He was far more concerned with the malicious competition exhibited by Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang, whose treacherous actions towards others warranted appropriate retribution. Is that all? A hint of dissatisfaction laced MOU's voice. Do you believe a nightclub can rectify the transgressions you have committed? You have maliciously defamed our jewelry store online, accusing us of selling counterfeit goods, which has caused a drastic decline in our sales and a severe loss of customers, tarnishing our brand image. Moreover, you have stolen confidential information from my company, resulting in the loss of several key partnerships. Such damages cannot be remedied by a mere nightclub. Listening to MOU's words, Brother Tiger's fear intensified. He recognized that every statement MOU made was true. He and Zhao Gang had indeed inflicted tremendous harm upon MOU. MOU, I truly have nothing else of value left. I implore you, show mercy and spare me, Brother Tiger pleaded, his body curling inward from fear and pain. Observing Brother Tiger's state, MOU's fury subsided slightly, yet he understood he could not simply let Brother Tiger off the hook. In addition to the nightclub, you must publicly apologize to my company and the jewelry store, clarifying all the rumors, and guarantee that no further actions will be taken against us. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the consequences. Brother Tiger nodded frantically. I agree. I will arrange for a public apology immediately, ensuring everyone knows we were maliciously framing you. MOU regarded Brother Tiger with a gaze full of warning. I hope you can uphold your word. If you dare to renege, I will not grant you another chance. Brother Tiger hurriedly assured him, I will do it. MOU, rest assured. MOU nodded slightly and added, remember what you said today. Brother Tiger felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, struggling to rise from the ground. Subsequently, under MOU's watchful eye, Zhao Gang and Brother Tiger reluctantly proceeded to handle the compensation procedures. Throughout the process, their expressions were as dark as the sky before an impending storm, each movement replete with profound resentment. As Brother Tiger signed the documents for the transfer of the nightclub, he clenched his fists, the knuckles whitening from the pressure. Zhao Gang, while filling out the compensation for the villa, pressed the pen so forcefully against the paper that it nearly tore, as though his animosity were destined to spill forth through the tip of the pen. After completing all the formalities, MOU cast a cold glance at Zhao Gang and Brother Hu, delivering a calm yet menacing warning. Let today's events conclude here. Should you dare to engage in any further actions against me or my company, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Having spoken, he turned on his heel and departed with measured strides. As MOU's silhouette vanished from their sight, Zhao Gang and Brother Hu erupted like a detonated powder keg, their fury igniting instantaneously. They glared at the direction in which MOU had retreated, their eyes ablaze with intense hatred. Is that it, Brother Hu? Zhao Gang broke the silence first, his voice trembling with anger and his eyes glinting with malice. At that moment, he was consumed by enmity towards MOU. The exorbitant compensation they had been compelled to pay and the loss of their villa felt like daggers piercing his heart. Brother Hu's expression darkened further. He swung his clenched fist in the air, as if to unleash the wrath that simmered within him. No, I cannot stomach this. He has inflicted severe losses upon us. He must pay the price. His voice was low and frigid, imbued with a sense of resolution. But what shall we do? MOU is exceptionally skilled. We are no match for him. Zhao Gang recalled the earlier scene in the living room where MOU had effortlessly subdued their numerous subordinates. A wave of dread washing over him. Yet, the flames of hatred soon eclipsed his fear, and he eagerly sought to understand Brother Hu's plan. With a cold chuckle, Brother Hu's eyes glinted with a ruthless determination. We cannot confront him openly. We shall resort to underhanded tactics. I will enlist a top-tier assassin to eliminate MOU, teaching him the dire consequences of crossing us. A cruel smile crept across Brother Hu's lips, as if he could already envision MOU lying in a pool of blood. Find an assassin? Is that feasible? What if we are discovered? Zhao Gang hesitated, though he too harbored a desire for vengeance against MOU. He feared the ramifications of exposure could be even more severe. What are you afraid of? With proper arrangements, we will remain undetected. I know an assassin organization. They are highly skilled and have never failed. Brother Hu spoke with unwavering confidence, as though everything was firmly within his control. However, he knew deep down that this endeavor carried risks, yet at that moment, he was blinded by hatred and could hardly consider the consequences. But hiring an assassin requires a substantial sum. We have just compensated MOU so much. How can we afford it now? Zhao Gang lamented. Recognizing the harsh reality of their situation, they had nearly depleted their resources to pay MOU, making it challenging to muster sufficient funds to hire an assassin. Brother Hu pondered for a moment, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Money is not an issue. We can first contact the assassin organization and negotiate to pay a portion of the deposit up front, with the remainder settled upon the job's completion. They should agree. Considering we have a certain reputation in the underworld, they won't fear us defaulting. Having listened to Brother Hu's words, Zhao Gang's apprehensions lessened somewhat. Very well, Brother Hu. Let us proceed as you suggest. It is hoped that this time, we can successfully eliminate MOU, allowing him to pay for his misdeeds. Zhao Gang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Rest assured, MOU is as good as dead. Brother Hu's eyes were filled with a murderous intent, as if he had already pronounced MOU's death sentence. Subsequently, the two began to reach out to assassin organizations, meticulously planning this assassination endeavor. They conspired in the darkness, akin to two wolves lurking in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to MOU. Unbeknownst to him, MOU remained oblivious to the impending peril, fully engrossed in his pursuits, unaware that a monumental crisis was silently closing in. In this confrontation, who will ultimately emerge victorious? The outcome remains steeped in uncertainty. Chapter 70. I shall go slay him now. Await my good news half an hour later, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The moonlight cascaded like frost upon the opulent villa of Brother Tiger. Inside the dimly lit living room, a mysterious and oppressive atmosphere lingered. A young man of unremarkable appearance, known as Long San, entered with a measured stride. He stood at an average height, his visage plain, easily lost in a crowd. Yet, he exuded a subtle air of cold severity, akin to a blade sheathed in its scabbard. Though it remained undrawn, one could already sense its lethal intent. Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang had been anxiously awaiting in the living room, their restlessness palpable as they frequently glanced toward the entrance. The moment Long San appeared, Brother Tiger seemed to behold a savior, immediately rising from the sofa with a face adorned by a sycophantic smile, and respectfully uttered, "Mr. Long, you have arrived." A barely perceptible tremor tinged his voice, a testament to his reverence for Long San's prowess and the anticipation of the impending revenge scheme. Zhao Gang hastily rose as well, bowing slightly, his eyes brimming with apprehension and eagerness. This seemingly ordinary young man represented their greatest hope for vengeance. Long San nodded slightly, eschewing any superfluous pleasantries. and proceeded to sit before the sofa with an air of undeniable authority. Once settled, he raised his gaze, calmly fixing his eyes upon Brother Tiger, and in a low, icy tone inquired, "Speak, whom do you wish me to assassinate?" His voice echoed with a frigid detachment that sent shivers down the spines of Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang. Brother Tiger inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, and retrieved a document pouch from the coffee table, presenting it to Long San as he stated, "His name is MOU. Here are his detailed records." A flicker of venomous resentment passed through Brother Tiger's eyes, as if the mere mention of MOU's name awakened a wellspring of unending hatred within him. Long San accepted the pouch, slowly opening it to reveal a wealth of information about MOU, including photographs, daily whereabouts, workplace, and certain personal habits. He scrutinized the details carefully, leaving no nuance overlooked. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustle of paper reverberating in the air. After perusing the information, Long San gently closed the pouch and lifted his gaze, his expression as tranquil as still water. "This individual presents some complications." Brother Tiger's heart tightened at this remark, and he quickly responded, "Mr. Long, rest assured, money is no object. As long as you assist us in eliminating him, the reward will be substantial." With that, he produced a bank card from his pocket, placing it upon the coffee table and sliding it toward Long San. Long San glanced at the card, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a barely noticeable cold smile. "I have never failed in my endeavors. Now that I have accepted this task, I shall not disappoint you." He casually pocketed the bank card, treating it as though it were merely a mundane piece of paper. Brother Tiger and Zhao Gang exchanged a glance, a flicker of joy illuminating their eyes. "Mr. Long, we are entirely reliant on you. MOU has been exceedingly arrogant. He must pay the price." Zhao Gang gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as if he wished to rend MOU into 1,000 pieces. Long San, however, did not respond to Zhao Gang's words. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. In his mind, he swiftly devised a plan to assassinate MOU, meticulously considering every detail from the approach to the timing of the strike. After a while, Long San lifted his head, gazing at Hu Gu and Zhao Gang, and declared, "I shall go and eliminate him now. Await my good news." Hu Gu nodded eagerly. "Very well, Mr. Long. We shall anticipate your favorable update." A surge of joy blossomed within Hu Ji's heart. Long San rose and, with a steady gait, departed the living room. As they watched Long San's retreating figure, both Hu Gu and Zhao Gang felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. They envisioned MOU sprawled in a pool of blood, the flames of vengeance roaring fiercely within them. "Heh, MOU, with Mr. Long taking action, your demise is assured." Hu Gu mused, a chilling smirk creeping across his face, reminiscent of a malignant specter emerging from the depths of hell, exuding boundless malice and satisfaction. Zhao Gang joined in the laughter, his tone brimming with arrogance and impatience. Once MOU was gone, no one could stand in their way. It seemed to them that with MOU's death, they would be free to act as they pleased on this land, clearing away any obstacles that hindered their ambitions. At that moment, they were entirely engrossed in the fantasy of imminent vengeance. They could almost see MOU lying in a pool of blood while they stood by, mercilessly mocking his fate. Meanwhile, not long after MOU left Hu Ji's villa, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, which displayed Su Li's name. After a brief hesitation, MOU pressed the answer button. On the other end, Su Li's voice emerged, tinged with urgency and concern, urging him to come to her. MOU nodded in acknowledgement. Concluding the call without delay, he turned and headed towards Su Li's villa. The moonlight enveloped him, casting a long shadow that made him appear particularly solitary yet resolute on the quiet street. Before long, he arrived at Su Li's villa. The mansion exuded a unique ambience under the moonlight, tranquil yet mysterious. MOU gently pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, the door creaked open to reveal Su Li. She wore a loose silk nightgown, her hair casually pinned back, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of emotions, concern mingled with a hint of anticipation. "MOU, please come inside," Su Li softly urged, her voice delicate in the stillness of the night. She stepped aside to allow him entry, then gently closed the door behind him. Following her into the living room, MOU noted the soft lighting and the faint fragrance of perfume that lingered in the air. Su Li raised her hand slightly, indicating for him to take a seat on the plush sofa. She glided gracefully to the nearby wine cabinet, meticulously selecting a bottle of red wine. Her slender fingers deftly grasped the corkscrew, expertly uncorking the bottle and gently swirling the decanter with elegance and finesse. Subsequently, she lifted a delicate goblet and gently poured in the crimson wine, the liquid shimmering like a ruby within the glass, exuding an enchanting luster and a rich aroma. Holding the glass, Suli gracefully approached and seated herself beside MOU. She extended the goblet towards him, her eyes reflecting concern and inquiry. MOU. How have matters unfolded? President Su, I have resolved everything. Jia Gang will no longer oppose us. MOU replied, wearing a confident smile and speaking in a relaxed tone. Over the past period, he had exerted tremendous effort to counter Zhao Gang's malicious competition and various schemes against the company. Now that the trouble was finally resolved, he felt a profound sense of relief. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she couldn't help but applaud enthusiastically. That's wonderful, MOU. You are truly remarkable. She had been deeply worried about the challenges facing the company, and this good news brought her immense joy that was nearly indescribable. President Su. I should head home now. MOU glanced at the clock on the wall. The hour hand had already pointed to the late night. Rubbing his weary eyes, he decided it was time to return home for a good night's rest. Why not stay at my place tonight? I've had the air conditioning repaired, Suli said. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice soft with a hint of barely perceptible shyness. Chapter 71. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that someone has paid for your life. She has always harbored a special affection for MOU. Upon learning this evening that he resolved a significant crisis for the company, her heart swelled with gratitude, and she hoped he would remain, granting them more time together. President Su, this may not be appropriate. MOU hesitated, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Although he collaborated seamlessly with Suli at work, the notion of staying overnight at her home felt somewhat improper. What could be wrong? I've already tidied up the bedroom for you. You could stay here indefinitely. Suli lowered her gaze shyly, her voice soft yet imbued with determination. Summoning her courage to utter these words, her heart raced with both trepidation and anticipation, yearning for MOU's acquiescence. MOU looked at Suli, feeling somewhat at a loss. He sensed her affection for him, however. He had never contemplated that their relationship would evolve to this juncture. On one hand, he held a certain fondness for Suli, but on the other, he feared that such overnight stays might complicate their relationship and affect their professional rapport. President Su, consider this. We interact frequently in our work. Such an unexpected overnight arrangement may inevitably lead to misunderstandings, which could also tarnish the company's reputation. MOU attempted to decline Su Li's invitation, striving to keep his tone sincere and tactful. Listening to his words, Su Li felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she understood that MOU's concerns were not without merit. But MOU, I genuinely wish for you to stay. During this time, the company has greatly benefited from your presence, and I am truly grateful to you and wish to care for you more, she said, her gaze filled with sincerity and hope. Seeing Su Li's forlorn expression, MOU's heart softened. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, President Su, I appreciate your sentiments. How about this? I will return home tonight. And if a need arises in the future, I will reconsider staying here. Does that sound acceptable? Su Li bit her lips slightly and nodded. All right, MOU. Please take care on your way home. Although she felt somewhat disheartened, she did not wish to impose undue pressure on him and reluctantly accepted his proposal. Very well. President Su, do rest early, MOU said as he stood to leave. Su Li also rose, accompanying him to the door. MOU. Remember to message me when you get home, she instructed with concern as she stood at the threshold. Of course, President Su, you need not worry, he replied with a smile before turning and stepping into the embrace of the night. As Su Li watched MOU's figure recede into the distance, a multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind. Meanwhile, MOU, on his way home, pondered the intricate dynamics of his relationship with Su Li. Just as he bid her farewell and stepped onto the street shrouded in darkness, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Instinctively, he sensed that someone was following him. As though a pair of eyes were watching his every move, a shadow that lingered closely behind. On the surface, MOU maintained his steady stride and unchanged expression. Yet internally, he was acutely alert. He slightly tilted his head, feigning nonchalance as he cast a sidelong glance behind him. However, the street was bustling with pedestrians and shrouded in dim light, making it difficult to discern who the pursuer might be. Thus, MOU resolved to employ his unique ability of clairvoyance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a mysterious force coalescing within his gaze, as though an invisible membrane enveloped everything around him. Through this specialized vision, he clearly discerned a nondescript young man not far behind, following him at a leisurely pace. This individual, of average build and clad in plain black casual attire, bore an unremarkable face akin to any passerby on the street. Were it not for MOU's clairvoyant abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to notice him among the throng. Yet at this moment, the young man's deliberate effort to maintain distance while occasionally glancing up to observe MOU's movements undeniably revealed his identity as a stalker. A sense of vigilance stirred within MOU, prompting him to furrow his brow. He refrained from acting hastily, instead quickly contemplating a strategy. After a brief moment, an idea crystallized in his mind. He nonchalantly veered toward a secluded street. He understood that while crowded areas with surveillance cameras offered relative safety, they were not conducive to discerning the intentions of his follower or devising effective countermeasures. Only in sparsely populated, camera-free zones could he better control the situation while avoiding collateral damage. MOU's footsteps appeared casual, yet they gradually strayed from the bustling main thoroughfare, leading him toward a narrow, dimly lit alley. This alley was seldom frequented, and at night, it took on an eerily silent quality. MOU could hear the echo of his footsteps on the cobblestone path, each step resonating like the heartbeat of the quiet night. Behind him, the young man followed suit, utterly oblivious to the fact that MOU had already detected his pursuit. As they delved deeper into the alley, the environment grew increasingly tranquil, allowing MOU to hear his own breaths and the faint footfalls of his pursuer. He deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the stalker to draw near, while quietly gathering his strength, prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Finally, when the pursuer was merely a few steps away, MOU abruptly halted and spun around. This sudden maneuver caught the stalker off guard. He paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, but quickly regained his composure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Friend, what business do you have following me?" MOU's gaze pierced through to the young man before him, his voice deep and resonant, echoing in the stillness of the alley. The young man's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smirk. "MOU, you do possess some skill to have noticed me," he replied, his tone frosty, imbued with the chill of winter. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" MOU inquired once more, a sense of perplexity regarding the young man's identity and intentions gnawing at him. He regarded his opponent with vigilance, his muscles taut and poised to counter any impending assault. The youth did not respond to MOU's inquiry immediately. Instead, he took 2 deliberate steps forward, locking eyes with MOU. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that someone has paid a substantial sum for your life." The youth's gaze was imbued with a palpable malice, as if MOU were but a fish upon his chopping board, ready for slaughter. A chill ran down MOU's spine as he instantaneously grasped the intent of his adversary. It appeared that brother Hu and Zhao Gang, unwilling to accept defeat, had enlisted an assassin to eliminate him. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, this revelation sparked a fierce determination within him. "Is it you?" MOU scoffed, his eyes brimming with confidence and disdain. He understood that in such a perilous moment, retreat was not an option. He must confront the challenge with valor. "You'll find out soon enough," the youth declared, and in an instant, he vanished, resembling a shadowy specter as he lunged towards MOU. Chapter 72. Dragon Claw. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind only a blurred shadow in the dim light. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, a gleaming dagger had appeared in his hand, aimed directly at MOU's throat, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, MOU activated his X-ray vision to him. The dagger in Long San's hand seemed to be moving in slow motion. Every subtle movement, every fluctuation of air was vividly clear. MOU's expression remained tranquil, as if the lethal assault before him was merely a child's jest. Just as the dagger was about to graze his throat, he slightly turned his body, his movements light and graceful, akin to a butterfly dancing, effortlessly evading Long San's fierce strike. Long San's previously confident demeanor shifted in an instant, surprise and resentment flashing in his eyes. As a renowned assassin within the underworld, his assassination attempts were typically one-hit kills, with few able to evade his initial, rapid strike. However, MOU not only dodged it but did so with such composure that an inexplicable fury surged within Long San. Without a moment's hesitation, Long San adjusted his stance, his figure once again approaching MOU like a phantom, the dagger changing angles, lunging towards MOU like a venomous snake. This time, his attack was more ferocious, swifter, and more cunning in its angle, the sound of the blade slicing through the air echoing ominously in the quiet alley. Nevertheless, MOU remained unperturbed, utilizing his foresight to anticipate Long San's assault trajectory, elegantly sidestepping each strike, rendering Long San's every attempt futile. Observing Long San's increasingly frantic demeanor, a slight smirk curled at the corners of MOU's mouth, as if to mock, "Is this all you are capable of?" His voice resonated through the air, laced with scorn, dismissing Long San's prowess. Upon hearing MOU's words, Long San's fury erupted like a wildfire. Proud of his formidable strength and having accomplished countless challenging tasks throughout his career, he had never encountered anyone who dared to dismiss him so brazenly. Mou's remark pierced his pride like a sharp blade. "I will eliminate you," Long San roared, his eyes reddening with rage, resembling a frenzied beast. Subsequently, Long San unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks. His form darted swiftly, the dagger transforming into flashes of cold light, sweeping towards Mou from every direction. In an instant, the scene was illuminated with the glint of blades, the air filled with a cacophony of wind. Yet, Mou stood firm amidst the storm, as stable as a mountain. He continued to rely on his X-ray vision, accurately predicting each of Long San's attacks, dodging them at the narrowest of margins. Each evasion appeared effortless, as if the deadly duel was merely an amusing game to him. Long San's assault intensified. He was completely blinded by rage, recklessly determined to end Mou's life. However, he failed to realize that as time progressed, his attacks began to lose their structure, and the openings in his defense grew increasingly apparent. Yet Mou remained composed, meticulously observing Long San's every move, biding his time for the opportune moment to retaliate. In this fierce contest, Long San's frenzied assaults surged like relentless tidal waves, crashing one after another. Mou, on the other hand, stood firm like an unyielding rock, steadfast against the onslaught, unperturbed by the tempest that raged around him. "I shall not indulge you any longer." Just as Long San unleashed his wild attacks, Mou effortlessly evaded them, neutralizing each offensive with grace. Suddenly, a cold sneer escaped Mou's lips, shattering the tense stalemate like a flash of icy brilliance. His gaze sharpened, transforming into a piercing glare reminiscent of an eagle's. The earlier mockery vanishing without a trace, replaced by a chilling intensity that instilled fear. No longer content with mere evasion, he resolved to take the initiative and conclude this confrontation. In an instant, he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Long San. Immersed in the rhythm of his frantic onslaught, Long San was caught off guard by the chilling laughter, an ominous sense of foreboding flooding his mind. Almost immediately, he sensed a powerful and fierce presence bearing down upon him, as though an invisible giant hand were pressing relentlessly towards him. A chill ran down Long San's spine as his instincts screamed at him of the impending danger. He instinctively attempted to retreat, but Mou's speed was overwhelming. He could only manage a slight sidestep. Mou's fist, imbued with tremendous force, hurtled towards Long San like a cannonball. In a desperate attempt, Long San raised his arm to block the blow. The impact reverberated with a resounding thud, akin to a bell tolling. The force radiating through his arm and throughout his body. Long San felt a searing pain in his arm, as if his bones were shattering, causing him to involuntarily fly backwards several meters, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley. Slumping against the wall, he slowly slid down, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. He was both astonished and enraged, as a top-tier assassin who had undertaken countless perilous missions. He had never before found himself in such a disheveled state. He could hardly fathom that Mou, who had initially seemed only capable of evasion, could unleash such formidable strength. Clenching his teeth, Long San steeled himself, acutely aware that Mou was no ordinary adversary. He had to muster all his strength, lest he succumb to defeat today. Mou, having struck a decisive blow, remained vigilant, advancing steadily towards Long San, each step resonating with a weighty authority that pressed upon Long San's heart. "You are employed by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, are you not? With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can bring about my demise?" Mou remarked coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Long San refrained from responding, understanding that further words would serve no purpose. He gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm, secretly gathering his strength, preparing for the moment to counterattack. He knew that Mou would not easily relent, and he must seize the opportunity when Mou closed in, striking with lethal precision to have any chance of survival. Just as Mou approached within mere steps of Long San, the latter exploded into action. His form flickered like a shadow, and with a dagger in hand, he lunged fiercely towards Mou's chest. In this strike, Long San exerted his utmost strength, his speed and power far surpassing his previous attacks. A wild glint flickered in his eyes, with a singular thought occupying his mind: to kill Mou. Mou, observing Long San's desperate assault, displayed a fleeting calmness. He remained unperturbed, slightly shifting his steps, his body gliding like a specter. Simultaneously, he swiftly extended his hand, accurately grasping Long San's wrist. Long San felt as though his wrist had been ensnared by an iron vice, rendered immobile. With a decisive twist, Mou applied pressure, and with a sharp crack, A wave of excruciating pain surged through Long San's wrist, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Long San's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat the size of pearls cascading from his forehead. He realized that he had truly encountered a formidable adversary. Mou regarded Long San with not a trace of compassion, inquiring, "Did Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang send you?" His voice was chilling and piercing, akin to the howling winds of a frigid winter, instilling a sense of dread. Chapter 73. The Invincible Fist. Long San gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth as a fierce blaze of resentment raged within him. He could scarcely believe that his once confident assassination attempt had devolved into such a dire predicament. Faced with Mou's formidable and unfathomable strength, he acutely recognized that he was at a distinct disadvantage. Each of his assaults was effortlessly neutralized by Mou, while the latter's counterattacks sent him reeling, a crushing blow to Long San's inflated ego. Nonetheless, Long San was not one to concede defeat easily. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes, ignited by an indomitable spirit to fight to the bitter end. As a premier assassin, he harbored his own pride and obsessions. He would not resign himself to failure until the final moment. Dragon Claw Hand. Long San suddenly bellowed, his voice echoing through the stillness of the world. Imbued with a sense of desperation, swiftly his hands transformed, fingers curling into sharp claws, as if he had instantaneously morphed into a ferocious beast. The atmosphere around him seemed to tremble with the intensity of his sudden shift in demeanor, an aura of lethal intent pervading the air. In an instant, Long San unleashed his Dragon Claw Hand, lunging ferociously at Mou. His form flickered like a wraith, moving with astonishing speed, closing the distance to Mou in the blink of an eye. His lethal claws glinted with a cold light, imbued with the power to rend all. Aiming directly for Mou's throat. This Dragon Claw Hand was Long San's signature technique, honed through countless life and death encounters, each move laden with deadly force. Observing Long San's frenzied strike, Mou's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering. He sensed the resolve and sheer power behind Long San's assault. With agile footwork, Mou moved as gracefully as flowing water, deftly evading Long San's fierce claw. As Long San's strike missed its mark, he did not falter. Instead, he pivoted and swung his arm, his other claw shooting forth like a bolt of black lightning, aimed viciously at Mou's back. Mou, sensing the impending attack, leaned forward and, like a swift leopard, propelled himself several meters ahead. Long San's claw grazed Mou's back, tearing his clothing but failing to inflict any harm. Seeing this, a fierce glint flickered in Long San's eyes as he roared again, pursuing Mou relentlessly, his Dragon Claw Hand assault crashing like an unending tide. Claw shadows danced and the wind howled, as Long San's onslaught descended upon Mou like a tempest. In the midst of this storm of attacks, Mou remained composed, employing his keen insight and agile movements to narrowly evade Long San's strikes time and again. Each evasion was executed with impeccable timing and distance, ensuring that Long San's blows never found their target. However, as Long San's assaults grew increasingly ferocious and frenzied, Mou began to feel a hint of pressure. This is intriguing, he mused, reassessing Long San's prowess. No longer content to merely evade, he began to seek out the openings in Long San's relentless barrage. As Mou deftly evaded Long San's relentless attacks, he meticulously observed the subtle variations in his opponent's techniques. At last, amidst a fleeting moment of Long San's offensive, Mou detected a brief opening. Seizing the opportunity, he darted forward like a shadow, closing in on Long San. Realizing the imminent counterattack, Long San was taken aback, attempting to retract his assault for defense, yet it was too late. Mou's fist, propelled with the force of a cannonball, struck Long San squarely in the chest. A powerful surge overwhelmed Long San, sending him hurtling backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, he was met with excruciating pain in his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes brimmed with a mixture of resentment and despair. He had believed that his Dragon Claw technique could turn the tide, only to be outmaneuvered by Mou's keen insight. Nevertheless, the obsession within Long San's heart remained undiminished. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he slowly rose, his gaze ignited with a frenzied light, preparing to launch another offensive. The atmosphere was palpably tense, despite his grievous injuries. Long San was unwilling to concede. "You are no match for me. You would do well to surrender, and I might show you mercy." Mou's eyes, cold as frost, fixed intently on Long San, as if he could penetrate the depths of his internal struggle and defiance. In this moment, Mou stood tall, exuding a calm demeanor akin to an immovable mountain, radiating formidable authority. "Do you think you triumphed?" Long San scoffed, his voice dripping with derision and madness. Despite the searing pain from Mo's recent blow and the blood trickling from his lips, a stubborn ferocity ignited within him. As a top-tier assassin, his pride would not allow him to concede so easily, nor could he accept defeat at Mo's hands. Before he could finish his taunt, Long Sen charged forward once more without hesitation. His eyes burned with rage, resembling two infernos, and he lunged at Mo with the ferocity of a wild beast, embodying a do-or-die resolve. The dragon claw technique unfurled again, his fingers curling like hooks, glinting with a chilling light as if intent on tearing Mo to shreds. Each swipe of his claws was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, the air seemingly rent asunder by his onslaught. Witnessing Long San's frantic assault, Mo felt a shiver run through him. He understood that Long San had succumbed entirely to madness, his attacks becoming more ruthless and reckless. Yet, Mo felt no fear. Instead, he inhaled deeply, quickly calming his mind, like a tranquil lake, undisturbed by the tempest around him. In that fleeting moment, a powerful martial technique from his ancestral knowledge flashed in his mind, the invincible fist. This technique was immensely potent, embodying profound martial principles. Yet Mo had never practiced it before. However, faced with the imminent peril, he made a swift decision to learn it on the spot. Utilizing Long San as a means to hone his skills, seizing this opportunity for personal growth, Mo swiftly organized the principles of the invincible fist within his mind. Those intricate and profound techniques unfurling like clear veins in his consciousness. As Long San's assault drew ever closer, Mo remained completely unflustered. He adeptly evaded Long San's razor-sharp claws while endeavoring to incorporate the techniques of the invincible fist into his responses. Initially, Mo's movements were somewhat awkward, as this was his first attempt. However, bolstered by his remarkable intuition and agile physique, each encounter with Long San deepened his understanding of the invincible fist. Chapter 74. If you continue to be stubborn, I shall shatter your legs in a flash. He moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly navigating within Long San's attack range. His arms swung with fervor, his fists striking like meteors. Though still somewhat inexperienced, he began to reveal the formidable and domineering essence of the invincible fist. Long San, perceiving Mo's transformation, felt a surge of anger and astonishment. He could hardly fathom that in such a fierce struggle for life and death, Mo still had the presence of mind to learn new boxing techniques, mastering them to a commendable degree in a mere short span of time. This realization instilled in Long San an unprecedented pressure, as a profound fear began to creep into his heart. Yet, with no retreat left, he could only continue his frenzied assault, hoping to defeat Mo before he fully mastered the invincible fist. As time elapsed, Mo's proficiency with the invincible fist grew increasingly adept. Each punch seemed to embody immense power, the wind from his strikes howling as they collided with Long San's claw techniques, producing a resonant thud. The shadows of fists and claws intertwined, their figures flickering rapidly in the dim light, each clash sending shivers down the spine. Mo suddenly bellowed, and with a swift pivot, he spun like a whirlwind, both fists unleashing a tempestuous barrage upon Long San. This was the tornado strike, a technique from the invincible fist, executed with exquisite finesse. The overwhelming force resembling an invisible tornado sweeping towards Long San. Wide-eyed, Long San attempted to withstand this ferocious onslaught, but Mo had transformed into a different entity altogether. His strikes came crashing down like an avalanche, leaving Long San utterly defenseless. With a thunderous crash, Long San was struck yet again, propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the adjacent wall before slumping down slowly to the ground. Mo gradually withdrew his fists, standing firm as he gazed at the incapacitated Long San. Though his breath was somewhat labored, confidence and determination radiated from his eyes. Through this battle with Long San, he had not only successfully mastered the invincible fist, but also attained a newfound understanding of his own strength. Speak. Did Zhao Gang and brother who sent you? Mo's gaze was as cold as ice, piercing through Long San's very soul, as if he could discern every thought nestled within. In that moment, Mo exuded an aura of chilling authority, reminiscent of an unyielding iceberg. Long San lay on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he stubbornly responded, "I do not know what you are talking about." Deep inside, he resolved that as a trained assassin, his professional ethics dictated that he could never betray his employer, regardless of the agony or threats he faced. Seeing Long San's obstinate demeanor only fueled Mo's fury further. He ceased his words, resolutely lifting his foot and bringing it down heavily upon Long San's left leg. At the instant his shoe met Long San's bone, a searing pain radiated through Long San's leg, as if countless steel needles were piercing his very marrow. "If you persist in your defiance, I shall break your legs." Mou's voice was deep and harsh, resembling a warning emanating from the depths of hell. His gaze bore no trace of compassion as it fixated on Long San, seemingly proclaiming that he was not jesting. A cold chuckle escaped Long San's lips. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through his legs causing his body to tremble, he endured it. Feigning nonchalance, he harbored the unique pride and resilience of an assassin, and such a threat was insufficient to compel his submission. He reflected on the countless brutal trainings he had undergone, the myriad of pains he had withstood. This trivial intimidation could never induce him to betray his employer. Observing Long San's stubborn demeanor, Mou's ire intensified. He increased the pressure on Long San's leg, eliciting ominous cracking sounds from his left femur. As if it were on the verge of breaking, beads of sweat cascaded down Long San's forehead, his complexion turned pallid, and his lips trembled slightly from the agony. Yet he gritted his teeth, unwilling to utter a single word. "Do you think you can endure? Spare yourself the futile struggle. Speak, and I can grant you a swift end." Mou pressed on, attempting to breach Long San's psychological defenses. He understood that obtaining information about Zhao Gang and brother, who from Long San was crucial. It might allow him to foresee their next moves and seize the initiative. Long San closed his eyes tightly, his facial muscles contorted in pain, yet he still uttered, albeit faintly yet resolutely, "You want me to betray my employer? Impossible. Even if you kill me, I will not speak." His loyalty to the profession of an assassin ran deep, ingrained within him as an unwavering principle. Mou recognized that extracting information from Long San would be no easy feat, yet he was not inclined to relent. He needed to uncover the conspiracy behind Zhao Gang and brother who, as it pertained to both his own safety and that of Su Li. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next move. "Very well, since you are so obstinate, I shall endure alongside you. How long do you think you can withstand this?" Mou slowly crouched down to meet Long San's gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of resolve. He resolved to adopt a different approach, gradually dismantling Long San's defenses psychologically. Long San felt a chill creep into his heart upon meeting Mou's unwavering gaze. He realized that Mou would not easily relent, and what awaited him might be even more brutal torment. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast in his refusal to betray his employer and his career as an assassin. Reputation and loyalty were more paramount than life itself. "No matter how you torture me, my mind will not waver," Long San declared through clenched teeth, his voice muffled by pain. Mou rose, pacing back and forth beside Long San, contemplating his strategy. He understood that an assassin of Long San's caliber possessed formidable willpower, and ordinary threats were unlikely to loosen his tongue. He needed to devise a plan that would impose pressure on Long San while gradually unsettling him. "Long San, do you truly believe that by serving Zhao Gang and brother Hu, they will treat you well? You are merely a pawn in their hands, destined to be discarded once your usefulness has expired. Why would you risk your very existence for them?" Mou began to persuade Long San emotionally, attempting to illuminate his precarious situation. Long San felt a flicker of uncertainty within, yet swiftly regained his resolve. He recalled the countless life-and-death encounters he had faced since joining the assassin organization, all the while steadfastly adhering to his principles. He could not abandon his convictions based on a mere few words from Mou. "Do not waste your breath. I shall not heed your words," Long San replied coldly, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. Chapter 75. If you do not speak the truth, I shall render you a eunuch. Mou gazed intently at Long San, fully aware that this confrontation was far from over. "Very well, then, do not blame me for my lack of civility." A glimmer of resoluteness flickered in Mou's eyes. He had lost all patience for further parley with Long San. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to compel Long San to reveal the sinister schemes of the puppet master Zhao Gang and brother Hu, thereby eliminating the latent threat to himself and Su Li. Without further ado, he channeled all his strength into the foot he pressed down upon Long San's left leg. Accompanied by a sickening crack, Long San's left leg shattered mercilessly beneath Mou's forceful stomp. In that instant, an excruciating pain surged through Long San, engulfing his entire being like a relentless tide. His countenance turned as pale as parchment, beads of sweat the size of pearls cascaded from his forehead, and every muscle in his body trembled violently from the agony. Yet, as a seasoned assassin, Long San summoned his indomitable willpower, enduring the potentially faint-inducing torment with only a muffled groan, suppressing any cries of anguish. "I wonder how long you can withstand this." Mou's gaze burned fiercely, fixated on Long San as if attempting to pierce through his very soul. His eyes gradually descended, locking onto Long San's right leg, as if preparing to unleash the same brutal fate upon it in the next heartbeat. Mou understood that for an assassin of Long San's caliber, without sufficient pressure, coaxing him to speak would prove exceedingly difficult. He needed Long San to comprehend that persistent defiance would only lead to greater suffering. Feeling the weight of Mou's oppressive gaze upon his right leg, a chill coursed through Long San's heart. Despite the relentless agony in his left leg, akin to a sharp blade incessantly slicing through his nerves, his resolve remained unyielding, devoid of any inclination to submit. He silently reassured himself that no matter the torment Mou inflicted, he could not betray his employer. It was the last vestige of dignity and principle as a killer. Even if you were to shatter both my legs, I shall not speak. Long San gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. His voice trembling slightly from pain, yet the conviction therein remained undiminished. He lifted his gaze to meet Mou's eyes, a defiant spark igniting within them. Engaging in a silent battle of wills. Seeing Long San's steadfast demeanor, a flicker of admiration for his fortitude ignited within Mou's heart. Yet it did nothing to sway his determination to extract information from Long San. Is that so? Then I shall see just how resilient your resolve truly is. Mou scoffed coldly, his tone laced with disdain and firmness. With that, he slowly raised his foot, once more aiming for Long San's right leg. Though his movements appeared deliberate, they carried an immense weight, sending Long San's heart racing to his throat. Long San understood that if Mou's foot were to descend, his right leg would also meet a dire fate. Nevertheless, he remained unwavering, resolute against the impending torment. At the very moment when Mou's foot was about to descend, Long San suddenly felt a stir within him. He realized he could not simply resign himself to fate. He had to devise a means to extricate himself from his current predicament, even if it was but a slender opportunity. Thus, at the instant Mou's foot was about to make contact with his right leg, Long San summoned every ounce of remaining strength and lunged violently towards Mou's lower body. Taken aback by Long San's unexpected counterattack despite the excruciating pain, Mou found himself momentarily unprepared. His body swayed slightly from the impact, yet, drawing on his agile reflexes and solid foundation, he quickly steadied himself. Nevertheless, this brief turn of events ignited a deeper fury within Mou, as he recognized that Long San was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Do you dare to resist? Mou bellowed, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. No longer hesitating, he forcefully stomped down on Long San's right leg. With another resounding crack, Long San's leg succumbed to the overwhelming force and shattered. This time, he could no longer suppress the agonizing pain. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from his lips, echoing through the silent air, rendering the moment particularly harrowing. Lying on the ground, the excruciating agony coursing through his legs threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. His consciousness began to blur, and the world before him faded into darkness. Yet, even amidst such torment, he clung steadfastly to his loyalty to his employer, unwilling to utter a single word. Observing Long San writhing in pain on the ground, Mou felt a twinge of helplessness. He understood that Long San had reached his limit, yet he remained unyielding. He began to ponder whether a different approach was necessary to deal with Long San. Perhaps mere brute force would not yield the desired results. At that moment, both Mou and Long San found themselves in a stalemate. Long San held firm to his principles in the face of excruciating pain, while Mou contemplated his next strategy. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Tell me, did Zhao Gang and brother who send you? If you refuse to speak the truth, I will ensure you become a eunuch. Mou inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the raging inferno of anger within, his gaze piercing like a venomous blade directed at Long San. At that moment, he resolved that if Long San remained obstinate, he would show no mercy. Simultaneously, Mou slowly lifted his foot, which seemed to bear the weight of countless burdens, infused with a chilling intent, as it descended toward Long San's vulnerable area. Lying on the ground, the relentless agony from his legs surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf his senses. However, upon hearing Mou's icy threat, Long San's pupils dilated sharply, his eyes betraying a profound terror for the first time. He understood all too well what it meant for a man to become a eunuch. It would signify the complete collapse of his dignity, a fate wherein he could never again experience intimacy with a woman, nor possess love or family of his own, condemning him to a life steeped in endless humiliation and suffering. In that moment, Long San's inner turmoil erupted into a fierce struggle. On one hand, there exists the loyalty and professional ethics cultivated over years of a mercenary career. He is acutely aware that betraying his employer would result in the merciless retribution of the assassin organization, a fate that may prove more terrifying than death itself. On the other hand, there lies a profound dread of the tragic outcome of becoming a eunuch, a fear that grips him like an invisible hand, constricting his throat and rendering him nearly breathless. "So, have you made up your mind?" Mou coldly inquired, his foot poised in midair, ready to descend at any moment and deliver a devastating blow to Long San. He observed the intricate and tormented expression on Long San's face, understanding that Long San was grappling with a formidable decision, and this might very well be his final opportunity to extract information regarding the mastermind behind it all. Chapter 76. What else do they require of you? Are there any other plans? Long San's lips trembled as he yearned to articulate something. Yet it seemed as though a weight had lodged itself within his throat. Memories of his grueling training days within the assassin organization flooded his mind, each moment a testament to the resilience and loyalty that had been instilled in him. At the same time, he was haunted by the prospect of a future shrouded in darkness should he truly be transformed into a eunuch. These two starkly contrasting images collided and intertwined within his thoughts, inflicting profound anguish upon him. Long San finally managed to utter a single word, his voice as faint as a whispering thread. He lifted his gaze, imploringly seeking a glimmer of compassion from Mou, but the latter's expression remained as frigid as frost, devoid of any sign of empathy. "Speak quickly. Don't waste my time," Mou impatiently urged, his foot pressing down further, the icy sole nearly brushing against Long San's body. "It's Zhao Gang and Brother Hu." Long San finally blurted out the words, the sheer terror rendering his voice shaky. The moment he spoke, it felt as if he had exhausted every ounce of strength, collapsing to the ground as if his very soul had been siphoned away. He understood that he had betrayed his employer, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and peril. Upon hearing this revelation, Mou felt no trace of elation. His brow remained furrowed as he pressed on. "What else do they require of you? Are there any other plans?" He was acutely aware that since Zhao Gang and Brother Hu had contracted Long San to assassinate him, a deeper conspiracy undoubtedly lingered, and he needed to extract every detail from Long San. Long San hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his gaze. Yet, confronted with Mou's cold, resolute eyes and the foot poised threateningly above his vital point, he recognized he had no avenue for retreat. They also planned to target Su Li. Long San spoke slowly, his voice trembling with fear and frailty. It emerged that Zhao Gang and Brother Hu not only hired Long San to eliminate Mou, but also intended to strike at Su Li after Mou's demise. They had even bribed certain high-ranking officials within Su Li's company, plotting to seize her assets and absorb her company following Mou's death. As Mou listened to Long San's confession, a fresh wave of fury ignited within him. He had not anticipated the depths of Zhao Gang and Brother Hu's treachery, their unscrupulousness in pursuing their objectives by any means necessary. "You two scoundrels, I shall not let you escape." Mou seethed through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with righteous anger. At that moment, Long San lay crumpled on the ground, consumed by regret and fear, as if ensnared in an abyss of infinite darkness. His gaze was vacant, staring blankly upward, his thoughts entangled like a chaotic web. He lamented having been so blinded by folly as to accept the task of assassinating Mou. Initially, he believed that, with his exceptional skills as a top assassin, completing the task would be a mere trifle. However, he never anticipated encountering such formidable opponents, finding himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. Each recollection sliced through his heart like a razor-sharp blade, inflicting unbearable pain. Now, he remained utterly oblivious to the fate that awaited him. Would he face the cruel vengeance of Mou, be subjected to the rigors of the law, or perhaps be silenced by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang upon discovering his betrayal? A plethora of terrifying thoughts raced through his mind, each one sending shivers down his spine. He felt akin to a lamb led to slaughter, lying helplessly on the ground, weakly awaiting Mou's judgment, entirely at his mercy. Were they still in the villa? Mou's voice pierced the suffocating silence, emanating from the depths of an ice cellar, cold and chilling. He loomed over Long San, his gaze devoid of any compassion, as if Long San were merely an insignificant ant. Feeling the weight of Mou's icy stare, Long San trembled, daring not to conceal anything. His lips quivered as he weakly uttered a single word, and this word seemed to drain the last vestiges of strength from his body. Upon receiving the answer, Mou's lips curved slightly, revealing a cruel smile. He leaned down and effortlessly seized Long San, lifting him as one might a chick. "Come. We shall confront Brother Hu and Zhao Gang at the villa." Mou's voice was resolute and unyielding, each word striking Long San's heart like a hammer. Mou understood that since Long San was dispatched by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang to assassinate him, they were likely still at the villa, scheming their next move. He needed to catch them off guard before they could react, ensuring that Brother Hu and Zhao Gang would pay dearly for their misdeeds. Conveniently, Long Sen had arrived by car, and without hesitation, Mo Yu dragged him to the vehicle. At this point, Long Sen lacked the strength to resist, succumbing entirely to Mo Yu's whims. Mo Yu opened the trunk and unceremoniously tossed Long Sen inside. He then procured some rope, binding Long Sen's hands and feet tightly, rendering him immobile. To prevent Long Sen from crying out or attempting any tricks, Mo Yu ruthlessly removed his stinky socks and stuffed them into Long Sen's mouth. Although Long Sen yearned to struggle, it was a futile endeavor. All he could manage were muffled sounds of despair and rage filling his eyes. Taking his seat in the driver's position, Mo Yu started the engine, accelerating towards Brother Hu's villa like a streak of black lightning. Throughout the journey, his gaze remained steadfast and sharp, fixated on the road ahead, while his mind incessantly strategized on how to confront Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, along with the potential traps they might have laid. He knew this would be an exceptionally arduous battle, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat, driven solely by the desire to protect himself and those around him. Meanwhile, Long Sen, abandoned in the trunk, experienced a peak of terror. He curled up in the confined space, his bound limbs throbbing in pain, while the stench of the socks nearly made him retch. He was uncertain of what awaited him, whether it would be Mo Yu tormenting him to death before Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang, or if something even more terrifying would unfold. The more he pondered, the greater his fear grew, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The vehicle raced along the highway, the scenery blurring past in a swift retreat. Mo Yu was drawing ever closer to Tiger Brothers' villa, where a heart-stopping confrontation was on the verge of unfolding. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of Tiger Brothers' lavish estate, the lights sparkled brilliantly, and the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Tiger Brother, Zhao Gang, and a cadre of subordinates were gathered in the spacious living room, where an array of exquisite wines and delicacies adorned the table, filling the air with a rich aroma of alcohol and a jubilant spirit. They all believed that Long Sen's intervention would seal Mo Yu's fate, and they had already begun to celebrate in anticipation of his demise. Chapter 77. Mo Yu is doomed. Long Sen is a top assassin. Mo Yu is undoubtedly doomed. Long Sen is a premier assassin. Brother Hu wore a triumphant expression. Reclining upon a plush sofa, a glass of exquisite red wine delicately cradled in his hand. He gently swirled the wine, which resembled a flickering flame, casting a warm glow upon his self-satisfied visage. He surveyed his subordinates with an air of unwavering confidence, a certainty that the outcome was assured in his mind. He believed wholeheartedly in Long Sen's formidable prowess. Once Long Sen took action, Mo Yu would have no chance of survival. Zhao Gang chimed in with agreement. Indeed, Long Sen is renowned in the world of assassins. Mo Yu has simply encountered a deadly match this time. As he spoke, he raised his glass and downed the wine in one gulp, his face alight with delight. The surrounding subordinates nodded in fervent agreement. Fully convinced by Brother Hu and Zhao Gang's assertions, they felt that with a top assassin like Long Sen pursuing Mo Yu, it would be as effortless as an eagle capturing a chick. The living room resonated with laughter and merriment as the group exchanged words, reveling in the certainty of Mo Yu's demise. When Long Sen returns, we must reward him handsomely for his efforts, Brother Hu declared, setting down his glass, enthusiasm radiating from him. In his view, Long Sen's successful completion of the mission was a matter of time, and his current task was to prepare a generous reward to showcase his magnanimity and appreciation for Long Sen's skills. Indeed, Long Sen deserves a grand reward for this significant accomplishment. Perhaps when he returns, he will even bring us Mo Yu's head, one subordinate remarked, a glint of greed in his eyes, as if he could already envision Long Sen entering with Mo Yu's severed head. The room erupted in boisterous laughter. In their minds, Mo Yu was already as good as dead, and they were on the brink of a triumphant celebration. As they sipped their drinks, they envisioned the splendid aftermath of Mo Yu's death, imagining their power expanding and wealth flowing in abundance. Little did they know, danger was silently approaching. Mo Yu was racing towards them with Long Sen, akin to a bomb primed to detonate. If Mo Yu perishes, we must divide his and Su Li's assets among ourselves. Zhao Gang squinted, a hint of avarice creeping onto his face. He had already begun to calculate the benefits he would reap from Mo Yu's demise. In his mind, Mo Yu and Su Li's enterprises were akin to a vast feast waiting to be devoured. Of course, with so many of us, we can certainly consume Su Li's holdings entirely. Brother Hu chuckled, as if the riches were already secured within his grasp. He fantasized about wielding Su Li's wealth and influence, envisioning himself commanding the city with exhilaration and anticipation. Just as they reveled in their visions of a promising future, a sudden roar of speeding cars echoed from outside the villa. Yet, the revelers, enraptured in their joy, remained oblivious, mistaking the approaching sound for merely passing vehicles. However, the noise grew ever closer, eventually culminating in an abrupt halt before the villa's entrance. Mou brought the car to a stop at the gates. His gaze as frigid and resolute as a sharpened blade, seemingly poised to pierce the villa's walls and strike at Hugo, Zhao Gang, and their ilk. He alighted from the vehicle, exuding an overwhelming aura that threatened to envelop the entire villa in his wrath. In the trunk, Long San was engulfed in dread, acutely aware that the nightmare he shared with Hugo and Zhao Gang was about to commence. Meanwhile, Hugo and Zhao Gang remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, their laughter echoing within the villa's walls. Mou approached the entrance without hesitation, flinging open the trunk and seizing Long San as one might grasp a mere chick. Bound and gagged with a foul sock, Long San could only emit muffled whimpers, his eyes brimming with terror and despair. Mou clutched Long San tightly, as if he were a weightless object, striding purposefully toward the villa. The security guards, initially languid and bored at their posts, were stirred from their stupor upon catching sight of Mou's austere countenance and the captive in his grip. Their eyes widened in shock, swiftly transforming into sheer terror as they recognized Long San, who was, in their perception, akin to a harbinger of death. Yet now he was effortlessly subdued by Mou, whose prowess defied belief. One guard, paling to an ashen hue, stammered, "What? What is happening? How did he capture Long San?" Before he could finish, another guard, gripped by panic, turned and fled, shouting in terror, "This is bad. Something's gone wrong." His voice was shrill and quavering, reminiscent of someone who had encountered the most fearsome of beasts. The remaining guards, witnessing this, dared not linger for another moment, turning to escape in a frenzied dash, their steps nearly causing them to stumble. They comprehended that Mou was no benign figure, and should he capture them, their fate would likely be more dire than that of Long San. Observing the guard's frantic plight, a faint, disdainful smirk curled at the corners of Mou's lips. He did not pursue them, but instead continued toward the villa's grand hall, each step deliberate and powerful, as if announcing his arrival to those within. Mou's silhouette was elongated by the villa's illumination, resembling a dark arbiter emerging from the shadows. He emanated a formidable and chilling presence, as though he could freeze the very air around him. Long San struggled futilely within his grasp, but Mou's hold was akin to an iron vice, rendering him utterly powerless. As Mou advanced toward the hall, the sounds of merriment within became increasingly distinct. Hugo, Zhao Gang, and their companions remained ensconced in their celebratory revelries, blissfully unaware that danger had stealthily encroached upon them. A flicker of furious flame ignited in Mou's eyes as he listened to the laughter emanating from the hall. He quickened his pace, and the fury within him blazed ever more fiercely. At last, Mou arrived at the threshold of the villa's grand hall. Taking a deep breath, he kicked the door open with a forceful thrust. With a resounding bang, the door swung wide, its noise instantly drowning out the laughter and merriment within. The guests were startled by this sudden eruption, turning their heads toward the entrance. When they beheld Mou standing there, dragging Long San, the smiles that had adorned their faces froze in an instant, their expressions now filled with shock and terror. The wine glass and brother whose hand clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces, and red wine splattered everywhere. Chapter 78. Do you think sending assassins will end my life? Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he had witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. How are you still alive? Brother who stammered, his previous smugness evaporating, replaced by profound terror. He never anticipated that Mou would still appear here, let alone bring Long San with him. Mou regarded brother Hu and Zhao Gang with a frigid gaze, his eyes brimming with unrelenting murderous intent. Did you think that dispatching an assassin could eliminate me? How navi, he declared, his voice as chilling as the howling winds of a harsh winter, sending shivers down the spines of those present. At that moment, Long San, observing the terror-stricken expressions of brother Hu and Zhao Gang, felt a wave of despair wash over him. He realized he had utterly botched the mission, not only failing, but also leading Mou right to them. He was oblivious to how brother Hu and Zhao Gang would deal with him, and even more uncertain of the fate that awaited them at Mou's hands. The atmosphere in the villa's hall instantly turned tense, akin to a taut string on the verge of snapping. Without mercy, Mou hurled Long San to the ground, as if discarding refuse. He then lifted his foot, channeling all his fury into a powerful kick aimed at Long San's abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud, and Long San crumpled like a rag doll, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Having dispatched Long San, Imoyu did not spare him a glance, striding purposefully towards Zhao Gang and Brother Hu. His steps were resolute and forceful. Each footfall seemed to shake the very ground beneath him, emanating a formidable aura that filled the space with a stifling air of impending doom. "What are you waiting for? Stop him!" Brother Hu exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he shouted hoarsely. Gone was the earlier arrogance and celebration. He was now engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread and chaos. He could scarcely believe that Imoyu had managed to overcome all obstacles and find his way here, along with Long San. In Brother Hu's mind, Imoyu resembled a vengeful specter risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear into his very core. Hearing Brother Hu's frantic call, the crowd, previously lost in astonishment, snapped back to reality. They hastily grabbed their glasses and hurled them at Imoyu in a frenzy. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the room as the cups rained down upon him. Simultaneously, the crowd armed themselves with anything they could wield as a weapon. Some brandished baseball bats, others clutched daggers, and a few brandished iron rods, charging at Imoyu in a desperate attempt to subdue him with sheer numbers. "Ha! A man is trying to stop a chariot." Imoyu scoffed at the swarm of people rushing towards him, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. In his eyes, their resistance was nothing but futile struggles, posing no threat whatsoever to him. Imoyu moved like lightning, swiftly weaving through the chaos of flying wine glasses. Those that were hurled at him were deftly evaded, shattering upon the ground. In the blink of an eye, a burly man at the forefront swung a baseball bat, charging towards Imoyu. He raised the bat high, exerting all his strength for a devastating blow to Imoyu's head, as if intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Yet, Imoyu remained unperturbed. At the very moment the bat was about to descend, he sidestepped with grace, effortlessly dodging the fierce strike. In the next instant, Imoyu lunged forward, his hand striking like an eagle's talon, seizing the man's arm with a vice-like grip and twisting it forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as the man's arm broke, eliciting a pained scream as the baseball bat clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Imoyu delivered a powerful kick, sending the man sprawling several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground, writhing in agony. Witnessing this, the others felt a chill of fear course through them. Yet under the intimidation of their leader and the instinct for survival, they steeled themselves and advanced toward Imoyu. Undaunted, Imoyu's gaze remained resolute, surveying the encroaching adversaries like a sovereign surveying his domain. He moved with fluidity, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he navigated through the throng. Each strike was accompanied by the cries of his foes and the clattering of weapons. One of the lackeys, armed with a dagger, seized the opportunity while Imoyu was engaged with the burly man, stealthily approaching from the side before lunging with the blade aimed at Imoyu's back. However, Imoyu seemed to sense the impending threat. He swiftly pivoted and delivered a kick to the lackey's wrist. With a cry, the dagger flew from the lackey's grasp, the searing pain in his wrist eliciting a pained wail. Before he could gather his wits, Imoyu unleashed a powerful punch to his face, causing the lackey's nose to crumple, blood gushing forth like a fountain as he was sent reeling backwards, collapsing unconscious to the ground. "All of you, come at me. Do not let him pass." In the distance, Tiger Brother shouted hoarsely, his voice sharp and piercing with fear. At that moment, he cowered behind the crowd, his eyes filled with terror and helplessness, clutching a wine bottle tightly in his hand, attempting to muster courage. Imoyu, while fiercely battling the throng, steadily advanced towards Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang. The flames of rage within him blazed ever higher. With each enemy he felled, he drew closer to his targets. He was determined to make these architects of treachery pay dearly for their misdeeds. However, the adversaries were overwhelming, surging towards Imoyu in relentless waves. Despite his formidable strength, the prolonged combat began to take its toll as sweat soaked his garments and his breath quickened. Yet, Imoyu's resolve remained unshaken. He understood that he must persevere, ensuring that Tiger Brother and Zhao Gang would face the consequences of their injurious actions. "Imoyu, do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? We can negotiate." Tiger Gu shouted loudly, his voice unmistakably trembling with fear. At this moment, he felt his legs weaken, almost unable to stand, as he gazed upon Imoyu, who advanced with the demeanor of a war god. The fear within him spread like a surging tide. "There is nothing left to discuss. I have already afforded you ample opportunities." Imoyu's voice was as cold as ice, emanating as though from a frigid cavern, imbued with an endless chill. As he spoke, his form moved with the swiftness of lightning, his fists flashing. Yet another individual attempting to impede him was brutally felled, emitting a cry of anguish. Mou's gaze was resolute and unwavering. Each step he took towards Brother Hu and Zhao Gang felt as though he was treading upon their very hearts. You have crippled Long San. The assassins behind him will not let you go unpunished. Are you not afraid? Brother Hu, suppressing the terror within, inhaled deeply, seeking to instill a sense of caution in Mou through the threat of the assassin organization. Chapter 79. Do you think you can still escape? He understood that at this moment, his only hope lay in leveraging the formidable reputation of the assassin organization to instill fear in Mou. If I were afraid, I wouldn't have come. Mou scoffed, his laughter brimming with disdain and audacity. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, as if proclaiming to Brother Hu that the threat of the assassin organization was nothing more than a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. With that, Mou surged forward once more, akin to an enraged lion, pouncing fiercely upon his adversaries. His fists cut through the air with a roaring wind, each strike imbued with immense power, sending foes crashing to the ground. Another burly man brandishing an iron rod swung it violently towards Mou's head. Without even a glance, Mou sidestepped, extending his hand to seize the man's arm, twisting it forcefully. With a sharp crack, the man's arm dislocated, and the iron rod clattered to the ground. In the next instant, Mou delivered a kick that sent the man flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the earth, writhing in pain. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, felt their fear intensify. They gazed at Mou as though he were a demon risen from the depths of hell, none daring to approach him again. Yet, under Brother Hu's coercion, they had no choice but to muster their courage and encircle Mou once more. You useless wretches, all of you, advance. Block him. Brother Hu shouted hoarsely, his voice tinged with despair. He realized that if Mou truly reached him, he would face dire consequences. Mou, however, remained unfazed, weaving effortlessly through the throng as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With each strike, he accurately targeted the enemy's vital points, and they fell like leaves in an autumn breeze under his relentless assault. Mou, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think that by killing us, you can escape unscathed? Zhao Gang bellowed from the side, attempting to overwhelm Mou with sheer force of will. Yet, his voice lacked conviction, betraying a hint of panic in his eyes. Ignoring Zhao Gang, Mou continued to advance towards Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, his mind fixated solely on making the two conspirators pay for their treachery. In Mou's eyes, their threats were nothing more than desperate gasps for air. At this moment, Brother Hu was engulfed in regret and fear. He lamented having provoked Mou, now finding himself in such a dire predicament. As Mou drew nearer, he realized there was no retreat left for him. Mou, I will fight you to the end. A henchman, eyes ablaze, charged at Mou with a dagger. Mou let out a cold snort, and as the henchman approached, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's chest. The henchman flew back like a cannonball, crashing against the wall before sliding down unconscious. Brother Hu, Zhao Gang, do you really believe you can still escape? Mou finally stood before Brother Hu and Zhao Gang, coldly regarding Brother Hu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Brother Hu, looking at Mou, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mou, I implore you, spare us. We are willing to offer you compensation, a substantial sum of money. Hugo almost pleaded in a voice choked with emotion. Stripped of his former bravado. Money? Do you truly believe that monetary compensation can atone for your transgressions? Mou thundered, filled with rage. You sent assassins to take my life and attempted to harm those around me. This debt must be settled today. With that, Mou raised his fist, aimed at Hugo. Terrified, Hugo shut his eyes, bracing for the impending blow. However, just as Mou's fist was about to descend, a cacophony erupted from outside. A sudden chill coursed through Mou, halting his motion as he turned to the doorway. A cohort of figures clad in black surged into the villa, armed and menacing. The leader, with a frigid gaze, addressed Mou. So you are Mou? You dare to act against Long San. You possess audacity indeed. It turned out that Hugo, upon Mou's arrival, had discreetly informed the assassin organization connected to Long San. Upon learning that Long San had been grievously injured by Mou, they dispatched members to seek vengeance. Mou regarded these uninvited guests with a slight upward curl of his lips, revealing a cold smile. He understood that a more ferocious battle was on the horizon. Yet, he remained undaunted. Hugo, witnessing the skilled assassins infiltrating the villa like specters, felt a flicker of unrestrained joy pierce through his previously despondent demeanor. Clutching at a lifeline, he scrambled to his feet, shouting hoarsely, "Kill him!" At that moment, Hugo had lost all semblance of his usual authority. His hair was disheveled, and his face was etched with terror and urgency. The assassins, hearing Huji's desperate cry, merely cast him a disdainful glance, their expressions dripping with contempt. Their gaze then shifted to the unconscious long sand on the floor, revealing a complex interplay of emotions. Rage mingled with an undercurrent of murderous intent. In an instant, their eyes, sharp as icy blades, focused on MOU, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent that seemed to freeze the very air around them. MOU sensed the palpable malice emanating from the assassins, but felt no trace of fear. He stood tall, his gaze resolute and piercing, meeting their icy stares with a fierce intensity, akin to two flames colliding and igniting invisible sparks in the atmosphere. MOU understood that these assassins were no ordinary foes. They had undergone rigorous training, possessing formidable skills in combat and a lethal prowess. Yet he stood firm, for he knew that retreat would not only jeopardize his own life but might also allow Hu Guo and Zhao Gang, the architects of his plight, to evade justice. The assassins began to advance slowly, their movements light and silent, like phantoms spreading throughout the villa's grand hall, encircling MOU from all directions. Calmly, MOU observed their maneuvers, his mind racing as he analyzed each assassin's position and potential attacks. He was acutely aware that, in the face of such formidable adversaries, he must maintain utmost vigilance. A moment's lapse could lead him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Suddenly, a killer surged toward MOU like a bolt of black lightning, the dagger in his hand glinting ominously as it lunged for MOU's throat. Anticipating the attack, MOU swiftly sidestepped at the very moment the assassin drew near, extending his hand to grasp the killer's wrist and twisting it with force. The assassin, however, reacted with remarkable speed, executing a mid-air somersault to break free from MOU's grasp, subsequently delivering a powerful kick aimed at MOU's chest. MOU leaped backward, effortlessly evading the fierce strike, and retaliated with a soaring kick directed at the assassin's head. The killer hastily raised his arm in defense, but with a resounding thud, he was sent staggering back several paces by the sheer force of MOU's strike. Chapter 80. He is terrifying. Let us flee upon witnessing the scene. The other assassins sprang into action. Some wielded long knives, launching fierce attacks toward MOU, while others attempted stealthy ambushes from behind, aiming to deliver a lethal blow. Amidst the onslaught, MOU moved with the agility of a wraith, deftly evading their strikes while searching for opportunities to counterattack. Each of his movements radiated formidable strength, instilling a sense of caution in the assassins. To the side, Brother Hu and Zhao Gang watched the fierce battle with growing tension. Brother Hu silently thanked the arrival of the assassin organization, hoping for MOU's demise to extricate himself from the impending crisis. Meanwhile, Zhao Gang's eyes flickered with conflicting emotions. He wished for MOU's resolution, yet felt a twinge of unease about the ruthless nature of the assassins. Uncertain of their intentions towards him and Brother Hu once MOU was dealt with. During the fray, one assassin seized the moment while MOU was entangled with another. Stealthily approaching from behind, his dagger aimed menacingly at MOU's back. MOU sensed the disturbance but lacked the time to turn and evade. In a split second, he lunged forward, grasping the arm of the assassin before him, pulling him as a shield against the impending attack. A muffled groan escaped as the dagger pierced the body of the unfortunate assassin, who crumpled to the ground in agony. MOU swiftly pivoted to confront the remaining assassins. Despite several wounds adorning his body, blood staining his garments, his gaze remained resolute and unwavering. The assassins, observing the tenacity of their adversary, felt a flicker of trepidation. However, bound by their mission, they pressed on with renewed assaults against MOU. Inside the villa's grand hall, cries of battle and the clashing of weapons intermingled. Surrounded by the assassins, MOU found himself in a precarious situation. As the tide of attackers surged toward him, his eyes burned with focus. In this critical moment, he spotted an opening and surged forward with lightning speed toward one assassin. The assassin, brandishing his dagger, aimed a fierce strike at MOU, who, instead of retreating, advanced with astonishing velocity. He extended his hand, seizing the assassin's wrist with the precision of an eagle's talon, twisting it forcefully. The assassin cried out in pain as the dagger clattered to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, MOU swiftly picked up the fallen dagger, turning to parry the relentless wave of weapons raining down upon him. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing filled the air. The dagger in MOU's hand transformed into a glimmering arc of cold steel, engaging fiercely with the weapons of the assassins. His demeanor remained calm and focused. Each block was executed flawlessly, expertly dissipating the force behind his opponent's strikes. In the midst of this tense and fierce confrontation, MOU astutely perceived a slight lapse in the defense of one assassin. Without hesitation, Determination flashed in his eyes as he thrust the dagger forth with the swiftness of a striking serpent. This strike embodied his entire strength and precise judgment, plunging directly into the assassin's heart, causing blood to erupt forth in a torrential spray. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief and terror, utterly unprepared for the ease with which he had been struck at his vital point by MOU. His body swayed unsteadily before he collapsed to the ground with a thud, his eyes lifeless. MOU, showing no hesitation, drew his dagger, and droplets of blood slowly fell from its tip. Gripping the bloodied dagger tightly in one hand, he swiftly clenched his other fist, unleashing the invincible fist as he charged towards the remaining assassins. With the execution of his technique, it seemed as if a powerful current surged through the air. His fists, accompanied by a fierce wind, possessed immense force, causing the assassins to scatter in evasion. One assassin attempted a stealthy strike from the side, brandishing a long knife as he approached silently, only to swing it down towards MOU's back. Yet, MOU appeared to sense the impending danger. In the instant the blade was about to descend, he vanished like a specter from his original position. The assassin struck nothing but air, and before he could react, MOU reappeared behind him. With a powerful punch, MOU struck the assassin's back, producing a sickening crack as if the assassin's spine had shattered. He fell forward, blood gushing from his mouth, unable to rise again. The other assassins, witnessing this, felt a chill creep over them. They had initially believed that their numbers would suffice to subdue MOU. Yet they were taken aback by his ferocity and his ability to fight back fiercely even when encircled. However, as trained assassins, they did not falter. Instead, they surged towards MOU with even greater fervor. Unfazed, MOU defended against the assaults from the front with his dagger while retaliating with the invincible fist against the ambushes from the sides and behind. His figure danced amidst the crowd of assassins like a harbinger of death, each of his strikes accompanied by the cries of the fallen. Another assassin swung an iron rod at MOU's head. MOU sidestepped gracefully, simultaneously thrusting his dagger upward to accurately pierce the assassin's arm. The assassin cried out in pain, dropping the iron rod. Without hesitation, MOU delivered a kick that sent the assassin flying several meters away. As the fierce battle wore on, MOU's stamina began to wane, yet his resolve remained unshaken. He understood that he could not fall. To do so would mean certain death. Gritting his teeth, he continued to fight desperately against the assassins. Meanwhile, Hu Good and Zhao Gang cowered nearby, watching in terror. They had initially hoped the assassins would swiftly eliminate MOU, but were astonished by his tenacity. Hu Ji's face turned pale, regretting having provoked such a formidable adversary. Zhao Gang's eyes flickered as he contemplated an escape amidst the chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, MOU, armed with his dagger and the invincible fist, continued to battle against the assassins. Hu Gu, we should run. At that moment, Zhao Gang urged Hu Gu, his voice trembling noticeably. He watched MOU, who fought valiantly among the assassins like a god of war, and felt an overwhelming tide of fear wash over him. MOU's fearless gaze and fierce onslaught made Zhao Gang acutely aware that this conflict had spiraled far beyond their control. Remaining here would undoubtedly place him in an exceedingly perilous situation. He could no longer endure the dread of imminent death and yearned to escape this terrifying locale at the earliest opportunity. Yet he hesitated. Brother Hu, gritting his teeth, fixed his eyes on MOU, a flicker of unwillingness evident in his expression. He found it unbearable that his meticulously devised plans had devolved to such a point. His heart was set on witnessing MOU's demise at the hands of the assassins to satiate his own bitter resentment. In his view, the prowess of the assassin organization was not to be underestimated, no matter how formidable MOU might be. It was inconceivable that he could emerge unscathed from the onslaught of numerous assailants. If he could just wait a little longer, MOU would surely be subdued by the assassins, at which point he could relish in tormenting MOU and restore his own dignity. Chapter 81. All of you. Do not let him intimidate you. Very well, let us wait a little longer. Zhao Gang sighed deeply, attempting to quell the frantic beating of his heart. Yet fear clung to him like a shadow. His hands clenched involuntarily, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, slowly trickling down his cheeks. He understood Brother Hu's temperament. Once a decision was made, it was nearly impossible to alter it. Moreover, he found himself harboring a flicker of hope. Perhaps the assassin could indeed fulfill Brother Hu's wishes and eliminate MOU. At this moment, MOU was entangled in a fierce battle with the assassins. They surrounded him in a tight formation, weapons glinting menacingly like a pack of ravenous wolves, relentlessly searching for a flaw in his defense and launching wave after wave of ferocious attacks. Yet, MOU fought like a cornered beast, devoid of fear. his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. The dagger in his hand danced deftly through the thicket of weapons, each parry precisely dissipating the opponent's force, while he sought opportunities for counterattacks. His invincible fists were formidable, each strike accompanied by a howling wind that deterred the surrounding assassins from approaching carelessly. One assassin, seizing a moment of vulnerability as Mou defended against a side attack, stealthily approached from behind, thrusting his blade towards Mou's back with lethal intent. Seemingly sensing the imminent danger, Mou leaped forward just as the blade was about to pierce him, swiftly turning to counter. His dagger sliced through the air, inflicting a deep gash on the assassin's arm, blood gushing forth as the assailant let out a pained scream, dropping his weapon with a clatter. However, Mou had no time to catch his breath, for two more assassins charged at him from either side. The one on the left wielded a long knife, aiming for Mou's neck, while the one on the right swung a short club, targeting his waist. Mou's gaze sharpened, his body spun like a wraith, the dagger deflecting the long knife, while his leg shot out, delivering a kick to the right side assassin. The blow struck the assassin's midsection, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet the remaining assassins showed no signs of retreat despite their comrade's injury. Instead, they attacked with even greater fervor. They were acutely aware that failure meant facing brutal retribution. Thus, they disregarded their own safety, pressing forward in relentless waves towards Mou. Under the onslaught of this relentless assault, Mou gradually began to feel the strain. Sweat drenched his clothing, and his breath grew labored. Nevertheless, his resolve remained as steadfast as steel. He continually reminded himself to persevere, determined to make Brother Hu and Zhao Gang pay for their actions. Brother Hu, look. Mou appears to be nearing his limit. Zhao Gang observed the fatigue creeping into Mou's stance, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. He envisioned hope. Once Mou fell, they could escape this horrific crisis. Let us wait and see. Do not rejoice too soon. Although Brother Hu noted Mou's condition, he was fully aware of Mou's prowess and dared not become complacent. He kept his gaze fixed on Mou, anticipating the moment the assassins would land a fatal blow. As the situation grew increasingly tense and Mou appeared to be faltering under the relentless assault of the assassins, he suddenly erupted with a surge of astonishing power. His eyes sharpened like those of a hawk, and his figure darted through the crowd of killers with lightning speed. The dagger in his hand gleamed coldly under the dim, flickering lights, complementing his indomitable fist like the scythe of death itself, reaping lives with ruthless efficiency. Seizing a fleeting opening in one assassin's attack, Mou lunged forward, his right fist hurtling like a cannonball, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds as it crashed into the killer's face with devastating precision. The assassin barely registered the overwhelming gust of wind before it was too late. A dull, sickening thud echoed as bone shattered beneath the impact. The man's head snapped back as if struck by lightning, his body hurled backward several meters before slamming into the ground, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. He was dead before he hit the floor. The remaining assassins, though chilled by the sight, refused to retreat, hardened by years of their lethal trade. They pressed forward with even greater ferocity, seeking to overwhelm Mou through sheer numbers. Yet, undaunted by their aggression, Mou exploited the momentary chaos sown by his kills and launched a swift counterattack. Moving like a specter among them, his dagger became a streak of silver light. He targeted an assassin wielding a long blade, mid-swing for another strike. Sensing Mou's approach, the killer twisted around, slashing downward with vicious intent. But Mou sidestepped with effortless grace, evading the deadly arc before driving his dagger upward in a fluid motion, piercing the man's throat with lethal precision. The assassin's eyes bulged, his hands clawing at the wound as blood welled between his fingers. He staggered, then collapsed, twitching briefly before falling still. Too swift. Merciless executions deepened the dread coiling in the assassins' hearts. They had believed Mou weakened by the prolonged battle, victory within their grasp. Yet here he stood, defying the odds, cutting them down with terrifying efficiency, now drenched in the blood of his enemies. Mou's gaze burned with an unshakable resolve that sent shivers through those who dared meet it. Like a war god descended upon the mortal realm. He stood unyielding amidst the circle of killers, his very presence a warning. Come at me, then, if you dare. A seemingly leading assassin shouted loudly, attempting to bolster morale. Under his urging, the assassins once more summoned their courage and converged towards Mou. However, this time, their movements exhibited a marked increase in caution. No longer charging recklessly as they had before. Mou coldly observed the encroaching assassins, fully aware that the ensuing battle would be considerably more arduous. Yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. He was acutely aware that any lapse in his resolve would lead to his demise. Allowing Tiger and Zhao Gang to continue their unchecked reign of terror. Drawing a deep breath, he steadied his composure and gripped the dagger firmly, bracing himself for yet another wave of assault. At that moment, concealed nearby, Tiger and Zhao Gang observed in astonishment as MOU once again dispatched 2 assassins, their expressions transforming into a complex tapestry of emotions. A flicker of fear crossed Tiger's eyes, but it was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of frustration. He could hardly fathom that, amidst the onslaught of numerous assassins, MOU not only stood his ground but also managed to retaliate and eliminate 2 of them. How is this kid so formidable? Tiger muttered through clenched teeth. Chapter 82. Run. The assassins cannot overcome him. Zhao Gang appeared increasingly flustered. His legs trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with dread. Brother Hu, we should leave at once. If we delay any longer, it will be too late, Zhao Gang urged. Utterly intimidated by MOU's ferocity, yearning to escape this terrifying place. No, let's wait a bit longer. The assassins will surely handle him. Brother Hu, though somewhat apprehensive himself, clung to a flicker of hope that the assassins would subdue MOU at the last moment. Meanwhile, the battle between MOU and the assassins reignited. After suffering the loss of several comrades, the assassins finally recognized that MOU was no ordinary foe. They ceased their reckless charge and swiftly recalibrated their tactics. The assassins dispersed like phantoms, approaching MOU from various angles with silent, stealthy steps, akin to a cadre of vigilant owls poised to strike. Their eyes glimmered with a chilling light, fixated on MOU, searching for any flaw in his movements to deliver a lethal blow. Surrounded by this predatory circle, MOU remained unperturbed. He observed his surroundings with acute vigilance, akin to a watchful cheetah. The dim light in the living room flickered, elongating the shadows of the assassins on the walls and amplifying the tense atmosphere. MOU's mind raced, contemplating his countermeasures. He was acutely aware that these assassins were seasoned, and their strategic shifts signified that the forthcoming battle would be even more arduous. Any misstep could lead him to a point of no return. Every assassin's gaze and movement fell under MOU's scrutiny. He astutely detected the slightest variations in their body language, from the tremors of their fingers to the fleeting glint of murderous intent in their eyes. MOU understood that in such a perilous situation, any oversight could become a fatal vulnerability. Just then, one assassin believed he had spotted a weakness in MOU's defenses. He crouched down, resembling a coiled black panther, and suddenly lunged at MOU, his blade gleaming ominously as it aimed for MOU's throat. A faint smile curled at the corners of MOU's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. He had already discerned the assassin's intent. In the split second before the assassin reached him, MOU moved like a wraith to the left, simultaneously unleashing his dagger with the precision of a striking serpent, piercing the assassin's chest. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief as his body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. However, before MOU could catch his breath, another assassin charged from his right. This one wielded a short staff, leaping high into the air, aiming to strike MOU's head with formidable force. In a flash, MOU pivoted, unleashing a right hook with the explosive power of a cannonball, his formidable invincible fist. With a resounding thud, his fist collided with the staff, the tremendous force numbing the assassin's arm and sending the staff flying from his grip. The assassin's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing several meters away and landing heavily on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Witnessing this, the other assassins did not falter. Instead, they charged at MOU with even greater ferocity. They were acutely aware that failure meant facing a brutal punishment. Thus, they surged towards MOU like a relentless tide, their weapons glinting menacingly, as if they intended to drown him in a sea of blades. Unfazed, MOU stood resolute amidst the onslaught, resembling a formidable god of war. The dagger in his hand shimmered coldly under the light, perfectly complementing his invincible fists. Each swing and strike was accompanied by the agonized cries of the assassins. Another assassin, brandishing a long knife, lunged at MOU from the front. MOU swiftly sidestepped, causing the blade to crash into a nearby table, sending splinters flying. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift kick to the assassin's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back. Without hesitation, MOU surged forward, his dagger slicing through the assassin's throat. The assassin clutched his neck, blood gushing through his fingers as he slowly collapsed. However, the relentless assault from the remaining assassins was akin to a torrential storm. And as the battle wore on, MOU's strength began to wane. Sweat drenched his clothing, and his breaths grew shallower. Yet, his resolve remained unshaken. He knew he must persevere. Meanwhile, hidden nearby, Hu Gu and Zhao Gang observed Mo's unwavering ferocity amidst the onslaught, their hearts filled with both dread and resentment. Hu Ji's face turned pale, regretting having provoked such a formidable adversary. Zhao Gang's eyes darted, calculating how to escape amidst the chaos. Hu Gu, we should flee. They cannot overcome Mou. He watched in horror as assassins fell like ants before Mou's might. Fear and despair etched across his face. He realized that these highly trained killers were utterly powerless against Mou, leaving them no hope of victory. Instinct for survival overtook him, and he trembled as he urged Hu Gu, "We must go." Hu Ji's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He gazed at Mou, who moved through the assassins as if in an uninhabited realm, a wave of intense terror washing over him. Just moments ago, he had hoped the assassins would eliminate Mou, but now it seemed a foolish dream. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to steady his trembling body, not daring to hesitate further. "All right, let us go." As the assassins focused all their attention on Mou, furiously attacking him, the two men moved stealthily like mice caught in a trap, cautiously making their way out of the living room. Outside the villa, the night was as dark as ink, the heavy darkness serving as their best cover. They crouched low, swiftly traversing the courtyard, avoiding scattered debris and signs of the struggle. Once outside the villa, the street lay eerily deserted, silence enveloping them like a shroud. A cold wind howled past, sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds: to escape this terrifying place as swiftly as possible. Tiger and Zhao Gang exchanged a fleeting glance, devoid of unnecessary words, and promptly fled in opposite directions. In this life-and-death moment, they understood that separating would augment their chances of escape. Mou was engaged in a desperate struggle against the assassins, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Tiger and Zhao Gang stealthily slipping away, causing his heart to clench. He was acutely aware that if these two architects of chaos were to elude capture, all the wounds he had endured and the perils he had faced would be in vain, and they would inevitably continue their nefarious deeds in the future. Anxious and restless, Mou yearned to pursue them immediately. However, the assassins were not inclined to let Mou escape so easily. Sensing his intentions, they intensified their assault. One assassin brandished a long knife, lunging at Mou's back with the ferocity of a rabid dog. Feeling the gust of wind behind him, Mou swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his clothing. Chapter 83. The counterattack against assassins. Meanwhile, another assassin launched an attack from the side, thrusting a dagger directly towards Mou's waist. With a swift leap backwards, Mou narrowly evaded the strike. However, this maneuver left him completely ensnared by the assassins, rendering him unable to pursue Hu Gu and Zhao Gang. A torrent of anger and helplessness surged within Mou as he fiercely battled the assassins, his gaze fixed on the retreating figures of Hu Gu and Zhao Gang, gradually vanishing into the night. He knew he had to first eliminate the immediate threat posed by these assassins before he could chase after the fleeing duo. Taking a deep breath, Mou unleashed the full might of his invincible fist and the dagger in his hand. Like a bolt of lightning, he moved gracefully through the throng of assassins. Each strike of his invincible fist was imbued with the force of a tidal wave, causing the assassins to stagger and cry out in agony. The dagger transformed into a flickering shard of cold light, its every thrust aimed precisely at the vital points of the assassins. Another assassin wielding an iron rod swung towards Mou's head. Mou's gaze sharpened as he swiftly reached out, grasping the iron rod and twisting it with force. The assassin felt an overwhelming power surge through the rod, causing him to involuntarily relinquish his grip. Seizing the moment, Mou executed a flying kick, sending the assassin hurtling several meters away. The assassin crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, yet utterly drained of the will to continue fighting. Despite Mou's remarkable valor, the sheer number of assassins, relentless and undaunted, surged forth in wave after wave. As the battles continued, his stamina gradually waned. His body was riddled with wounds, blood staining his garments. Die. With Mou displaying such formidable prowess and his comrades falling one by one, the assassins finally lost their composure. They understood that if they did not exert their utmost effort, not only would their mission fail, but their very lives would be at stake. Thus, this cadre of trained assassins swiftly coordinated themselves into a peculiar formation, commencing a synchronized assault against Mou. In the living room, the previously scattered assassins moved as if compelled by an invisible force, instantaneously springing into action. Their collaboration was seamless, resembling a finely tuned machine. Two assassins charged towards MOU first. One wielded a long knife, its blade glinting with a chilling gleam, aimed viciously at MOU's upper body. The other, grasping a short dagger, moved with agility, attempting to close in on MOU from below. Though their attacks appeared straightforward, they concealed a cunning strategy, working in tandem to make evasion difficult for MOU. MOU's expression sharpened as he sensed the unusual nature of this coordinated assault. It was no longer the chaotic skirmish of individual combatants. Rather, it was an organized and cohesive formation. Nevertheless, MOU did not falter. He swiftly reacted, dodging the slash of the long knife with a fluid motion, like a shadow slipping to the side. Simultaneously, he raised a foot, delivering a precise kick to the assassin wielding the short dagger. The assassin was caught off guard, struck on the arm, and the dagger flew from his grasp. However, before MOU could regain his balance, two more assassins from the formation advanced to fill the gap. A solitary figure wielded a hefty iron rod, bringing it down with great force towards MOU's head from behind. Simultaneously, another assailant brandished a longsword, thrusting it directly at MOU's chest from the front. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, MOU had no time to turn. He could only lunge forward with great urgency. The sword grazed his back, while the iron rod crashed heavily against the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. MOU rolled on the ground, quickly regaining his footing. At that moment, the assassins within the formation shifted positions once more, and two more attackers approached from different angles. This relentless cycle of offense left MOU overwhelmed, each assault crashing upon him like relentless waves, offering not a moment's respite. Fully aware that such passive defense was not a sustainable strategy, MOU resolved to identify the formation's vulnerabilities and take the initiative. As he evaded the assassin's fierce attacks, he meticulously observed the operation of the formation. He discerned that there existed brief moments of connection between the attackers during their exchanges, exposing fleeting weaknesses. Although these gaps were ephemeral, seizing the opportunity could potentially disrupt the formation. Just then, another wave of attacks surged forth. One assassin wielded nunchaku, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh aimed at MOU. Seizing the moment, MOU did not retreat. Instead, he charged towards the nunchaku. The assassin, elated at what he perceived as a clever trap, was caught off guard. In the instant the nunchaku was about to strike MOU, he deftly sidestepped, allowing the weapon to sweep past him. Concurrently, he capitalized on the brief opening exposed by the assassin's missed attack, thrusting his dagger with lightning speed, precisely embedding it in the assassin's shoulder. The assassin let out a piercing scream as the nunchaku clattered to the ground. This strike caused a ripple of disorder within the assassin's formation. MOU seized this opportunity, charging into the throng of assassins with the ferocity of a descending tiger. He unleashed his unparalleled fists, each blow imbued with immense force, crashing down upon the attackers. Taken aback by MOU's sudden counteroffensive, the once cohesive formation crumbled into chaos. One assassin attempted to regroup, vocally urging his comrades to coordinate once more. Yet MOU would not grant him the chance. He swiftly advanced towards the assassin, delivering a powerful punch directly to the assassin's face. The impact crushed the assassin's nose, blood spraying forth as he was propelled several meters backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, were gripped by a wave of terror. They had not anticipated that MOU could uncover flaws in such a tightly knit formation and successfully retaliate. However, the assassin's professional resolve spurred them on, driving them into a frenzied assault against MOU. Amidst the tumult of the living room, shouts of killing and cries of anguish intermingled. MOU fought valiantly among the assassins, sustaining several new wounds, yet his gaze grew increasingly resolute. He understood that only by completely eliminating these foes could he pursue Hu Good and Zhao Gang. With a thunderous and chilling sound, MOU's fist struck like a cannonball, delivering a devastating blow to one assassin's head. In an instant, it was as if a watermelon had been smashed. The assassin's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering onto the surrounding walls and other assassins. This gruesome and violent scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. Before the other assassins could recover from their shock, MOU moved with lightning speed, launching a second attack. He descended upon them like the Grim Reaper, his dagger transforming into a gleaming arc of cold light, aimed directly at another assassin. The assassin's eyes widened in terror as he attempted to raise his weapon in defense. But MOU's speed was simply too swift. The dagger effortlessly pierced through his throat. Instinctively, the assassin clasped his hands around his neck, blood gushing through his fingers, his body swaying a few times before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Chapter 84. creating the illusion of an accident to eliminate Zhao Gang almost simultaneously. Mou set his sights on a fleeing assassin. He leaped forward with the agility of a cheetah pouncing on its prey, delivering an unstoppable punch. The blow struck the assassin squarely in the back, and with a sickening crack, the assassin's spine shattered instantaneously. The man, akin to a kite severed from its string, soared several meters ahead before crashing to the ground, lifeless and devoid of breath. In the blink of an eye, Mou had dispatched 2 more adversaries. At this moment, the remaining assassins were engulfed in sheer terror. Their eyes reflected a profound fear and despair, their once fierce visages contorted and pale. These cold-blooded killers, who would normally take lives without a second thought, now resembled a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter before Mou. They instinctively retreated, creating a widening chasm among them. Their previously coordinated formation now in shambles. They understood all too well that Mou was a force they could not hope to contend with. Remaining would only lead to certain death. One assassin, trembling uncontrollably, whimpered this. "This man is a demon. We stand no chance against him. Let us flee." Without a second thought, he abandoned his comrades and bolted towards the exit. Seeing this, the other assassins followed suit, scattering in various directions like lost dogs. Mou regarded the panicked assassins with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He knew that he could not allow any of them to escape, as it would spell disaster for him later. Drawing a deep breath and ignoring his injuries, he pursued the nearest assassin. The fleeing man, upon hearing the footsteps behind him, glanced back only to see Mou closing in like a shadow, sending him into a frenzy as he desperately quickened his pace. Yet, how could he outrun Mou? In mere strides, Mou caught up, seized the back of the assassin's collar, and hoisted him into the air. The assassin writhed in a futile struggle, his legs flailing in panic, uttering desperate cries. Mou let out a cold snort, swinging his arm to slam the assassin brutally into the ground. The impact resonated with a dull thud, rendering the assassin unconscious. With that foe dealt with, Mou pressed on after the others who were still fleeing. The living room was a chaotic scene, littered with bodies and pools of blood. Mou navigated through this gruesome battlefield, continuing his relentless pursuit of the assassins' lives. However, amid his onslaught, he couldn't help but worry about Brother Hu and Zhao Gang. They had been fleeing for some time, and he was uncertain whether they had managed to escape the confines of the villa. If these 2 architects of chaos were to slip away, Mou knew that all his preceding efforts would be in vain. As he observed the assassins scattering like startled birds from the living room, his murderous intent remained undiminished. With the swiftness of lightning, he darted after 2 of the fleeing assassins. These 2 men were so engrossed in their desperate flight that they remained oblivious to Mou, who was hot on their heels. In just a few quick strides, he closed the distance between them, and seizing the moment, he leaped high into the air, akin to a soaring eagle diving towards its prey. One of the assassins, sensing a disturbance behind him, instinctively turned around, only to meet the icy gaze of Mou. Reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Before he could utter a cry, Mou's fist, akin to a cannonball, struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding crack, the assassin's nose collapsed instantaneously, sending him flying several meters backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he lost consciousness on the spot. The other assassin, witnessing this horrific scene, was filled with terror and hastened his steps to escape this dreadful nightmare. However, Mou was not one to let him slip away easily. With a swift stride, he advanced, seizing the assassin's collar with a grip as firm as a vice, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The assassin flailed desperately in midair, his feet thrashing wildly, emitting cries of despair. Mou let out a cold snort, swinging his arm to slam the assassin down onto the pavement. The dull thud of the assassin's body meeting the ground silenced him instantly. After dispatching these 2 assassins, Mou did not pursue the others who had fled into the distance. He understood that the immediate priority was to capture Zhao Gang and Brother Hu, for the consequences of their escape would be dire. Taking a deep breath to steady his rapid heartbeat, he activated his piercing vision, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a beacon. Under the influence of this enhanced sight, everything around him appeared almost transparent. It wasn't long before he spotted Zhao Gang fleeing in a vehicle. Zhao Gang, seated in the driver's seat, was as pale as a ghost, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. He pressed the accelerator madly, the car racing down the road like a wild stallion. Desperate to escape this terrifying place, Mou silently resolved that Zhao Gang must not be allowed to evade capture. After a moment of contemplation, he pursued Zhao Gang's fleeing direction without hesitation. Mou's speed was remarkable, his feet moving rapidly along the ground like a gust of wind. With his agile physique and enhanced vision, he navigated through streets and alleys with ease, maintaining a steady distance from Zhao Gang's vehicle. Within the car, Zhao Gang frequently glanced into the rearview mirror, his heart brimming with dread. He felt an unsettling sensation of being watched, yet each time he looked back, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. This unknown fear only heightened his anxiety, causing him to accelerate further. Unbeknownst to Zhao Gang, Mou silently trailed behind him, akin to a predator lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He was acutely aware that Zhao Gang's escape on a busy road, teeming with pedestrians, required caution. A reckless move could lead to innocent bystanders being harmed. Moreover, Zhao Gang was undoubtedly on high alert, and any misstep could enable his escape. As Zhao Gang's vehicle gradually left the bustling city and entered a more secluded road, Mou recognized that the moment had arrived. He quickened his pace, drawing closer to Zhao Gang's car like a wraith. Sensing the impending danger, Zhao Gang caught a glimpse of a dark shadow racing toward him through the reflection in the car window, his heart sinking in terror. Who could this be? How is it possible for someone to keep pace with the car? Zhao Gang muttered in fear, his hands trembling slightly from overwhelming anxiety. Instinctively, he stomped on the accelerator once more, the car emitting a piercing roar as its speed surged again. Yet Mou's velocity was equally astonishing. Propelled by formidable physical prowess and unwavering resolve, he gradually closed the gap with the vehicle. At last, Mou reached the car's side. Seizing the opportune moment, he reached out and violently yanked open the door. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Gang let out a terrified shriek, attempting to shove Mou away with his hands. Unfazed, Mou seized Zhao Gang's arm with an iron grip, twisting it mercilessly. A searing pain shot through Zhao Gang's limb, wrenching an agonized scream from his lips. With effortless momentum, Mou dragged Zhao Gang from the car, and with a resounding thud, the man crashed heavily onto the ground. Chapter 85. Your pleas are futile. Zhao Gang struggled to rise and flee, but Mou pressed a foot firmly upon his back, rendering him immobile. What do you intend to do? Zhao Gang stammered, his voice quaking with fear and despair. Mou regarded him coldly, his eyes betraying an abyss of murderous intent. What do you think? The misdeeds you and brother who committed are due for reckoning today. Mou's voice was low and frigid, akin to a sentence delivered from the depths of hell. In that moment, the surroundings fell into utter silence, punctuated only by Zhao Gang's frantic breaths and Mou's composed tone. Terror-stricken, Zhao Gang lay prostrate on the ground, his body trembling violently as beads of sweat cascaded from his forehead, soaking the earth beneath him. He gazed at Mou with a pleading expression, his voice tinged with a note of weeping. Mou, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I truly understand my mistakes. I should never have conspired with brother who against you, nor sought to have you killed. I beg you for another chance. I shall never dare again. Zhao Gang's words tumbled forth in a disordered rush, each syllable steeped in dread and hopelessness. Yet, Mou remained unmoved. He observed Zhao Gang with an unyielding gaze, devoid of any compassion. In Mou's heart, the actions of Zhao Gang and brother who were utterly unforgivable. Their orchestrated schemes had not only ensnared him in a life-and-death crisis, but also posed a potential threat to Su Li. Mou understood that showing mercy to such a person would be akin to inflicting cruelty upon himself. Slowly, Mou shifted his gaze from Zhao Gang to the nearby vehicle, still idling with its engine's roar shattering the stillness of the night. Amplifying the tension of this deadly confrontation, his mind raced with thoughts of how to fabricate an illusion of Zhao Gang's accident, thereby stealthily eliminating him. Mou recognized that while directly killing Zhao Gang might satisfy his thirst for vengeance, it could also invite undue complications. If he could craft the appearance of an accidental death, it would not only ensure that Zhao Gang received his deserved punishment, but also prevent attracting excessive attention from the authorities. Surveying the area, Mou noted that one side of the secluded road was bordered by a steep hillside, while the other dropped into a deep ravine. An idea began to form in his mind. Should he manage to send Zhao Gang's vehicle careening down the slope or into the chasm, a seemingly accidental crash could be perfectly orchestrated. Once more, Mou glanced down at Zhao Gang, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. Zhao Gang, your pleas are in vain. The sins you have committed must be repaid in blood, he declared coldly. With that, he seized Zhao Gang from the ground effortlessly, as one might lift a chick, and strode towards the car. Zhao Gang fought desperately, his feet scrambling upon the ground in a futile attempt to escape Mou's grasp. No, please. Mou, you cannot do this. I do not wish to die. His voice, hoarse and desperate, echoed against the vast night sky, resonating with a profound sense of tragedy. Yet, MOU's grip was unyielding, as firm as a vice, leaving Zhao Gang no avenue for escape. MOU opened the car door and unceremoniously thrust Zhao Gang into the driver's seat. The latter gazed at MOU in abject terror, his eyes brimming with supplication. MOU, I implore you, spare me. I am willing to do anything. Zhao Gang continued to plead desperately, ignoring Zhao Gang's cries for mercy. MOU swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the vehicle, seizing a large stone from the roadside and forcefully smashing it against the rear tire. With a resounding bang, the tire exploded, causing the car to lurch violently. MOU then returned to the driver's side, forcibly pressing Zhao Gang's hands onto the steering wheel while simultaneously pressing down on the accelerator. Zhao Gang's eyes widened in terror as he realized MOU's intentions. He struggled desperately to break free, but MOU's strength was overwhelming, rendering him powerless to resist. No, please, Zhao Gang cried out in despair. MOU regarded him coldly, stating, "This is the fate you deserve." With that, he released Zhao Gang's hands and thrust the vehicle toward the slope. The car, now uncontrollable due to the flat tire and MOU's force, careened down the incline. Inside, Zhao Gang frantically twisted the steering wheel, attempting to halt the vehicle. But it was all in vain. The car surged down the slope like a wild stallion, crashing violently at the bottom, erupting into a fierce blaze. MOU stood atop the hill, watching the burning vehicle below, his heart untouched by any emotion. He knew that Zhao Gang was doomed to perish in this catastrophe. With Zhao Gang dealt with, MOU's next target was Hugo. From his vantage point, he observed Zhao Gang's futile struggles against the raging flames until life extinguished. The rampant fire seemed to serve as a righteous judgment, consuming Zhao Gang's sins piece by piece. There was no trace of compassion in MOU's gaze. This inferno was the inevitable consequence of Zhao Gang's own actions. Once he confirmed that Zhao Gang had been engulfed by the flames, he slowly turned away, his imposing figure gradually merging with the darkness of the night, like a harbinger of the night, continuing the pursuit of Hugo. The night was as dark as ink. The thick shadows seemed intent on swallowing everything whole. MOU moved swiftly through the darkness, his hatred for Hugo intensifying. However, as he pursued, he discovered that Hugo had seemingly vanished without a trace. MOU understood well that Hugo was exceptionally cunning and had likely sensed the impending danger, fleeing in advance. Yet, undeterred, he pondered for a moment and decided to return to Huji's villa, hoping to uncover some clues that might guide him in his relentless pursuit. Like a shadow, MOU glided through the streets, soon arriving at Huji's villa. The mansion appeared particularly eerie in the night, resembling a slumbering giant. Gently, he pushed open the grand door, and a wave of silence enveloped him. As he stepped inside, he was astonished to find that the bodies of the assassins, which had previously littered the floor, had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Moreover, the entire villa had been impeccably cleaned, spotless, as though it had just undergone a thorough cleansing. MOU pondered in silence, concluding that this must be the work of Brother Tiger or the assassin organization, with the intent to obliterate all evidence and leave both the police and himself at a loss. He activated his X-ray vision, his gaze piercing as it surveyed the surroundings. Under the influence of this extraordinary sight, every nook and cranny of the villa became transparent. However, the villa was devoid of any presence, aside from its immaculate condition. There were no suspicious elements to be found. MOU furrowed his brow, sinking into deep contemplation. He paced within the villa, meticulously recalling every detail of the events that had transpired here. Suddenly, a thought struck him regarding the living room. Most of the earlier conflict had unfolded there, and it was likely that some clues remained. Chapter 86. Ambushed by a group of assassins, MOU swiftly approached the living room, its door slightly ajar, allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep through. He gently pushed the door open, revealing a tidied space, yet MOU remained undeterred. Utilizing his keen insight, he discerned subtle traces in the corners of the room. Among them were indistinct footprints, seemingly left by multiple individuals in haste. MOU crouched down, meticulously examining these marks, hoping to uncover clues. He noticed that a portion of the prints bore an unusual pattern that differed from ordinary footwear, suggesting they were made by specially designed soles. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps these were the remnants of the assassin's shoes. Following the direction of the footprints, MOU continued his search. He soon stumbled upon some bloodstains, which, although partially wiped away, still revealed faint traces under the assistance of his insight. He speculated that this might be where the assassin organization disposed of their own. At that moment, while MOU was intently scouring the living room for any sign, His peripheral vision caught sight of a surveillance camera mounted on the adjacent wall. Initially still, it appeared to be a forgotten object, but suddenly, without warning, it began to pivot, its dark lens locking onto him with alarming precision. Mo's expression shifted instantly. His instincts warned him that this was no good omen. A foreboding sensation surged within him as he realized he might have been exposed to the enemy's gaze. Almost immediately, a faint yet distinctly clear sound of footsteps reached his ears. The noise was chaotic and dense, reminiscent of numerous individuals swiftly approaching the villa. Mo dared not delay. Activating his insight without hesitation. Through the walls and darkness, he glimpsed shadows outside the villa, where a multitude of assassins emerged like phantoms, clad in black attire. They moved with agility and silence, brandishing an array of gleaming weapons. These assassins had evidently pinpointed his location through the rotating camera and were preparing to infiltrate the villa stealthily to deliver a fatal blow. Mo surmised that these assassins had been lying in wait, anticipating his entry into the villa to ensnare him like a turtle in a jar. He understood that his situation was perilous. Any hesitation could lead to irrevocable consequences. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to regain his composure swiftly. His mind raced as he contemplated his next move. After a brief deliberation, Mo recognized that rather than waiting to be ensnared, it was wiser to take the initiative. Being trapped within the villa was akin to inviting the assassins to encircle him. Only by breaking free could he seize a glimmer of hope. Moreover, in an open space, he would be able to showcase his skills more effectively. With a resolute decision made, Mo no longer hesitated. Darting from the living room like a streak of black lightning, as he burst forth, he collided head-on with the leading assassins, clearly taken aback by his proactive assault. They momentarily faltered. Yet they were well-trained professionals, swiftly regaining composure as they brandished their weapons and lunged towards Mo. His piercing gaze resembled that of an alert panther, rapidly assessing the trajectories of incoming attacks. With a nimble sidestep, he effortlessly evaded a killer's thrusting blade while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the assassin's chest, sending him sprawling backward. The remaining assailants closed in, encircling Mo with lethal intent. Undaunted, he unleashed his signature techniques, engaging them in a fierce and relentless battle. Each strike radiated formidable strength and lightning speed, his fists cutting through the air like gales, his kicks carrying devastating force. One attacker swung a short staff downward, aiming for Mo's skull. He ducked swiftly, the weapon grazing his scalp before he retaliated with a crushing uppercut to the assailant's abdomen, doubling him over in agony. Yet the assassins kept emerging from the shadows, their numbers seemingly endless. Realizing prolonged combat was futile, Mo focused his assault on one flank, hammering through their defenses with overwhelming force. He carved an opening in their formation and surged forward, only for a lithe killer to intercept him, dagger flashing toward his throat. Mo twisted aside just in time, though the blade still grazed his arm, drawing blood. Ignoring the wound, he pressed onward, but more killers converged, their eyes burning with murderous resolve. As he dodged and countered, his mind raced for a way to escape this relentless pursuit. Invincible fist. With a thunderous roar, Mo's voice resonated through the night, imbued with an undeniable authority and determination. His fist clenched tightly, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, akin to an enraged lion unleashing its might, as he launched himself toward the surrounding assassins, who resembled wolves and tigers. The assassins, well-trained and alert, sprang into action the moment Mo charged, moving with ghostly agility to swiftly seal off every possible escape route. They encircled him completely, forming an impenetrable barrier, each pair of eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. In that moment, Mo appeared as a ferocious beast trapped within an iron cage. Besieged from all sides with no avenue for retreat, the only path laid before him was one of combat. Unfazed, Mo's gaze remained resolute and sharp, akin to a keen blade piercing the darkness as it locked onto his adversaries. As he unleashed his invincible fist, the force was staggering, each blow infused with immense power. The wind from his strikes howling as if it were tearing the very air apart. One assassin wielding a long knife lunged fiercely toward Mo's chest, swift and lethal in execution. With a sharp glint in his eye, Mo deftly retreated, evading the deadly thrust, while simultaneously unleashing his right fist like a bolt of lightning, striking directly at the assassin's face. With a resounding crack, the assassin's nose bridge collapsed instantaneously, propelling him several meters backward before he crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the other assassins did not falter. Rather, they surged forward with even greater fervor towards Mo. They launched their assault from various directions, their weapons glinting ominously, long swords, daggers, iron rods, and an array of techniques surged toward MOU like a relentless tide. MOU moved with the swiftness of lightning, deftly weaving through the throng of assassins. His invincible fists striking like a formidable tempest, continually repelling those who dared to approach. Chapter 87. Kill him. A ruthless assassin wielded an iron rod, launching a surprise attack from behind MOU. The rod whistled through the air as it descended towards the back of his head. Sensing the fierce gust of wind, MOU swiftly pivoted aside, simultaneously delivering a retaliatory strike with his left fist that struck the assassin's arm. A pained cry echoed, and the assassin's arm fell limp, clearly broken, causing the iron rod to clatter to the ground. However, the number of assassins was overwhelming, ceaselessly pouring in from all directions, as if they were an inexhaustible tide. Although MOU exhibited unparalleled bravery, his stamina gradually waned amidst the prolonged battle. Several wounds marred his body, blood staining his garments. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely persisting. Each evasion of an attack and every counterpunch grew increasingly arduous. But a singular conviction resided within him, to carve a bloody path to freedom. At that moment, a leader among the encircling assassins regarded MOU with a cold, disdainful glance. Let us see how long you can endure. Today marks your demise. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to intensify their assault. Upon receiving the command, the assassins surged forth with renewed ferocity, akin to ravenous wolves converging upon their prey. Fully aware of the perilousness of his situation, MOU understood he needed to devise a strategy to break through the encirclement swiftly. While fiercely battling the assassins, he keenly observed his surroundings. Suddenly, he discerned a slight weakness in the defenses of one side of the encirclement, an apparent opportunity for escape. A spark ignited within him, prompting a decisive concentration of his forces towards that direction for a final surge. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed the full might of his invincible fist. His figure darted through the throng of assassins like a bolt of black lightning, moving with astonishing speed. His fists rained down upon the assassins, each strike imbued with tremendous force, sending them reeling. Under MOU's relentless onslaught, the assassins on one side of the encirclement began to falter, creating a momentary gap. Seizing this opportunity, MOU charged forward, akin to a rampaging bull, sweeping aside those who dared to obstruct him. Yet, just as he was about to break through the encirclement, several assassins surged in from the side, attempting to thwart his escape. Unwavering, MOU unleashed his invincible fist once more, engaging in a desperate struggle against these foes. Kill him. The leader of the assassins, standing at the periphery of the encirclement, glared with wide eyes, his face contorted in a mask of fury and urgency. With a voice that echoed like a banshee's wail through the still night air, he commanded a ruthless attack. With that decree, a horde of assassins moved with spectral swiftness, executing their training with precision as they attacked MOU in a relentless rotation. Like sharks scenting blood, their eyes glinted with a cold, greedy light as they surged towards him from all angles, unleashing wave after wave of concentrated assault. MOU, ensnared at the center of the encirclement, found himself thrust into a perilously dire situation, fraught with danger at every turn. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, cascading down his cheeks and saturating his collar. Yet, his gaze remained steadfast and unyielding, devoid of any trace of fear. Confronted by a relentless tide of assassins, MOU unleashed his invincible fists with all his might, each strike carrying the force of a mighty avalanche. The wind of his punches howling as the air was torn apart with a deafening roar. One assassin, wielding a long knife, moved like lightning and lunged at MOU's throat with astonishing speed and precision. MOU's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly retreated, lowering his body just enough to evade the lethal blow. In an instant, his right fist propelled forward like a cannonball, landing squarely on the assassin's chest. With a muffled grunt, the assassin was sent hurtling backwards like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground several meters away, blood gushing from his mouth, and the long knife slipping from his grasp. However, this was merely the beginning. Almost simultaneously, another assassin, brandishing an iron rod, launched a surprise attack from MOU's left side, the rod slicing through the air towards his temple. Sensing the fierce wind from the left, MOU deftly sidestepped, countering with a reverse strike of his left fist against the assassin's arm. A sickening crack echoed as the assassin's arm bent at an unnatural angle, evidently broken. He let out a harrowing scream as the iron rod clattered to the ground. Yet, waves of attackers surged forth without respite. Despite MOU's valiant resistance with his invincible fists, he found himself outnumbered, the relentless barrage of blows overwhelming him. Two more assassins advanced simultaneously. One brandished a dagger aimed at his abdomen, while the other swung a baton at his legs. Unable to evade in time, Mou felt the dagger slice into his abdomen, blood instantly staining his garments. Simultaneously, the baton struck his leg with a jolt of excruciating pain, causing his body to sway unsteadily. Mou understood that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise, though his heart brimmed with unwillingness. He resolved to conserve his strength and search for an opportunity to counterattack, retreating into the villa. He spun around, akin to a wounded yet fierce beast, charging towards the villa with reckless abandon. The assassins, witnessing his flight, pursued him relentlessly, their battle cries echoing in the air. Once inside the villa, Mou swiftly scanned his surroundings, seeking advantageous terrain to fend off the pursuing assassins. The dimly lit interior was cluttered with furniture, and in this chaotic environment, he had to make a rapid decision. He was acutely aware that the assassins would not grant him a moment's respite, poised to follow him inside at any moment. Dragging his injured body through the villa's corridor, Mou raced forward, his mind racing with strategies while his eyes continually surveyed the environment. Suddenly, he spotted a narrow staircase leading to the second floor. A sense of determination surged within him. He realized that the confined space would limit the number of attackers, giving him a relative advantage. Without hesitation, he charged towards the staircase. Just as he set foot on the stairs, the assassins burst into the villa behind him. They saw Mou sprinting towards the staircase and immediately pursued him relentlessly. The leading assassin bellowed with ferocity, "Do not let him escape. Catch him and ensure his demise." Mou halted on the staircase, turning to face the approaching assassins with unwavering resolve in his gaze. He took a deep breath, suppressing the agony from his wounds, and once more prepared to unleash his invincible fist. At this moment, he had nowhere left to retreat. It was a fight to the death. The assassins surged forward like a relentless tide, and a more intense battle was about to unfold within the confines of the narrow staircase. "Kill!" the first assassin roared as he charged at Mou. Chapter 88. Let us see how long you can endure. Mou's expression remained serene, his gaze steady as it fell upon the first assassin charging towards him like a ravenous wolf. The assassin, agile in form, wielded a dagger that glimmered with a chilling light, resembling a streak of black lightning aimed directly at Mou's throat. Undaunted, Mou summoned his strength at the very moment the assassin closed in, unleashing his invincible fist. His right fist was clenched tightly, as if it had consolidated all his might, and with a deep, resonant roar, the fist surged forth like a cannonball, crashing into the assassin's chest with tremendous force. A sharp crack echoed as the assassin's sternum shattered instantaneously, sending him soaring backward like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily several meters away, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Yet, before Mou could catch his breath, the other assassins, undeterred by the spectacle, surged forward with even greater ferocity under their leader's command. They encircled him from various directions, their weapons diverse, long swords, iron rods, and daggers, gleaming with a deadly intent in the dim light, akin to a pack of trained wolves intent on tearing Mou to shreds. Fully aware that he could not afford the slightest lapse in focus, Mou swiftly adjusted his stance, his eyes scanning the surrounding foes with electric intensity, while he maximized the potential of his invincible fist, engaging in a desperate struggle for survival. An assassin armed with a long sword was the first to strike, the blade slicing through the air with a menacing whistle aimed directly at Mou's neck. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Mou retreated sharply, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift kick to the assassin's wrist, causing the sword to clatter to the ground. Mou pressed the advantage, delivering a powerful punch that struck the assassin squarely in the face, sending him staggering backward, blood splattering across his features. Almost simultaneously, another assassin wielding an iron rod launched a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the rush of wind, Mou swiftly sidestepped, the iron rod grazing his clothing as it passed. He turned to seize the rod, twisting it with force, while the assassin was overwhelmed by a sudden surge of strength, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. Mou, seizing the rod, swept it horizontally, delivering a crushing blow that struck the assassin's leg, eliciting a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground. However, the assassins continued to pour in relentlessly, and amidst the fierce combat, Mou began to feel the strain of fatigue. Several wounds had appeared on his body, blood staining his garments, yet he gritted his teeth, persisting against the odds. Each evasion, each retaliatory strike grew increasingly arduous. Yet a singular conviction fueled him. He must carve a bloody path to safety, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, the leader of the assassins stood nearby, seething with anger as he observed MOU's tenacious resistance. With a fierce glare, he bellowed, "Everyone, attack! Do not let him escape. Anyone who falters today shall face my wrath." Under the leader's intimidation, the assassins, though filled with trepidation, steeled themselves to continue their assault on MOU. As MOU engaged in a fierce battle with the assassins, he sought an opportunity to escape. He was acutely aware that if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably be worn down and perish in this place. He needed to devise a strategy to extricate himself from this predicament swiftly. Suddenly, he noticed a slight weakness in the defenses of the assassins on one side of the encirclement, which appeared to be a potential breakthrough. A spark ignited within him. He resolved to concentrate his efforts and launch a final assault in that direction. Taking a deep breath, MOU unleashed the full might of his invincible fist. His figure darted through the throng of assassins like a bolt of black lightning, moving with astonishing speed. His fists rained down upon the assassins, each strike imbued with tremendous force, sending them staggering in disarray. Under the onslaught of MOU's relentless attacks, the assassins on the encircled side began to falter, displaying signs of weakness. Seizing this opportunity, MOU charged forward with great vigor, akin to a rampaging bull, clearing a path through the assassins that obstructed his way. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, several more assassins surged in from the side, attempting to thwart his escape. MOU showed no signs of retreat. Once again, he unleashed his invincible fist, engaging in a desperate struggle with these few assassins. Die! With a furious roar, the leader of the assassins could no longer contain himself and intervened personally. He appeared like a black specter, rapidly closing the distance and launching a frenzied assault on MOU. His hands resembled talons of an eagle, glinting with a metallic sheen, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, targeting MOU's vital points. A chill ran through MOU. He dared not be careless. From the leader's attacks, he sensed a formidable and menacing aura, clearly indicating that he was a true master. MOU understood that any misstep could lead him to an irreversible fate. He swiftly adjusted his stance, employing the full force of his invincible fist to defend himself. The fists and claws clashed, producing a series of dull thuds, and the air was thick with sparks. The leader's onslaught was relentless, each move calculated and brutal, offering MOU no respite. Drawing upon the sheer power of his invincible fist, MOU barely managed to hold his ground, but gradually he was forced back under the leader's fierce barrage. One step, then another. MOU's feet left traces on the ground, his expression grave, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The other assassins, witnessing this, exchanged glances filled with excitement. They seized the moment, like a pack of wolves sensing blood, and charged forward, shouting as they attempted to exploit the opening between MOU and the leader. Launchy, however, the number of assassins was overwhelming, and their onslaught grew increasingly fierce, leaving MOU feeling increasingly powerless. One assassin seized the opportunity when MOU was preoccupied with fending off the leader's attack, wielding a long blade that he thrust mercilessly toward MOU's waist from the side. MOU sensed the imminent danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. He could only slightly turn his body. The blade grazed his form, leaving a deep crimson gash across his waist. Blood surged forth, staining his garments a vivid red. Humph. Let us see how long you can endure. The leader of the assassins, witnessing MOU's injury, revealed a smirk of triumph, intensifying his assault. With a swift movement, he closed in on MOU once more, his claws reaching for MOU's throat like a phantom. Chapter 89. Invincible Fist Versus. Eagle Claw Technique. MOU felt an overwhelming sense of dread. At this moment, he was compelled to evade the lethal strike of the assassin leader while simultaneously guarding against potential ambushes from the surrounding assassins, rendering the situation exceedingly perilous. In this critical juncture, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his waist and unleashed the ultimate technique of the invincible fist. His body surged with formidable power, and his right fist, imbued with an unstoppable momentum, charged towards the assassin leader like a cannonball. The assassin leader, taken aback by MOU's ability to mount such a powerful counterattack in such dire straits, was momentarily stunned and hastily retracted his dual claws to defend himself. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from their point of impact. The surrounding assassins were forced to retreat a few steps, buffeted by the force of the blast. The assassin leader felt his arm go numb from the impact of MOU's punch, and he involuntarily staggered backward. Seizing this opportunity, MOU swiftly adjusted his stance, his gaze piercing as it scanned the surrounding assassins. He understood that he must break through quickly, otherwise. Once the assassin leader regained his composure, he would undoubtedly find himself in an even more precarious predicament. Taking a deep breath, Mo channeled the full might of the invincible fist and charged towards the direction where the assassin's defenses were weakest. Seeing Mo launch another assault, the assassins converged upon him, attempting to thwart his escape. Undeterred, Mo maneuvered through the throng, striking with precision and force, sending the nearest assassins reeling. However, the assassins pressed on relentlessly, surging forward like a relentless tide, and Mo's path to freedom was fraught with challenges. You cannot escape. The assassin leader's eyes locked onto Mo with a fierce intensity, a cold snort escaping his lips, reminiscent of a nocturnal bird's mournful call. Imbued with an air of chilling ferocity, before he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Mo at breakneck speed, bellowing, "Behold my eagle claw technique." In an instant, the assassin leader's hands morphed into claw-like shapes, fingers curling with menacing sharpness, glinting ominously as if they could effortlessly rend apart any obstruction. His figure traced a strange arc through the air, closing the distance to Mo in the blink of an eye, his claws slicing through the wind, aimed directly at Mo's throat and chest. The speed and force of the assault seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow. Confronted with this fierce onslaught, Mo dared not show the slightest complacency. He was acutely aware that the assassin leader's eagle claw technique was not to be underestimated. A moment's negligence could cost him his life. Mo rapidly steadied his breath, gathering all his strength into his fists, ready to counter with the full force of the invincible fist. With his right fist raised high, it seemed to harness the power of his entire being, surging forth with a cataclysmic force to meet the assassin leader's claws. A resounding boom echoed as their strikes collided, the tremendous impact causing the very air around them to seem to ignite, releasing a deep, thunderous roar. An invisible shockwave emanated from their clash, stirring up dust that swirled through the air. Both Mo and the assassin leader momentarily swayed but quickly regained their footing. The assassin leader, having failed to land his strike, was momentarily overcome with astonishment and fury. He had not anticipated the formidable might of Mo's invincible fist, capable of directly countering his eagle claw technique. Yet, this realization did not dissuade him. Rather, it ignited an even fiercer intent to kill within him. With a sudden stomp of his feet, cracks appeared on the ground, and he lunged towards Mo like a wraith, his claws dancing like phantoms, striking at Mo's vital points from various angles. This time, his attack was swifter and more unpredictable, rendering defense nearly impossible. Mo gritted his teeth, focusing all his mental acuity to confront the onslaught of the assassin leader. His gaze was resolute and piercing, akin to a sharp sword, penetrating the dazzling barrage of attacks and seizing upon every opening. The invincible fist unfolded in his hands, transforming into a series of afterimages, fiercely clashing with the assassin leader's eagle claw technique. The winds of their blows intertwined, and the air was filled with the sound of explosive impacts, each collision reverberating with immense force. Amidst the fierce exchange, Mo momentarily withstood the assassin leader's relentless assaults, thanks to the ferocity of his invincible fist and his own agile movements. However, the assassin leader was a seasoned warrior, and his eagle claw technique became increasingly lethal, each strike imbued with a deadly threat. Several wounds had already been inflicted upon Mo, with blood seeping out and staining his garments. Yet, he remained undaunted, driven by a singular conviction to vanquish his adversary and carve a bloody path forward. Meanwhile, the surrounding assassins encircled them, anxiously observing the intense battle. They were acutely aware of the assassin leader's prowess and had witnessed Mo's tenacity. The outcome of this clash would ultimately determine the success or failure of their mission. They harbored a duality of hope for the assassin leader's swift victory and a silent trepidation regarding Mo's formidable strength. Mo, today is your demise. No matter how you struggle, it is futile. The assassin leader bellowed, his face contorted in a savage expression, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Mo offered no reply, channeling his invincible fist with even greater ferocity. He understood that in such a life-and-death confrontation, words were superfluous. Only by giving his all could he hope for survival. Seizing a momentary lapse in the assassin leader's assault, he stepped forward with resolve, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, aimed directly at the assassin leader's chest. The assassin leader, taken aback, swiftly sidestepped, yet was still grazed by Mo's powerful strike, a jolt of pain shooting through his chest, both astonished and enraged. The assassin leader had not anticipated that MOU could find an opening to counterattack amidst such fierce combat, nor that the force of the counter would be so formidable. Resolutely, he resolved to unleash his full strength, executing the ultimate technique of the eagle claw. He crouched slightly, his claws swirling rapidly before him, forming a barrier of claw shadows, then surged forward, his claws darting towards MOU's throat like lightning. This strike was executed with blinding speed and overwhelming power, leaving no room for evasion. MOU sensed the immense force behind the assassin leader's blow and realized that he had no retreat left. He took a deep breath, channeling the full might of his invincible fist technique to its utmost limit. Every muscle in his body tensed as his right fist, carrying the force of 10,000 thunderbolts, smashed toward the assassin leader's claws. This was the ultimate clash of strength versus strength, a life-and-death duel between MOU and the assassin leader. Boom! With a resounding crash, the attacks of the two adversaries collided once more, unleashing a formidable shockwave that seemed to tear the very air asunder, producing a piercing sound. Both MOU and the leader of the assassins were simultaneously propelled backward by this overwhelming force, hurtling several meters before crashing heavily to the ground.